This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a peril to the nation. Escaped prisoners of war.
There are several million Nazis across the sea. Each one of them is a threat to the security of this country. There are several 100,000 Nazis right here within our borders, prisoners of war. Each one of them who escapes is a threat to the internal security of this country because they are Nazis. And for us, for our democracy, for our way of life, Nazis have but one feeling: contempt. The FBI proved that less than a year ago by a case that broke on the morning of June 19th. Early that sunny morning, two soldiers, two GIs, were walking through a patch of woods on their way back to camp.
Hey, look, Eddie, a rabbit.
What am I supposed to do, salute?
Gee, did you see him go? Boom, right into the ground.
Probably crawled down a hole to sleep.
Gee, if he's just down a little hole.
What are you pawing around for now?
I always wanted to have a rabbit for a pet.
All right, so you always wanted a rabbit. This is no time.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
What kind of a rabbit could dig a hole this big?
A big rabbit. Come on.
Hey, these leaves are just covering up the entrance to a tunnel, it looks like.
For Pete's sake, Mickey.
Hey, it is a tunnel. Come on in.
I'm too tired.
Oh, come on. What do you got to lose?
I really am tired.
Oh, where's your pioneer spirit?
And where's your rabbit? And don't tell me... Oh. What's the matter?
It stops here, that's all.
Oh, that's great. Now, I suppose we crawl back like a couple of brave pioneers.
Hey, wait a second. Help me push this thing up.
What thing?
The roof here. Feels like boards or a trapdoor or something.
Yeah, it does.
Come on, push.
I'm tired.
Will you push? 1, 2, 3. Eddie, close it. Eddie, you know where we are?
Yeah. Right under the barracks of the Nazi prisoners.
That was on Monday morning, June 19th. But the tunnel had already been used. During the night of the 18th, two Nazi prisoners had escaped. That was in Texas. And immediately, the FBI headquarters in that state were notified by military authorities. They weren't caught unprepared because special arrangements had been made for such an emergency. And the special agents went to work immediately. The newspapers, the radio stations, and most important, the local police of Dallas and Fort Worth were notified and given detailed descriptions of the two men. The police radioed warnings to all sheriffs and all peace officers, and broadcasts were also sent out over the Texas State Patrol's network. By late afternoon, the FBI was busy checking the dozens and dozens of reports which kept coming in.
Dean speaking. Yes? Yes. Yes, okay. Thanks a lot, Sheriff. All right. Well, that's another lead going, Phil.
Which one?
Those two fellas spotted fixing a puncture on a back road.
Those local police sure get on the job quick.
Age 23.
What?
I was just reading over the description of Tanner.
Oh.
Lieutenant Paul Tanner of the German Navy. Captured when submarine disabled by depth charge. Dean speaking. Yeah? Uh-huh. I see. Okay, thanks a lot. All right.
Which one was that?
Those two men seen sleeping in that cemetery.
Bad lead?
Yes.
Something's got to turn up, Dean.
Yes, and you know when it does, Hackenberg's going to be easier to spot than Tanner.
Because of that scar on his cheek.
Yeah.
Well, with the whole state out on the hunt, there's got to be...
Dean speaking. Yes? Yes? Yes. Thanks. Right. Bicycle was stolen from a house 1 mile from the camp the night of the escape.
Bicycle?
Yes, and the house was on the same road the prisoners took when they went on labor details.
That sounds good.
That sounds better than good. 2 men on 1 bicycle. They ought to be easy to spot, Phil.
If we can spot them before they get rid of the bike, let's send out a call.
Right.
Late that afternoon, a truck driver reported seeing 2 men on a bicycle on the night of the escape. An hour later came another call. A farmer had seen 2 men on a bicycle the morning after the escape. Then there were no more calls, no more reports. The search was intensified, but by 1 o'clock on the morning of the 20th, the 2 Nazis and the bicycle seemed to have disappeared, seemed to have vanished completely. Where were they? At that moment, at 1 o'clock on the morning of June 20th, they were sitting in a diner. Dressed in blue jeans and khaki shirts, drinking coffee, 2 escaped Nazis were sitting in an all-night diner in a small town in Texas, USA.
You boys want anything with that coffee?
No, thanks.
You ain't from around here, are you?
No.
Just passing through.
Yes.
Where you heading?
East.
East, huh? I know somebody's going east.
Maybe we will have something else. Do you have any pie?
Sure, what kind you want?
Oh, anything that's good. You pick it out.
You trust me.
Sure.
Okay. 2 pieces?
Yes.
Okie doke. Whitey, let me have 2 cuts of that peach pie.
Okay.
Now, Whitey, now.
I heard you.
Gee, I'm getting hungry myself. Scramble me up a couple eggs?
You just ate an hour ago.
Well, I'm a growing girl. Scramble up the eggs, you cheapskate.
Here's your pie.
Thanks. Toast with them eggs, too. It's peach pie, boys.
Dankeschön. I don't think we want the pie after all.
But you ordered it.
We have to go. Here.
You didn't even finish your
Come
coffee.
on, let's go. Let's go.
Oh. Good night. Huh? How you come with those eggs, Whitey?
Oh, keep your shirt on. You'll get 'em.
You can put this pie back.
What's the matter?
Beats me.
Didn't they want it?
They didn't want nothing. They even left the coffee.
Millionaires, huh?
Come on, make with the eggs.
The griddle ain't hot enough yet. Park yourself.
Here, ring this up. I'll keep the change.
How much?
Dime. You ain't going to charge him for the pie, are you?
I guess not. Hey, what those guys rush out for?
Now, how do I know? That griddle looks hot enough to me.
You want your toast, though, don't you?
And coffee.
How about a steak, too, Your Highness?
Ha ha. Very funny. Whitey,
Yeah?
What's Tonkashin mean?
Huh?
Tonkashin or Tonkashine?
What?
One of those fellas said it to me when I brought him the pie.
The pie you didn't eat, huh?
Yeah. I think I'll have a piece myself.
Oh, here.
Tonkashin.
What?
Maybe that's French for what's your telephone number?
French. Sounds more like German to me.
Where do you get German out of that?
Listen, when you want to say thank you in German, dope, you say Dankeschön.
That's it. That's what he's... Whitey.
Holy crow.
That diner was in a small town. But even the smallest town has more than one road leading out of it. And it's never long before a road branches into other roads, into a network of roads, into highways. As soon as the telephone call came in from the diner, the FBI and the local police drove out after the two men on the bicycle, after the escaped Nazi prisoners. They tried to cover all roads. They kept in touch with each other by radio. And they drove fast because they realized that even on a bicycle, a man can make time if he's desperate.
Where are we now, Dean?
About 20 miles outside of Vancourt.
Must be awfully strong.
Who?
Whoever's peddling that bike to get this far so fast. And with a passenger.
Yeah, if they're still using the bike.
Or if they haven't ducked off into a field.
Well, if they have, we should be able to catch them in the morning. The whole area's been alerted.
They managed to disappear completely for at least 24 hours so far.
I know, Phil, but if we... That is a bicycle, isn't it?
Looks like it from here.
You have your gun ready?
Yes. Dean, do you see anybody on the handlebars?
No.
Don't tell me it's going to be a farmer out for a joyride.
At this hour of the morning?
Say.
Huh?
Pull over to the side there. Where are you going, mister?
Vancourt.
What for?
Why do you want to know?
We're federal officers. What's your name?
Frank Johnson.
Isn't it kind of late to be out for a ride, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, my sister just had a baby. I rode over to see her.
Oh, from where?
Vancourt.
You live there?
Yes.
Can we see your draft card, please?
I'm sorry I forgot it. You know how it is when you get a call that the baby... What's the matter?
Where'd you get that scar on your cheek?
Germany.
Where's Lieutenant Tanner?
I really could not say, but probably very well taken care of.
What do you mean?
Americans are extremely hospitable and just as stupid.
I think you'd better get in the car, Hackenberg.
Captain Hockenberg.
Captain Hockenberg.
Dankeschön.
By morning, the Texas newspapers and radio stations had spread the report. One prisoner was captured, but the other was still at large. An escaped Nazi was still free, was still somewhere in the vicinity of Vancourt, Texas. The cooperation of every citizen was requested, and the response was fast. Report after report came into the FBI and the state and local police. Report after report was checked and followed up. The most promising came from a doctor.
Well, gentlemen, I was coming home from a late call, and just as I passed that filling station outside San Angelo, I noticed a man climbing into the back of this truck.
About what time was that, Doctor?
Oh, I left the hospital at 2. I guess that was about 5 after.
What'd the man look like?
Well, to tell the truth, I didn't notice him much or think much about it till I heard the radio broadcast about the escaped prisoners this morning.
Well, thank you, Doctor. We appreciate your help.
That doesn't sound like much help. It doesn't even sound like a real clue. But the FBI checks everything, every report. Special agents immediately called the owner of the San Angelo filling station. He remembered selling gas to a truck driver a little after 2 in the morning before. But he'd only seen one man on the truck. From the gas coupon, the agents learned the license number of the truck. From the license registration, they learned the name and address of the owner. And then they went to him to see what they could learn from the truck itself.
You can see for yourself. If I'm here fixing a blowout like I was, anybody could hop on the back without me seeing them.
Would be pretty easy, don't you think, Dean?
Well, let's see if there's anything in the back to prove that Nazi was riding with you.
Well, what you looking for?
Oh, lots of things.
Fingerprints?
Yeah, but with all this cloth back here, I doubt if we'll find any. The surface is too soft. Phil, you have your flashlight?
Sure.
Shine it over here, will you? Is that your hatchet, Mr. Lang?
Yeah, use it to open crates.
You mind if we borrow it to send to our laboratory for a fingerprint check?
No, sir, it's all... Hey.
What?
That Nazi could have been riding the back of my truck and picked up my hatchet. Hey, I had a pretty narrow escape.
Well, we don't know yet whether he was the one.
Even so...
Wait a minute. Shine that flash over here, Phil.
Right.
Now, this may be something.
That?
Sure.
Why, that's just a little piece of thread.
Here's an envelope for it, Dean.
Thanks. This little piece of thread, Mr. Lang, is going to take a long trip to our laboratory in Washington.
What for?
They'll find out what kind of a shirt it came from. And I got a hunch it came from the kind of shirt worn by prisoners of war.
The hatchet and the piece of thread arrived at the FBI laboratory in Washington on the morning of June 21st. That afternoon, the result of the examination was teletyped to special agents in Texas. From a small piece of thread, from one fingerprint on the blade of a hatchet, there was proof, conclusive proof, that the hitchhiker on the back of the truck had been Lieutenant Paul Tanner of the German Navy. But where had he gone? Where was he now? An escaped prisoner of war, a Nazi, was still at large in the state of Texas.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file of the case of escaped Nazi prisoners of war. We will return to this case in just a moment. It is the year 1872. A distinguished Army officer, a young man with golden hair that reaches to his shoulders, is about to sign his name to an application for membership in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. The Indians of the Western Plains call him White Chief with the yellow hair. But you and I will know him better by the name he is signing on the equitable application. So let's watch his pen as it writes, George Armstrong Custer, Brevet Major General, USA. A name that has also been inscribed for all time on the roll of America's immortal soldiers. Now, we do not know what led General Custer to choose the equitable, but we do know that he showed sound judgment. For in 4 wars and through 7 major depressions, this society has never failed to meet a single financial obligation. And for 86 years, equitable funds have marched in the vanguard of American progress. Equitable dollars helped build the railroads. They promoted the growth of our greatest industries. They helped grow wheat in Minnesota, oranges in California, cotton in Texas. So by serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Paul Tanner, escaped prisoner of war.
When a convict escapes jail or when a Nazi escapes prison camp, it is fairly easy to catch him during the first 2 or 3 days because the trail is fresh. But after that, just as rain can blot out footprints, the trail can disappear into nowhere. That's what happened to the trail of Paul Tanner, former lieutenant on a German submarine. The search continued all through the summer. Reports came in, but by September, Tanner was still free. Where was he? Still in Texas. As a matter of record, he was working as a hired hand for a farmer named Allen. Working under the name of Gene Meyer. Working to get enough money to escape to Mexico.
Gene!
Yes, Dickie.
Gene, look what I got done.
Dickie, don't start pestering Gene with those model airplanes or whatever they are.
But, Pa, we want
He worked hard today and he wants to rest.
Oh, that's okay, Mr. Allen. Let me see what you got done today, Dickie.
Say, Gene, are you going to have to go back to that hospital?
Oh, no. Merchant seamen aren't like Army or Navy. We're pretty free.
Should I glue this on now?
Uh-huh. That's right.
Still, it's funny they let you do what you wanted after you got out of the hospital.
What do you mean, funny? A little further down, Dickie.
Right.
Well, not making you go back to sea.
I told you. I decided to work, to build up my health.
Well, I ought to just pray that they let you finish out the harvest. Every time the mail comes, Say, that's no model airplane.
Whoever said it was, Pa? Anybody can tell it's a submarine.
A submarine? Where'd you learn about submarines?
Gene drew the plans for it.
Oh, it looks just like a picture, one I saw.
Oh, nuts.
Come on, Gene.
We'll finish after supper, Dickie.
You wash your hands, Dickie.
I did.
Wash them again.
Oh, Pa.
Well, that's a darn good submarine. I guess you...
What's the matter?
Well, I was going to say it's probably modeled of a sub you was on yourself, and then I remembered.
Remembered what?
They don't have merchant seamen on submarines. Come on, let's eat.
Sit down, Mr. Allen.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Sheriff Ulster said you might have some information for me.
Well, I don't know for sure, sir, but I think my hired hand's that Nazi prisoner you've been looking for.
What makes you think so?
Well, he's been helping my little boy build model planes and stuff, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Well, last night I got a look at something they were making. It was from some plans this fella drew. And you know what the darn thing was? A submarine.
Submarine?
Yeah. And I got to thinking about it in bed last night. It looked just like the real thing, and I was wondering...
Excuse me, Mr. Allen.
Sir?
Yeah, look at this photograph.
Sure. Why, that's him.
Let's go, Phil. Is this his room, Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Where is he now?
Well, I left him cutting hay down near the river bottom.
I think I'll go over there.
Right, Phil. Doesn't have much stuff of his own, does he?
No, nothing you don't see, except that little zipper bag there.
Let's have a look at it.
Sure. Here you are.
Oh, I wonder where he picked this up. It doesn't seem to be...
What is it?
Something in the lining here.
A book?
It's a diary. June 20th. We had a close call today. H. completely forgot himself in a restaurant. He sure did. I am a soldier of the Reich, and I must get back to the fatherland.
Did he write that junk?
It's not junk to him or to people like him, Mr. Allen. That's something a lot of us don't realize. Listen to this. These Americans are stupid fools. This miserable country will cry for help when the Fuhrer lets loose his secret weapons, and I will be there to help him.
That fella's crazy.
Well, he's a Nazi.
Dean.
Yes?
He's gone.
What?
Not a sign of him in the field.
He was there when I left.
Did he see you go?
Sure.
Did he ask why you were going?
Well, I said for supplies.
Guess he knew you didn't go to town often and got suspicious.
He must have cleared out right after Mr. Allen did.
Why?
There was a jug of water next to the mower, and it's full to the top.
But where did he go?
I don't know where he went, but I know where he was heading.
Where?
Galveston. He's got it in his diary. $30 more, and I'm ready to leave for Galveston, then Mexico. I guess he didn't wait for his $30.
Mr. Allen, that river down there.
Oh, we'd take you to Galveston, all right. Once I rode there, me and Dickie and...
Rode there in what?
An old flat bottom I have.
Did you have it beached right near the hayfield?
Yeah.
I followed some footprints down there. Your boat's gone, Mr. Allen.
And that Nazi in it?
Yes.
And if he gets to Galveston...
Mr. Allen, I don't think he will.
The Brazos River winds its way through Texas to Galveston. And along its banks are reeds, tall grass, foliage thick enough to hide a man in a flat-bottomed boat. They hid Paul Tanner for the rest of that hot afternoon. But by nightfall, sheriffs, deputies, state patrolmen, local police, and citizens from all around had joined in the hunt. By nightfall, FBI agents were in planes and motorboats watching the river. and keeping contact with each other by walkie-talkie radios. By nightfall, there was a moon. A bright moon that stripped the river of shadows and made it a clear field of vision for a plane flying above.
Moving upstream toward the bridge. Nothing yet from up here.
We're moving up too, Dean. But there's boats running low on gas.
Well, do you think you can hold out about... Wait a minute, Phil. I just saw a reflection of moonlight on something that... Yes, there it is again. Looks like a wet paddle. Close to the right shore, heading downstream. It's about a quarter of a mile above Dead Man's Bend now. Just below Hempstead. He's moving closer to shore, though. Looks like he's trying to land.
Come on. Give her everything you've got. There he is. He's trying to make shore. Cut her off.
Stay where you are, I'll shoot. I warn you, Tanner, stay where you are or...
Okay.
Come on, jump aboard. Well, you led us a fine chase.
Who's in command here?
In command?
Yes.
I am.
Heil Hitler.
At this moment, there are approximately 390,000 prisoners of war in this country. Most of them are Nazis, and each one is a potential threat to our safety. Alert citizens and cooperative law enforcement officers have aided your FBI in the quick apprehension of escaped prisoners of war before they could commit Army acts of sabotage. But they remain a menace. Any information on an escaped prisoner should be reported immediately to the FBI. A Nazi may have been a prisoner in this country for a year or for 2 years. He may have had a chance to learn something about us, about our democracy, about our way of life. Don't think, however, that his objective has changed. It hasn't. He is still a threat to our security, still a menace, because he is still a Nazi.
In these days, young Americans are fighting and dying all over the world. So the question, what are you doing here at home to help win the war, is one that deserves a straightforward answer from every American citizen, from every American organization. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States may take pride in their society's answer to that question. In the Equitable Service flag are 2015 stars. Here at home, Equitable agents and employees are backing up their fellow workers in the fighting forces by selling thousands of war bonds in every drive, by giving hundreds of blood donations, and by performing all the other services that are expected of patriotic citizens in wartime. Of the funds that have been entrusted to the Equitable Society by its members, 44% has been invested in government bonds. In both the 5th and 6th war loan drives, the Equitable made the largest single subscription, each subscription amounting to $500 million. In wartime, Equitable dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, Tanner was played by Paul Mann. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
There are no major developments in the war news to report. Any new developments will be brought to you immediately. Keep tuned to your Blue Network station.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against society, the confidence game.
There are some people who seem to wait for laws to be made so that they can break them. Break them and make money doing so. To those people, a curfew means a speakeasy. A price ceiling means a black market. A war means a high-pitched, gullible nation. They like war, those people, because they can make money out of it in 100 different ways. Sooner or later, they all get caught, but they try. They try every angle that a nation at war provides, and they try it in the most innocent places. Places like... Well, take the sunny boardwalk overlooking the ocean at a resort near New York.
Tilt your face up, Abby. Let the sun get at it.
It only brings out my freckles, Lily, or else I start peeling.
Oh, it's good for the bones.
Oh, I wish we were really on vacation from school. But I can't help feeling a little guilty about spending money in wartime. I think of poor Mrs. Greenway and...
She hasn't heard from her son yet?
No. She's hoping he's a prisoner of war in Germany, but...
Beg your pardon, ladies. I couldn't help overhearing you mention the name Greenway. Do you by any chance know the lad's first name?
Well,
Forgive my rudeness, but I've just come back from overseas myself, and I thought perhaps...
Oh, his name is Herbert. Isn't that it, Abby?
Yes.
Herbert Greenway?
Do you know him?
Yes, quite well.
Oh, Abby, is he all right, do you know?
Madam, you can tell the lad's mother to rest easy. Exactly 8 days ago, the Russians freed him from a German prison camp.
Oh, then he was a prisoner.
Oh, it's so
Lily.
nice of you to tell us. Major?
Major. Major William Evans Roscoe, at your service, miss. That is, I hope it's miss.
Yes. I'm Miss Tompkins, and this is Miss Bergen.
How do you do?
Most charming pleasure. You see, I happen to know about the Greenway boy because... May I sit down?
Oh, please do.
Of course, move over, Lily.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as I said, I've only just returned from some very secret work overseas in connection with prisoners. I leave for Washington shortly to make my report.
When?
Well, not for a day or so. I've been granted a short leave, but frankly, I don't know anyone in the city, and would you ladies think it very presumptuous if I asked you to join me for dinner tonight?
Oh, it would be a pleasure, Major.
Miss Bergen?
Well, Lily, you know I promised the Perkins.
Oh, yes.
I'm very sorry. Some other time, perhaps?
I'd like to.
But I will have the pleasure of your company, Miss Tompkins.
Well...
Please, take pity on a lonely serviceman. You know, I haven't had a real meal or charming company for, well, let's not say how long.
Oh. Major.
Yes?
Wouldn't you prefer a good home-cooked meal?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Oh, I'd be so honored.
I couldn't.
Oh, please. It would make me very happy. And it's the least a civilian could do.
Well, in that case, I'm at your service, ma'am. You know, Lily, there are two things about you that I find very hard to believe.
Major.
One is that you cooked that most excellent dinner all by yourself.
Well, I did.
And the other is that you're really not married or engaged.
Oh, Bill.
I look at you and
What's the matter?
I think I better go.
Why?
Because I can't do this anymore. Lily, forgive me for what I'm going to say.
Bill, I don't understand.
Can you understand the feeling of, lost time that war gives a man? Can you forgive it? Can you forgive me for saying, Lily, that I love you?
Bill.
I know we've only just met, but I want to run out and buy you flowers, buy you champagne, buy you... Lily, I want to buy you a ring, an engagement ring.
An engagement?
You don't have to say yes this minute. You don't have to answer at all. I know it's sudden for you, but I want to...
What, Bill?
Funny. Here I am talking of buying a ring and thinking of running out and getting one first thing in the morning and have exactly $47 in my wallet.
But, Bill, that's...
No, it's not enough, my dearest. Not for a ring for you.
Oh, now, Bill, listen.
No. Let me think. My bank's in Philadelphia. Do you suppose they'd honor a check here in New York?
Bill, I refuse to let you...
Lily, what's money for but something like this, something with someone like you? Well, now, my Army credentials... Oh, darn it, they're secret. Lily, if you endorse the check, not for much, say $50... Oh, no. I couldn't ask you.
Well, why not?
Why couldn't, that's all. You...
Well, we're going to be engaged.
Oh, Lily.
So, what I have is yours.
And what I have is yours. Oh, Lily, I really do love you.
The world is filled with people looking for love. And people in love forget to ask questions. They don't care. Lily Tompkins didn't ask, didn't care, didn't know. Didn't know that when Major William Roscoe left her house that night with a check for $50 in his pocket, he walked quickly to the nearest subway station. Not because he was in a hurry to catch that train, but because he had an appointment. An appointment he had made that very afternoon.
Miss Bergen! Miss Bergen!
Major! Oh, Major, I hope I haven't kept you waiting long.
I've been waiting all evening.
Oh.
It sounds like a pretty speech, but it's true.
Did Lily say anything?
Oh, no. I knew she didn't hear us on the boardwalk, and if she had, I wouldn't have cared. I really never should have done this.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. No. You don't understand. I mean... Abby, forgive me for what I'm going to say.
I don't understand.
Well, can you understand the feeling of... lost time that war gives a man? Can you forgive it? Can you forgive me for standing here on a lonely subway platform and saying, Abby, I love you?
The confidence game requires only two players. A gullible, rather lonely woman, for example, and a man with a great deal of charm and absolutely no scruples. It's an old game, but it becomes a particularly nasty one when a new twist is added. A twist of taking advantage of a war. Still, it's a game, and like all games, it can't last. Particularly when checks are involved. Sooner or later, those checks turn up at the FBI.
Are these the checks, Robbie?
Yes.
Both for $50 and both returned marked no account. Didn't those women ask the Major for any credentials?
They felt the uniform was enough. And the Army never even heard of William Evans Roscoe.
Probably an alias.
Yeah.
Well, it's a low trick, all right, to use the uniform of a... Well, he won't be wearing it long.
Has the laboratory reported on his handwriting yet?
We're waiting for a teletype from Washington now.
$50 from 2 school teachers. 2 checks.
And one within 10 hours of the other. Which makes me think he's an old hand. I'm looking forward to that report from Washington on Major Roscoe.
When a handwriting specimen sent to the FBI laboratory in Washington is identified, the work does not stop there. In a sense, it just begins, because agents immediately begin investigating the man concerned. In this case, while the FBI was checking, the criminal who called himself Major Roscoe decided to leave the city and go to a mountain resort. It would be cooler in the mountains. It would be relaxing. And besides, there would be lots of women. Lots of unattached, lonely women.
When my plane caught fire, naturally, there was nothing for me to do but bail out.
And that was when the Japanese fired at you.
Yes. Of course, I got the Purple Heart, but...
But what, Major?
Well, I'd rather not talk about it, Miss Hudson.
Of course. Oh, I wish I were a man.
Why?
Well, I could have the kind of life you have now.
Personally, I prefer the life I led before I fulfilled my obligation to my country and joined up.
What did you do before the Army, Major?
Exactly what I wanted to do at the moment.
Oh.
If I felt the urge to go to China, the South Seas, I'd take, $25,000, $30,000 out of the bank and go.
It always takes money to do things like that. I could probably go as far as Chicago, I guess.
Oh, now. You must have more than $100 in the bank.
Well, I do, but...
How much?
Just a little. Barely 7,000.
Well, where's your spirit of adventure? Take that and just pick up and go.
Oh, yes, I've always wanted to. I've always felt that I don't know why I talk like this to you.
I do. You do it because you know that I understand.
Yes, I think you do.
Martha, can you forgive me for what I'm about to say to you?
Say to me?
From the first moment I saw you, I knew
don't.
that...
Please, Major, don't say that.
Oh, Martha.
No, please. Don't you see how much it would mean to a woman like me? Don't you see how seriously I would take it?
Martha, I know. And I know how I feel.
You mean...
Yes, Martha.
You want to marry me?
Yes, Martha, I do.
Oh, William.
Well, what's the matter, my dear?
I just never thought I'd be happy. And I am. I am now for the first time in my life.
2 days later, another check marked no account turned up at FBI headquarters in New York. Another check signed by Major William Evans Roscoe. A check that Major Roscoe had cashed at a resort in the mountains. Now the trail, the path, the road that led to Major Roscoe was getting shorter. Much shorter. For the agents went at once to the resort to see the manager and then the major.
Well, really, gentlemen, if you can't accept a check from a major in the United States Army and a major who's been decorated and wounded, Lord knows what else...
Did you ask to see his credentials?
Well, no, but after all, his uniform...
Unfortunately, the uniform is not enough of a credential. Not with people like Major Roscoe around.
By the way, has the major been very friendly with any particular woman?
Yes, with Miss Hudson. Very nice lady.
Miss Hudson, huh?
Miss Martha Hudson.
We'd better see her right away, Leo.
Oh, you can't. She's gone, too.
Too?
Oh, yes. They both checked out yesterday, and he paid for both.
By check?
Yes, by check.
You have Miss Hudson's home address?
Yes, I'll get it for you. Checks.
A day too late.
Yes. Laboratory report on his handwriting certainly indicted him.
The major has quite a record. He's been operating for almost 5 years under about 20 different names.
I think we'll catch him this time.
That isn't what worries me.
What then?
I was thinking of a Miss Martha Hudson, of the report from Washington that the Major's been married twice. And both wives died almost immediately after the wedding.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the fraudulent Major. We will return to this case in just a moment. Since the dawn of history, men have been fighting to win security. First, security against marauding enemies. Then security against the despotic power of kings and nobles. Freedom of speech and religion, trial by jury, protection against arbitrary arrest and imprisonment. These are some of the great securities which our ancestors bought for us with their blood and their lives. In the last century, men set out to win still another security for themselves. It was freedom from money worries, protection against the financial uncertainties of the future. And to this end, in the year 1859, a group of Americans founded the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Their idea was that by joining forces, by combining their dollars into a common protective fund, maximum security for each individual member would be achieved. Self-help and self-reliance. Voluntary cooperation by men willing to work together in ways that benefit the entire community. That's the American way. That's the equitable way. By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on William Roscoe, Confidence Man.
A man signs an assumed name to a check and defrauds a woman of $15. He's done it before many times. He's never been caught, and he sees no reason why he should be now. But the FBI has his record. They know his method of operation. And now, on a train returning to New York, they are finally on his trail.
The description we got at the hotel fits the one of the report, all right. 5'11", 174 pounds, scars on his forehead.
The manager said the Major claimed he got those scars in the Pacific, fighting Japs.
Well, it shouldn't take long to get to the Hudson woman's house from the station. She lives with her brother and sister-in-law.
What? Oh, yes.
What are you thinking about?
Same thing you are?
What that chambermaid told us?
Yes.
Well, just because the Major carries a gun, it doesn't mean...
I know.
I wish this train would move a little faster.
So do I.
That train was due in New York at 3:45 p.m., but it was 10 minutes late. And at 3:50 p.m., Major Roscoe was waiting in the railroad station, waiting to board a train. Waiting to board a train with his bride-to-be, Martha Hudson.
You sure you got everything, Martha?
Of course, Edna. Now, don't worry so.
I just wish I could be with you in Boston for the wedding.
I wish you could be with your sister, too, Mrs. Hudson, but Army orders, you know. There's nothing I can do.
Of course not. Stop getting so upset, Edna.
Well, I can't help it if I care more about your own sister than you. Oh, Martha.
Edna, now don't cry.
I'm just so happy for you.
There, my dear. Don't you think Martha's safe in my hands?
Oh, yes, that's just it. It's all so wonderful.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Let me have your handkerchief, Harry.
Martha, my dad, I think we better...
Yes, William. Harry?
Sis, well, all the luck in the world to you.
Thanks. I think I've got it now. Goodbye, Edna.
Goodbye, honey. Goodbye, Major. Take care of her.
I'll do my best. Harry, old man.
Goodbye, sir.
Thanks for everything. I can't tell you how... Oh, the tickets.
William. Holy mackerel. Here they are.
Thanks for picking them up.
Oh, forget it.
You've got my check.
Sure.
Well, goodbye, then.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, you
You did enough weeping for a dozen weddings.
I know, but I'm so happy for her, Harry.
Yes, so am I. She always pretended that she didn't care about not being married, but...
Sure.
And you know, when it's your own sister, you feel kind of lousy, honey.
Well, it's all right now, Harry. The Major's a wonderful man.
He sure is.
That was a beautiful ring he gave her. Must have cost a fortune.
It did. $500.
How do you know?
His bank's in Philadelphia, so I endorsed the check for it.
Oh. Say, Harry, who's that man waiting on our front steps?
I don't know.
Gee, I hope...
What?
Nothing.
Pardon me.
Yes?
I'm looking for a Miss Martha Hudson.
I'm afraid you'll have to go to Boston to find her, mister.
Boston?
Yes, she just left to be married there.
To a Major Roscoe?
Yeah. Say, who are you, anyway?
Special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Gee, Martha hasn't done anything, has she?
No. The person we're looking for is the man who calls himself Major Roscoe.
I knew it, Edna. I knew it was too good to be true.
There is not a section of this country that is not covered by the FBI. Before a train carrying Major Roscoe and Martha Hudson could have arrived in Boston, special agents in that city were notified by teletype to be on the watch. When the train arrived, they were at the station. There was no sign of the Major or Martha Hudson. The agents checked all the hotels, the rooming houses, the churches, but there was no trace of the missing couple. A report was teletyped back to New York, and the special agents there immediately paid another call on Martha Hudson's brother and sister-in-law.
Mr. Hudson, are you certain that your sister and the Major left for Boston?
I can't be certain of anything anymore.
Harry.
I'm sorry, honey.
We know this has been a pretty bad shock, Mr. Hudson, but we're trying to find your sister. Did you put them on the Boston train?
No, we said goodbye to them in the station.
Maybe they got off before Boston.
We're checking on that. But there's also the possibility they never started for Boston.
I picked up the tickets myself.
Did you see them?
No. I just picked up the envelope, paid for it, and never looked inside.
You say you paid for the tickets?
Yes.
Do you remember how much they cost?
Sure. The Major gave me his personal check for them. Here.
Thank you. This check's for $20.38.
That's the price.
Yes, but that's not the price of 2 tickets to Boston. That's the price of 2 tickets to Washington.
William, why did you tell Harry and Edna we were going to Boston instead of Washington?
Oh, just the incurable romanticist in me, I guess. This way we seem like 2 carefree youngsters running off to this hotel secretly.
Oh, William, we're going to have such a wonderful life.
Oh, dear.
What's the trouble?
In all the confusion of getting away, I didn't have time to get to the bank. I stripped myself of cash.
That's all right. I have some.
It's a fine way to begin our life together.
What do you mean?
Borrowing from you.
Oh, it's not borrowing. Whatever I have is yours anyway.
I wish you didn't have a single penny.
Why?
I suppose it's because at heart I'm old-fashioned, my dear. But I wish you were completely dependent on me. I wish you had to come to me for every penny.
William, may I have your pen?
What are you going to do?
The pen, please.
Here.
Thank you. I'm going to make myself completely dependent on you because I'm old-fashioned, too.
But what's that check for?
All I have.
Oh, my dear. I knew from the very beginning that you were the woman I always...
Who's that?
It's a bellboy, I guess. I ordered some champagne for us.
Oh, William.
Yes?
Major Roscoe?
At your service, gentlemen.
Would you step out into the hall for a moment?
Who are you?
Special agents of the FBI.
William?
Just some military matters, my dear. Nothing to be alarmed about. I'll be back in a moment. Now then, gentlemen.
I think you know what we're here for.
My dear man, I really haven't the slightest idea.
You mind if we search you?
For weapons?
Yes.
Well, the only weapon I carry is right here in my pocket. My checkbook.
What we'd like to talk with you about concerns checks and impersonation.
Oh?
We have quite a few of your checks. One endorsed by a Miss Lily Tompkins, another by a...
No, you don't. My checkbook.
I know. I'll take that checkbook, Major.
What is it, 38 automatic?
Yes.
Handy little gun you had there, Major.
Not quite handy enough, it seems. But you know, gentlemen, I should have known from personal experience that as a weapon, the checkbook is much better than the gun. Shall we go?
Very often, people will believe things because they want very badly to believe them. But too often, other people, criminals, confidence men will take advantage of this desire, even to the extent of impersonating an officer of the United States Army. Every representative of this country, every government employee carries credentials that you should examine carefully. This is a duty you owe not only to yourself, but to your country, and to the protectors of our internal security, the FBI. These criminals can be among the most difficult to catch, but with the full cooperation of the decent citizens of our nation, they can be the easiest.
You will hear about the file on next week's case in just a minute. Yesterday, somewhere on the island of Okinawa, a young American infantryman stepped on a landmine. It blew up in his face. Today, both of that boy's legs are going to be amputated. Compared with his sacrifice, anything that any of us does here at home seems trifling. Nevertheless, while we can't do as much as the men and women at the front, we can do our best. And that best is vitally important to victory. So it'll be a source of satisfaction to equitable members to learn that 44% of this society's assets are now invested in war bonds and government securities. Recently, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable, pointed out what this means. He said, quote, "For every one of its 3,200,000 members, the Equitable now owns government bonds amounting to $490. For each member, an additional $220 is invested in industries and utilities which manufacture weapons of war, plus $115 per member invested in railroads engaged in war transportation. That's another reason why we say that in wartime, Equitable dollars are fighting dollars, and at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against our fighting men. War fraud. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, William Roscoe was played by Arnold Moss and Martha by Charlotte Holland. The music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against our fighting men. War fraud.
In every war, there are two battlefields. One where guns are fired and one where guns are made. We have been victorious on this second battlefield. We have been winning in our factories, our plants, in all our arsenals of supply. But there have been a few men who have fought the war of supply, not for us, but for the enemy. Because to these men, war has meant only one thing: a chance to make money. They have been caught. Sooner or later, these men are caught by the FBI. Because the workers in their plants are also working for this country. In one case, a war profiteer was caught because of a worker who was only a cleaning woman. A middle-aged woman who swept the floors in a plant which manufactured hand grenades for the government.
Hey, hold on there.
What?
Well, where are you dumping that stuff?
In the trash barrel.
Oh, that doesn't go in the trash barrel.
But it's just the sweepings from the floor.
I know, but...
It's trash. Trash goes in the trash barrel.
What's your name?
Anna Waco. What's yours?
Rockland.
Oh, Mr. Rockland. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, Mrs. Waco. How long have you been working here?
3 months, sir.
Surely you know by now that any sweepings with powder in them go in that box over there.
But this powder isn't good for anything, Mr. Rockland. It's all mixed with dirt and shavings.
Mrs. Waco, this is my plant. I'm manufacturing hand grenades for our government. One of the duties to anyone working for the government is to conserve material.
But this powder...
will you let us worry about it? We have ways of sifting the powder from the dirt. We must conserve.
Well, I've got 2 sons over there, and I'd hate for them to get a hand grenade with powder like...
Mrs. Waco, any sweepings from the floor which have powder in them are to be dumped in that box.
Yes, sir.
After all, there's a war on, you know.
The war that is being fought on the second battlefield, the war fought in the factory, is a vitally important one. And industry and labor have been fighting it triumphantly. Soon after Pearl Harbor, however, the Attorney General of this country realized that there would be a few dollar patriots to blot the record. A greedy few who would try to make huge profits at the expense of the government. And so a war frauds unit of the Department of Justice was created. And to the FBI went the job of tracking down the criminals involved. That's why, when Mrs. Anna Waco became suspicious of the Rockland Powder Company, she went to the offices of the FBI.
Maybe he has got a way of getting the dirt out of the powder, but there are other funny things, too.
Like what, Mrs. Waco?
Well,
Don't be afraid, please. Anything you say is just between us. The FBI will never do anything to endanger your position.
Oh, I'm not afraid, Mr. Daly. Not for myself, anyway.
Who, then?
My daughter-in-law. She works in the plant. On the assembly line, putting in the powder charges. But they don't care how much powder goes in.
Who doesn't care?
Mr. Rockland or one of his sons.
How many sons does he have?
4. And they're all nasty boys. One of them's Ruth's foreman, and he just keeps saying, hurry up, speed it up. He doesn't care if the grenades are any good. He just cares if they're getting out a lot of them.
Mrs. Waco, you must know the government has inspectors checking those grenades before they leave the plant.
Sure, I know.
Well, if the grenades don't come up to specifications, if they're not any good, those inspectors are going to reject them.
I know.
Well,
what happens to them after the inspectors turn them down?
What do you mean?
Mr. Daly, those Rocklands are just out to make all the money they can. They wouldn't be in such a hurry to turn out bad grenades unless they had some way of using them.
Well, what way?
I don't know, sir. But they're always talking and talking about conserving material.
Yes.
Well, good or bad material, I'll bet they've got some way of getting those rejected grenades out of that plant.
Special agents were sent out to check the Rockland Powder Company, to delve into the past of Andrew Rockland and his 4 sons, to interview the government inspectors who examined the hand grenades made at the Rockland plant. From the inspectors, FBI agents found that each day, a large number of grenades did not come up to government specifications and had to be rejected. These faulty grenades were supposed to be sent back and fixed. But whether they were or not, the inspectors didn't know. They had no way of knowing. But the FBI had a way of finding out. The inspectors were asked to mark a small red X on each rejected grenade. And then, after a few days, a case of hand grenades made by the Rockland Company was given microscopic examination.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, Mr. Daly.
What's new?
You mean, have we heard anything from your hand grenades yet? The answer's yes.
Fine.
Not so fine.
What do you mean?
How much do you know about specifications for hand grenades, Mr. Daly?
I've learned a lot in the last few days.
Well, it seems that each of these grenades is supposed to have 4 individual powder charges.
Otherwise, it won't go off correctly.
That's right. Now, here. Look at a cross-section drawing of this one grenade.
All right.
You see?
Yes. That's only got 1 charge.
If a soldier tried to use that grenade to save his life, well...
No.
We found 22 like this one, Mr. Daly.
How many were examined altogether?
136. Now, here.
54 with only 2 charges. 37 with only 3 charges.
And out of the whole lot, exactly 25 that met with specifications.
Wow.
That's not all.
Not all?
No. To be really efficient, the powder charges have to be compressed into the grenade under a pressure of from 5,000 to 6,000 pounds.
That means using a machine press.
Yes. Some of these were made with a hand press. You know something?
What?
The powder in every one of these grenades made with a hand press is full of dirt and shavings. Almost as if...
The powder had been swept up from the floor.
Yes.
Bill, let me see one of those grenades.
Here. What are you looking for?
A little red X.
Oh, you won't find any on those, Mr. Daly.
What?
The faulty ones made with a machine press, they all have the red X on them. The others, the ones with the dirty powder and made with a hand press, they don't have any mark on them at all.
A special agent of the FBI can get into a war plant by showing his credentials. Entrance, however, is not assurance that he'll be able to see what he's looking for. That he'll be able to see how faulty grenades are packed and shipped out anyway. How other faulty grenades can be made with hand presses and dirty powder. And can be packed and shipped without ever being inspected, without ever being seen. The special agent who visited the Rockland Powder Company had no trouble getting in. He showed his credentials, he waited a few minutes, and then a young man appeared.
Mr. Daly?
Yes?
I'm Fred Rockland.
Oh, how do you do?
Hiya. My father's waiting inside for you.
Oh, that's fine.
Just a few steps down this hall.
What's that?
Oh, just testing the burglar alarm, I guess.
Oh.
This way.
Thanks.
Oh, Dad.
Yes?
He'll take care of you, Mr. Rockland.
Thanks.
So long.
So long. Hello, Mr. Rockland.
How do you do, sir? You're from the FBI?
That's right.
Well, glad to be of any help I can to a representative of our government.
That's nice of you.
Anything in particular that you want to see, Mr. Daly?
No. No, I don't believe so.
Just want a general look around, huh?
Yes.
Well, this building you're in now is just one of the places where we assemble the grenades.
How many buildings do you have in all, Mr. Rockland?
We have 5. Do you want to go through all of them?
If it's not too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. Glad to do it.
It's nice of you.
I just wondered if there was anything particular you were looking for.
No. No, nothing.
I realize you boys have to be a little close-mouthed about your business.
Just a routine look around, Mr. Rockland.
I see. Well, if you...
Are those people over there government inspectors?
Yes. That's a pretty routine job in our plant, I am glad to say. This way, Mr. Daly.
5 buildings made up the Rockland Powder Company. The owner himself took the special agent of the FBI on a tour of all 5. The agent could neither see nor hear nor find anything to indicate that Andrew Rockland was deliberately trying to perpetrate a war fraud against the government of the United States. On the surface, everything was in order. Everything was up to standard. Except that every time the agent approached a new building, an alarm bell rang.
I suppose this is the last building?
Yes. You've seen them all now.
Well, I must say it seems to be a fine place.
Thank you. We think it is. We're all pretty proud of our little contribution to the war.
I'm sure you are. Tell me something. If 1 or 2 of the grenades happen to be faulty, what happens to them?
Oh, they're set aside and remade.
I see. I noticed that you have special boxes set aside for the rejects.
Naturally. We don't want them to get mixed up with the others.
Naturally. I was just...
We can get out this way.
Thanks.
After you, sir.
Thank you. And very nice of you to show me around, Mr. Rockland.
Oh, not at all. I'm always glad to be of service to my government or any... What's the matter?
Didn't you say you had 5 buildings?
Yes.
Well, isn't that small one over there...
Oh, that one isn't used.
I see.
That's where I originally started my plant. But it's too old to be good for anything now.
You suppose I could see it?
Certainly. Some other time.
Oh, as long as I'm here now,
I'm
might
afraid
as well...
not, Mr. Daly. I do have a business to run, you know. I can't spare any more time.
Well, perhaps someone else could take me around.
I don't think so. We all work very hard here. There's...
Go through it myself?
No. No, I think you'd have a little difficulty in doing that. Good day, sir.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on war frauds. We'll return to this case in just a moment. At the end of tonight's broadcast, let's suppose that you open your evening paper and turn to the stock market quotations. The name Equitable is fresh in your mind, so you decide to find out what the Equitable stock is selling for. You look under the E's, but the name Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is not there. Why? Well, it's not there for a very good reason. There is no such thing as equitable stock. You can't buy it because it doesn't exist. This society is owned entirely by its policyholders, not by stockholders. And therefore, in the very truest sense of the word, the Equitable is a society in which all the funds are put to work for the benefit of all the members. Furthermore, the dollars entrusted to the society are employed in ways that benefit the entire nation. They're invested in war bonds and American industry. They promote the business of farming, and they encourage home ownership. By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Andrew Rockland, war profiteer.
Agents of the FBI don't force their way into private property. Neither into a house, nor into a building, nor even into a war plant where they are fairly certain criminals are working, and working overtime. In the Rockland case, special agents attempted to get into the plant by working there as employees. The plant, however, suddenly announced that even though it was speeding up production, it was not hiring any more workers. That was also an announcement that Andrew Rockland was on guard. The FBI had no actual proof, no conclusive evidence that Rockland and his 4 sons were deliberately defrauding the government. They needed proof, and they knew it must be within that plant. They knew that somehow they had to get into that single unused building. But how?
Daly? Yes?
I'm Harvey Berkeley.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Well, the boys over at the American Legion said you wanted to see me tonight.
Yes, have a chair.
Thanks. Always glad to sit after all the walking I do. And
Mr. Berkeley, I wanted to see you because, frankly, we need your help.
You need my help? The FBI needs my help?
Yes.
What'll I tell my wife?
We'd rather you didn't say anything to anybody.
Oh, sure. But why me?
We want to get into the Rockland powder plant.
Oh.
We need an employee to help us. Someone who's patriotic and can be trusted to keep quiet. We checked with the Legion and got your name.
Did you check on me?
We're satisfied.
Well, name it, and if I can do it, no questions asked.
Thanks. You're the safety engineer at the plant.
That's my title.
Just what do you do?
Oh, pretty much what I think has to be done to keep the plant safe.
You can get into all parts of it at any time.
Sure.
Can you get me in?
Without anyone knowing who you are?
Yes.
Sure.
What about the guards at the gate?
Well, if you wear old working clothes, I can take you in with me.
How?
Well, I'm allowed to take on an extra man if I think I need one for special precautions.
Mr. Berkeley.
Yeah?
Would too much snow on the roofs of the plant buildings be considered a reason for special precautions?
Why, sure. If it gets too heavy, there might be damage. Why?
I was thinking. You might say you needed me to help shovel snow from the roofs. There's a lot of it now.
Well, I could figure out an easier way. Less work for you.
I'd rather do it that way. I'd like to shovel snow off the roof of that unused old building.
Oh.
You see, I want to get into that building. And I think the roof's probably the best way.
At 11:30 the next morning, Harvey Berkeley and a rather dirty-looking helper climbed a ladder to the snow-covered roof of the old unused building on the grounds of the Rockland Powder Company. The guards saw them, watched them shovel snow for a few minutes, and then forgot about them. At noon, Harvey Berkeley and his helper quit for lunch and left the roof of the building. Not by ladder, however, but by a trapdoor that took them inside.
Sure is dirty in here.
Yeah, this is just an old loft, Mr. Daly. Hasn't been used for years, as far as I know.
No. Nothing around but cobwebs. What's downstairs?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Let's take a look.
I don't know how we're going to get down there. The door's all boarded up.
Oh, I don't want to get down there.
What?
I just want to be able to see down there. Got your hammer?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks.
What are you going to do? Pry up those boards?
Yes, they'll loosen up.
I don't know what you're up to, Mr. Daly, but you sure seem to pick the hard way of doing it.
Oh, no, this is an easy way. There.
Get a good view of the place, all right.
What are all those crates?
Oh, I don't know, but the Rocklands have sort of used this as a general junk storehouse ever since the new buildings were put up. You see that machinery right below us?
Yes.
Well, they're the old hand presses they used to use in the beginning. They're no good now, so they just store them here.
I don't think they're just stored.
What do you mean?
Take a good look around this loft. Then look down there.
Okay.
See any difference?
Well, it looks cleaner down there.
A lot cleaner. No cobwebs, no dust, no boards over the door. That's not a storehouse down there, Berkeley. That's a little factory.
But who uses it?
I don't know, but I'm going to wait here till I find out.
Well, what happens when you do?
Wait and see.
For almost 10 hours, Special Agent Daly sat quietly and alone in the dusty loft of the unused building. For almost 10 hours, he waited. For almost 10 hours, he crouched by the loosened floorboards, waiting for someone to enter the room below. Waiting to see if his suspicions were right. Waiting for proof that men worked in that room below to defraud the government of the United...
Berkeley? Is that you, Berkeley? Sure is dark in here.
Hurt yourself?
Nah.
Anybody see you come up?
No, but I had to wait till the guards got out of the way. Here.
What's this?
Some sandwiches.
Oh, thanks. You pick up that box for me?
Yeah. What's in it?
Who's down there?
Wait till they turn on the...
It's old man Rockland.
Those his sons?
Yeah. What have they got in that big box?
Haven't you ever seen it before?
It looks... Say, that's the box they use for powder sweepings from the floor. What the devil are
Look.
They're making grenades with that lousy powder in the old hand presses. Why those...
Do you know what's in the other crate they're bringing in now?
Look like grenades from here. But what for?
Those are the rejected grenades, Berkeley. Let me have that box you picked up for me.
Here.
Thank you.
What are they going to do with rejected grenades? Hey, is that a camera you got?
Yes. 16-millimeter movie camera.
You're not going to take...
Yes, I'm going to photograph Mr. Rockland and his 4 sons at work cheating the government.
You've got plenty to take pictures of down there.
I'm glad the hand presses are right underneath, with Mr. Andrew Rockland working them and giving me a nut.
What's the matter?
Rockland's looking right up here.
Probably heard the camera. Turn it off.
No. He probably isn't sure what the sound is. If I turn it off, he'll know it's coming from up here. We've got to leave it on and take a chance.
Sounds so loud. He's calling one of his sons over. Mr. Daly, if they...
Shh. Too late now.
Mr. Daly, they're...
Gosh. I'm back on the hand presses again.
I thought for sure he spotted us.
The son probably told the old man he was hearing things.
That's a break.
It sure is. Now we're really in business.
Say, these are pretty darn fine pictures, Daly.
Thanks. There's a shot coming up. There. 2 of the patriotic Rockland family packing rejected hand grenades for shipment.
Look at the old man telling him to work faster.
Oh, he cracks a whip over them.
How long do they keep it up?
Till 3 in the morning. My film ran out before then.
Well, it doesn't matter. You've got enough proof here for any jury.
That's all.
That's plenty. Those Rocklands are a fine bunch of loyal citizens, aren't they?
What gets me is that a few men like that can hurt the reputations of other patriotic businessmen.
Yeah.
Just as one strike gives all labor a black eye. And they've both been doing an A1 job in this war. Well, I'll leave the film with you.
Where are you going?
Wind up the case. I've got orders to pick up Mr. Andrew Rockland personally.
Like many criminals, Andrew Rockland posed as an ardent patriot. And part of that bogus patriotism was not driving a car to work even though he could afford one. In the evenings, Andrew Rockland drove a car to parties and to the movies. But during the day, when he was a loyal, hard-working businessman, he took the interurban train from his house to his factory and from his factory to his house. At 5:35 one afternoon, Andrew Rockland stood on the interurban railway station platform, waiting, as usual, for the train that would take him home after his day's work had ended, and before his night's work began.
Dad. Freddie, I thought I told you to stay.
I found you.
What's the matter?
Oh, I was afraid you'd
For
left.
heaven's sake. What's got into you?
Dad, they're after us.
Who?
The FBI.
What?
They're at the plant now.
Oh, nonsense. They can't get in if I let
They
them.
don't want to get in. I'm trying to tell you, Dad, they don't have to get in.
Freddie, will you make some sense?
They've got warrants for all of us. They've arrested Pete and Tom and Joe.
Calm down.
I ducked out the back. And they're looking for you, too.
Well, let them find me.
Dad, don't you understand?
Yes, I understand. But so what? There isn't anything they can prove. Not one single solitary thing. And until they get in the old building...
They've been in the old building.
What do you mean?
Last night, one of them was up in the loft watching us while we worked.
Oh, let him try to prove it.
But he wasn't alone.
I don't care how many witnesses...
Dad, will you listen? He had a camera with him. A movie camera. They've got pictures of us working.
Freddie.
It's true. I heard them telling Pete.
A camera?
Yeah, a movie camera. Dad, what are we going to do?
A camera?
Where can we go? They've got us dead to rights. Dad, where are you running? Dad!
In every war, there are two battlefields. One where guns are fired, one where guns are made. We have been victorious on this second battlefront. Industry and labor have been winning the battle in our factories and in our plants. There have been a few men, a few greedy men, a few criminal men who have tried to defraud the government in order to make enormous profits. These men have been caught by the FBI. And if there are any others, they too will be caught by the FBI. Because none of them can run a factory single-handed. They need to have people working for them and with them. People who know that working in a factory today is fighting a war. People who are fighting the war not because they want to make money, but because they want to win a new world for themselves and all those who will come after them.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. Since VE Day, the members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, along with their fellow citizens, have been filled with conflicting emotions. We're tempted to rejoice because complete success has at last crowned our military efforts in Europe. But our deep satisfaction in this victory is tempered when we remember the gold stars in the windows of so many American homes. When we remember the boys who still face death in the far Pacific. We honor the fighting men whose courage and steadfastness have made possible one of the greatest military achievements in American history. But our hearts go out to the parents of those American boys who will not return to the homes they died to defend. So we believe that this is a time for prayer. It's a time to stay on the job, to resolve that we will not relax our efforts until final victory in the Pacific is ours. To that ardently desired end, the Equitable Society, speaking for its management, its employees, and its 3,200,000 members, pledges its unswerving and untiring support. Next week, a crime against society, grand larceny. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's case, Andrew Rockland was played by Jack McBride. The music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, for this is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against our war effort. Draft dodging.
It's not news when a man is drafted. And notice rarely appears in the nation's newspapers unless that man is a celebrity. It is news, though, when a man is caught trying to evade the draft. And so notice does appear in the papers. That's why it may seem that we have had many draft dodges in this war. Actually, we haven't. Actually, the number has been very small, particularly when compared to the last war, when 7 out of every 1,000 men were delinquent. When whole areas like Times Square in New York were roped off and slacker raids were common. In this war, instead of 7, only 1 out of each 1,000 eligibles has been delinquent. The FBI has vigorously sought to get men in the Army instead of jail. Those who have tried to make a racket out of the draft have tried many schemes. Some of their victims, like teenage kids just out of high school earning their first real paychecks in war plants, and reluctant, in a rather human way, to give up those checks and go to war, have been misled by a vicious type of criminal.
Hey, Rick!
Hmm? Oh, hi, Chubb.
Hey, did you eat lunch yet?
Yeah, I went across the diner.
Oh.
Where'd they get you working?
I'm over in assembly.
Oh? You get the same dough?
Yeah. But not as much overtime. It don't make any difference now, though.
Hmm?
I got that paper this morning.
Oh, what paper's that?
Greetings from Uncle.
Oh.
Yeah. Says I should report for my physical next Monday. That's when you go, ain't it?
Yeah.
You should have seen my mother. I think I was 2 years old or something, the way she acted. I tried to tell her I ain't the first guy who was ever drafted.
Ah, it stinks.
Huh?
Well, it ain't fair, Chubb. We got good jobs here. We're making real dough. Why don't they give us a break?
Well, the Army needs young guys, Rick.
Yeah, sure.
Look, I don't like the idea either.
Well, then why don't we do something about it?
What do you mean, not report or something?
No.
Then what else?
Well, I ran into a guy last night.
Yeah?
I used to play ball with him over in the park.
Mm-hmm.
He took his physical last month and they flunked him.
What was the matter with him?
Nothing.
I don't get it.
He beat the whole thing on account of some pills he took.
What kind of pills?
I don't know. He bought them off a guy. It made him look like he had a bad heart or something.
Really got away with it, huh?
Yeah, sure. He showed me his card, 4F.
Gee.
I found out from him where to find the guy who sells them pills. Hangs out in a bowling alley over on 10th Street.
Well, you could get in trouble on a thing like that.
This fella didn't.
How much are the pills?
I don't know. I was figuring maybe I'd go over that bowling alley tonight and find out. You want to come?
Well, gee, I don't know.
Well, think it over, Chubb. I'll meet you outside the gate at 5 o'clock.
Would you like to bowl a string, boys?
No, thanks.
Shoot a rack of pool, maybe?
Oh, no, we'd rather talk to you someplace, Mr. Butler.
Well, let's sit on these benches at the back.
Okay, come on, Tim. Yeah, all right.
You work out at the beer plant, huh?
Yeah.
Must be knocking off plenty of overtime.
We do okay.
Oh, here, sit down.
Oh, thanks.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I already told you this pal of mine said I should come to see you. It's about them pills.
Oh?
We're both taking our physicals next Monday.
And you just as soon not pass them, is that it?
Yes.
I guess maybe we can do some business. Did he tell you the price?
No.
It's $100 a box.
Hey.
100? For each of us?
That's right.
That's a lot of dough, mister.
Look, I didn't hustle your business. That's what I charge. Take it or leave it.
Gee.
Now, don't tell me you can't afford it. You're both making a good week's pay.
Yeah, but that's...
You want to beat the draft or don't you?
Well, yeah.
Sure.
And get it up, boys. I guarantee results.
Oh, we don't have that kind of money with us.
When can you get it?
Tomorrow, I guess. How about you, Chubb?
Yeah, tomorrow's okay.
Swell, you can meet me right here.
Well, how many of the pills you take?
There's 3 in each box. You take them 6 hours apart the night before your physical.
Do they hurt you?
Hurt you?
Oh.
How?
Do they make you sick or anything?
No, you just get a little dizzy. They'll fool any doctor you go up against.
Well, look, I gotta be getting home, Chubb.
Okay.
You'll be here tomorrow, boys?
Yeah, we'll be here right after work.
Look, I hope we don't get in a jam on this thing, Mr. Butler.
This thing has worked for dozens of guys. There ain't nothing wrong in it. Keeping kids like you out of the Army, keeping you from being killed.
Now, that's being patriotic.
Criminals never know when to quit. Never know that a racket can last just so long. In this case, the existence of the racket was exposed when the two boys collapsed during their physical examination and became so violently ill that they had to be taken to a hospital. It was obvious to the Army doctors that both boys had taken the same kind of pill. Obvious that both were trying to evade the draft. Obvious that this was a case for the FBI. And so, as soon as the boys had recovered sufficiently, a special agent questioned them at the hospital.
How do you feel, boys?
Not so good.
You, son?
Awful.
Are you well enough to answer a few questions?
About what happened?
Yes. I'd like all the details on where you got those pills.
You tell him, Chubb.
Okay. Well, we got them off a guy who hung around a bowling alley over in 10th Street.
Where on 10th Street?
Right near the corner of Maple Avenue. I don't know the address.
I think it's number 720 10th Street.
I see. Who was this man?
His name was Ralph Butler.
How did you contact him?
A pal of mine told me about him. He said we should go there and see him.
Did he charge you for the pills?
Yes, sir.
How much?
$100.
A piece?
Yes, sir.
Well.
They came 3 in a box, and we took one every 6 hours the night before the physical.
That was some job, too, sir. I had to set the alarm twice during the night.
Well, you're both very lucky. I just read the laboratory report, and the ingredients in those pills might have killed you.
Gee.
We going to be okay, mister?
Yes, doctors believe you'll recover completely.
Boy, hope so.
Now, can you describe this man, Butler?
Yeah, he's about your size. Tall, I mean.
He was lots fatter, Chum.
Yeah. He was baldy-headed, wore kind of flashy clothes.
How old would you say he was?
Oh, he was real old. Must have been about 40.
Tell about that address he gave us.
What was that?
Well, the second day we went to see him, the day he gave us the pills, he wanted to know did we have any friends he could do business with.
Yes.
Well, he told us he wasn't going to be around the bowling alley anymore. But anyone who wanted the pills could write to him about him.
Where?
Care of General Delivery.
I see.
Mister.
Yes?
I guess we're going to get put in jail on account of this, huh?
Well, you've broken the law.
Well, can't you leave Chubb out of this? He didn't want any part of it. This was all my idea.
Son, I'm afraid you're both involved.
We're real suckers.
How do you feel about going in the Army now?
Mister, we'd love it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll talk to the U.S. Attorney. I won't promise you what the decision will be, but you might have another chance.
This was not the first time that such a case had cropped up for the FBI. Not even the first time it had cropped up in this particular city. A watch was set up at the bowling alley, but the man did not return. However, special agents had another lead, a real lead. They had a description of the man responsible, and they had a way to reach him. That way was through the post office. The agents waited and watched there every day and every night, waited for someone to pick up a letter. A letter addressed to Mr. Ralph Butler in care of General Delivery. Early in the afternoon of the fourth day, someone did pick up a letter for Ralph Butler. Not a rather stout, bald-headed man, but a sallow, sandy-haired boy. 2 agents followed him carefully to a building in the business district, watched him go into an office on the 3rd floor, and then stopped him in the hall as he came out.
Excuse me, son.
Uh-huh?
You just delivered the letter to that officer?
Yes, sir.
Who accepted it?
Nobody.
You mean there's no one in there?
That's right. I put it on the desk and left.
Who asked you to deliver the letter?
Some man I met on the street.
Huh?
He said I should pick up a letter addressed to Mr. Ralph Butler at the general delivery window in the post office.
Yes.
He asked me to bring it here to this doctor's office, and he gave me a quarter.
Well, this man who asked you to do the errand, was he about my height, son, rather stout, bald-headed?
Yeah, that's him.
Thanks, son.
Okay, sir.
Come on, Terry. Let's take a look at this office.
Right.
This must be the doctor that Butler told his other customers about.
The one who made the pills.
Yes. Dr. Woodbury's Health Club. Let's go in, Perry.
Right. It's not exactly an elaborate layout.
No. Well, this is apparently the anteroom. Let's see what's in the next office.
Look at those charts on the wall. Typical quack equipment.
Yes. Go ahead, Perry.
Thanks. Well, at least there's a desk in here.
But no doctor.
What do we do now?
Just wait. Someone should turn up for that letter. I have a hunch it won't.
Wait.
Oh, who are you?
We're waiting for Dr. Woodbury.
Oh, is the doctor out?
Yes.
Well, I guess I'd better wait, too, then.
You work here?
No.
You a patient?
No, I've come here about my son.
I see.
Is the doctor treating you, ma'am?
Yes. That is, I think he is.
What do you mean?
Well, how much do you know about Dr. Woodbury?
Very little.
Are you patients of his?
No.
Do you intend to be?
Well...
I certainly wouldn't advise it.
Oh, why not?
Well, there's something funny about his business.
How's that?
My son came to see the doctor here, and he gave him some pills. He told my boy that they'd keep him out of the army.
Was he about to be drafted?
Yes.
Did he take the pills?
Oh, no, I wouldn't let him.
You were very wise.
I came here today to find out what that doctor was up to.
Have you ever seen him?
No.
Did your son describe him?
No, but I guess he could.
I think we could have the doctor investigated for you, Mrs.
Scott. Are you from the police?
We can notify them for you, Mrs. Scott. Now, would you just write down your address?
Oh, surely.
Here's pencil.
Thanks.
Someone will call around and have a talk with your son.
Oh, this won't get him in trouble.
No. Well, that is if he doesn't take those pills.
Well, I'll certainly take care of that right now. I'll go home this very minute, and thanks, both of you.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott.
What do we do now?
The doctor must have just stepped out for a moment, so we just wait.
That you, Cora?
Yes.
I thought you were going to stay in the office this afternoon.
I had company.
Who?
Two very inquisitive gentlemen. They had to be from the law.
What do they want?
They were looking for Dr. Woodbury.
How do you know?
They told me.
What is this?
I went down the hall for a minute, and when I came back, they were waiting in my office.
Didn't they tumble?
No.
Why not?
I told them I was just a visitor myself. I said I'd come to see the doctor about my son.
Did they buy it?
Of course. They're probably still waiting for the doctor.
Well, that's that.
What do you mean?
Looks like we got to find a new touch.
Why?
I ain't putting my neck out. By the time this time they've got a full description of me, the racket, and how it operates. They must have tailed that kid who picked up the letter.
Yes.
It ain't going to take them too long to find out that you're Dr. Woodbury.
But that doesn't put us out of business. All we do is change names and locations.
Now, wait a minute, honey.
Now, look. They stopped calling older men in the draft. They're concentrating on youngsters. That makes it just perfect for us.
We can't peddle them pills anymore. The FBI will take care of that.
I can make other things besides pills. Now, let's pack, honey. We'll find a new location, new suckers, and start all over again.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on draft dodgers. We'll return to this case in just a moment. In ancient Rome, when Julius Caesar spoke of his allies, the word he used was socii, spelled S-O-C-I-I. In our language, socii survives in the word society. So when you get down to its roots, society means a group of allies. Well, you couldn't find a better description of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. This society is a group of allies. Every member of the Equitable Society has 3,200,000 allies. They're his fellow members who have pooled their dollars to protect each other. They have united, freely and voluntarily, to build greater financial security for themselves and their families.
The money that they entrust to their society is always usefully employed. Equitable society funds help farmers raise food, help families build their own homes, help keep the wheels of business turning. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on draft dodgers.
The element of surprise is as important to FBI agents working on a case as it is to generals fighting a war. Complete victory may not be won by surprise, but the enemy is invariably weakened seriously. The mythical Dr. Woodbury was not trapped by the unexpected appearance of FBI agents in her office, but she was forced to move fast, forced to run, forced to leave conclusive proof of her medical work. After obtaining a search warrant, the special agents found that proof in a cabinet in the office. Found it in the form of dozens of white boxes carefully inscribed, "Take one pill every 6 hours." They took the boxes to the FBI laboratory.
You busy, Morgan?
No. Come on in, Perry.
I've just gotten a report from the laboratory on that batch of pills we found in Dr. Woodbury's office.
Same story?
Yes, more or less. They found that the ingredients varied in each pill. It's a good thing some of them didn't get into circulation.
Bad as that?
A couple were powerful enough to kill a horse.
Nice business.
Yes. Did you get anything more on Dr. Woodbury?
Just completed a check.
What's the story?
That office was rented 2 months ago. The real estate agent said the lease was signed by a woman.
Who was she?
Dr. Woodbury.
What?
That's who she claimed to be. I've checked with the medical association. They have no record of it. Oh, excuse me. Morgan speaking. Yes. Yes, wait a minute. Let me check that address again. Perry, would you hand me that paper there?
Yes, surely. Hang on.
Thanks. It's Mrs. Scott, 217 Fairview Avenue. Is that check? I see. Thanks. Goodbye. That Scott woman, the one we met in the doctor's office, gave us a fictitious address.
Well...
Wait a minute.
What are you looking for?
One of the pill boxes we found in the doctor's office. Oh, here we are. Terry, take a look at her handwriting.
Yes.
Now compare it with this handwriting on the box. Take one pill every 6 hours.
I'd say they match.
And I'd say we were fooled, completely fooled.
Yes.
Just to be sure, let's get a comparison on this from the laboratory.
It was simple for the laboratory to confirm what the agents had suspected. Mrs. Scott had written the directions on the boxes of pills. Mrs. Scott was Dr. Woodbury. But Mrs. Scott had disappeared, and although a description was sent out, there was no trace of her for 2 days. And then at 3:30 on a bright sunny afternoon, a trace of Mrs. Scott's work appeared. In a nearby city, a small coupe was driving along a street. An empty street, a street clean of traffic, of people except one policeman. A street a car should have no trouble driving down. A street with high stone buildings on either side.
Are you all right there? Are you all right? Are you okay, mister?
My eyes. My eyes.
Did you get glass in them?
No. Let me get out, will you?
Wait a minute. You should have some broken bones, White.
I don't think I have. I seem to be able to move everything all right.
Well, then, let me give you a hand here.
Thank you.
Here you are. Take it easy now. Easy does it. There we are. That's it. You sure you're okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
I watched you coming across that viaduct. When you got to this end, you started driving in circles.
I know.
Have you been drinking, mister?
No.
And what happened? No one cut you off. In fact, there was no traffic coming at you at all.
I know.
Well, did something go wrong with the car?
No, sir. It was just my eyes.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me have a look at them. They're all red and inflamed.
They hurt so I can barely see.
Look.
Are you sure you haven't been drinking?
Of course not. I've been taking a physical at the pre-induction center all day.
At the police station, something was found on the man who had been in that accident. Something that made the local police contact the FBI. That something was a small box containing a bottle of homemade eye drops.
The laboratory analyzed the ingredients in the bottle.
What's the story?
Well, it looks like something a kid might put together with a homemade chemistry set. Quite a mixture.
Could it simulate an inflammation of the eyes?
According to the report, the man stands a good chance of being permanently blinded.
I see.
That box the bottle of eye drops came in.
Yes?
Something had been blocked out on the cover.
I noticed that.
The laboratory worked it up and found some handwriting underneath.
What did it say?
Wait, I have a report on it here someplace. Oh, yes. Here it is. Read it.
Take one pill every 6 hours.
Now the FBI knew Mrs. Scott was working again and had simply changed her product and shifted her operations to another city. But where was she? They knew she and her partner, Ralph Butler, had only been in the city 2 days. Knew they couldn't have had time to get either an apartment or an office. Knew that they must be staying in a hotel. So the agents began checking the hotels, went to one after another with a description of Mrs. Scott and Ralph Butler. Went carefully down the list until at last they found a small, shabby apartment hotel which had recently rented a room to a couple answering the description. But the FBI didn't count on the description alone. They compared the woman's signature on the hotel ledger with the handwriting of the woman they were looking for. Then they were sure. Then they knew. They had found Mrs. Scott.
Ralph. Ralph! You going to sleep all day?
Well, look, I've done my work.
You were out for exactly 3 hours this morning.
Sure, but I set up some real good contacts.
Like what?
I made a connection with a guy who owns a candy store right across the street from the local high school.
Well?
He's a real larceny bum. He's going to handle our business.
For the kids in the school?
Yeah.
So that makes you an executive now, is that it?
Well, he can talk to them punks better than I can.
That's only one contact. There's still work for you to do.
Look, if I hustle around, we'll wind up in the same jam we got in before.
Not if you watch your step. Now, come on. Get up.
Okay.
I want you to run out the store for me.
What for?
I need some more powder.
I thought you sent the bellhop out for that.
I asked him to go an hour ago, and he said he'd get it when he had time. That could take all day.
What are you making now?
Oh, I'm just fooling around with something.
What is it?
I'm trying to put together something that'll work on a man's nervous system.
Let's see.
You remember that quack I used to work for out in Cleveland?
Yeah?
Well, he had some stuff that'd make a man shake all over like he had St. Vitus dance or something. Trying to remember how he did it.
Look, why don't you just stay with the stuff for the eyes?
You gotta keep switching them around. That's what keeps us out in front.
Who's that?
Probably that bellhop.
Oh, good. Save me a trip.
Let him in, will you?
Okay. Yes?
Here's them powders.
Oh, thanks.
Just a minute, Mr. Butler. We want to talk to you.
Who are you? We're special agents of the FBI.
Cora!
I heard them.
Is this your son, Mrs. Scott?
No.
You know why we're here.
Yes.
Want to pay for the powder, lady?
No. We won't be needing it.
In times like these, there is little difference between a spy and a criminal who aids draft dodgers. Because both are fighting this war not for us, but for the enemy. To the FBI, there is no difference between a spy and a criminal who aids draft dodgers, because both are violating the laws of our government. Both are a threat to the nation, and both must be caught. The spy case may be more sensational, may get more space in the newspapers, But the FBI devotes as much time, as much resource, as much energy to a lesser case if necessary. Because every federal case is a case against the people of this entire country. And the FBI is a protector of the people.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. Will you join the Equitable Society in a salute? A salute to the turning wheels, to the giant driver wheels of the 43,000 locomotives on the railroads of America. To these railroads, all of us owe a debt of gratitude. By meeting every wartime demand, by transporting 4 times as many passengers and more than twice as much freight as in 1939, the railroads have helped prove once again that American ingenuity, American organizing ability, and the American system of free enterprise are equal to any emergency. For many years, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have been working on the railroads. Equitable Society dollars helped finance some of the early transcontinental lines. Today, $368 million of Equitable Society funds are helping America's railroads to do the magnificent job of transporting men and munitions of war to the right place at the right time. Millions of other Equitable Society dollars go into other war industries and into war bonds. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against the community. Bank robbery. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, for this is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To Your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the community, bank robbery.
A man walks into a bank, holds up a teller, and walks out a few minutes later with thousands of dollars. How was he finally caught? How was he traced? What is the clue to his identity? The answer seems easy. The teller could describe him, that's true, but until 1934, there were about 600 bank robberies every year, most of them successful. Last year, there were 37, most of them unsuccessful. What brought about the change? The explanation that in 1934 Congress gave the FBI jurisdiction over certain banks is not enough. The main clue to work on is still the same, the robber's description. The real explanation lies in the FBI itself, in its organization, in its coverage, in its methods of following up a description, of tracing bank robbers, of hunting down, for example, the two men who began plotting a bank robbery in a small rooming house in a Midwestern city a few months ago.
Hi, Artie.
Oh, hi, Phil. What time is it? 2 o'clock?
Was I sleeping that long?
Yep.
Who are you riding with?
Nora.
Oh.
Fella ride hit Cincinnati around the 20th.
Uh-huh.
That'll be the blow-off for us then, kid.
Really gonna marry her, huh?
Yep.
Then what?
Then I lay off for a couple of years.
That's for squares.
So I want it.
Where you gonna take her?
Got a spot all picked out, kid. Up in Minnesota. Nothing to do all day but fish and hunt.
Yeah. The cigarettes.
On the table.
She know about you and larceny?
Nope. And she ain't gonna.
What's in this box?
Look out for that.
Huh?
Handle it real easy. It's loaded with dynamite.
Real dynamite?
Yep. I've been working on it all morning.
What for?
It's Betsy.
What?
She's gonna go with us on the bank job tomorrow.
I don't get it. You figuring on blowing the joint up?
Nope. She just makes the job easier.
Look, Artie.
Let me give you the setup. We take Betsy into the bank with us.
Uh-huh.
I hand one of the tellers a note.
Yeah?
The note says if he don't hand over all his cash, Betsy will go off in his kisses.
And you go with it?
No. He ain't that brave. He hands over the cash.
Look, what's the matter with using a gun?
That's for kids. This makes it a nice, quiet, clean operation.
Oh, wait a minute. I ain't gonna...
Phil, that's how we're gonna do it, see?
Artie.
Yeah?
Special accounts window is free now.
Uh-huh.
We can still do it the other way.
Just stand by, kid. This'll be a cinch. Help you, mister? No, thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Are you making a withdrawal?
Yeah.
Well, may I have your passbook, please?
I don't think you'll need it.
I beg your pardon?
Just read this note.
What?
Read it.
If this is some sort of a joke...
It's no joke, mister. Don't try any funny stuff.
I wasn't going to.
Betsy here wouldn't like it. She could go off real easy. Well?
How much do you want?
Everything you've got.
Singles, too?
Everything. Use that money bag there.
Yes, sir.
Hurry up.
That thing won't go off by itself, will it?
It might. Just keep on moving.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget them 20s.
I was just putting them in. There, that's all the currency. Do you want the silver, too?
Nope. Just give me the bag.
Yes, sir.
Remember what the note said about not giving any alarm.
I know.
You better let me have that note.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks. So long, chum.
What is the next step in the holdup of a bank? What do the criminals do next? In this case, they stopped a taxi, drove to the downtown section of the city, and rushed into a busy, crowded department store. That took 15 minutes. Long enough for the bank to notify the local police and the FBI. Long enough for the teller to give a description of the robber. Long enough for both robbers to have disappeared before the FBI and the police could throw a cordon around the department store. 15 minutes and the trail was cold except for a description of the man. But for the agents of the FBI, that was a beginning. That was a lead. That was a clue which would lead to other clues sooner or later.
Busy, Jim?
No. Come in, Ray.
Thanks.
Any further developments?
No. No trace of either one of them.
Well, they probably went in one door of that department store, not another.
Yes.
Did you get a description of that second man?
Not a very good one. The teller gave us a detailed picture of the first one, though.
The one with the dynamite.
Yes.
Was it given to the police?
Yes, they're sending out a general alarm.
Good. Fowler speaking? Oh, yes, Sergeant. Yes. Yes, go ahead. Want to take this down, Ray?
Sure.
Black Chevrolet sedan. 4-door? 2-door.
Got it.
1940 model. Illinois license plate Y235.
Y235.
Stolen from employee's parking lot. Where? Behind the Federal Building. Thanks, Sergeant. We'll put that on the teletype right away. That might be the getaway car, Ray.
The Federal Building is in the same block as that department store.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like we've got work to do.
Now there are two descriptions. The description of a man and the description of a car. Now there is more to work on. Now the trail picks up again. But what of the bank robbers? If they have planned this crime well, they know that the stolen car will be reported, will be watched for, will lead to their capture. What do? They keep off the main highways, keep clear of the state roads, keep driving swiftly along lonely, unused back roads.
Artie. Yeah? Do me a favor, huh? What? Get rid of that box, will you? Betsy? Yeah. What for? Well, you done what you wanted with it. I know. I just feel better having her around. What's the matter? I don't know. Oh, great. Take it easy. No dice, huh? No gas. Look at the needle. Empty. Ah, now don't get excited, Phil. This is no problem. One car goes dead on you, so you pick up another one. Where? What's wrong with that one up ahead there? Just coming around the bend. Hey. Come on, hop out quick. What do we do? Flag him down. I mean, how do we grab the car? Just tell him we want it, that's all. Look, you're not going to use that Betsy routine. Why not? Takes too long. I got a better idea. Well, put that gun away, will you? Give him a wave. I'll go get Betsy. All right, flag him down, will you? Okay.
What's the matter?
Our car ain't running.
Oh.
Looks like we got to borrow yours.
Huh?
Pile out, mister.
Oh, no.
I told you to wait till I got Betsy. We got the car, didn't we?
When the FBI works on a case, it does not work alone. It has the cooperation of the local police in the city, and the surrounding counties, and the whole state if necessary. It was a local policeman who found the wounded man and telephoned in his report. Immediately, the special agents checked the engine number of the abandoned car, checked on the man who was shot, found that he had a car, and broadcast a description of it. It wasn't long before that broadcast got results.
Fowler speaking.
Hello, Jim.
Ray?
Yes. We've traced our men across the line into Missouri.
Are you sure?
Positive. They held up a farm family in Monticello, took some food from them, and stole their car.
How about the car belonging to the man who was shot?
They abandoned that. The sheriff who reported it checked the motor number.
I see.
How badly was that man wounded?
I think he'll pull through.
I hope so.
Ray?
Yes?
What's the dope on this latest car they took?
1938 Ford. We've got all details on it. An alarm has been sent out.
Good.
Another small lead.
Hmm?
This farm family heard the two men quarreling. They talked of splitting up.
In that case, one of them would leave the car.
Yes.
Well, let's send their descriptions to every bus depot, airfield, and railway terminal in, let's see, Missouri, Iowa, and Illinois. That ought to cover it.
The more stops a criminal makes in his flight, the more perfect is the description he leaves behind him. When the bank robbers held up the Missouri farmer, they indirectly presented the FBI with a portrait of themselves. Now the special agents knew what both men looked like, and that knowledge was broadcast throughout the whole region. That's why when a short, dark man of 35 with several moles on the right side of his face boarded an eastbound bus at Fairchild, Iowa. The local police who received the report from the station notified the FBI. The agents immediately checked the schedules, found where the bus would stop next, found when it would stop, and found that they could get there ahead of time.
This is a 5-minute stop. 5 minutes only.
They're starting to get off, Jim.
Yeah. The bus is pretty crowded.
We want to do this as quietly as possible.
I know.
Jim.
I see him. Come on. Just a minute, sir. We'd like to talk to you, please.
What for? Just step over here.
What is this? We're special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You might be able to help us.
Well, I will if I can. We're looking for 2 men who held up a bank on Saturday. Later that day, the same 2 men shot a farmer over in Easton County. They stole his car.
So?
The farmer they shot is still in the hospital. Would you mind letting him look you over?
Don't bother. He'd know me. Never mind the frisk. I'm clean.
How about money?
From the job?
Yes.
I got my cut. What's your name? Bardo, Phil Bardo. Where's your partner? I don't know. We split up the other side of Fairchild. What was his name? Told me it was Artie Clinton. Where was he headed? He was going to see a dame in Cincinnati. Where in Cincinnati? I don't know.
What about that dynamite gadget?
You mean Betsy?
Betsy?
That's what he called it.
Oh.
He kept that with him, which was okay with me.
Well, Jim, at least we can tell Washington headquarters that one of them is in custody.
Yes. But Arthur Clinton and Betsy are still at large. That means this case is still pure dynamite.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Arthur Clinton, bank robber. We'll return to this case in just a moment. Tonight, we'd like to introduce 2 widely separated members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States to each other and to you. Mr. Litton, we'd like you to know Helen McGrath. And Helen, we want you to meet Mr. Henry C. Litton, president of the Hub, Henry C. Litton and Company of Chicago, Illinois. Having attained the remarkable age of 98 years, Mr. Litton ranks as a senior member of the Equitable Society. Helen is one of our youngest and newest members. Yesterday, she was 4 months old. Mr. Litton, when you became an Equitable member in the year 1861, the Society was facing its first great crisis, the financial difficulties brought on by the Civil War. Since then, the Equitable Society has continued to grow and expand through 3 more wars and 7 major depressions. And so, Mr. Litton, after your 73 years' experience with the Equitable Society, we think you could tell little Helen McGrath that her father showed excellent judgment in making her a member of this society. You can assure her also that as long as she lives, the funds of her society will be put to work in many different ways that will benefit her and her family. Equitable dollars are invested in the farms that help feed her, and in industries which provide jobs for her father and millions of other fathers. By serving its members, old and new, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on Arthur Clinton, bank robber.
Almost every criminal has a great sense of loyalty and equality. His loyalty is to himself, and his belief in equality is a belief that if he's caught, his partner should be caught. Philip Bartow told the special agents of the FBI everything he could about his partner. Told them his name was Arthur Clinton, told them he was going to Cincinnati, and told them that he was going there to marry a girl. That was a clue, but Cincinnati is hardly a small town. And like every town these days, the majority of its population is women. Still, it was a clue. A clue to be followed while other agents investigated Arthur Clinton. A clue that later on turned out to be accurate. For Arthur Clinton was in Cincinnati, had married a girl there and was living with her in a quiet hotel.
Me, honey. Howdy.
Oh,
Hello, baby.
hello, darling.
How you coming with your packing?
I'm afraid I haven't made much progress.
I brought the car on, honey. Downstairs.
Oh, I'll hurry then. Aunt Mary phoned.
Yeah?
She kept me talking for almost half an hour.
What you want?
Oh, you know. Why was I going away? Why didn't we have a church wedding?
What'd you tell her?
I said we were married by a justice of the peace because that was the way we wanted it.
Atta girl. Can I get those dresses out for you?
Oh, thanks. She wanted to know all about you.
Yeah? You tell her?
Well, just about 10 minutes worth. I said you were wonderful, that I was very happy.
Suppose she wanted to know where we were going on our honeymoon?
Of course. I just said we didn't know. We were going to get in the car and travel.
Get some dresses, honey.
Oh, put them on the bed, will you, dear?
Okay.
You can close that bag there.
Sure.
No, Aunt Mary really is very sweet, but she still thinks that I'm about 12 years old. She doesn't want us to go away at all.
Why not?
Oh, on account of my painting, mostly. She thinks I should stay here in Cincinnati and study.
Did you tell her you were going to take your paints along with you?
Yes. I said I'd get more work done that way than ever.
There. Now then. Anything else I can do?
No. No, I think I'm just about ready, dear.
Okay, honey.
Oh, well, would you put these shoes in your bag?
Yeah, sure.
You know, I didn't realize how much...
Oh, look out, honey.
Huh?
Don't touch that little box. Just put the shoes on the other side, huh?
Oh, all right. What's in it?
The box?
Yes.
Nothing really. It's just kind of a good luck thing I carry around.
Oh. Well, I'm all packed.
The description of a criminal can sometimes lead to his capture. But the chances are better if that description can be checked against something else. The FBI had something else, the fingerprints that Arthur Clinton had left on the abandoned cars. The prints checked were those of a man who had been arrested 4 years back in Jackson, Mississippi. The name was different, but the description was the same. The trail was easier to follow now. It was smoother, and it led straight to Cincinnati. To a marriage bureau, to the family of the girl Clinton had married. But after that, once again, the trail stopped dead.
Well, let's see what we have here now, Ray.
Well, there's the description of Clinton.
Yes?
Description of the girl.
Yes.
Also some data on the second-hand car he bought in Cincinnati.
This girl knows nothing about Clinton's background.
Not a thing. Her family was quite shocked when they heard about him.
Too bad.
He had told them that he had his own business out west. But a relative had died and left him money. That's how they could afford this long honeymoon.
Has the family had any word from them?
One postcard. Mailed from Chicago. I have it here.
No indication where they were going.
No. They appear to be heading west, though.
This car must have Ohio license plates.
They went out on the teletype. But Clinton's probably changed them by now.
Yes.
One possible lead is the girl's interest in painting.
Oh?
She studied art for a number of years. In fact, she sold 1 or 2 watercolors to some local dealers.
I see.
Her family said she brought her equipment, paints, canvases, along with her.
That could be a very good lead, Ray. By the way, did you see this?
A wanted notice on Clinton.
Yes. Mr. Hoover ordered that for national distribution.
In cities, in towns, in villages, wanted notices for Arthur Clinton appeared, and local police were on the lookout. But the FBI did not stop there. At the same time, special agents went to every art material store in the region and left photographs. 2 photographs, one of Clinton and one of his wife. Then there was nothing to do but wait. Wait for what had to happen sooner or later. Wait for what finally happened in Duluth, Minnesota.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I wanted to look at some brushes, please.
Sure. There's a whole trayful right here.
Oh, thank you.
That's a new shipment. Just came in.
Yes, I see.
I can't say that they're too good.
Do you sell paintings?
Well, that's
not my regular line, you know.
Well, I have some watercolors here. I did them myself.
Let's have
I
a look
don't
at
know.
them.
Well, surely. Let's see now. There's just the two of them. Landscapes.
Mm-hmm.
My husband and I have a camp up in the lake country, and these are local sketches.
Mm-hmm. Well, not bad.
Well, I've sold several canvases back home in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati?
Mm-hmm. Would you be interested in them? I don't care about the money. It's just the selling of them. That's very satisfying.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't you leave them here, and I could handle them for you on a commission basis.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Where do you live?
Well, we're buried up in the woods right now. I'll just drop in here from time to time, see if you've had any luck with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take these 3 brushes.
That'll be $3.
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. Can I wrap them up?
No, thank you. I'll just put them in my bag. I should be in again by the 1st of the month.
Mm-hmm. Hope I sell them for you.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Cincinnati. Hey, miss! Miss! Oh.
Operator, get me FBI headquarters.
And you positively identify this photograph, Mr. Weymouth?
Yes, that's the girl, all right. Oh, what a fool I was.
Her signature is on both these landscapes, Jim.
I let her walk right out of here.
Did she say she'd return?
Yes, she said she'd drop in.
I don't think we can wait for that.
Gentlemen, I wish that there was some way...
Mr. Weymouth.
Yes?
These landscapes. Where did she say she'd painted them?
Why, right up near their camp.
Are you familiar with the country around here?
Of course, I know every inch of it. That's what makes me so mad. If she'd told me where that camp was...
I think she has.
Huh?
If these scenes are near her camp, you should be able to recognize them, right?
Say, I never thought of that.
Do they look familiar to you, Mr. Weymouth?
Let me look at them again.
Surely. Here.
Say, I believe I do know this spot.
Yes?
She's changed it around some, but that's Hibbins Lake.
Where's that?
It's about 40 miles north of here.
Could you take us there?
Be glad to. When?
Right now.
Well, this is the day, honey. This is the day I nail that pike.
Say, he's really got you going,
Oh, look,
hasn't he?
baby. If you spend as much time as I have watching that guy flirt all around the hook.
But, darling, aren't there other pikes?
Sure there are. But this one is Big Casino.
Well, I wish you luck.
You want to come out in the boat with me?
No.
Huh?
I want to finish that watercolor of the hills.
How's it coming?
Oh, I've changed it about 4 times.
You'll be running out of paint.
Practically.
I'll leave the car here, sweetheart. We can walk down to the lake.
All right.
I'll get your stuff out of the back.
Thanks. Oh, what a lovely day.
All right, Clinton. Huh? Just keep your hands where we can see them.
Arthur.
Don't be alarmed, miss.
Who are you?
Special agents of the FBI.
FBI?
Nora, hand me that box.
Of course.
Wait. Would that be Betsy?
Yeah. Never mind, honey.
The trail of a bank robber begins with a description, continues on with a stolen car, leaps across state lines, and ends finally with capture and arrest. Along that trail are clues, good and bad, big and small, right and wrong. The agents of the FBI follow them all. That thoroughness is a great factor in its success. But there is another, a vitally important factor that must never be forgotten. It's in every region, every area, every section of this country. Local policeman, sheriff, and deputy in the entire nation. That cooperation is invaluable. And it extends beyond to the cooperation of every loyal citizen of this country. That is a formidable opposition. That's a defense to stand up against any criminal. That's a protection which could only be found in a country where the people not only make the law, but are the law.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. Will you join the Equitable Society in a salute? A salute to the man on the tractor and to all men who plow the good American earth. Yes, a heartfelt salute to the farmers of these United States. In spite of manpower losses, our hard-working farmers have managed to increase this country's food production by more than 1/3. Authorities in England and Russia say that the war might easily have been lost without this extra food raised by America. Today, as it has for many years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is lending the farmer a helping hand. Equitable funds make it possible for thousands of farmers to own their own homes and land and realize that typical American ambition summed up in the words, I want to run my own business. In addition to helping to raise the food that fights for freedom, Equitable funds are heavily invested in other industries which make and transport the weapons of war. Still, other Equitable dollars are invested in war bonds. For in wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against the nation. Espionage. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Artie Clinton was played by Mandel Kramer. The music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against our nation. Espionage.
(1939). That year, the continent of Europe already echoed the cries of people under aggression. On the continent of Asia, far beyond our western shores, was Japan. A dedicated nation, a dedicated people, dedicated to war upon the United States. But we did not know this yet. Within our western gates were more Japs, thousands of them. Were they dedicated to being good American citizens, or were there among them some dedicated to our destruction? Here was a vital task for the FBI. The safety and security of America might depend on what they found out. A Sunday afternoon in 1939, two FBI agents from the San Francisco office stood on a pier at the San Francisco waterfront watching a Japanese cruiser warp into the dock.
How big would you figure that crowd, Jim?
Oh, I'd say, at least 1,000.
Pretty excited for Japs, aren't they?
Well, this is a big day for them, Larry.
Isn't often they get a chance to pay their respects to a big shot from Japan.
I know.
Larry, is this Prince Suji a member of the royal family?
Yes.
They sure are giving him the Sunday bows, all right.
Funny how they conform to that caste system of theirs. That first line that shook hands with the prince were all top bracket boys.
I know, I've checked them off. Japanese Consul General, head of the Jap Association, leaders of the prefectural groups. Second line was a middle bracket bunch, bankers, nip businessmen.
All they got from the good prince was a nod.
Well, that's more than the small fry are getting now. There's housewives and farmers.
They bow, and the prince doesn't even acknowledge their presence. Hey. Look at that bull-necked little man in the chauffeur's uniform.
What about it?
You notice something? He's not cringing or bowing. He's standing in line with his head up and shoulders back like a soldier.
Oh, yes.
Hey, did you see that?
Yes.
The prince bowed to him.
I know.
I don't like that, Jim. They don't play it that way in their league. Princes don't go around bowing to chauffeurs.
Unless our chauffeur is a big shot back in Japan.
Yes. That's something you and I better check on.
One Jap bowing to another Jap. A pair of striped pants and cutaway coat bowing to a chauffeur's uniform. The two FBI agents, troubled by what they saw, investigated and learned the chauffeur's name and background. Then they took their information to the agent in charge of the San Francisco office of the FBI.
That's the story, Mr. Walker.
A prince bowing to a chauffeur. That is unusual.
Yes.
Did you follow this man?
Yes, sir. He lives at the Osaka Hotel.
His name?
Yasu Kajioka.
Did you learn anything about his work?
Yes, he drives a big Cadillac. He owns it. He runs some sort of escort service with headquarters at the hotel.
Anything else on him?
We found out that he's been a very active worker for many of the local Japanese associations.
Well, I think we should do a thorough check on Mr. Kajioka's activities.
Won't be too easy. We could use some help.
From whom?
Someone of his own race. A Japanese who is loyal to us.
Well, we might try the university. They have quite a few Japanese-American students there.
That's a good idea.
Suppose I arrange with the Dean of Studies out there for you to have a talk with him.
Fine.
I'll get him on the phone right now.
The two FBI agents spent almost an entire day with the Dean of Studies at the university. They pored over the personal records of many Japanese-American students and finally narrowed down their choice to one man, a student by the name of Tom Tanaka. His record showed he lived in the same neighborhood as the Jap chauffeur.
Gentlemen, have you reached a decision?
Yes, sir. This man, Tom Tanaka, looks good to us.
Well, I think you've made an excellent choice.
He lives in the same neighborhood as the man we want watched. If he measures up in other ways, that's a definite plus.
I understand.
You realize, sir, how important it is to us that we be able to trust this boy implicitly?
Yes, I do.
We've got to know if he's loyal, if he's a real American at heart, if he thinks and acts like an American.
There are thousands of men and women who live here on the West Coast, Mr. Schuyler, who look Japanese and are the sons and daughters of Japanese. But I know them as true Americans. They're as loyal as any of us whose ancestors were German, English, French, Irish, or whatever. I say that this boy is an American just as you or I.
Good. Can we meet him at once?
Tom, I imagine your dean has told you that we're special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, sir. He has.
We've selected you, son, from the list of the entire enrollment of Japanese Americans here at the university.
As a student?
No. No, as an American.
Well, what about it? I am an American.
We believe you are, in every sense of the word.
Has somebody been talking about me?
No.
Then what's this all about, sir?
Tom, we want you to help us.
How?
In a very important, perhaps very dangerous way.
You want me to work with the FBI?
Yes.
Do you know a man called Kajioka? Yasu Kajioka?
Oh, yes, we're neighbors. I helped him compose letters in English. Several times.
Good. Would he remember you?
I think so. He said once that he might give me a job doing secretarial work in my spare time. Why do you ask me about Kajioka?
We need a loyal Japanese-American like yourself to help us investigate this man. We want to know if he is connected with any un-American activities.
What do you want me to do?
Help us to get information. Tom, all we want are facts.
I see.
You said that you know Kajioka. That he offered you a job once. We want you to go to him. Take the job.
We're giving you the opportunity to do this as an American, Tom.
Well, what would I say to Kajioka? How would I ask for the job?
You'd tell him that you're in need of money to finish your studies. If he hired you, you'd undertake at once to impress him with your love of Japan and the Japanese.
We don't want you to put your life in danger. You'd be cautious, never inquisitive.
What do you say, son?
I'll do it.
No. What do you want, young man?
I want to talk to you, Mr. Kajioka.
What about, please?
A job.
Why?
To earn some money.
Why do you come to me, lowly chauffeur, if you need money?
You told me someday you might give me a job.
Oh, yes. Why you want to earn money?
To keep up my studies.
You got father, mother.
I don't want to ask them.
So, but you ask lowly chauffeur. Why?
Everyone says good things of Kajioka.
Oh, good. You hear perhaps I visit cruiser.
They say Kajioka was greatly honored.
Oh, so, they say correctly. Please, you sit down.
Thank you.
Now, how you think?
What do you mean?
It could be important for me to know.
I think Japanese.
Oh, so. And what are those thoughts, please?
I love my people. I love Japan.
So, I think maybe you lie.
Why should I? Who can read my thoughts?
Oh, very, very good. Yes.
Will you give me a job?
Yes. You work for me now. Come every day. I'll try to read your thoughts. Very good. Very good. Yes.
Once the all-important inside contact had been made, many FBI agents took up the trail. They learned that Kajioka always drove Japs who were easily identified as high-ranking naval officers on vacation. They learned that he was the head of a secret Jap organization on the West Coast, the Hamushikai, boasting over 10,000 members, all eligible for military service in Japan. The society masked itself as a charitable one. Charity in the sense that thousands and thousands of dollars were drafted from the members and sent back to Japan. Why? The answer came quickly and dramatically. One night on a street corner, young Tom Tanaka reported to the special agents of the FBI.
Tom.
Yes, sir.
Here we are. I haven't much time, sir. I've got to get back.
What have you got, son?
Something big is cooking. There's a great meeting called in the basement of the Japanese high school for tonight. Kajioka will make an appeal to get more funds to send back to Japan.
I see.
Also, they are to show preparedness movies sent over from Japan.
Are you supposed to attend this meeting?
Yes. Kajioka will expect it.
Tom.
Yes, sir.
We need a list of the members in that organization. Practically everything depends on our getting it. Do you think you could go to the meeting, get the list, and get away alive?
Yes. The pictures may go on about 8 o'clock. I'll try and sneak out and meet you here then.
Good boy.
Good luck. We'll be waiting.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Kajioka, enemy alien. We will reopen this file in just a moment. Yesterday, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, received an interesting letter. It was from a member of the Equitable Society, and it read, Mr. Parkinson, Just how many businesses is the Equitable Society in, anyway? Our radio program talks about millions of equitable dollars invested in war bonds, and more millions in key war industries like shipyards and railroads, in oil, steel, and aluminum. Friends tell me how the Equitable Society helps keep kids in school and helps people own their own homes and farms. It all sounds mighty complex to me. Yes, investing the premium dollars of 3,200,000 members of the Equitable Society is of necessity a very complicated operation. For safety's sake, those equitable funds have to be spread out widely, must go into thousands of different enterprises. And yet all this is done to make it easy and simple for Equitable Society members to attain greater security for themselves and their loved ones. And so you see, by employing its funds in all kinds of activities that are useful to the nation as a whole, the Equitable Society is able to offer sounder and safer protection to its members than any one member could achieve by his own unaided efforts. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on Kajioka, Enemy Alien.
$1939. In that year, there wasn't even a slight buzzing in our ears to warn us that enemy planes were warming up for an attack. There was nothing in the word protocol to make us think of anything but where the wife of some ambassador might have to sit at some state dinner. Yet 2 men of the FBI, standing on a dock at San Francisco, had seen in a bit of Jap protocol enough to make their blood run cold. Enough to make them, on their own initiative as Americans, set up a series of patient, exhaustive, dangerous investigations which inched down 1939 through 1940 and brought them on the evening of February 3rd, 1941, to stand tense in a darkened hallway near a high school in the Jap section of San Francisco.
Watch it, Jim. Don't let that streetlight hit you.
I've counted about 2,000 have gone into that meeting so far.
Still coming. Kajioka sure must have passed the word along. What time is it?
Almost 7:45.
Looks like the meeting is getting started.
Somebody coming along. See that shadow?
Pull back here.
It's Tom.
Tom, here.
Oh.
Hello. We've got a wonderful break. Kajioka forgot to bring the records. He wants me to go to his house and get them and bring them to the meeting.
What part of the meeting is on now?
They're going to run off the movie.
How long will that take?
Until about 9:15.
Good. I'll go with you. Get the records. Bring them to the FBI office. We'll have them photographed and back in your hands by 9 o'clock.
Can you do it that soon?
We got to. Jim.
Yes?
You stay here. Call the office. Tell them what we have to do. Ask for the entire staff to stand by.
Right.
I'll drive Tom over.
It's going to be tight going.
I know. But this is the first break we've gotten, and it may be the only one. Let's go.
While the movies whipped the Japanese audience up with blatant pictures of Japan's armed might, while distinguished visitors sat rigidly straight in the front rows, their cropped heads marking them high officers of the Emperor's Army and Navy, while almost 3,000 sons of Nippon shared a new sense of oneness, of dedication to Emperor and country, an alerted FBI office, brilliant with lights, crowded with 100% staff, worked feverishly to photograph the secret documents and make the deadline.
I don't think we can wait any longer, Mr. Logan. It's 8:54.
I know.
I've got to be back to the hall before the lights are turned up.
We'll make it.
1 minute to deadline. How are you counting?
2 more sheets. The others are finished.
Come on, men. Hurry it up.
Please, you've got to give me the originals. I can't wait. The movie ends at 9:15.
Let's start correlating pages in the original. You know how they go, Tom?
Yes, sir.
I'll grab them as fast as they're finished.
Number 2 is finished. Come on. Snap up on number 3 machine.
Please, hurry.
Hold an elevator.
Right.
Here you are. This is the final. Thanks. We'll put them together in the car.
It's 8:55.
Let's go. We'll just make it.
Mr. Kajioka.
Where have you been? It took you a long time to get papers.
I stood in the back of the hall. See the pictures. I thrilled with the people.
Give me the records.
Here you are, sir.
Good. I have news. We have received orders to change names of all branch chapters of our organization, and we must at once seem to stop our activity.
Why?
Why? Because soon glorious Japan will win honor or downfall, and we are ordered to prepare for duty as soldiers behind the guns.
The FBI had everything it needed now on Brother Kajioka. His position as head of the secret society. His activities as chauffeur deluxe for visiting Japanese officers. His role as collector extraordinary of funds for the Japanese war machine. His devious role as espionage agent. Everything the FBI needed except the right to go out and arrest him. Under our way of government, we do not go about arresting citizens of friendly nations. The FBI could watch and wait. And to add insult to injury, while it fretted over its watching and waiting, one of the FBI agents had reason to phone in to the agent in charge of the San Francisco Bureau.
Yes?
This is Logan.
Yes, Larry.
Jim and I have been following Kajioka.
Yes?
We followed him from the Osaka Hotel. He drove straight to Sutter Street.
Yeah?
Parked his car, proceeded on foot to 111 Sutter Street.
Why, well, that's our building here.
I know.
Well, where did Kajioka go?
He's in your foyer, waiting to see you.
He's what? Oh, thanks, Larry. Bye. Yes?
Mr. Kajioka to see you, sir.
Send Mr. Kajioka right in.
Mr. Walker?
Yes. What can I do for you?
I am Kajioka.
Sit down, Kajioka. Now, what do you want to see me about?
I come to FBI because I am honorable man.
I see.
I wish to offer my services to the United States.
Why?
I hate Japanese.
Oh? Tell me about it.
I was born in Japan. One time in Japan, they arrested my father. He was a good man, harmed nobody. They say he was disloyal, but they have no proof, and it is a lie.
What happened to him?
I never see him again. They murder my father.
And so you hate Japanese?
Yes, very much. I would be good agent for FBI.
What makes you think so?
Japanese government try to get me to work against United States. You know how it is. You have information on certain secret Japanese organizations here. No?
A little.
Oh, that is too bad. With me, you get to know much. I know all Japanese tricks. I make valuable agents.
Perhaps you would, Mr. Kajioka.
You think about it. And remember, I want to work for United States. Great country. I work for FBI and kill many Japs.
Well, we're not interested in killing Japs nor anyone else.
Sometime it will be necessary. Then you tell Kajioka what to do, where to go. And he goes.
Well, thank you very much for your offer, Mr. Kajioka. We'll take it under consideration and we'll let you know in due time.
Thank you. So much.
Not at all. It will be a pleasure.
Mr. Kajioka might have smelled a rat. That is, if a rat can smell himself. But his surprising offer was politely refused. And his intensified wanderings by day and night were as equally matched by the more intensified watching by the many electricians and workmen, laundrymen, truck drivers, cabmen, innocent motorists, who sent in their reports under the names of special agents of the FBI. Still, all they could do was watch. Watch and follow the little man who was dedicated, like his country, to the destruction of America. Then came December 7th, 1941. On that fateful day, the entire staff of the FBI was gathered in tense silence in each of the Bureau's offices. In San Francisco, even the local law enforcement officers were present, waiting.
Everyone here?
Everyone, sir.
Larry, you and Jim can stand by and watch the teletype.
Right, sir.
The names are coming in from Washington. Names and addresses of enemy aliens to be picked up when the word comes through.
We'll take them.
I know a name you two will want to watch for.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Getting into the K's now.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes, sir. Right. That's the word. Get going.
K is in Kajioka. K is in Kajioka. Come on, teletype.
There it is. Capital K for Kajioka, the little rat. We got him now. Come on.
Otto, now you see who I am. Major Kajioka. Yes. How do I look in my uniform top?
Very well, sir.
Yes. No more lowly chauffeur. Glorious Japan has struck. American fleet. No more. Pearl Harbor. No more. All gone. Soon planes come. Then transport.
Yes.
I have 2 revolvers. See? Oiled and loaded. I give you one. Soon our soldiers march in the streets. And you and I will go out and kill every dirty American we see. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. You watch at the window. Tell me when you see planes. Tell me when you see glorious soldiers of our brave army. I will pour drink for ceremonial toast.
Yes, sir. I'll keep watch.
Soon I will be colonel, then general. Wait until you see how they will reward me for what I've done. I will be big man.
Yes, of course.
I hear planes. Do you see them yet?
Not yet.
Listen, our soldiers are coming. I drink to glorious Japan. They are here. Coming. Banzai!
Come on, Kajioka. Uncle Sam wants to see you about a place called Pearl Harbor.
Kajioka was rounded up with thousands of his kind. Rounded up with the aid of a loyal Japanese American. Like the rest, Kajioka wondered how the FBI had known of his work. Does he remember that little incident back in 1939 when a pair of striped pants and a cutaway coat bowed to a chauffeur's uniform on the hard deck of a Japanese cruiser? Probably not. He wouldn't understand the things that make Americans tick. The American willingness of those who serve our country in the ranks of the FBI. No, Kajioka probably will never understand until it's too late. And how will he ever know that it was too late that day back in 1939?
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. On the beaches of Normandy, our boys were seeing the latest movies 24 hours after landing. And not long ago on a Pacific island, 2 Japanese snipers were captured when they tried to join a GI audience to see an American film. Yes, movies follow the flag because Uncle Sam knows that they're first-rate morale builders for battle-weary men. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to the motion picture industry? A salute to the daring cameramen who risked their lives in every American attack. To the technical men who developed special equipment to photograph Tokyo from 45,000 feet in the air. To the actors, musicians, and directors who made tens of thousands of valuable training films for our armed forces. And to the 16,000 theater managers who have sold millions of war bonds in every drive. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be proud to learn that their premium dollars have helped finance this great industry, which has proved such a vital asset to the nation at war. For years, the Equitable Society has invested in the motion picture industry, as well as in other essential American industries and American agriculture. Yes, in wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
As an enemy alien, Yasu Kajioka was placed in an internment camp to remain there for the duration of the war with Japan.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, Kajioka was played by Ted Osborne. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Frank Wilson, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, for This is Your FBI. And now the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States brings you a message from the Office of War Information. It may seem slightly ridiculous these hot July days to be thinking of winter heating problems. But actually, it's the most sensible thing you can do. The fuel situation is still critical, so don't put off your heating problems and forget all about them. Check your heating equipment now. Order insulation for the walls, windows, and doors of your home. Talk with your fuel dealer and take his advice. Fill your coal bin or your oil tank right away before the fall rush begins.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Your FBI. 'This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the community, auto theft.
"5 years ago, the theft of a car in your neighborhood was a matter of passing interest. In a newspaper, it was reported on the back pages or not at all. But today, the automobile has graduated from the luxury class to one of vital necessity. An automobile in first-class condition is a high-priced commodity, and there are hundreds of buyers for every seller. Into this fertile field of buyers at any price has moved the racketeer. A racketeer who needs only a car, a stolen car, a forged bill of sale, and an unsuspecting buyer. Mobility is his chief asset, but it's also his chief liability. Because the act of driving a stolen car across a state line is a federal offense. And the FBI, in cooperation with local law enforcement agencies, has been relentless in this war against this type of criminal. Sometimes the first lead on a case of this type comes as the result of a routine check, beginning as this one did with a couple driving along a road south of Richmond. A distinguished-looking couple, a couple just married.
How can you even see, darling? That rain is coming down so hard.
We'll stop at the next town if it doesn't let up.
Tired?
No, I feel fine.
This was a wonderful idea.
What, dear?
This trip.
Not much of a honeymoon, having to mix business in along the way.
Oh, darling, I love it. This is the way I've always wanted to live. I used to go crazy being cooped up in the same place, seeing the same people.
That can be dull.
My mother was wonderful. She couldn't understand how I just met you and 3 weeks later wanted to marry you. She said I didn't know you, didn't know your background.
Well, mothers are like that.
I just told her I didn't care. Charles, look out, we're skidding.
Faye, are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, thank heaven.
How about you?
I'm okay.
Oh.
What's the matter, dear?
Look at the front of the car.
Oh. Yeah. Let's get out.
It's all smashed.
I know. Let me help you, dear.
Thanks. Where are you going?
Just getting the license plate.
License plate? Aren't you going to call a garage?
No, it's too much bother, dear.
Then what are you going to do?
Leave the car here.
What?
Now, don't worry, sweetheart. I'll get another one tomorrow.
A car is abandoned on a road 10 miles south of Richmond. The plates are missing, but motor numbers or identification badges easily checked. 2 days later, 300 miles south of Richmond, the police paid a call at the home of one John Taylor.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes?
I've got some good news for you, sir. We found your car.
My car?
Yes, it turned up in Richmond. The local police there contacted us. It was checked through the motor number. The license plate was gone.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid there's some mistake.
Well, your name's John Taylor, isn't it?
Yes.
You own a 1938 Ford sedan?
Well, that's right. But my car's in the garage.
What?
Yes, I just put it there not 5 minutes ago.
Are you sure?
Just take a look. There. See it sticking out?
Well, has it ever been stolen?
No, never.
What's your motor number?
Well, just a second now. Look at the registration.
I don't understand. How come your car turns up in Richmond when it's really here?
The motor number is 321264.
Well, that's the same number, all right.
Maybe you'd better tell somebody about this.
Yeah. Maybe it'd better be the FBI.
If there is an axiom in crime, it is that a mistake will be made sooner or later. The abandoned car, the car that was wrecked on the road south of Richmond, was examined by special agents of the FBI. Portions of the motor were removed and sent to the laboratories in Washington. After certain exhaustive tests were made, a report was forwarded to the FBI Richmond field office.
What's the story, Tom?
The motor numbers were altered. A pretty good job, too.
Could the laboratory work up the original numbers?
Yes. Wait a minute. Here we are. The car was from Toledo, Ohio. Was stolen out there.
I see.
Was then registered here in Virginia under a false name and with the aid of a fictitious bill of sale.
With the idea of reselling it here, I suppose.
Yes.
Sounds like a very professional job.
I know.
What about that couple who abandoned the car?
Well, we have a general description of them from the farmer who picked them up.
He dropped them off here in Richmond?
Yes. Excuse me. Rice speaking. Yes? Yes. Wait, let me write that down.
Pencil?
I have one, thanks. Go ahead. Right. Got it. Thanks. Goodbye. Now we're getting someplace.
Who was that?
Boone. He was checking a lead that farmer gave us. He said that he dropped the couple off at a cab stand.
Yes?
Boone contacted a driver who remembered picking up a man and woman answering to the description of our suspects.
Good.
He dropped them at a downtown hotel. I think we'd better get over there right now.
Go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take us to the 4th floor, please.
Yes.
This is the only couple who answers to the description you gave me.
Their name is Meade?
That's right. Mr. and Mrs. Charles Meade. They're very charming people.
How long have they lived here?
Oh, on and off for several weeks now.
What do you mean, on and off?
Well, they've taken several short trips, but they've kept their room.
Oh,
Go right ahead. The room is down here to the left.
Very well. Do you know anything about what business Mr. Meade is in?
Why, he's a salesman of some sort. I don't know his line.
You've talked with him?
Oh, yes, we've been quite friendly. I've dined with him several times. That's why I'm sure you must have the wrong party.
We'd like to talk with him anyway.
Here we are, 412. I'm not so sure that he's home.
Why?
Well, he borrowed my car this morning. His is being repaired.
He borrowed your car?
That's right.
Have you a passkey with you?
Yes.
I'd advise you to use it.
What for?
I have an idea that Mr. Meade is no longer a guest.
Well, goodness, Wait, I have a key right here. Excuse me.
Surely.
Heavens, you were right. Everything's been moved out. How did you know he'd be gone?
Because he borrowed your car. That happens to be his line of business.
Even though the human memory is inaccurate and no two people see the same object exactly alike, verbal descriptions of an individual may enable the laboratories of the FBI to create a sketch of a face that will be amazingly exact. This has been done successfully in many cases where no photograph is available in the records. A description of Charles Meade and his wife was teletyped to all law enforcement agencies in the neighboring states. But professional car thieves move swiftly. And even as the alarm was on the wires, the Meades were already established in another hotel in another city 200 miles west of Richmond.
Faye,
Yes, dear?
did you see my brown gloves?
They're right here on the dresser.
Oh, thanks. How do I look?
Oh, very handsome.
Well, I have to run over now and see a prospect.
Charles,
Yeah?
before you go, I'd like to talk to you about something.
Honey, I really have
This
to...
is very important. It's about you.
Well?
Darling, what do you really do?
What do you mean?
Your work.
Well, I told you I'm a salesman.
I know that's what you've told me. But I'd like you to explain a couple of things.
Like what?
Well, the things that happened back in Richmond.
I don't know what you're talking about, honey.
That car we wrecked. You're just leaving it there.
I attended to that later. I had it sent to a garage.
I don't believe you.
Oh, well, no.
You want me
Faye,
to tell you what I do believe? Do you?
All right.
That was a stolen car, wasn't it? That's how you make your living.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Look, darling, I couldn't tell you.
Why?
Because I love you. I knew if you ever found out the truth, that would be the end of us. That would be the end of... What are you laughing at?
You.
Huh?
Why did you think you could keep it from me, Charles? And why did you think it would matter?
Faye.
Come here.
Well?
I think it's wonderful.
What?
I love it. And I want to work right along with you.
The bride of Charles Meade proved a willing partner in her husband's business. Fay Meade had expansive ideas and put them immediately into operation. In rapid succession, from widely separated sections, came reports of stolen cars. Each theft had the same pattern, almost the same conditions. The FBI was reasonably sure that Meade and Company was behind each one. But the Meades were still at large 400 miles from the scene of the last theft, in another city, in another hotel room.
I'll get it, dear.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, hello there, Stanton. Come on in.
Thanks.
I don't believe you've met my wife.
No, how do you do, ma'am?
Hello, Mr. Stanton.
I wonder if we can go someplace and talk, Charlie.
What's wrong with right here?
Well, this is about our business.
My wife knows all about that.
Oh.
So what's on your mind?
Well, my reason for coming up here was to tell you that we're going to split up our partnership.
Why? What's wrong?
There's nothing wrong. I just think the time has come to quit.
You mean you'd rather hook up with someone else?
No, I just want to get out of the whole business. My garage is doing well. I'm making enough money legitimately. I don't want to spoil that.
Well...
Charles.
Yes, sir?
May I ask Mr. Stanton a few questions?
Well, sure, go ahead.
Mr. Stanton, you've made a lot of money with Charles, haven't you?
Oh, well, yes, but...
I believe he even set you up in this garage in the first place. He wanted a front to dispose of the cars.
That's right.
Then it's not going to make it very easy if you walk out on him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Meade.
That doesn't help.
Look, I never liked this business in the first place. I only did it because I needed money desperately.
I know, but after
Wait,
all,
Charles.
what about...
Mr. Stanton, I'd like to point out something to you. We have 8 cars stored away. 8 cars that my husband worked very hard to get. Now you're going to sell those cars for him just as you originally agreed.
I can do it.
Then you leave us only one choice.
What do you mean?
We'll have to spoil that respectable front you've been maintaining.
Now, just a minute.
I mean it, Mr. Stanton.
I believe you do.
Now, when do we send you the 8 cars?
To the FBI, the case of Charles Meade was open. And an open case means that the entire facilities of the FBI are working without pause, searching every possibility, every source where a clue may be. The motor vehicle records of the state of Virginia were exhaustively checked and rechecked. It was discovered that over 24 cars were fraudulently registered. Cars from over 24 states. Motor numbers changed, fictitious bills of sale issued. Most of them had been sold to innocent dealers. Dealers whose recollection of the seller reconfirmed the picture of Charles Meade. One sale, a sale of 8 cars to a garage in North Carolina, was a real clue. A real possibility for positive information. Agents of the FBI paid a visit to Mr. Stanton, the owner of that garage.
See, gentlemen, I'm just at a loss to understand any of this. I purchased those cars in good faith.
You had no idea that they were stolen, Mr. Stanton?
None whatsoever.
Who sold them to you?
Was various people.
People you knew?
No.
According to the registration records in Virginia, one man sold all of those cars to you, Mr. Stanton.
Well...
Suppose you give us the real facts.
Well, one man did sell them. But he told me he represented several owners.
Who was this man?
His name was... Let me see... Crawford. George Crawford.
How did you meet him?
He answered an ad I put in the papers. And then he came here to my garage.
Can you describe him?
Not too well.
Do you mind if we take a look around the garage here, Mr. Stanton?
What for?
Just a routine inspection.
Very well. Go ahead. I'll go out back to the office, get you those registrations.
Thanks.
What are you interested in, Tom?
That workbench over there. Come on. I noticed it on the way in. It had some very familiar equipment on it. Look it over.
Well, electric drills, buffing machine.
Not forgetting those sandpaper discs and that steel brush. Very handy equipment to alter motor numbers on stolen cars.
Yes. Do you think...
That came from the office.
Yes, come on.
Well, it looks like Mr. Meade just lost a partner.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Charles Meade, car thief. We will return to this case in just a moment. Let's suppose that all the members of the Equitable Society decided to live together in one community. The result would be a city almost as large as Chicago. For this society now has over 3,200,000 members. Actually, of course, these equitable members are widely distributed. Every state in the Union is largely represented. And by the same token, every section of the nation benefits by the investments of Equitable Society funds. The premium dollars sent in by Equitable members are used to promote industry and agriculture in all parts of the country. Equitable dollars help finance shipbuilders on the Pacific Coast, ranchers in Wyoming, oilmen in Texas, miners in Minnesota, coal producers in Pennsylvania, farmers and workers throughout the land. And so this great mutual organization is indeed well named the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. In both its membership and the distribution of its investments, it takes in the entire United States. And so you see, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on Charles Meade, car thief.
In the FBI headquarters in Washington, there is row upon row of file cabinets containing cases marked complete. An examination of any one of these will show that every thread, every rumor, every bit of information pertinent to that case, however minute, has been investigated to a conclusion. There are no loose ends, only complete and irrefutable proof. The suicide of the garage keeper enabled the FBI to uncover many additional facts regarding Charles Meade. Special agents conducted an intensive search in the dead man's garage. Records were combed over, correspondence checked. Finally, out of this painstaking work, there emerged a clue. A small clue, a letter that had been mailed to the garage man by Meade over a year before. A letter sent from Portland, Oregon. A letter with a return address. A teletype was sent to the Portland field office, and a special agent was sent to the address to investigate.
I bet this has something to do with my nephew, Charlie.
Charles Meade?
That's him. I was right, huh?
Do you know where he is?
Nope, I haven't seen him in over a year. He went east to Cleveland, but I know he isn't there anymore.
Why not?
Because I wrote him at the address he gave me. The letter was returned.
May I have that address anyway?
Sure, but I don't think it'll do you any good. Charlie moves fast and often.
Wanted notices on Charles Meade were sent out from the FBI headquarters in Washington for national distribution. Meanwhile, the one lead, the slender lead, the year-old address in Cleveland, was followed up by a special agent there.
No, Mr. Meade hasn't lived here in, let me see now, at least 8 months.
Did he leave any forwarding address?
No, he just packed his trunks and left.
Trunks?
Yeah, 2 of them.
How were they moved?
Well, I believe it was American Express.
Thank you very much.
A search of the Express Company records, a long, tedious search, was finally rewarded. The record showed that 2 trunks belonging to one Charles Meade were picked up at the Cleveland address and delivered to an apartment house in Louisville, Kentucky.
Charles Meade moved out about 2 months ago. I understand he went back east to get married.
Where in the east?
He didn't say.
Did he leave any trunks?
Yes, 2 of them.
Did he take them with him?
No, he had them sent to storage.
Here in Louisville?
Yes, to the Acme Storage Warehouse.
I hope there's something in these trunks after getting a search warrant and all. Let's examine this one first.
Right.
Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3 suits and a topcoat here.
We'll try the drawers. Well.
What is it?
A box of keys. Car keys.
That would be Mr. Meade, all right.
Here's some cans of automobile paint.
For retouching purposes.
Yes. What story did you get from the warehouse people?
They said he paid them 2 months in advance.
And no further word from him?
No, none at all.
That 2 months should be up.
It is. He owes the money now.
Well, we've got one good chance then.
That he'll get in touch with the warehouse?
Yes. And give us a chance to get in touch with him.
The special agents kept in constant touch with the warehouse. One day, 2 weeks after their first visit, a letter arrived. A letter containing a money order. A money order signed by Charles Meade. But Meade was still clever. Although the letter was postmarked St. Louis, Missouri, there was no return address. The money order, however, was issued at the Gardner Postal Station, which is located in the suburbs. Special agents went there at once.
That's his complete description.
I see.
Do you recall him at all?
I'm trying to think.
The money order was issued last Tuesday.
Well, that might be a help. Tuesday. Well, that was a pretty slow day.
Did any strangers come in here at all?
Yes. Yes, I remember now. The fellow came in here around noontime.
Yes?
He was... Well, say, he looked just like the fellow you described.
Are you sure?
Of course. I remember him real well now. He told me he was just driving through.
Did he say where he was heading?
No. Oh, now wait, though. He did ask one question.
What was that?
He wanted to know about a good tourist camp.
Yes?
I recommended Brockton's place. That's about 6 miles further out.
Brockton's place. Let's go, Tom.
Charles. Charles.
Yeah?
Are you going to sleep all day, darling?
No, I'm getting up. What time is it?
Almost noon.
Oh, I'm dead.
You got a good night's sleep.
Honey, a dozen nights' sleep would just about get me even.
Come on now, get up. We have to start packing.
Yeah, I know. That's just about all we do in life. I'm getting awful sick.
Now, let's not go into that again.
But, Faye, look, we got enough money now, enough money to settle down in one spot and enjoy ourselves for a while.
No.
Well, honey...
Listen, Charles, I've told you. I spent all my life being settled in one spot. I never want to do it again.
Oh, we can't keep living like this. Bad hotels, tourists,
I
camps.
like them. I love going from place to place, and that's what I intend to do. With or without you, darling.
What do you mean?
If you want that settling down business, you do it without me.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I mean it.
Okay, honey. You win.
Who's that?
How do I know? Wait. Yeah?
How are you, Mr. Meade?
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Charles.
Stay where you are.
Well, it looks like you're going to get your way, darling. We're settling down.
Abnormal conditions brought on by the war have opened lucrative fields for the criminal. Lucrative temporarily because the criminal has to risk a battle of wits and a battle of endurance with the FBI. And that is a battle he cannot win. Last year alone, over $5 million worth of stolen cars were recovered, and over 2,000 car thieves were convicted. The FBI is and will be relentless in the apprehension of anyone threatening the security or rights of the people of the United States. It is your organization. It is part of the government, and the government is you.
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. Will you join the Equitable Society in a salute? A salute to the men who weld the plates and hammer home the rivets. To the men and women whose strong right arms have built ships and more ships far faster than Nazi U-boats and Jap suicide planes could sink them. Since war was declared, America's shipyards have added 100,000 vessels to the Navy. And for the Navy and Merchant Marine together have launched $40 billion worth of shipping. And all this in addition to countless repair jobs on all types of vessels from battleships and flat tops to submarines and minesweepers. That's proof if any proof was needed, that the way we do things in America is more than a match for any other way or any other system, bar none. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States are proud to know that their premium dollars have backed up the shipbuilders, that Equitable Society funds are invested in this, America's second largest war industry, as well as in scores of other great manufacturing enterprises now concentrating on war production. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars, and at all times, they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
After being indicted by a federal grand jury at Columbus, Ohio, Charles Meade and his wife pleaded guilty to violating the National Motor Vehicle Theft Act. They were each given sentences totaling 20 years in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against our nation. Espionage.
(1939). That year, the continent of Europe already echoed the cries of people under aggression. On the continent of Asia, far beyond our western shores, was Japan. A dedicated nation, a dedicated people, dedicated to war upon the United States. But we did not know this yet. Within our western gates were more Japs, thousands of them. Were they dedicated to being good American citizens, or were there among them some dedicated to our destruction? Here was a vital task for the FBI. The safety and security of America might depend on what they found out. A Sunday afternoon in 1939, two FBI agents from the San Francisco office stood on a pier at the San Francisco waterfront watching a Japanese cruiser warp into the dock.
How big would you figure that crowd, Jim?
Oh, I'd say, at least 1,000.
Pretty excited for Japs, aren't they?
Well, this is a big day for them, Larry. It isn't often they get a chance to pay their respects to a big shot from Japan.
I know.
Larry, is this Prince Suji a member of the royal family?
Yes.
They sure are giving him the Sunday bows, all right.
Funny how they conform to that caste system of theirs. That first line that shook hands with the prince were all top bracket boys.
I know, I've checked them off. Japanese Consul General, head of the Jap Association, leaders of the prefectural groups, Second line was a middle bracket bunch. Bankers. Nip businessmen.
All they got from the good prince was a nod.
Well, that's more than the small fry are getting now. Those housewives and farmers.
They bow, and the prince doesn't even acknowledge their presence. Say. Look at that bull-necked little man in the chauffeur's uniform.
What about?
You notice something? He's not cringing or bowing. He's standing in line with his head up and shoulders back like a soldier.
Oh, yes.
Hey, did you see that?
Yes.
The prince bowed to him.
I know.
I don't like that, Jim. They don't play it that way in their league. Princes don't go around bowing to chauffeurs.
Unless our chauffeur is a big shot back in Japan.
Yes. That's something you and I better check on.
One Jap bowing to another Jap. A pair of striped pants and cutaway coat bowing to a chauffeur's uniform. The two FBI agents, troubled by what they saw, investigated and learned the chauffeur's name and background. Then they took their information to the agent in charge of the San Francisco office of the FBI.
That's the story, Mr. Walker.
A prince bowing to a chauffeur. That is unusual.
Yes.
Did you follow this man?
Yes, sir. He lives at the Osaka Hotel.
His name?
Yasu Kajioka.
Did you learn anything about his work?
Yes, he drives a big Cadillac. He owns it. He runs some sort of escort service with headquarters at the hotel.
Anything else on him?
We found out that he's been a very active worker for many of the local Japanese associations.
Well, I think we should do a thorough check on Mr. Kajioka's activities.
Won't be too easy. We could use some help.
From whom?
Someone of his own race. A Japanese who is loyal to us.
Well, we might try the university. They have quite a few Japanese-American students there.
That's a good idea.
Suppose I arrange with the Dean of Studies out there for you to have a talk with him.
Fine.
I'll get him on the phone right now.
The two FBI agents spent almost an entire day with the Dean of Studies at the university. They pored over the personal records of many Japanese-American students and finally narrowed down their choice to one man, a student by the name of Tom Tanaka. His record showed he lived in the same neighborhood as the Jap chauffeur.
Gentlemen, have you reached a decision?
Yes, sir. This man, Tom Tanaka, looks good to us.
Well, I think you've made an excellent choice.
He lives in the same neighborhood as the man we want watched. If he measures up in other ways, that's a definite plus.
I understand.
You realize, sir, how important it is to us that we be able to trust this boy implicitly?
Yes, I do.
We've got to know if he's loyal, if he's a real American at heart, if he thinks and acts like an American.
There are thousands of men and women who live here on the West Coast, Mr. Schuyler, who look Japanese and are the sons and daughters of Japanese. But I know them as true Americans. They're as loyal as any of us whose ancestors were German, English, French, Irish, or whatever. I say that this boy is an American just as you or I.
Good. Can we meet him at once?
Tom, I imagine your dean has told you that we're special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, sir. He has.
We've selected you, son, from the list of the entire enrollment of Japanese Americans here at the university.
As a student?
No. No, as an American.
Well, what about it? I am an American.
We believe you are, in every sense of the word.
Has somebody been talking about me?
No. No.
Then what's this all about, sir?
Tom, we want you to help us.
How?
In a very important, perhaps very dangerous way.
You want me to work with the FBI?
Yes.
Do you know a man called Kajioka? Yasu Kajioka?
Why, yes, we're neighbors. I helped him compose letters in English. Several times.
Good. Would he remember you?
I think so. He said once that he might give me a job doing secretarial work in my spare time. Why do you ask me about Kajioka?
We need a loyal Japanese American like yourself to help us investigate this man. We want to know if he is connected with any un-American activities.
What do you want me to do?
Help us to get information. Tom, all we want are facts.
I see.
You said that you know Kajioka. That he offered you a job once. We want you to go to him. Take the job.
We're giving you the opportunity to do this as an American, Tom.
Well, what would I say to Kajioka? How would I ask for the job?
You'd tell him that you're in need of money to finish your studies. If he hired you, you'd undertake at once to impress him with your love of Japan and the Japanese.
We don't want you to put your life in danger. You'd be cautious, never inquisitive.
What do you say, son?
I'll do it.
No. What you want, young man?
I want to talk to you, Mr. Kajioka.
What about, please?
A job.
Why?
To earn some money.
Why do you come to me, lowly chauffeur, if you need money?
You told me someday you might give me a job.
Oh, yes. Why you want to earn money?
To keep up my studies.
You got father, mother.
I don't want to ask them.
So, but you ask lowly chauffeur. Why?
Everyone says good things of Kajioka.
Oh, good. You hear perhaps I visit cruiser.
They say Kajioka was greatly honored.
Oh, so, they say correctly. Please, you sit down.
Thank you.
Now, how you think?
What do you mean?
It could be important for me to know.
I think Japanese.
Oh, so. And what are those thoughts, please?
I love my people. I love Japan.
So, I think maybe you lie.
Why should I? Who can read my thoughts?
Oh, very, very good. Yes.
Will you give me a job?
Yes. You work for me now. Come every day. I try to read your thoughts. Very good. Very good. Yes.
Once the all-important inside contact had been made, many FBI agents took up the trail. They learned that Kajioka always drove Japs who were easily identified as high-ranking naval officers on vacation. They learned that he was the head of a secret Jap organization on the West Coast, the Hamusha Kai, boasting over 10,000 members, all eligible for military service in Japan. The society masked itself as a charitable one. Charity in the sense that thousands and thousands of dollars were drafted from the members and sent back to Japan. Why? The answer came quickly and dramatically. One night on a street corner, young Tom Tanaka reported to the special agents of the FBI.
Tom.
Yes, sir.
Here we are. I haven't much time, sir. I've got to get back.
What have you got, son?
Something big is cooking. There's a great meeting called in the basement of the Japanese high school for tonight. Kajioka will make an appeal to get more funds to send back to Japan.
I see.
Also, they are to show preparedness movies sent over from Japan.
Are you supposed to attend this meeting?
Yes. Kajioka will expect it.
Tom.
Yes, sir.
We need a list of the members in that organization. Practically everything depends on our getting it. Do you think you could go to the meeting, get the list, and get away alive?
Yes. The pictures may go on about 8 o'clock. I'll try and sneak out and meet you here then.
Good boy.
Good luck. We'll be waiting.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Kajioka, enemy alien. We will reopen this file in just a moment. Yesterday, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, received an interesting letter. It was from a member of the Equitable Society, and it read, Mr. Parkinson, just how many businesses is the Equitable Society in, anyway? Our radio program talks about millions of equitable dollars invested in war bonds, and more millions in key war industries like shipyards and railroads, in oil, steel, and aluminum. Friends tell me how the Equitable Society helps keep kids in school and helps people own their own homes and farms. It all sounds mighty complex to me. Yes, investing the premium dollars of 3,200,000 members of the Equitable Society is of necessity a very complicated operation. For safety's sake, those equitable funds have to be spread out widely, must go into thousands of different enterprises. And yet all this is done to make it easy and simple for Equitable Society members to attain greater security for themselves and their loved ones. And so, you see, by employing its funds in all kinds of activities that are useful to the nation as a whole, the Equitable Society is able to offer sounder and safer protection to its members than any one member could achieve by his own unaided efforts. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on Kajioka, Enemy Alien.
$1939. In that year, there wasn't even a slight buzzing in our ears to warn us that enemy planes were warming up for an attack. There was nothing in the word protocol to make us think of anything but where the wife of some ambassador might have to sit at some state dinner. Yet 2 men of the FBI, standing on a dock at San Francisco, had seen in a bit of Jap protocol enough to make their blood run cold. Enough to make them, on their own initiative as Americans, set up a series of patient, exhaustive, dangerous investigations which inched down 1939 through 1940 and brought them on the evening of February 3rd, 1941, to stand tense in a darkened hallway near a high school in the Jap section of San Francisco.
Watch it, Jim. Don't let that street light hit you.
I've counted about 2,000 have gone into that meeting so far.
Still coming. Kajioka sure must have passed the word along. What time is it?
Almost 7:45.
Looks like the meeting is getting started.
Somebody coming along. See that shadow?
Pull back here.
It's Tom.
Tom, here. Oh, hello. We've got a wonderful break. Kajioka forgot to bring the records. He wants me to go to his house and get them and bring them to the meeting.
What part of the meeting is on now?
They're going to run off the movies.
How long will that take?
Until about 9:15.
Good. I'll go with you. Get the records. Bring them to the FBI office. We'll have them photographed and back in your hands by 9 o'clock.
Can you do it that soon?
We got to. Jim.
Yes?
You stay here. Call the office. Tell them what we have to do. Ask for the entire staff to stand by.
Right.
I'll drive Tom over.
It's going to be tight going.
I know. But this is the first break we've gotten, and it may be the only one. Let's go.
While the movies whipped the Japanese audience up with blatant pictures of Japan's armed might, while distinguished visitors sat rigidly straight in the front rows, their cropped heads marking them high officers of the Emperor's Army and Navy, while almost 3,000 sons of Nippon shared a new sense of oneness, of dedication to Emperor and country, an alerted FBI office, brilliant with lights, crowded with 100% staff, worked feverishly to photograph the secret documents and make the deadline.
I don't think we can wait any longer, Mr. Logan. It's 8:54.
I know.
I've got to be back to the hall before the lights are turned up.
We'll make it.
1 minute to deadline. How are you coming?
2 more sheets. The others are finished.
Come on, then. Hurry it up.
Please, you've got to give me the originals. I can't wait. The movie ends at 9:15.
Let's start correlating pages in the original. You know how they go, Tom?
Yes, sir.
I'll grab them as fast as they're finished.
Number 2 is finished. Come on, snap up on number 3 machine.
Please, hurry.
Hold an elevator.
Right.
Here you are. This is the final. Thanks. We'll put them together in the car.
It's 8:55.
Let's go. We'll just make it.
Mr. Kajioka.
Where have you been? It took you a long time to get papers.
I stood in the back of the hall to see the pictures. I thrilled with the people.
Give me the records.
Here you are, sir.
Good. I have news. We have received orders to change names of all branch chapters of our organization, and we must at once seem to stop our activities.
Why?
Why? because soon glorious Japan will win honor or downfall, and we are ordered to prepare for duty as soldiers behind the guns.
The FBI had everything it needed now on Brother Kajioka. Its position as head of the secret society. His activities as chauffeur de luxe for visiting Japanese officers. His role as collector extraordinary of funds for the Japanese war machine. His devious role as espionage agent. Everything the FBI needed except the right to go out and arrest him. Under our way of government, we do not go about arresting citizens of friendly nations. The FBI could watch and wait. And to add insult to injury, while it fretted over its watching and waiting, one of the FBI agents had reason to phone in to the agent in charge of the San Francisco Bureau.
Yes?
This is Logan.
Yes, Larry.
Jim and I have been following Kajioka.
Yes?
We followed him from the Osaka Hotel. He drove straight to Sutter Street.
Yeah?
Parked his car, proceeded on foot to 111 Sutter Street.
Why, well, that's our building here.
I know.
Well, where did Kajioka go?
He's in your foyer, waiting to see you.
He's what? Well, thanks, Larry. Goodbye. Yes?
Mr. Kajioka to see you, sir.
Send Mr. Kajioka right in.
Mr. Walker?
Yes. What can I do for you?
I am Kajioka.
Sit down, Kajioka. Now, what do you want to see me about?
I come to FBI because I am honorable man.
I see.
I wish to offer my services to the United States.
Why?
I hate Japanese.
Oh? Tell me about it.
I was born in Japan. One time in Japan, they arrested my father. He was a good man, harmed nobody. They say he was disloyal, but they have no proof, and it is a lie.
What happened to him?
I never see him again. They murder my father.
And so you hate Japanese?
Yes, very much. I would be good agent for FBI.
What makes you think so?
Japanese government tried to get me to work against United States. You know how it is. You have information on certain secret Japanese organizations here. No?
A little.
Oh, that is too bad. With me, you get to know much. I know all Japanese tricks. I make valuable agents.
Perhaps you would, Mr. Kajioka.
You think about it. And remember, I want to work for United States. Great country. I work for FBI and kill many Japs.
Well, we're not interested in killing Japs nor anyone else.
Sometime it will be necessary. Then you tell Kajioka what to do, where to go. And he goes.
Well, thank you very much for your offer, Mr. Kajioka. We'll take it under consideration, and we'll let you know in due time.
Thank you so much.
Not at all. It will be a pleasure.
Mr. Kajioka might have smelled a rat. That is, if a rat can smell himself. But his surprising offer was politely refused, and his intensified wanderings by day and night were as equally matched by the more intensified watching by the many electricians and workmen, laundrymen, truck drivers, cabmen, innocent motorists, who sent in their reports under the names of special agents of the FBI. Still, all they could do was watch. Watch and follow the little man who was dedicated, like his country, to the destruction of America. Then came December 7th, 1941. On that fateful day, the entire staff of the FBI was gathered in tense silence in each of the Bureau's offices. In San Francisco, even the local law enforcement officers were present, waiting.
Everyone here?
Everyone, sir.
Larry, you and Jim can stand by and watch the teletype.
Right, sir.
The names are coming in from Washington. Names and addresses of enemy aliens to be picked up when the word comes through.
We'll take them.
I know a name you two will want to watch for.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Getting into the K's now.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes, sir. Right. That's the word. Get going.
K is in Kajioka. K is in Kajioka. Come on, teletype.
There it is. Capital K for Kajioka, the little rat. We got him now. Come on.
Otto, now you see who I am. Major Kajioka. Yes. How do I look in my uniform top?
Very well, sir.
Yes. No more lowly chauffeur. Glorious Japan has struck. American fleet. No more. Pearl Harbor. No more. All gone. Soon planes come. Then transport.
Yes.
I have 2 revolvers. See? Oiled and loaded. I give you one. Soon our soldiers march in the streets. And you and I will go out and kill every dirty American we see. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. You watch at the window. Tell me when you see planes. Tell me when you see glorious soldiers of our brave army. I will pour drink for ceremonial toast.
Yes, sir. I'll keep watch.
Soon I will be colonel. Then general. Wait until you see how they will reward me for what I've done. I will be big man.
Yes, of course.
I hear planes. Do you see them yet?
Not yet.
Listen. Our soldiers are coming. I drink to glorious Japan. They are here. Come in. Banzai!
Come on, Kajioka.
Huh?
Uncle Sam wants to see you about a place called Pearl Harbor.
Kajioka was rounded up with thousands of his kind. Rounded up with the aid of a loyal Japanese American. Like the rest, Kajioka wondered how the FBI had known of his work. Does he remember that little incident back in 1939 when a pair of striped pants and a cutaway coat bowed to a chauffeur's uniform on the hard deck of a Japanese cruiser? Probably not. He wouldn't understand the things that make Americans tick. The American willingness of those who serve our country in the ranks of the FBI. No, Kajioka probably will never understand until it's too late. And how will he ever know that it was too late that day back in 1939?
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. On the beaches of Normandy, our boys were seeing the latest movies 24 hours after landing. And not long ago on a Pacific island, 2 Japanese snipers were captured when they tried to join a GI audience to see an American film. Yes, movies follow the flag because Uncle Sam knows that they're first-rate morale builders for battle-weary men. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to the motion picture industry? A salute to the daring cameramen who risk their lives in every American attack. To the technical men who developed special equipment to photograph Tokyo from 45,000 feet in the air. To the actors, musicians, and directors who made tens of thousands of valuable training films for our armed forces. And to the 16,000 theater managers who have sold millions of war bonds in every drive. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be proud to learn that their premium dollars have helped finance this great industry, which has proved such a vital asset to the nation at war. For years, the Equitable Society has invested in the motion picture industry, as well as in other essential American industries and American agriculture. Yes, in wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
As an enemy alien, Yasu Kajioka was placed in an internment camp to remain there for the duration of the war with Japan.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, Kajioka was played by Ted Osborne. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Frank Wilson, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. And now the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States brings you a message from the Office of War Information. It may seem slightly ridiculous these hot July days to be thinking of winter heating problems. But actually, it's the most sensible thing you can do. The fuel situation is still critical, so don't put off your heating problems and forget all about them. Check your heating equipment now. Order insulation for the walls, windows, and doors of your home. Talk with your fuel dealer and take his advice. Fill your coal bin or your oil tank right away before the fall rush begins.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the people. Misery chiseling.
Crawling on one of the lower rungs of the criminal scale is the breed known as the misery chiseler. Defined in dignified terms, he is one who preys on the misfortunes of another for profit. In language more becoming him, he is a parasite who exists on human sorrow, heartache, and misery. The war, with its backwash of heartaches here at home, has given the misery chiseler a rich field in which to work. Through the cooperation of the victims, however, the FBI has already bagged scores of these despicable criminals and is continuously warring against them. But a misery chiseler is not too easily caught, because he has robbed his victim and disappeared before the victim realizes or even suspects that he or she has been robbed. The story of tonight's case begins in San Francisco, in the modest little home of Mrs. Henry Miller, a widow, whose son was reported missing in action some time ago. But just now, from a man introducing himself as Colonel Addison Bramley of British Army Intelligence, Mrs. Miller has heard good news.
You don't know how I've prayed, Colonel Bramley, that this might be true.
I understand.
That my son was alive, even though a prisoner of the Japanese.
Yes, it is much better to know that than nothing at all.
I know.
Well, I fear, madam, I must be dashing along now.
Oh, must you leave right away, Colonel Bramley?
Yes, I must. I have so little time, sorry to say.
Oh.
I'm en route to Washington on a special mission in connection with the work of the underground in Indochina, you see.
Oh, of course. Well, you'll never know how deeply grateful I am to you.
Not at all, madam. One is never too busy to perform an errand of mercy. Let us both rather be grateful to your good pastor, Reverend Morley, for bringing us together.
Oh, he's been so kind trying to get some news for me.
It was just luck, you know.
Really?
Somewhere en route from Burma, I mislaid the slip of paper with your son's name. But thank heavens I did recall that you're both members of the Hillside Church here. So I made him...
Bramley.
Yes?
I'd hate to bother you, but could you get a letter to my son through the underground?
I believe so. Yes.
I'd be so grateful.
I have a suggestion.
Yes?
With a little money, Mrs. Miller, your son could purchase special favors and comforts from the Japanese guards. They're very susceptible to petty bribery.
Could you get that to him, too?
Well, we have managed from time to time to transmit sums of money from parents to their sons.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. I haven't much, but, well, I have $500 in my savings account. Could you get that to my son?
Certainly. And I can assure you, madam, that such a sum would improve your boy's circumstances immeasurably.
Then I'll go to the bank the first thing in the morning. Oh, but that'd be too late for you.
No, not at all. My plane for Washington doesn't leave until 11 a.m. I could meet you in the lobby of my hotel just before going to the airfield.
Oh, thank you, Colonel Bradley.
My dear madam, it's been a pleasure.
You can understand Mrs. Miller's readiness to give this perfect stranger $500. Outweighing her normal caution was her anxiety for her son. And Colonel Bramley's so-called, his important bearing and credible story, and the fact that he had contacted her through her pastor, these things were enough to allay any suspicion. And no doubt her disillusionment would have been delayed for a long time had not something occurred a few days later, which brought her to the San Francisco office of the FBI.
And what caused you to suspect this Colonel Bramley, Mrs. Miller?
This message, Mr. Hartley, from the War Department.
Oh, I see.
There had been a mistake. My son was not missing. He was wounded, and they're sending him home.
That's fine.
I'll not tell him anything about it, of course.
But we're mighty glad that you told us.
A neighbor of mine said that I should.
You've done exactly right. These things are embarrassing to the victims, I know. But unless they report the cases, we don't know that they exist.
I only hope I haven't come too late.
You've given us an excellent description of the man, and we'll go to work at once.
Do you have to say anything to my pastor? He'd feel so badly about it.
He'll be as anxious for us to catch this man as you and we are, I'm sure.
Of course, but...
And he might have a helpful clue. We'll teletype this description to Washington headquarters at once.
During the next few hours, every hotel, every airline, railroad, and bus ticket office in San Francisco was checked by FBI agents. But no trace of any Colonel Bramley or anyone fitting Mrs. Miller's general description of him. Later that evening, a teletype message is coming into the FBI office as Special Agent Hartley enters.
What's coming in, John?
Answer from Washington. They say, no information on Colonel Bramley or anyone fitting general description in personal files. Tried to get fingerprints.
Well, I did just that, and I got them.
You did? Where?
I think our Colonel Bramley made a mistake calling on Mrs. Miller's pastor.
What do you mean?
The pastor had Bramley sign his guest book.
Huh?
Look. Bramley signed on the right-hand page and had to press down the left-hand page with his left fingers while he signed. Reverend Morley saw him do it.
Well, he certainly left some fingerprints.
Yes. They were going to send these specimens off to Washington right away.
Ironically enough, while his fingerprints and handwriting are speeding across the continent, Colonel Bramley, a few hundred miles away in Salt Lake City, is just complimenting his young hostess on an excellent dinner. On this occasion, however, he has demoted himself to a Major Romney Richards.
My dear madam, that was a most delightful meal.
Well, it was very simple, really, Major Richards.
Oh, come now. I haven't dined so well in quite a spell. A bit of rhyme, what?
And pure flattery. And you know it.
Oh, nonsense. I'm quite shamelessly a philogastric, an ardent Epicurean, and I declare I envy your good husband such an excellent cook.
Well, Major, this was all too little in return for what you're going to do for him.
I must repeat, nonsense.
I don't know how I can ever thank you enough for either of us.
Just thank your good pastor, my dear, for bringing us together. And you may rest assured that through my agents in Russia, working with the Manchurian underground, the money will reach and bring relief to your dear husband.
Another day, another city, and another victim, and still free to pursue his loathsome profession. But in San Francisco, he had left a trace, and in both cities, he had left a pattern of operation. Therefore, although unaware of it, his race against time had begun. For the moment, the advantage was his because the FBI had not yet established his identity. But an hour later, as he boarded a bus out of Salt Lake City to continue his misery-chiseling trek eastward, the teletype brought a report to the FBI San Francisco office.
Got something for you, Hartley.
What is it?
Report from Washington. They identified those prints.
Good.
It says, Bramley fingerprints identified with Swindler, whose description tallies with description furnished by Mrs. Miller.
Here, let me see.
Here you are.
Your man is Thomas Edward Bradley, born Chicago, Illinois, 40 years old, 5 feet 11, 175 pounds. Served New York prison term, forgery. Paroled on request of chaplain whom Bradley served as secretary.
That explains the minister angle in his operations.
Exactly. I'll get it. Hello? Yes? Salt Lake office calling. Hello? Yes, Hartley speaking. Oh, hello, Jager. What? Yes? Yes? That's enough for me. Teletype your report to Washington. Goodbye.
What's up?
Mr. Bradley pulled a job in Salt Lake City last night. I'm going there in the next plane.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Thomas Bradley, Misery Chiseler. We will reopen this file in just a moment. In the office of President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is a folder filled with letters that come straight from the heart of America. These letters were written by the fathers and mothers and wives of Equitable Society members who have died while serving with the armed forces of the United States. Since the Equitable is truly a society in which all policyholders belong to one big family, we would like to share the inspiration of these letters with all our members. And here, for example, is one from a father who has given us permission to read it on this program. He writes, Dear Mr. Parkinson, your kind letter of sympathy made us feel more like living and carrying on. As from the way it was written, I know the words came direct from your heart. It's very easy to see how a society like yours could achieve so much. It couldn't be otherwise. Your consoling letter would make our son proud to know that he belonged to a society like yours. The principles for which he fought and gave his life make us proud to be the parents of a son like him. While he was called upon to make the supreme sacrifice, we know now that he did not give his life in vain. Letters like these keep us continually conscious of our responsibility to members of the Equitable Society and to all America. And now, back to the file on Thomas Bradley, Misery Chiseler.
Unfortunately, a misery chiseler nearly always leaves a large number of victims in his wake. But the more promptly the victims report their cases, the shorter becomes the criminal's trail. Mrs. Miller in San Francisco did not report her case for 3 days, although she was not to blame for that. But this gave the criminal, Thomas Edward Bradley, a 3-day start. The FBI lost another day establishing his identity. And a 4-day start in an area as broad as America is quite a handicap in pursuing a criminal who must keep on the move. The FBI now had Bradley's description and his pattern of operation. And all FBI field officers throughout the country had been alerted. His race against the FBI and time had begun in earnest, and already he had lost ground. The report of the fresh case in Salt Lake City had cut Bradley's lead from 4 days to 36 hours. At this moment, Special Agent Hartley, bent on picking up Bradley's trail, has landed in a passenger plane on Salt Lake City's airport.
Hartley?
Oh, hello, Jager.
Not much use in you stopping off here.
What's the story?
When Washington alerted us this afternoon, we contacted all ministers.
Yes?
One of them reported a Major Richards. He had sent him to a Mrs. Warner. Her story is in this report here.
What about Bradley?
We checked, and he left on a bus at 9:30 last night for Denver.
He's loose in Denver by now, I guess.
Yes. We got the information too late to have him picked up at the Denver terminal.
But the Denver office is working in the case?
Yes.
All ministers there alerted?
Yes. And all railroad and bus offices are being watched.
Good. Thanks, Jager. I'm heading for Denver.
Special Agent Hartley arrived in Denver about 4 a.m. The FBI agents there had uncovered no trace of Bradley. But he had to be somewhere in the city. Hotels and rooming houses were checked. No Bradley. And by that afternoon, no minister had reported any contact with him. But Bradley was at work that afternoon, just the same.
What a glorious drive this is, Mrs. Curtis.
I never tire of it, Colonel Ashley.
I dare say you couldn't. If it weren't for this beastly war and the work I must do, I should love to tarry in the midst of this scenic splendor for a season myself.
You must come back someday.
You may be sure I shall. But for now, I'm afraid we must be turning back toward the city.
Oh. Colonel Ashley.
Yes.
How soon will the money reach my son?
The underground in occupied China is doing a splendid job, Mrs. Curtis. Your son should receive the money within a fortnight.
The criminal who lives by his wits is smart enough to alter his pattern of operation occasionally. That's why no minister in Denver had been contacted by Bradley. With the aid of newspaper files, he had contacted a next of kin directly. That's why also Bradley was not apprehended leaving Denver. It was 2 days later when the FBI uncovered the fact that Bradley had boarded an eastbound bus 2 stations out of Denver and had reached his destination by now, Cleveland. But 5 hours later, by plane, Special Agent Hartley arrived in Cleveland, too. It is shortly afternoon, and Hartley is just entering the FBI office.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, come in, Hartley. We've been expecting you.
What's been happening?
The town's pretty well covered, but no lead on Bradley yet.
You read his report?
Yes.
I hope he goes back to the minister pattern here.
The ministers have all been alerted, but no report from any yet.
How about the newspaper list of next of kin for the boys missing in action?
3 men are working on it, but Bradley may go to work before all next of kin are alerted.
Yes.
You figure he worked that way in Denver?
Well, he didn't contact any ministers, and the newspaper files are open to anybody.
So Bradley went down the list of missing in action, picked out a victim, and went to work.
I'm sure of it.
Well, we've covered everything. We'll just have to wait for developments.
Yes, but I sure hope they develop, and fast.
It is now 7 p.m., and nothing is developed for the FBI. But at this moment, in a Cleveland suburb, a Mrs. Paul Everett's front doorbell rings.
Mrs. Everett?
Yes?
I'm Major Radcliffe, British Army Intelligence.
Oh, yes. Reverend Matthews' housekeeper phoned that you were coming over. Well, won't you come in?
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Everett, I have news for you.
Oh?
About your husband.
About Paul.
Your husband, Mrs. Everett, is alive.
Oh.
And I've come to ask you if there is any...
Reverend Matthews' housekeeper sent Bradley to Mrs. Everett's house. But why wasn't the FBI notified? While Bradley goes to work on his prospective victim, the minutes, the hours drag by in the FBI office.
Well, Phil, it doesn't look like things are going to develop.
No.
Bradley is going into action here. We should have heard by now.
I know. I'll get it. Robert speaking.
This is Reverend Matthews.
Yes, Reverend?
I was out all afternoon and neglected to tell my housekeeper about your warning.
Yes.
I have just returned, and she tells me she directed a Major Radcliffe to Mrs. Paul Everett's house.
Yes?
He's probably still there.
What's the address?
1625 Lenway Boulevard.
Lenway Boulevard. Thank you very much, Reverend.
One of the ministers, Phil?
Yes. Here's a name and address. Mrs. Paul Everett. I think Bradley's there.
Good. I'll get a cab. You phone the woman and tell her to hold Bradley.
Right.
Wait for me, driver.
Right.
How do you do?
Yes?
I'm Special Agent Hartley, FBI.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you.
Is the Major still here?
No, I'm sorry. He left just a few minutes before your office called.
Another miss, but this time by a margin of only a few minutes. This meant Bradley was still in Cleveland. If he tried to register at a hotel or a transient rooming house, clerks were keeping a sharp lookout for a man of his description with a British accent. If he tried to leave the city, airline, bus, and railroad ticket offices were alerted by the FBI, all waiting for Bradley to make a move. 4 hours passed and no report. Then Special Agent Hartley began a personal round of travel offices. It was 1 a.m. when he reached an airline ticket office. He scanned the brief list of passengers booked on the flights, then questioned the girl on duty.
Dr. Philip Gibson. Remember him?
Yes, he said he was a surgeon here.
I've looked in the telephone directory, and there's no Dr. Philip Gibson listed.
There's not?
No. How old a man was he?
Oh, around 40.
British accent?
I don't remember.
Notice anything particular about him?
Well, no, but he did make a mistake. He asked for space to Newark, New Jersey, and we don't stop there anymore.
Newark, eh?
Yes. I gave him space to New York and told him how to take the tube to Newark.
When did his flight leave?
Oh, it's reached New York by now.
Yeah, use your phone.
Why, yes, of course.
Thanks. Would you book me on the next flight to New York, miss?
Yes, sir. That will be about an hour from now.
Hello? Phil? Hartley. Contact the Newark office right away to set the stage for Bradley and have them alert ministers and all next of kin. I'm on the next plane to New York.
Hartley arrived at the Newark office of the FBI about 6 a.m. By noon, the stage was set. Ministers alerted. Next of kin of boys missing in action alerted. Everything was in readiness. The afternoon hours dragged by. Nothing happened. 6 o'clock. Maybe there was a Dr. Philip Gibson after all. Maybe Bradley hadn't dropped his English accent, changed his name and manner. 7 o'clock. 7:30. At 8 o'clock, a Mrs. George Wiley, a resident of Newark, was entertaining a guest in her living room.
Some more tea, Colonel Barton?
No, thank you. It was delicious, but I can't name the blend for the life of me.
Oh, gracious, I wouldn't know either. To me, tea is tea, except in a Chinese restaurant.
A jolly good trip, that. Well, Mrs. Wiley, I'm afraid I really must be dashing off. You'll be late for your dinner engagement.
But it's been such a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you. And I find it difficult to leave your charming company, but I have urgent matters to take care of in New York this evening.
Of course.
And you may rest assured that as soon as I've cashed your check, the money will be on its way to your brother. The Korean underground has not failed yet.
I can't thank you enough, Colonel.
Just thank Providence for making it possible for me to be of service to you. Good night, Mrs. Wiley.
Good night, Colonel.
Oh, just a minute, please.
I beg your pardon?
You should. For making me chase you all the way from San Francisco.
What the devil are you talking about, sir, and just who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Look here, young man. Do you know to whom you're speaking?
Yes, I do, Mr. Bradley.
Bradley?
Yes. Thomas Edward Bradley. Bad check artist, forger, swindler, and misery chiseler.
Heaven!
Wanted for impersonating an officer of a country with whom the United States is at peace.
Gad, man, is that true?
It is.
Then I trust the FBI will exhibit proper regard for this country's international relations and take such an utter scoundrel out of circulation.
And so, thanks to the cooperation of the citizens on whom he preyed, the FBI was able to chalk up another victory in its war on the misery chiselers. Bradley's final capture was made possible in this case when Mrs. George Wiley, who had been alerted, took long enough at making a pot of tea to also telephone the FBI. Scores of Bradley's kind have been arrested, but not all. Their arrest depends on your help. And you can make their miserable racket unprofitable by dealing only through government agencies and through reputable public service organizations in seeking information concerning loved ones in the service reported missing. Also, by checking first with the FBI before dealing with any individual professing to have special knowledge about the missing person. Remember, the FBI belongs to you. It operates for your protection.
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. Do you know what would happen if every single piece of farm machinery in America wore out tomorrow? Well, among other things, it would mean that war production would come to a dead stop. People now living in cities would have to hurry back to the farm. Actually, to get in the wheat crop alone without the aid of mechanical equipment would require the services of every able-bodied person in America plus millions of foreign workers. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to an indispensable industry? A salute to the men and women who manufacture and the dealers who service farm equipment, who have built the huge backlog of tractors, binders, and combines that have sowed and harvested our record wartime crops. For many years, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have been invested in this industry, which has done an incredible job of war production and at the same time has manufactured the parts necessary to keep farm equipment from wearing out. Today, although thousands of young farmers have exchanged their overalls for Uncle Sam's uniforms, America is still well fed, thanks to the farm equipment industry. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
Thomas Bradley, charged with impersonating an accredited official of a country with which the United States is at peace, was sentenced to a long term in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Van Cleve, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI. August 1st is Air Force Day, a day for air-minded America to look backward at her achievements on the battleground of the sky and forward to the promise of peace, the shadow of her wings over the world forecast. On August 1st, your Army Air Forces will have completed their 38th year of pioneer service in the taming of a new frontier. Sword for victory and shield for peace, your Army Air Forces rule the sky. Salute them on August 1st, Air Force Day.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against society. Extortion.
Adolf Hitler was the world's best-known extortioner. His victims were the countries of Europe to whom he said, "Join the Axis or die." Here in the United States, the merchants of misery who practice extortion do not meet with any more success than Hitler did. And their failure can be attributed in a large measure to the FBI. Extortion used to be a very profitable racket, but the number of cases that crop up each year is diminishing. Every once in a while, though, there comes along a ring of white-collar hoodlums who think they can commit the perfect crime, who think that extortion is the easy way to make a living. Two men and a young girl recently hatched an extortion plot in a small Midwestern city. The plot was formulated, the victim was chosen. All that remained was when and how to strike.
Well, Joe, maybe yes, maybe no.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Shut up, Anna.
Look, you can't keep stalling forever. Either you're going to do it or you're not.
Honey, I've been in this game a long time. It isn't as easy as all that. You can't just send them a letter and expect 20 grand to come back by return mail.
I think we should ask for more.
Carl, I got some news for you. This guy isn't the treasurer of the United States.
Well, let's get started. So far, we've done nothing but talk.
That's right.
Why don't we go into action?
Because this is the way it's done.
Yeah.
That's how our sucker got all his dough, and that's how we're going to take it away from him.
Sounds like another stall to me.
Now, listen. Tonight, we're going to send him 2 letters. One to his house and one to his office.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we're going to call him up.
Hey, you want me to write the letters, Joe?
Yeah. Here's a copy. Type them out on that plain paper I got in the 5 and 10. And don't handle them. Don't leave any prints on them. It's as good as signing your name.
Yeah, okay.
And spell everything right. Check it with a dictionary.
You want to call him now?
What time is it?
11:15.
That's just about the time he goes to bed.
Well, that's interesting.
There's a reason. You know, in this business, there's a reason for everything.
Yeah.
Look up his number.
Okay.
Tonight, I want to give him something to think about. He's been sleeping too good lately.
I wonder what kind of a guy he is.
I don't know. I never met him in my life. I suppose he's like all rich guys.
Lancaster 2141.
Hmm?
The number, Lancaster 2141.
Well, don't just stand there. Dial it for me.
Okay. Last to get started.
Hey, Joe, how do you spell...
Look it up.
Here, Joe. Take the phone.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Mr. Martin?
Yes?
Mr. Martin, how would you like to donate $20,000 to me?
What? Who is this?
Never mind. I said I want 20 grand.
Now, just a minute.
Listen to me. If I don't get $20,000, Mr. Martin, I'm going to have to kill you.
When thieves hold up a bank, there is action. Quick, violent action. When the leader of a gang has his rival murdered, there is action. Quick, violent action. In the crime of extortion, there is no action. Everything is done quietly. For this is the iron fist in the velvet glove. The first phone call comes late at night to keep the victim awake until the dawn. Everything is done slowly and deliberately. The extortionist works like an ancient torturer. One drop of water at a time falls on the head of the victim. The first drop of water is the midnight phone call. And in this case, as in most cases, it is having the desired effect.
Hello. Hello. Answer me. Hello.
What is it, dear?
That's nothing.
Well, it must be something. People just don't call in the middle of the night. But...
No, it was a wrong number.
Now, Paul, you know you can't lie to me. Who was it?
A man.
Well, what did he want?
Oh, he... Look, dear, I told you it was the wrong number.
Paul, you're worried about something that man said. What was it?
It was just a practical joke.
Well, this is no time of night to be playing practical jokes.
Kathy, please, now let's forget the whole thing. Put out the light.
Paul.
Please, dear, put out the light.
What did the man want? You've got to tell me.
Well, he asked me to donate $20,000 to him.
$20,000?
Yes, he threatened me.
Paul.
I'll call the police in the morning.
Well, how did he threaten you? What did he say?
Forget it for now, dear, please.
Paul, I want you to call the police at once.
No, wait until morning,
But you
dear.
must realize how...
I'm sure it's just some practical joke. Now, go to sleep.
Fear is a disease. And like other diseases, it is catching. Mrs. Paul Martin was afraid, deathly afraid. And soon she made her husband afraid. All through the night, the dark, frightening night, Paul Martin kept repeating to himself, "Your money or your life. Your money or your life. Your money or your life." A man who works with his hands can sometimes take care of his business on the day after he has lived through such a night. A man who works with his hands, yes, but not a man like Paul Martin. Not a man who sits behind a desk.
I sent that letter off to Osborne Electric, Mr. Martin, telling them they forgot to credit us with the 10%.
What was that, Miss Gray?
That letter to Osborne Electric. I sent it off last night.
Oh, that's good.
Do you want me to take any more dictation this morning?
No, not this morning. Did I receive any more letters?
Just the usual mail.
If I do receive any personal letters, bring them right in.
There's a Mr. Simmons waiting to see you.
Simmons? I don't know him.
Well, I'll tell him you're busy then.
Simmons. Oh, send him right in, right away, yes.
Yes, Mr. Martin, right away. You can come in now, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you very much.
How do you do, sir?
Hello, Mr. Martin.
That'll be all, Miss Gray.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you.
Sorry you kept waiting. I didn't know you were here.
I just arrived.
You are from the
Federal Bureau of Investigation, yes.
Yes. The local police got in touch with you.
Yes.
How much did they tell you?
Well, I heard about the phone call last night and the letters you received this morning.
Well, you know, I thought at first it might have been a practical joke, but these letters do seem to mean business.
You received one letter at home and one here at your office?
That's right. Now, what am I supposed to do?
Well, first of all, would you mind answering a few questions?
Not at all, sir.
You know of anyone who has a grudge against you?
No, I explored that angle, but I can't think of anyone.
Well, how about the people who work for you?
No, they've been with me for years. My relationship with all of them has been extremely pleasant.
Oh, do you mind letting me see those letters you received?
Not at all, sir. Let's see now. Just a minute. Here they are.
Thank you.
I wish there was some way I could comfort my wife. She's worrying herself sick over this.
Has anyone handled these letters other than yourself?
No, sir.
Good. I'll send them on to Washington to be examined.
I see.
They'll check them for prints, handwriting, and against anything we have on file.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Simmons. And I'm grateful for the FBI's interest.
Well, the FBI couldn't have been called in on this case unless the criminals had outsmarted themselves. You see, people should be more careful what they send through the United States mail.
An important mistake, a very fatal mistake every extortionist makes, is imagining that he can outthink the Federal Bureau of Investigation. One man, if he is smart, can outthink another man. But no man, no matter how smart, can outthink a battery of laboratories, a building full of files, an agency for law enforcement that has branch offices in every corner of the land, an agency like the FBI that works 24 hours a day. Are there any fingerprints on the Martin letters? Do the letters check with any in the anonymous letter file? Who manufactures the paper that was used? Where is it sold? On what kind of typewriter were the letters written? When the FBI found out the answers to these questions, it went on to others, went on to pursue other clues, and to wait for the criminals to make just one mistake.
Where's Joe?
What do you think?
Sleeping again? What's he running, a shakedown or a marathon?
I tried to needle him this morning. He just says we got plenty of time.
We'll do plenty of time if he keeps handling it this way.
Talking about me, sweetheart?
Oh. You're finally up, huh?
Mm-hmm. So much talk going on out here, I couldn't sleep.
Remind us to talk more often.
What are you beefing about? Everything's going all right?
Mastermind.
No, I just know my business, that's all.
I'm glad you think so.
Look, I told you before, Martin's got a stew for a while. That's the way I do things.
You know, I can't figure whether you want the dough or you just want to torture the guy.
I'm not in this for fun, Carl. I'm in it for 20 grand.
That's our share.
That's right.
Don't forget that.
Relax, will you?
Joe, why don't you tell us what you're doing?
You know what I'm doing. It's been 3 days since my last call.
You afraid he's getting lonesome?
No.
Want me to get the number?
No.
I thought you were going to call him.
On the last call, I told him to look for an ad in the paper.
Oh, yeah, forgot about that.
I don't forget about anything.
Stop bragging and let's see some action.
Honey, I'm afraid you'll never make a good extortionist.
Just let me get my hands on that 20 grand. I won't have to be.
I want you to go out and make a call for me.
To Martin?
No. The evening paper.
You putting the ad in?
Yeah.
Saying what?
Dear Mr. Martin, meet me at the Washington Hotel tomorrow. Only in town for a few days. Hope you're in good health. Hope you stay that way.
Give a man enough rope and he'll hang himself is not a saying which was originated by the FBI, but it might well have been, because patience is one of their virtues. And in the Paul Martin case, the FBI was giving the extortionists all the rope they wanted. After the advertisement appeared in the paper, Paul Martin and a special agent went to the Washington Hotel. They checked in and waited for the next move.
Cigarette, Mr. Martin?
No, thanks. I've smoked too many now.
Why don't you sit down for a while?
You think I'll hear from him?
Yes, I'm reasonably sure that he'll call.
Well, we've been here now for over 3 hours. Seems like 3 days. 3 years.
Well, unfortunately, that's part of the technique.
Well, I guess that's true.
Please, sit down, Mr. Martin. You walked about 100 miles.
I'm sorry.
I know how you feel.
I think I'll call my wife again. Would that be all right?
Sure, go ahead.
She's so upset, you know.
I know.
Yes?
This is room 1102. Would you please...
Just a moment. I have a call for you, sir.
Oh.
Will you take it now?
Oh, just a minute. There's a call for me.
Take it.
Very well. I'll take the call, operator.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Mr. Martin?
Yes?
I'm ready to do business.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. Get the $20,000 ready. I'll call you at your home and let you know how to pay off.
Oh, look now, can't you tell me now?
I'll tell you when I'm ready, and don't try any tricks. I know more, and if you cross me, you're going to wind up awful dead.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the extortion ring. We'll return to this case in just a moment. Not long ago, a little church in Brooklyn, New York, was having difficulty making both ends meet. The church building was in urgent need of repairs, but where was the money coming from to do it? And then one morning, the phone in the pastor's study rang. A representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States was calling to tell a very surprising story. It seems that way back in the 1880s, 3 members of this parish had joined the Equitable Society. Their object was to create an endowment for their church, so they made it the beneficiary of their equitable policies. Well, many years passed by. The policies became paid up. But meanwhile, the 3 parishioners moved away. The policies themselves were lost, and the old pastor of the church died without leaving any record of the transaction. Everyone had forgotten about it, except the Equitable Society. You see, when an equitable member who owns a paid-up insurance policy is not heard from for a certain period of time, the society automatically starts to check up. In this case, the result of the investigation was a check for $17,000, which was handed to the present pastor of the Little Brooklyn Church. Well, to him, it was literally money from heaven. Now, don't think that this money was lying idle during the years when the policies were unclaimed. Like all other Equitable Society dollars, it was constantly at work, invested in farms and homes, in railroads, shipyards, and in scores of other great industries on which our national prosperity depends. For by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the extortion ring.
After the first phone call, the midnight phone call, the crime of extortion becomes a war of nerves. A war between the criminal and the victim. If they were the only ones concerned, the criminal would have at least a 50% chance of success. But extortion is more than a crime against one man or one family. Extortion is a crime against the people. And the victim has, as his ally, every resource of the FBI. If the criminal wants to fight a war of nerves, the FBI will fight that way. So the FBI waits. Waits for that mistake every criminal makes.
It's your play, Carl.
How do you expect me to concentrate on this game?
It's your play.
Joe, how can you think about cards at a time like this?
At a time like what?
At a time like this. Let's make a grab for the dough and get it over with.
Take it easy, will you, honey?
Oh, Joe, we don't even know what you're going to do. At least you can tell us that.
When the time is right.
I thought we were going to grab the dough at the hotel.
That place was probably crawling with cops.
Maybe it wasn't.
Look, I don't know whether you know this or not, but extortion is considered illegal.
When are you going to tell us how you're going to get the dough?
Maybe now.
Well, that's real nice of you.
Yeah.
Get Martin on the phone.
Okay.
Tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to have Martin take a train for Cleveland. He's going to stand on the rear platform, and when he gets a signal, he's going to toss us the dough and keep right on going.
Oh, so that's the setup, huh?
That's the setup. About 18 miles out of town, the train slows down a little. There's a shack there where we can hide.
Not bad.
It's perfect.
Here he is, Joe.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Martin.
Oh, hello.
Tomorrow's the day, Mr. Martin.
I see. Well, what can I do?
Take the 1:20 train to Cleveland.
Yes?
Stand on the rear platform. When you see a white flag being waved, drop the money.
Well, now, would you mind repeating that, please?
You heard me. Be on that train. I hope you have a pleasant trip.
Hello? Hello? He hung up.
What did he say?
Well, he told me to take a train for Cleveland tomorrow and drop the money off the rear platform.
Oh, Paul, this has got to be the end.
I know, dear.
How much do they think we can take?
Well, I'm sure this is the end.
But that's what you've been saying for weeks.
I think this is it, Mrs. Martin.
I hope so.
Kathy, why don't you go to bed?
Oh, I couldn't sleep, dear. I haven't been able to sleep since that first night.
Mrs. Martin, believe me, we're doing everything we can.
I know you are, Mr. Simmons.
I think this is the break we've been waiting for.
Do you have the money I drew out?
Yes, we made a list of the serial numbers. I'll have it for you tomorrow. Now, don't worry, Mr. Martin. Everything will be all right.
All that night, arrangements are being made. Every possible precaution must be taken to see that the criminal, once cornered, does not escape. A special car is attached to the train. Paul Martin and the special agents of the FBI are the only passengers allowed in the car. Arrangements are made with the Army Air Forces. An airplane in radio communication with the FBI will follow the train. We'll keep watching for a prearranged signal. The FBI is also stationed in radio cars at strategic points along the highway, waiting for the word to close in. The FBI has built a trap, and now the trap is being loaded with bait. Paul Martin stands on the rear platform of the special car. Simmons is crouched behind a partly open door, both watching for a white flag.
Can you see anything yet, Mr. Martin?
Nothing yet.
Well, keep watching.
Yes, sir.
Simmons to plane.
Right.
We'll signal you with a flag as soon as we drop the money.
Right.
Are you in touch with the police cars?
Constantly. They haven't spotted anything either. How soon do you think it'll be before we can expect some action?
Can't say.
These jobs don't hold too much gas.
I know. I'll check back later.
Right.
See anything yet, Mr. Martin?
No.
You watch the left side. I'll watch the right.
Surely.
I hope they use a good size flag.
Yes. Mr. Simmons.
I see it. Drop the money. Now signal the plane.
Right.
Simmons to plane.
We got your signal. Nothing suspicious yet.
Keep a close watch. We can't afford to miss them.
There's a car parked off the highway. There's also a police car parked at the crossing just ahead.
I'll have the train stopped. You tell the police car to pick me up.
Okay. Keep your fingers crossed, Simmons. I think we've got your boys cornered.
Pilot to radio car 6.
Go ahead.
About 4 miles down the highway, there's a car parked off the road.
Go ahead.
I'm down to about 1,000 feet. I can't make anybody out, but if they've picked up the money, that's the only car for miles around. Wait at the crossing. Simmons is having the train stopped.
We'll wait for him.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Don't go out on the road.
Why not?
We'll wait right here for the car.
Oh, who's going to see us?
We wait here.
You figure we'll be entailed?
No. I just never take chances. Remember?
Where's the package?
The money?
Yeah.
I have it under my coat.
Okay. I hope Anna remembers this, Spud.
Look, will you stop worrying just for once?
Yeah, okay. Car coming.
I hear it.
What do we do?
We wait. If it's Anna, she'll stop.
It's a Chevy. It's our car.
Good.
Come on. Here we are, honey. Come on, Joe.
Stay where you are, both of you.
Huh?
What is this, Anna?
These guys stopped me up the road, got in the car.
Who are they?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Joe.
We're here to collect that $20,000, gentlemen, with interest.
The war of nerves was over, and it ended the way it had to end, the way it always ends. Extortion is a crime, and crime is an unprofitable business. Someday, some faraway day in the future, even those among us with criminal tendencies will realize that crime does not pay. When that day comes, there will be no further need for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But until that day, the men of the FBI stand between you and crime. They stand as an unbreakable wall.
You'll hear the disposition of this case in just a moment. Tonight, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to a very humble and thoroughly familiar object, a salute to a lump of coal? Without old King Coal as our ally, it would be impossible to fight this war. Coal runs our railroads. Coal provides 62% of our electric power. Coal is a necessity in the manufacture of steel for ships and tanks. And from coal, more than 200,000 products are derived, ranging from high explosives to the sulfa drugs that have saved the lives of countless American fighting men. So let us salute the coal industry for supplying us in 1944 with 700 million tons, an all-time record of this indispensable weapon of war. A salute also to the hard-working coal miners and dealers who, despite innumerable difficulties, have kept our homes and fuel through 4 wartime winters. As an investor in the coal industry, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States takes special pride in the fine war record of this industry. In scores of other basic American industries now concentrating on war production, this society's life insurance dollars are helping to ensure the speedy success of our armed forces. Yes, an investment in life insurance is an investment in victory. For in wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
The 2 extortionists and their female accomplice were sentenced to serve 12 years in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States
and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for This Is Your FBI. And now the Equitable Society brings you a message from the Office of War Information. In a recent message to Congress, President Truman said, and I quote, "We have no desire or intention to destroy or enslave the Japanese people. But there can be no peace in the world until the military power of Japan is destroyed with the same completeness as was the power of the European dictators. Back up our president. Stay on your war job till the job is done. Play fair by observing rationing and other wartime regulations. And keep on buying war bonds to the limit of your ability."
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
In the course of an ordinary year, your FBI handles big cases and small cases. The important thing about tonight's case is not the sum of money involved or even the people involved. The important thing is that the FBI took as much time and effort as it did in this comparatively minor infraction of the law. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. For tonight's story called Robert Perry, Impersonator, we have opened the files of your FBI. Our story tonight opens in a tourist cabin on the outskirts of a small town near New York. It's early in the morning, and a pleasant, white-haired old lady is talking to her son.
Robert?
Huh?
Can I help you with anything?
No, I'm all set, Mom.
Come here, let me look at you.
Okay.
Well, nice and neat. Just straighten your tie a little.
Sure, Mom, sure.
You must always look your best before you go out to do business.
Sure.
That was one of your father's rules. That was one of the reasons he was such a grand success. He always...
How's the tie now?
Oh, that looks fine.
Well, I'd better get going.
Wait, son.
Huh?
You'd better take this along with you.
Gun?
Yes.
What do I need that for?
It was your father's gun, Robert.
But, Mom, it's not that kind of a job.
I want you to take it anyway. Your father always carried it when he began a new venture. He was so sentimental.
Okay, let's have it.
Oh, that's a good boy.
I'll see you later, Mom.
Robert?
Huh?
You forgot something.
What?
Come here, son. Have a good day, Robert.
Yes, sir? You're John Gordon?
Yes?
My name is Perry, government inspector.
Government? Oh, well, come on in.
Thanks.
Emily?
Yes, John?
Emily, this is Mr. Perry, government inspector.
Oh.
Oh, this is my wife.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Perry?
Well, what can I do for you, sir?
I'm afraid I have some very bad news for you two.
What?
Bad news?
It's about those white leghorns you had delivered yesterday.
Yes?
I took a few from the crates as they were being unloaded and sent them out to the laboratory.
Well, what's the bad news?
Well, I'm afraid we're going to have to condemn all of your chickens.
Condemn them?
Why?
Two of them showed signs of tuberculosis.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, that couldn't be.
Our reports are never wrong, Mr. Gordon.
Well, couldn't the chickens be treated, fixed up some way?
I'm afraid not.
What can we do, Mr. Perry?
Well, you can sue the people you bought them from, and the government service will stand behind you. Oh, by the way, have you got a lawyer?
No. We haven't any money either.
That's a shame. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. You both look like honest people. I'll loan you enough to retain a lawyer.
Well, now, Mr. Perry,
Let me make you out a
well,
check.
Now, I don't think you... Well, really, this is really very nice of you, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry, I don't think that we ought to...
There. There's my check for $50. You can pay me when you get your money back for the chickens.
Oh, I don't know how we can thank you, Mr. Perry.
Oh, don't mention it. Oh, and Mr. Gordon, have you got a man around the farm who can help me load the chickens onto my truck?
No, but I'll help you myself. Come on, Emily.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Perry helped us. Now let's us help him.
No one was to blame because his petty crook had successfully impersonated the federal official. No one was to blame, but it was important that Robert Perry be apprehended because his brazen theft had been a sudden catastrophe for the farmer and his wife, had wiped out 10 years of hard work. Because women are more suspicious than men, it was Emily Gordon who telephoned the FBI. Telephoned them and told her story. A short time later, Emily and John Gordon were at the FBI's New York office.
This man impersonated a government inspector, Mr. Gordon?
Yes, sir. That's what he said he was.
Will you try to give me as much of a description of him as you can?
Well, he was about 40 years old.
And he was kind of stocky, John.
Yes.
How tall would you say he was?
About 5'10".
And he wore glasses.
Only when he wrote the check, Emily.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
How about his hair and his clothes? What was he wearing?
Well, had kind of brown hair. He was wearing a blue suit.
Mm-hmm.
How about the truck he was driving?
It was a 1940 Chevrolet.
How do you know so exactly?
Well, Bill Miller up the road from us has one.
I see.
Mr. Perry's truck was painted brown, and he didn't have any writing on the sides.
This is really asking too much, but you didn't happen to notice the license plate number, did you?
Oh,
no.
I did. I don't know what the whole number is, but it started with a 1 and a 3 and a 5. Yes, that's it, I'm sure. 135.
Well, that's fine. That'll be a big help.
Hi, Dan.
Oh, come on in, Bill. Get anything?
Your hunch was right. I called the bank. No one named Robert Perry has an account there.
See.
I guess we'd better send out a teletype.
Yes, alert all retail and wholesale chicken dealers within 100 miles. Send Perry's description and a description of the truck.
Right.
Maybe we can give Mr. Perry a little indigestion from too much chicken.
Driving too fast for you, Mom?
Oh, no.
Were you dozing off, Mom?
No, just thinking.
About what?
About your father. Oh, he'd have been very proud of you today, son.
Thanks, Mom.
You did a fine job. Now, isn't this better than passing checks?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Those places where you were passing checks were always looking for dishonesty. That's because they were dishonest themselves.
Uh-huh.
Yes, your father always said if it's larceny you're thinking of, you're much better off dealing with honest people.
Yeah. One thing bothers me, though, Mom. When I passed a check, I had cash. Now we got chickens. What do we do with them?
Why, we drive to Waterbury and sell them. That's easy, isn't it?
Yeah, but who do we sell them to?
No, don't worry about that.
Why, have you got a customer?
Certainly. When I was in Waterbury yesterday, I took care of that. Yeah, I told the man I had some chickens to sell. Told him I was closing down my farm.
Didn't he ask you why?
Yeah. I told him that my son was going into the army, and I had to sell out, you see.
Mom, I guess you're the smartest mother a fella ever had.
Fortunately for the FBI and all other law enforcement agencies, the human brain has channels, and ideas tend to run along the same line time after time. It accounts for the odd fact that some thieves, like Robert Perry, love to pass bad checks.
Bad checks are always returned. And this bad check was to haunt Robert Perry. For the next morning, in the New York offices of the FBI, Special Agents Baker and Webster were looking at a report from Washington. A report on Robert Perry's bad check.
How far back does he go?
Over 10 years. Caught once in the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he happened to have this much of a record. Did 3 months. Since then, he's been working in spurts.
Anything else besides the bad checks?
No. It kind of puzzles me. This isn't his kind of a job. His father maybe, yes, but the old man's dead.
His father was a thief?
Yes, his mother, too.
Well...
Mr. Perry can trace his family tree all the way back to Alcatraz. Hello, Baker speaking. You have? Good. Where? Waterbury. Hold on to it. We're leaving now. Come on, Bill.
What's up?
The Waterbury police have picked up Perry's truck. Grab your hat. Let's get going. Hello, Sergeant. I'm Baker, New York office, FBI.
Oh, how are you?
It's Bill Webster.
Hello, Sergeant.
How do you do, sir? Well, gentlemen, somebody just called to claim the truck.
Perry?
No, a legitimate fellow.
Who is he?
A chicken dealer named Crawford from right here in Waterbury.
How did he get hold of it?
I'll let him tell you that. He's right in here. Mr. Crawford?
Yes?
Mr. Crawford, these gentlemen are special agents of the FBI.
How are you, gentlemen?
How do you do, Mr. Crawford? Would you mind telling us how you happened to get hold of that truck?
I bought it. Same time I bought the chickens.
From whom?
A real nice old lady. She came in to see me on Tuesday. Said she had to sell her farm because her son was going into the Army. She reminded me of my mother.
Nice old lady. Bill. I think this nice old lady is Perry's mother.
Yes.
Mr. Crawford, this is very important. Was there a man with this nice old lady?
Yes.
Did he look about 40 years old, pretty stocky, about 5 feet 10 inches tall, wearing a blue suit? Did he have brown hair?
Yes, that's the fellow was with her.
Where did they go?
Why, after I bought the truck, the old lady asked me if I'd drive them to the railroad station.
What train did they take?
Did she say where they were going?
They took the 521 out of here. She said they were going to New York. They're in New York by now.
Well, we better get down there before that nice old lady sells somebody the Brooklyn Bridge.
In every case the FBI works on, the criminal has the advantage in the beginning. That advantage is the element of support, the one who calls his shots. Once a crime has been committed, though, the FBI begins to move, begins to close the doors of escape. But first they must find the criminal. In a city like New York, a city with 7 million population, it is almost impossible to find two inconspicuous people. Two people like Robert Perry and his mother. It is almost impossible to locate them in New York if they're in New York. It is impossible to locate them in New York if they are, as Robert Perry and his mother were, in a small tourist cabin in southern New Jersey.
Well, Mom, the weatherman is on our side.
Yes, it's beautiful day.
I think I'll go swimming.
Mr. Haskell got his delivery of chickens yesterday, son.
Oh, Mom, let's take a little rest.
Not on vacation, son.
Haskell is an apple on a tree. We can pick him whenever we want.
Your father always said strike while the iron is hot.
Oh, those were different times.
Oh, times never change in our business.
Now, look, Mom, why don't we settle down someplace?
Oh, I can't settle down.
Why not?
Well, I never want to stay in one place that long.
Oh, but you're getting older now.
Your father always said a person's as old as he feels.
Okay, I guess I better go to work then.
Son.
Huh?
I meant to talk to you.
About what?
I found a checkbook in your blue suit.
Mom, I haven't cashed a check.
There was one missing.
Oh, I gave it to that farmer up in Connecticut.
Why?
Well, I felt sorry for him. He didn't have any money to hire a lawyer.
But, son, you left a calling card. I asked you.
You asked me not to cash any checks. I didn't. I gave one away.
Well, it's done now, and Your father always said there was no point in crying over spilled milk.
I'll see you later, Mom.
Robert?
Huh?
You forgot something.
What?
Come here, son. Have a good day.
It is impossible to help some people. A sign will read wet paint, but some people get paint on their clothes. A sign on the highway will read slow down, curve ahead, but some people get killed. A warning is issued by the FBI, but some people, some stubborn, self-sufficient people, get robbed. You've seen cards with a criminal's picture and his description. Those cards are called identification orders. Despite the fact that every chicken dealer in the East had gotten an identification order on Robert Perry, he was not caught. Twice in the next month, Perry and his mother worked their swindle again. In the New York offices of the FBI, Special Agents Baker and Webster were going over the latest reports.
I don't understand why those identification orders didn't work. Both farmers got them. They admitted that.
Yes, and he followed the pattern exactly both times. He's always been a government inspector, and the chicken disease has always been tuberculosis.
And don't forget Mom. Good old Mom has always sold the chickens because her son was going in the Army.
I don't know how we can make it any easier for the farmers.
We can't, unless we tell them not to answer the door.
Of course, the people who get stuck are not the farmers. They get their chickens back. It's the legitimate chicken dealer who buys the loot. All he winds up with is a truck.
That's it.
What?
The truck. That's the angle we've been overlooking.
What about the truck?
It's a legitimate purchase every time.
You're right.
Every time Perry sells one of the trucks, he and his mother come back down to New York.
That means they're buying their trucks here.
I think we've got something, Dan.
Yes.
Got one of the Perry identification orders in your desk?
Yes, but we'll need more than one.
No, let's not take another chance that people won't read them.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to call on every second-hand truck dealer in New York.
I'll go with you.
Okay, let's move.
For 3 days, 3 long, weary days, Special Agents Baker and Webster interviewed truck dealers. The response was always the same. Sorry, liked to help, but never saw the man. Sorry, I never saw the man. Then, on the 4th day...
I know this is the right way to do it, Dan, but if we don't find Perry's trail pretty soon...
I know. I keep seeing second-hand trucks in my dreams.
Here's the used car lot.
Yes. I'll get out on your side.
Okay.
That looks like someone in charge.
Yes.
Yes, gentlemen?
How do you do, sir? My name is Baker. I'm from the FBI.
The FBI?
Yes, here are my credentials.
Oh, I see.
This is Mr. Webster.
How do you do?
How do you do? If this is an investigation of some sort, gentlemen, I run my business clean. No black market.
We're not checking on black market operations.
Take a look at this picture, Mr. Turner.
Uh-huh.
Ever see that man before?
I think so. His face is familiar. But I see so many people.
Try to remember.
If he was here, he was probably with a nice old lady.
Oh, sure. I remember them now.
You do? When were they here?
Well, let's see. Today's Friday. He was here Wednesday. That's it, Wednesday afternoon.
Did he buy a truck?
Mm-hmm. Paid me cash, too.
You're lucky.
What do you mean, lucky?
Sometimes he pays by check.
I see. No, he paid me cash, and they drove right out of here in the truck.
They didn't by any chance say where they were going.
No, they didn't. Oh, now, wait a minute.
Yes?
I'm trying to think. He asked me for the best road to Albany.
Albany?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Oh, not at all, sir.
Dan, let's whip down to Grand Central and grab the next train north.
Right.
The woman's place is in the home, so let's find a home for Mrs. Perry.
Albany, New York, has been an important American city since the completion of the Erie Canal in 1825. It is the capital of New York State, has a population of 561,000. It is a city of steep hills and lovely scenery. And on the outskirts of Albany, you'll find lush farmland and lots of chickens. In addition to all of these things, Albany had on this particular day In the FBI field office, 2 special agents. 2 hard-working agents named Baker and Webster.
Hi, Bill.
Hi.
Have any luck?
No. I checked the local police, and they haven't spotted Perry's truck yet.
I went up to the Chamber of Commerce and checked all of the big chicken dealers by phone. No luck either.
Well, where do we go from here?
I think we got all the holes sealed up. Let's just wait for Perry to try to get through.
Well, maybe we'll get some help from the identification orders.
Could be. We certainly sent enough of them out.
Sometimes it looks as if the people who get the IOs must think they're ads and tear them up.
Bill.
Huh?
We're missing a bet.
What's that?
IOs are also put up in railroad stations. That's what made me think of it.
Think of what?
We ought to be at the railroad station, not here.
Why, to catch Perry as he's leaving town?
No, but you remember that first farmer, Gordon?
That was 1,000 years ago. What about him?
Remember, he said that Perry told him he had seen the chickens unloaded at the railroad station the day before.
Yes, and he must have been telling the truth.
That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about the delivery. Bill, I've got a hunch that Perry's waiting for us. Never saw this fellow, huh?
No. We don't let anybody hang around this platform unless they got business here, Mr. Baker.
Have you had any really big deliveries of chickens the last few days?
Well, I guess so. I have to look it up.
From Thursday on.
Thursday, huh? Well, let's see. Well, here's one. There's a couple here. There's another batch here. 10, 12. 2 more here. Let's see, that's 15 altogether.
Let's copy down the names and addresses of the farmers.
Right, then we'll make a tour. If we get lucky...
We're overdue.
If we can only get lucky, we'll be waiting when Perry knocks on the door.
And that's one date I don't want to stand up.
Well, it worked again, Ma.
Hey, it'll work every time, son. It's foolproof.
This last one was the softest touch yet.
Yeah, and they're the best-looking chickens we've gotten, too.
What do you say we take a little vacation after this one, Ma?
All right, son.
Good. Where'll we go?
Oh, Niagara Falls. I wanted to go there with your father, but he was always too tied up with business.
Not Niagara Falls, Ma.
Well, why not, son? It's lovely up there. I've seen the postcards.
Buffalo Cops, Ma. I'm hot up there.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Well, there are plenty of other places.
Of course.
How about California? I'd like to go there.
Oh, no. No, I'd always be thinking about your father if we went to California. He was at San Quentin.
Well, we've got time to think about that after we get back to New York.
You know, I think we ought to stay right in New York.
Why?
Well, the papers have been saying that it's unpatriotic to take long trips by train. They need the space for soldiers.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe we'll stay in New York.
What? That car, it's forcing us off the road. Be careful, son.
It's not forcing us off the road, Mom. They want us to stop.
Well, have you been speeding?
No, Mom,
Pull over, Perry.
Okay.
Well, what in the world is this, son?
Come out of there, Perry. You too, Mrs. Perry.
Well,
who are you? Special agents of the FBI.
Well, what do you want with us?
Well, you and your son seem to like chicken so much, we're going to do you a favor.
Well, what is it?
We're going to arrange for you to be sent to an institution. A place where they have chicken every Sunday.
Robert Perry and his mother, like all criminals, thought they had a foolproof scheme. A racket that was beyond being broken by the forces of law and order. Robert Perry and his mother were petty thieves, but they showed the same contempt for decency that all criminals show. The FBI gives every effort to each of its causes, no matter how small, because it knows that the one sure way to prevent crimes is to stop them from being committed. And it knows, too, that the one way to do that, the one sure way, is to keep apprehending criminals, to keep advertising what the FBI has proven time and time again, that crime does not pay. When every child knows that, when he knows it the way he knows that 2 and 2 make 4, then crime will stop. Until that day, the FBI will stay on the job.
tonight's performance from the Mystery Playhouse. The story tonight was from the files of your FBI. This is T4Y saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the community, bank robbery.
According to the 19th century German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, only the weak man is moral. The strong man, the superior man, is above morality. As the basis of the Nazi religion of the Superman, this philosophy produced a nation of gangsters. It can make a criminal out of any human being who permits his ego to feed upon it. Tonight's case is the story of a young man who made the Nietzsche philosophy his religion. A highly intellectual youth with an extraordinary educational background. He was precocious as a child, cynical as an adolescent. And now, well, our story opens at a cabin resort on a lake in northern Illinois. It is nearly sundown. Philip Houston and his young bride of a week are strolling along the lake shore.
It's going to be a lovely sunset, Philip.
A storm would be even more beautiful. You know, nature is never more beautiful than when she's angry. When the thunder rolls and rumbles, and crashes, and lightning cuts a gash across the sky.
And the wild wind and rain beat against the house and smash trees to earth.
And swollen streams become raging torrents.
And leap over their banks.
And crush everything in their way.
Phil.
Yes?
I love storms, too.
That's part of what I've been talking to you about the past 3 days. The beauty of power, of force. Remember what I've said? Remember?
To annihilate that which is weak, imperfect, ugly, and to build instead that which is strong, perfect, beautiful.
And that then makes the act of annihilation itself beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, look. Look, Skippy's come down to the shore to meet us. Well, hello, Skippy fella. How are you? You're the silly-looking animal I ever saw.
Della.
Yes?
You might as well test yourself right now on a very important lesson.
What do you mean, Phil?
I've told you must have no emotional attachments for anybody or anything.
Quiet, Skippy.
That kind of love is weakness. It rules the one who indulges it. You must overcome it now. Here, take this pistol.
Why?
Take it.
Phil, you don't mean you're asking
The
me...
strong must be ready and able to inflict suffering or death upon any enemy of his strength.
Phil!
Shoot that dog, Della.
No.
You're forgetting the lesson of obedience, too.
No, Phil, I can't.
All right,
I can't.
give me the pistol.
Phil, no!
No, Phil, no.
When you've gotten hold of yourself, Della, come on to the cabin.
Mr. Houston! Mr. Houston!
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Shaw.
Oh, I heard a shot. I thought it came from...
It did. I had to shoot Mrs. Houston's dog.
You had to... Oh, but why?
I'd like to settle my bill now, Mrs. Shaw. We're leaving before dawn. We have an appointment some distance away.
To the disciple of the rule of force, that which is an enemy of strength must be annihilated. The dog provoked affection. Affection is weakness. Therefore, Philip Houston destroyed the dog. As for the appointment he and Della had some distance away, it is 2 minutes after 9 o'clock the next morning. The Freeport, Illinois National Bank has just opened its doors for business. It is a small bank, and only one teller is on duty at the moment. He is counting his supply of currency when he becomes aware of a shadow across the counter and looks up into the muzzle of a pistol.
Excuse me, Mr. Teller.
What?
This is a holdup.
Yes, it sort of looks that way.
And if you're reaching with your foot for the alarm pedal, don't bother.
Oh.
Put all your money in this bag. Here.
Very well.
And don't worry about the rest of the staff. They're under the watchful care of the young lady over there with a submachine gun.
You won't get away with this.
That's what you've told yourself so often, isn't it? You're envious of my courage to do the thing you've often been tempted to do yourself. It's the fear of apprehension that keeps most people honest. And put in those 10s, too.
Very well.
Most people are weak, and they make laws to make a virtue of their lack of courage.
There.
All right. Give me the bag.
Here you are.
Thank you. You've cooperated splendidly.
I still say you won't get away with this.
Mr. Teller, none of us lives this life forever. But it's far better to live it courageously than cowardly.
Philip Houston, the Superman, and his bride escaped with $20,000 in cash plus securities. A few minutes after the robbery, the Chicago office of the FBI was notified, and Special Agent Cameron went to work. At the bank, employees gave him a good description of the couple, but there were no other clues at the scene. Houston had been careful to leave no fingerprints, and no one had seen which way the bandit car left town. With the aid of the local police, Cameron began combing the country over a wide radius. And it was the next afternoon when he reached the lake resort and questioned the owner, Mrs. Shaw.
The descriptions check all right, Mrs. Shaw. And you say Philip Houston and his wife left here about dawn the morning of the robbery?
Yes, sir.
That would have given them time enough to reach Freeport and get set for the robbery, all right?
Here's something that might help.
What's that?
Well, after the way he killed that dog, I got suspicious of such a mean man and took down his auto license number.
Good for you.
It's on this slip of paper. Here it is.
A Michigan license. Mrs. Shaw, I'd like to look at the register he signed when they checked in.
All right. Oh, but he had me sign for them.
Oh? Careful not to leave any fingerprints, wasn't he?
Of course. I never thought of that at the time, but... Wait a minute.
Yes?
When I was cleaning up after they left, I found a book he'd left behind the bed. Must have fallen over without him knowing it.
May I have it, please?
It's right here on the desk. Here you are.
Ecce homo.
I couldn't make head nor tails of it. It's in some foreign language.
Mm-hmm.
He had a lot of books that didn't make much sense to me, even in English.
This one's in German. The work of the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. And it explains a lot about our Mr. Philip Houston.
You don't say.
Yes. And I'm pretty sure we'll find some fingerprints that might tell us a lot more.
That night, Special Agent Cameron contacted the Detroit FBI office and requested a check on the Michigan license number of the Bandit car. Also, he airmailed to Washington fingerprints he found in the book. Next morning, there was another bank robbery 100 miles south of Chicago. And that afternoon found Houston and Della hiding in the barn of an abandoned farm.
Della?
Yes?
From now on, for a while, we'll hide out by day and travel by night until we get where we're going.
Where are we going, Phil?
You'll know when we get there. And after that, we'll take off time for some real fun.
But, darling, the police will still be looking for us.
And we'll still be outwitting them. Now, you curl up and get some sleep. I'll keep watch.
No, I'm not sleepy.
Della.
Yes?
Look in this bag. That's over $30,000.
I know.
Money is power, Della. Power to do whatever you want to do. Go everywhere you want to go. Have everything you want to have.
I know, Phil.
What chance would you have for this back home, huh? Scrubbing and cooking. Scrimping and saving, moving in a circle that gets tighter and tighter until it chokes the very breath of life out of you. Do you want that?
Of course not.
No. You and I have got to be free souls. And our freedom is in this bag. It's full now, Della. And it's going to stay that way. Because we're smart enough and strong enough to keep it full. Do you understand?
Yes, Phil.
Della soon dropped off to sleep, and Philip Houston relaxed with a book. But his Superman self-assurance would have been a little disturbed had he known what was taking place in the Chicago office of the FBI.
Cameron speaking.
Hello, Cameron. Murphy, Detroit.
Oh, hello there. Have you got something on that Michigan license?
Yes. It's a 1938 black Buick sedan. Bought 2 weeks ago from a used car dealer. And re-registered under the name of John Weatherford.
Any description of Weatherford?
It checks with your man, Houston.
All right. Model number?
63239300. Got it?
9300. Right. I'll put out a 5-state alarm on it right away. Thanks a lot.
Busy, Leo?
No. What have you got, George?
Teletype from Washington. The fingerprints on the book have been identified.
Good.
They belong to Philip Windsor, who served time in Kansas State Reformatory. And the description is that of so-called Philip Houston.
Well, Mr. Windsor better pray for a quick cool spell. His trail's getting hot.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Philip Windsor, bank robber. We'll return to this case in just a moment. As you read today's newspapers, you undoubtedly experienced a profound feeling of satisfaction when you noted how quickly America has begun to return to the ways of peace. Already a number of the restrictions that were necessary in time of war have been lifted. Others will soon be removed. Business, as well as government, is playing an important role in hastening this return to normal living conditions. And in the forefront of this movement is the management of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. During the war, it was necessary to exclude certain war risks from newly issued life insurance policies. But yesterday, one day after hostilities ended, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable Society, announced that the society would discontinue, effective immediately, the war clauses in life insurance policies hereafter issued. This means that Americans, even if now serving in the Army or Navy, can now buy an Equitable Society policy that contains no restrictions as to war risks. Just as the Equitable Society is alert to peacetime opportunities to improve and liberalize its life insurance services to the public, so its funds will continue to work in ways that benefit the country as a whole.
Equitable society dollars, the result of the work, thrift, and savings of the American people, will continue to be invested in the great industries which are now converting to peacetime production to provide jobs for our returning servicemen. Yes, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on Philip Windsor, bank robber.
Criminals are not always products of an underprivileged childhood. Many of them had more than comfortable homes, and many of them received the advantages of an excellent education. What caused them to turn to crime? Some started out merely seeking new thrills. Others? Well, let's go on with the story of the young man in tonight's case, whose real identity has been established as Philip Windsor. The FBI now knows that Windsor and his wife are driving a 1938 black Buick sedan, Michigan license. And so far, maybe as a kind of dare, are operating only in the limited area of Illinois.
Hi, George.
Oh, come in, Leo.
Any report from that alarm on Windsor's car?
Not yet. But here's a file on him from the Kansas Reformatory. He got 10 years for a Kansas robbery, but was paroled after 2.
Yes, I see. Thanks to a good family background.
His father was a university professor.
Uh-huh.
In a nutshell, Windsor was a precocious kid who eventually became contemptuous of everything normal and conventional.
And overripe for the power philosophy of old Friedrich Nietzsche.
Exactly.
Come in.
This teletype just came in.
Thanks, Ruth. Well,
what is it?
A report from Belleville. The police down there found Windsor's Buick in a local garage an hour ago.
I see.
He left it there to have the motor overhauled and rented a Ford from him to use while the car was being fixed.
In other words, he just traded cars.
Yes. The Belleville police have already sent out an alarm on the Ford.
You think Windsor's going out of sight for a while?
It looks that way. And the safest place to do that would be at some friend's house.
Yes.
Let's get a wire off to the Kansas Reformatory. I want to know just who Windsor's friends are.
It was at about this same time, shortly after dark, that Philip Windsor and his wife, Della, slipped out of a cheap rooming house in East St. Louis, down in southern Illinois, got into the Ford sedan and drove rapidly out of the city and headed north.
In a few hours now, Della, we'll be in Chicago.
Then what?
Then I'll contact my friend Kingston, and he'll give us a safe haven for as long as we need it.
Personally, Phil, I would like to hurry up and get some of that freedom you were talking about.
Oh, we have it right now.
You call this freedom?
Aren't we doing the things we set out to do? Aren't we living our own lives in our own way?
I don't call having to hide out by day and slip around by night freedom. And knowing that the police are constantly looking for it, I don't call that freedom either.
I don't want to be disappointed in you, Della.
Disappointed?
I chose you because I thought you had strength and courage.
Have I shown anything else?
Your behavior right now is a sign of weakness.
I'm just tired of running and hiding.
That's all part of the game, Della. But we don't call it running and hiding. Those are cowardly words.
What do we call it then?
This is a game that requires consummate courage, daring, and skill. And in every game, there are offensive moves and defensive moves.
Of course.
We have committed 2 offensive moves. Now we are meeting the inevitable counterattack with defensive measures. Don't you see?
Yes, I see.
State Highway Patrol.
What do we do?
Just keep calm and leave the rest to me.
Pull over to the side and stop.
Yes, sir?
This your own car?
Yes, sir, my own car. And my own brand new wife. We're on our way home from a little honeymoon trip, and we'll...
Let me see your license.
Oh, marriage or car license?
I don't inspect marriage licenses.
All right. My car license is in my bag on the back seat. I'll get it for you. Was I going too fast, officer?
I'm not interested in that angle now.
Ah, here it is.
Here you are, officer.
Phil.
That's one counterattack repulsed, Stella.
Yes, one counterattack repulsed. But another was about to form in the FBI Chicago office. It is nearly midnight, and Special Agent Cameron, who went out for a bite of food while waiting for the report from the Kansas Reformatory on Windsor's friends, is re-entering the office.
Did that report come in yet, George?
Yes, and so did another one.
What do you mean?
Windsor slugged a highway patrolman who stopped him on the road out of East St. Louis about 9 o'clock.
Which way was Windsor headed?
Right here, Chicago.
What's the report on his friends?
After he got out of the reformatory, he corresponded regularly with a Marvin Kingston who was still in. But he's out now.
Where?
Chicago. And here's the address.
Good. Keep your fingers crossed, George. This may be the beginning of the payoff.
For 3 days, FBI agents kept a close watch on Marvin Kingston and his house. But Windsor made no contact with Kingston by person or by phone or by mail. Then, on the afternoon of the 4th day, at the corner grocery a block from Kingston's house, an attractive young blonde came out of the store with a small sack of groceries. She spoke to a little girl rolling a doll buggy.
Hello, honey.
Hello.
Do you know where Mr. Kingston lives?
Right down there.
Well, if you'll deliver this sack of groceries to Mr. Kingston in your doll buggy, I'll give you a whole dime. Do you want to?
Sure. Where's the dime?
Here you are.
Thank you.
And there are the groceries. And tell your dolly to hold on to them tight now, won't you?
Oh, she will.
Thank you, honey. Goodbye.
Bye. Now, Rosemarie, you hold on to that sack good, like the pretty lady said. Hold on, we're going now.
The little girl reached Kingston's house and was about to take the sack from the buggy and start up the front walk when Special Agent Cameron intercepted her.
What have you got there, little girl?
In the sack?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's not mine. It's for Mr. Kingston.
Oh.
A pretty lady gave me a whole dime to bring it here.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I wonder what's in it. Can I take a look?
Well, just one. But you can't have any of whatever it is.
I promise not to touch anything.
All right. Then take just one little peek now.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Now, go ahead and deliver the sack.
Agent Cameron watched until the girl had delivered the sack and gone. Then he went up to the house and introduced himself to Marvin Kingston.
I'm Special Agent Cameron of the FBI.
What do you want with me?
There was a message in that sack of groceries from Philip Windsor.
What makes you think so?
You're on parole, Kingston. Do you want to face a charge of conspiracy?
All right, here's a note. Windsor wants me to meet him at 8 o'clock tonight at Joe's hamburger stand on Euclid Avenue.
But you'll have to stay here. The FBI will meet Philip Windsor.
At 7:30 that night, several FBI agents joined Cameron and took up positions at various points outside the hamburger stand. Promptly at 8 o'clock, a car drove up and parked half a block away. Philip Windsor and his wife got out, walked to the hamburger stand, and went in. The agents saw them order soft drinks. Minutes passed. Windsor grew restless. Finally, at 8:15, he spoke to Della quietly.
Something must have gone wrong.
I'm sure the little girl delivered the sack with a note.
Maybe Kingston wasn't at home to get it.
Oh, shall we take a chance and call him?
No. Drink your soda.
I don't want any more.
What are you nervous about?
What are you?
I'm not nervous.
I've never seen you act this way before.
I tell you I'm not. I'm not nervous.
Well, I am. I've got a funny feeling.
Shut up.
And so have you.
Shut up, I tell you. Come on, let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Let's get out of here, I said. Come on. Go ahead.
All right.
Come on, back to the car.
Phil.
What's the matter?
Stop where you are, both of you, and raise your hands.
Not for anybody.
Phil!
Don't reach for your gun, Windsor. We're the FBI.
Phil, don't!
You're his wife, Della?
Yes.
I'm sorry. It didn't have to end this way, you know.
Yes, I'm afraid it did. It never could have ended any other way for Phil.
Philip Windsor had no respect for law-abiding citizens. He said, "It is far better to live courageously than cowardly." And saying that, he showed his contempt for those of us who lead conventional lives. Philip Windsor would have been smart to have looked at the record of this nation at war. Because the courage of conventional ordinary people has been proven on every battlefield. Freedom from tyranny was won on those battlefields for you, the law-abiding conventional citizen of the world. And freedom from criminal aggression is being won for you here in America by the special agents of the FBI. The special agents who every day prove he who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword. That's the way the Bible puts it. And the history of the world has shown how right the Bible is.
You'll hear the disposition of this case in just a moment. Did you know that in a single battleship of the United States Navy, there are more than 900 electric motors, 1,000 different electrical instruments, 1,100 telephones, 1,600 electronic tubes, and a wiring system 1,700 miles long, all that on one battleship? That gives you an idea of the tremendous wartime assignment that the electrical manufacturing industry received from Uncle Sam. Radar, automatic plane pilots, smoke generators, sound detectors, range finders. These are only a few of the thousands of complex electrical products supplied in enormous quantity to our armed forces. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to the electrical manufacturing industry and its 1 million employees? Theirs has been an outstanding job of war production, a credit to the industry and to the American system under which that industry flourishes, and a promise of better living for all of us in the peaceful years to come. For many years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States has regarded electrical manufacturing as a sound and safe field for the investment of Equitable Society funds. So millions of Equitable Society dollars have been invested in electrical manufacturing, as well as in scores of other great industries which were mobilized for war production. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars have been fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
After the death of her husband, Della Windsor was convicted for her part in the bank robberies and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, murder.
In the crime of murder, final conviction of the killer often depends on evidence which can be revealed only by the microscopes, the test tubes, and other instruments of modern science with which the FBI's vast laboratory is equipped. Whereas the steps leading to the killer's arrest may depend altogether on the intelligence and swift action of the special agent on the case. Tonight's case from the files of Your FBI is a dramatic example of how investigative ability brought about the arrest of a brutal killer, after which science convicted him. About 2 miles out from the village of Belford, Massachusetts, sitting well back from the road, is the weather-beaten house occupied by the Creightons. Although a sign on the roadside mailbox reads, "Tourists accommodated," Effie Creighton, a kindly little gray-haired woman nearing 70, and her granddaughter Lynn are alone most of the time, as they were one rainy Saturday night in the early fall. In the living room, Effie sits in her rocker before the fire, knitting. Lynn is at the piano, while Blackie, a Scotty, stretches indifferently before the fireplace.
Lynn, my dear, couldn't you play something just a little more cheerful?
It's not a very cheerful night, Nanny. It feels cold and clammy, like the touch of death.
Oh, gracious. Oh, what kind of talk is that?
Sometimes rain is warm and friendly, but tonight it's stealthy, like death.
Blackie! Blackie, must you be that way, too?
Blackie also feels the night.
It's that ghostly music affecting him. Oh, now be quiet, Blackie. Lynn! At the window. Why?
A man's face. I saw it. Oh. It's gone now.
Lynn, you've just worked yourself into a state with that graveyard music.
No, Nanny, I swear it. I saw a man's face at the window, and Blackie saw it, too.
Blackie! Blackie, hush, I say. Oh, Lynn, you've got him all worked up, too.
But I tell you, I did see a man's face.
Nonsense. Land's sake. The both of you are enough...
Nanny, I told you.
It's just somebody at the door.
It's whoever was looking in the window.
Take the fix. Go see who it is.
No.
Well, then I'll go myself. It's probably a traveler just wanting to spend the night.
Please, Nanny, don't let him in. Nanny!
Blackie, hush that up. I don't see anyone here. Oh.
I'm sorry if I frightened you.
Oh, it's my old eyes, young man. They just didn't see you right away, standing there in the dark. What do you want?
Well, I saw your tourist sign. I've come to try to engage a room.
Oh, then come in. Come in.
Thanks.
Oh, hush, Blackie. You mustn't mind him, young man.
Oh, that's all right. You know, I feel that way about strangers sometimes myself. Oh, hello.
Hello.
What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that way?
You were looking in the window a while ago, weren't you?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Oh, well, please forgive me. You know, I guess that I've seen too many of these horror movies. Now, this house kind of made me think of one of those mystery houses where the mad doctor, he carves up his guests.
Oh, good gracious.
Yes, that's why I looked in the window, really. Yes, but when I saw a sweet little old lady and a charming young girl...
Ah, but we might be just a blind for that mad doctor, you know.
I'll take the risk. Well, I've already put my car in your garage, but I'll have to go out and get my bag.
Oh, surely, go ahead. What on earth is the matter with you, Blackie?
Maybe Blackie senses something we don't.
Nonsense. Why, he's a very nice young man.
I disagree with you, Granny. Here he comes.
Hey, that rain seems to be a bit wet, isn't it?
You get right out of those wet clothes, young man, and I'll scare you up a bite of supper and some hot coffee.
Thanks. That'll be awfully nice of you. Get away from that suitcase. I'm sorry.
Blackie, now you go on into the living room. Go. What's your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Smith, Harold Smith.
Well, I'm Effie Creighton.
Uh-huh.
And this is my granddaughter, Lynn.
Oh, hello.
How do you do?
Will you just be here for the night?
No, well, I might be here longer. That is, if I may.
Oh, you can stay just as long as you like.
Good. I'd like to make a request.
Oh, what's that?
Well, see, I didn't tell anyone where I was going, and
yes?
I just wanted to be alone for a few days.
Body just has to do that now and again, I guess.
But suppose somebody should happen to inquire of us about you. What shall we tell them?
I said nobody knows I'm here.
Well, even if they do ask Lynn, we don't have to tell them Mr. Smith is here. Now, it's just you don't worry, young man. We won't say a word to a soul.
Thank you.
About 50 miles on the other side of Belford, Massachusetts, and near the Connecticut line, a highway patrolman about dusk had followed a trail of blood he saw leading off the road and found the body of a man in a clump of bushes, his head bashed in. By his side was an empty mail sack. The man was identified by papers in his pocket as a Connecticut rural mail carrier. Obviously, he had been murdered and his mail and car stolen. And since a state line had been crossed, it was a case for the FBI. And now, with the aid of flashlights, Special Agent Rickard of the FBI is going over the scene with the highway patrolman.
Here's the body, Mr. Rickard. That's not a very pleasant sight. Whoever did it was a little on the fiendish side, I'd say. Yeah. One blow would have been enough. Probably used a piece of lead or iron pipe. Well, I'll have to get a plastic cast of the wound. Here's the mail sack. It's empty. Oh, I'll take that with me. Could be some of the killer's fingerprints on it. I don't quite figure his motive. He seems to have been badly in need of a car. What about the mail? Oh, just took that along, I guess, in case there was anything of value in it. If he only wanted a car, he could have stolen one with a lot less trouble. Now, to the man who did this kind of a job, killing is no trouble. It's a sadistic pleasure. Yeah. Well, you said you wanted me to help you make some plaster casts of the killer's footprints. Those tire tracks up there at the road.
Yeah. Let's get up there. And I guess you'll want to arrange to get the body down to the morgue.
Okay. Here's the spot where he dragged the body under this barbed wire fence.
Mm-hmm. Well, he seems to have left us another little clue. Look. Caught on this barb.
Yeah. Tiny piece of cloth of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Looks brown to me. Mail carrier wasn't wearing anything of that color.
The killer must have snagged his own coat or breeches.
Well, I'll take it along to the lab. Let's make those casts now. We got to get a line on this killer fast. There's no telling when or why he'll murder someone else.
Back at the Creighton house, the young stranger who gave the name of Harold Smith has just finished the light supper Effie Creighton fixed for him and gone to his room at the far end of the hall on the first floor. Effie and her granddaughter, Lynn, are in the kitchen cleaning up the few dishes.
Mr. Smith was mighty hungry. He didn't leave a scrap.
Nanny, what do you suppose he's got in that suitcase?
Why, his clothes, of course. What else?
That's just it. What else?
What on earth are you talking about?
You saw the way Blackie acted when he smelled the suitcase.
Land's sake, Lynn, that imagination of yours...
Blackie wasn't imagining. He smelled something wrong.
Lynn, I'm going to sell that piano if you don't stop playing spooky music and getting yourself all worked up like this.
Nanny, I don't like the idea of us being alone in the house with that man.
Oh, you want me to turn him out in the rain, I suppose.
No. But I can get Uncle Will to come over and spend the night with us.
Lynn, he's a nice young man.
I'm going to call Uncle Will.
He'll laugh at you.
But he'll come over.
He'd go anywhere if Aunt Sarah let him out of the house.
Yeah. I'll get him over. Don't worry. Hello? Hello? Operator? Operator? The phone is dead, Nanny.
Dead? Nonsense, Lynn.
I said the phone is dead.
Well, what on earth could have happened to it?
I think I know.
Hello, Jim.
Hi, Rick. I got a new lead while you were out.
Oh, what's that?
The postal inspector cooperating on the case called in from Benning, Connecticut. That's the town the mail carrier worked out of, you know.
Yeah.
Shortly after noon today, a young man about 6 feet tall robbed a movie cashier.
Uh-huh.
He was wearing a brown suit, and he didn't use a pistol. He threatened the girl with a heavy piece of pipe.
How'd he get away?
Ran, disappeared in the Saturday crowd before anybody knew what had happened.
Mm-hmm. And he probably commandeered the mail carrier's car to make his full getaway.
Mm-hmm.
After they got over the state line, killed the mail carrier, dragged his body into the bushes, and took out with the car.
Yeah, that sounds just like it.
Where's the description of that car, Jim?
Oh, right here.
Put out a 5-state alarm on it right away.
Nanny! Nanny!
Good heavens, Lynn. Have you been out in all that rain?
Yes.
Why?
I've checked the phone wires on the side of the house. They've been cut.
Good.
He did it, Nanny. I know he did.
But why?
For all the reasons that I... Here he comes.
Pardon me. I know you wish that I'd get settled for the night, but I've left something up in my car.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Smith.
I want to thank you again for that supper. That was awfully kind of you to fix it for me.
I couldn't let you go to bed hungry.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Come on, Nanny, quick.
Where?
I'm going to look in that suitcase.
Oh, but he'll be right back.
Come on.
Oh, if he comes back and catches us...
There's the suitcase. I'm going to find out what's in it. That's got it.
Well,
it's full of letters.
Yes.
Look, Nanny.
All of them are addressed to people in Connecticut. And... Wait.
What is it?
There's something heavy under the letters. It feels like a piece of pipe or something. Manny, look. There's blood on that piece of pipe.
Yes. That's blood. I murdered a man with that.
Oh.
Well, you don't look surprised, young lady.
I'm not.
Oh, we're not going to let you hide in this house. I'm going to the neighbors and call the police.
Get back here.
Oh, no.
Listen, you, young lady, you pick that up and put it back where you got it.
Oh.
I said pick it up. Now, until I'm ready to leave here, I'm running this house. Seeing you'll both do exactly as I say, or I'll kill you.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the fugitive killer. We will return to this case in just a moment. One of our most eminent Americans, Benjamin Franklin, was a great believer in societies. As a young man, he formed his friends into the Leather Apron Club. Later, he organized the first circulating library in America and the first fire company in Philadelphia. And in 1743, he founded the American Philosophical Society. From that day to this, Americans have recognized that the best way to get things done is to get together, to cooperate. A society to which more Americans belong than almost any other is the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, with more than 3.25 million members. Now, the purpose of the Equitable Society is security, financial security for its members and their families. Equitable members know that their society is something more than a great organization in which they have insured their lives or provided security for their old age. They know that the Equitable Society is truly a society, that they themselves are the sole owners of this society, and that their management has but one end in view. That end is to make membership in the Equitable Society mean the very maximum of protection and security. To accomplish this purpose, Equitable Society funds are invested wisely and soundly. They are used to promote agriculture and home ownership, and to help build up the great industries on which our national prosperity depends. And so, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on the fugitive killer.
Instruments of modern science can only aid in identifying and convicting a criminal. They cannot catch him. That remains solely a job for human intelligence. In the case of the fugitive killer, many clues were now in the FBI laboratory ready to convict him. But it is up to Special Agent Rickett to find him. It is nearly 1 o'clock in the morning now, and the plane on which Rickett dispatched to Washington fingerprints found on the mail sack near the body of the rural postman was due to arrive in Washington at 11 o'clock. Rickett and Special Agent Lambert are sitting in the office mapping their next move when an assistant hurries in from the teletype room.
Here's Washington's report on your man, Mr. Rickett.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah?
Listen to this.
Right.
Man is William Garland.
Mm-hmm.
32, 6 feet half inch, 185 pounds, black hair, served term for assault and robbery, and...
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen to this.
What?
Wanted for murder in Cleveland, Ohio.
Hey, we better put that out on the 5-state alarm, too.
Okay, and then we'd better start traveling.
Where?
If Garland had kept on the move in that stolen car, some trace of it would have been reported by now.
Oh, you think he's gone under?
He must have gone into hiding shortly after killing that mail carrier.
Which means he's likely to be in this area.
Right. We know he drove north after disposing of the body.
Uh-huh.
Let's head for there and investigate all tourist camps and houses along the way.
Right.
Come on.
Well, this is really quite a cozy picture, Miss Creighton. Your grandmother dozing in her rocker by the fire. So peaceful. It helps me to think. You see, I'm trying to figure out how to keep from killing you.
Why?
Well, there might be a better use for you. That's a car entering your driveway, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, just a minute. You sit down. Whoever it is has seen the light on. Here, I'll answer it. You stay where you are.
Hello?
Yes?
Well, awfully sorry to bother you this time of night, brother. Always hate to be bothered myself this late.
What do you want?
Well, I saw your sign on the mailbox down at the road, and, well, I'd like to take on a bit of shut-eye if it's okay.
I'm terribly sorry to have to turn you down.
What's the matter, full up?
No, it's not that. We should have taken that sign down. There's sickness in the house.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Say, I hope I haven't disturbed whoever's sick.
Oh, you haven't?
Well, I'll push into Belford and try my luck there. Thanks anyway. I hope they get better.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night.
I'm sorry I had to turn that gentleman away, but, well, you understand.
Yes.
Well, I think I've figured out what to do with you, good people. We're going to take a little trip.
What do you mean?
Well, I can't stay here forever, and I can't leave without you very well.
You could kill us.
Yes, but I found a better use for you. There's that nobody is likely to suspect me if I'm traveling with a sweet little old lady and a pretty young girl, especially if I'm driving a car that the police are not looking for.
But they must be looking for your car.
They're not looking for yours, and that's the one we'll be traveling in.
Special Agents Rickett and Lambert have investigated every tourist camp and house south of Belford without finding any trace of the killer. They have just stopped at an all-night lunchroom in Belford for coffee.
Here you are, Gent.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, waiter.
Yes, sir?
You know of any good tourist camp or house that's north of here?
Yes, sir. You ain't far from a good one right now.
Oh?
Just a couple of miles up the road, the Creighton House.
Hey, did you say the Creighton House?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me for butting in, fellas, but I was just there myself and got a turn down.
Oh?
Oh, yeah, the fellow that came to the door said there was sickness in the house.
Oh, I see.
You say the fella that come to the door?
Oh, yeah.
You must be talking about another house. There ain't no man lives at the Creighton House. Just an old lady and her granddaughter. I know him well.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, but it was the Creighton House. I saw the name in the mailbox.
Oh, Mister, what did this fellow look like?
I didn't pay much attention. Kind of tall, had on a brown suit.
Lambert, let's go.
Here, now, I'll let you both ride up in the front seat with me. All right, come on. In you go.
Take your hands off me.
Just where do you think you're taking us?
I told you, I'm taking you and your grandmother for a little ride. All right, get in. I said get in there. We're losing time. I'm sorry that Blackie has to miss the trip, but a dog is such a care, you know.
There's a car.
As I see it.
It's going to turn up our drive.
Yeah, that's too bad. They'll have to wait for me to drive out first.
Just a minute, please.
Don't either of you say a word. What do you want?
Want to talk to you.
What for?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Sorry, I can't stop.
Okay, Lambert. After him.
That must be the Creighton woman and the girl in there with him, Rickard.
Yeah. Jim, pull up as close to that car as you can.
You want me to force him off the road?
No, keep your headlights on his rear wheels. I'm going to try and shoot out a tire.
Go to it, Rick. But keep your bullets low.
Okay.
I got his taillight. That's got it, Rickett. Good work.
Come on, step on it, Jim. All right, pull up and start, Garland. And keep your hands on the wheel. You women all right?
Yes, thank heaven.
Lambert?
Yeah?
Keep your gun on him.
Right.
Want to change a tire, and we'll see these ladies safely home.
The FBI does not make an arrest unless it has sufficient evidence to warrant the arrest. And once a criminal is arrested, his conviction is practically a scientific certainty. For through your representatives in Congress, you have provided your FBI with the means for establishment of one of the most modern laboratories in the world designed for criminal detection. When William Garland was arrested, there was in the FBI laboratory, as evidence against him, a few threads from his suit, plastic cast of his footprints, auto tire tracks, fingerprints from the mail sack, and specimens of blood from the murdered man to match with blood on the murder instrument. This laboratory is working 24 hours a day for your protection, making the road the criminal follows a dead-end street.
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. Imagine a cotton bag so big that the 90,000 square miles of Japan's largest island, Honshu, could have been dropped into it. Incidentally, that wouldn't have been such a bad idea, would it? Such a bag could have been made from a single order for tent canvas, which was filled by America's cotton textile industry last year. At least 10,000 other cotton products were used by the Army and Navy. They range from socks and shoestrings to smokeless powder and collapsible rafts. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to cotton and to the managers and workers of America's 1,200 cotton mills? Although 1/3 of this industry's manpower and womanpower wore Uncle Sam's uniforms, its output is running 50% higher than pre-war levels. An extra 50% that was vital to victory, which will now help raise the standard of living for America and the world. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be interested to know that their society has made a substantial investment in the cotton textile industry. In fact, Equitable Society funds have been a consistent factor in the growth and development of most of the great industries on which America depends for full employment and continued prosperity in the post-war years. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
William Garland was turned over to local police. He was tried and convicted on the charge of first-degree murder.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production.
And now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
A page from the annals of our courts of justice. That's famous jury trials. Tonight's exciting case follows now over most of these stations. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, The Strange Extortion.
Hardly a day passes that some person of large income or great wealth does not receive a letter demanding that he pay the sender a certain sum of money or suffer the consequences. The usual implication is death to himself or some member of the family. True, most of these extortion letters are written by cranks who never carry out their threats, but the FBI must investigate them all. And quite often, the letters are the real thing. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI involving attempted extortion is one of the most extraordinary stories of its kind on record. Flint Rock was a wholly appropriate name for the old secluded Long Island estate, for it not only described the volcanic outcroppings about the place, but it suited the character of the despotic old woman who ruled the cold gray stone house with perpetual ill temper and a passionate contempt for all under its jagged roof. Although Letty Bradford could seldom leave her bed, her irascible spirit haunted every room and had long since made Flint Rock a house of mutual hates. It is now 1 minute after 9 o'clock in the morning. Letty Bradford reaches for her stick and...
Janet! Janet! Oh, that stupid nurse. Janet! Oh, about time, young lady.
Good morning, Mrs. Bradford.
Nearly 2 minutes after 9, Janet.
I'm sorry.
That's no excuse. You know very well I want my breakfast at 9 o'clock, and 9 o'clock doesn't mean 2 minutes after 9.
Yes, Mrs. Bradford.
I suppose you stopped to poison the orange juice.
No, Mrs. Bradford.
Don't tell me the thought hasn't occurred to you.
No, Mrs. Bradford.
Of course it has. It's occurred to all of you.
And why should it?
Don't question me and don't look at me that way. You're all too impatient for me to die. You can't wait for my affliction to kill me. You're too eager to get your ungrateful fingers on the money I've left for you in my will.
I don't expect any money. You've always paid me for my services.
Inefficient as they are.
Shall I pour your tea?
Don't you always? You want me to drink it, don't you?
You said for me to pour it.
There are some poisons that cannot be detected in a body, aren't there?
Yes, there are several.
I won't drink the tea. Take it away. Take it away, I say.
As you wish.
Well, don't stand there tapping like a woodpecker, Charles.
Good morning, Mrs. Bradford. Good morning, Janet.
Another Judith.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Bradford.
Take the tray, Janet. long have you been my secretary, Charles?
It will soon be 10 years.
You must have robbed me of a tidy sum in that length of time.
If you think I have, why don't you have me arrested?
Nonsense. I admire your ability to hide your pilferings. What have you got there?
The morning mail, of course.
No, don't bother me with mail this morning. Where's my adoring niece?
Miss Darrell is...
I know, sleeping it off under a pile of ice bags.
Miss Darrell stayed in New York last night.
Well, they have ice bags there, too, don't they? What's that?
A letter addressed to you marked confidential.
Confidential poppycock. Open it.
I didn't want to without your permission.
Open it.
Mrs. Bradford.
Well?
It's an extortion letter, and they threaten
Well,
to...
don't have a stroke about it.
What? They threaten your life unless you...
Unless what?
Unless you pay them $30,000 by noon tomorrow.
Pay who $30,000?
You are to wrap up that amount in bills of small denomination and see that the package is left in the alley behind the North Shore Bank building in Island City. And say nothing to the police or...
Or they'll bash my head in, I suppose.
I'd better get Judge Madison on the telephone right away.
You'll do nothing of the sort. Some crank nonsense. Throw the letter away.
But, Mrs. Bradford...
You heard me. Throw it away.
Very well.
Charles, wait a minute.
Yes?
Why should anyone ask for $30,000? Why not $25,000 or $50,000 or $100,000? Why $30,000?
It is an odd amount.
There may be something to this after all, Charles. Get Judge Madison over here right away. I wouldn't be surprised if all this weren't some scheme of your own, Tom Madison.
Oh, my dear Letty. Of course, I could use $30,000 to good advantage, but...
Can't you wait until I die, either? As executor of the estate, you'll be able to milk it for a whole lot more than that.
Come now, my dear. This is a serious matter.
What's serious about having my head bashed in? That would be a happy event for all of you.
Oh, please, my dear. If the letter is a genuine extortion letter, you have until noon tomorrow. And you may rest assured, my dear, before then I'll see to it that you have ample protection.
I don't want a lot of to-do about this in the papers, you understand?
The FBI doesn't operate that way.
What does the FBI have to do with it?
This is a federal crime, and I must report it to the FBI at once.
Judge Madison drove swiftly into New York and went directly to FBI headquarters, where he reported the case to Special Agent Hugh Barnes.
And here is the letter, Mr. Barnes.
Uh-huh. Now, this looks like the type of stationery ordinarily used for social correspondence.
And whoever sent the letter was careful to use a typewriter.
Typewriting can be as incriminating, Judge Madison, as handwriting. Each set of type leaves its own peculiar mark.
But they don't necessarily prove who did the typing.
No, but it's a good clue anyway.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, who occupies the house with Mrs. Bradford?
Besides the servants, there's Mrs. Bradford's personal nurse, Janice Smith.
Well, what do you know about her?
And not much, except that she has attended Miss Bradford for 3 years.
Single?
Yes. A young man calls on her once a week, I believe.
Well, what's her attitude toward Mrs. Bradford?
Frankly, Mr. Barnes, no one has any real affection for Letty Bradford.
Well, from your description of her, that's understandable. Who else lives there?
Her secretary for almost 10 years, Charles Forbes, single, about 34.
Does Mrs. Bradford have any children or other relatives?
Only a niece, Darrell Bradford, about 27. Very attractive.
Also single?
As Darrell says, she's still playing the field. Nightclub style.
Has a generous allowance, I suppose.
Not always generous enough. I've had to clear up her gambling debts from time to time.
For large sums?
Well, they've varied in the past. I say past because 3 months ago, Mrs. Bradford swore she would never settle another one.
Now, what about the servants?
Well, there'd be no reason to suspect any of them, except,
Except whom?
The chauffeur, Floyd Parker. He likes his drink a little too much, and occasionally he's disappeared for 2 or 3 days at a time on what he calls a little bottlenecking.
I see.
And Mrs. Bradford says she had a row with Floyd on the subject 2 days ago and fired him. Anyway, Parker's gone.
Morley. Yes, Barnes? Get a complete description of Floyd Parker from Judge Madison and start trying to locate him, will you?
Right.
There are a couple of angles I want to go out on for a while, Judge. Would you be good enough to meet me this evening at the Bradford house?
Certainly.
And please see that everyone's there, including Darrell Bradford.
Good evening, Miss Darrell.
What's good about it, Charles?
I'm sorry I had to call you.
You didn't tell anyone where I was.
Certainly not.
Thanks. Now, why should I have to come all the way out here because that old, you name it, got some kind of crazy letter?
The FBI agent wanted everybody here.
FBI agent?
Yes, he's been all over the house for the last 2 hours. He's in the library now, and he's already fingerprinted all of us except you.
What?
Yes.
You mean he suspects that one of us?
I guess it's their job to suspect everybody, Miss Darrell. Mr. Barnes, the agent, asked me to have you come into the library as soon as you arrive.
All right. I'm Darrell Bradford. They say you want my fingerprints.
Well, please, if you don't mind.
Were you expecting me to object?
Do you?
Why should I?
It'll only take a moment. Now, press your right fingers on this ink pad, please.
Good Lord. Wonder if I've robbed any safes lately.
Well, probably not, or you would have paid off your gambling debt to Nick. Now, press your fingers on this card here.
What do you know about Nick?
Well, he's a dangerous man to owe $30,000 to. Now, the left fingers, please.
All right, so you know about it. But I didn't write that letter.
I didn't say you did or you didn't.
If I didn't, who did?
I haven't found out yet how many people know about your debt. And a lot of people, including you, would benefit by Mrs. Bradford's death.
Have you finished with me?
Well, for now, yes. Oh, please send the nurse, Miss Smith, in, will you? And I'd rather you wouldn't leave the house.
Very well. You're in charge.
Barnes speaking.
This is Morley.
Any trace of the chauffeur?
No, not yet. I just called to tell you I've also put out a 5-state alarm for him in case he decided to roam.
Good. I'll be here for a while yet. Thanks.
Well?
Oh, this is a sheet of your stationery, isn't it, Miss Smith?
Where did you get it?
Out of your room.
Then I guess it's mine. Why?
Well, the extortion letter was written on a sheet of paper exactly like this.
And that makes me guilty, I suppose.
I didn't say so.
If anybody wanted to get $30,000 from Mrs. Bradford, it probably would have been...
Then you knew about Darrell Bradford's gambling debt?
Charles knew about it. He told me.
I thought he was supposed to be a confidential secretary.
Charles gets sort of confidential with me, too, Mr. Barnes.
Oh?
Excuse me, Mr. Barnes.
Oh, yes, Charles?
Judge Madison called over the other phone a few minutes ago. Said he'd been detained, but was coming right on over.
Thank you. Oh, that's all for now, Miss Smith. Charles.
Yes?
Do you recognize the typing on this sheet of paper?
Well, it's the same style, I think, as the typewriter I use.
That's right. I typed this on your machine.
What for? I mean...
Well, it's just possible that under a microscope it'll exactly match the typing on the extortion letter.
Look, Mr. Barnes, I didn't have anything to do with it.
We don't reach conclusions until we get all the facts.
Why should I try to extort money from Mrs. Bradford? I'm well and taken care of, and her well, and... What?
No! Come on.
Charles!
It's Mrs. Bradford, Janet. She's been shot. Miss Darrell!
I'm coming.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the strange extortion. We will return to this case in just a moment. A quarter of a century ago, a great American president, Woodrow Wilson, saw the need for world cooperation. He urged the nations to get together, to drop their rivalries, to form a united front for world peace and security. Today, the ideals of this far-sighted leader are an inspiration to those who are planning to banish injustice, war, and aggression from the face of the earth. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be proud to learn that this great advocate of international cooperation was a member of their society. Like Woodrow Wilson, this society also stands for security through cooperation. In fact, the Equitable Society is an excellent example of the advantages of cooperation. Instead of trying to struggle with their security problems alone and unaided, 3.25 million Americans have joined forces in the Equitable Society. Instead of continually worrying about the financial future of their families, Equitable members have shifted that burden onto the broad shoulders of their society. The peace of mind which they gain makes them better workers, better fathers or mothers, better citizens. Yes, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. So remember that name, the Equitable Society, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the file on the strange extortion.
In the case of Letty Bradford, mailing the extortion letter was a federal offense. But when Mrs. Bradford was found apparently dying of a bullet wound above the right temple, Special Agent Hugh Barnes called Inspector Blanton of the Homicide Bureau, who took charge of the house and posted men to see that no member of the household tried to leave. Agent Barnes, however, continued to conduct the investigation. Letty Bradford's doctor, Inspector Blanton, Barnes, and the nurse, Janet Smith, herself under suspicion in connection with the letter, have been in Mrs. Bradford's room for some 30 minutes now. Judge Madison, who arrived shortly after the shooting, is standing outside in the hall with Charles Forbes, Mrs. Bradford's secretary. As the door opens and Barnes steps out.
Well, Mr. Barnes?
Mrs. Bradford.
The bullet didn't penetrate as we thought at first. The pistol was evidently fired at such an angle as to cause only a deep scalp wound and severe powder burns.
You mean...
She's unconscious now, but largely from shock. She'll live.
Oh.
Judge Madison, did you ever see this gun before?
Why, yes.
Was that the pistol? It was found on the floor behind her bed.
Well, that's Mrs. Bradford's pistol, Barnes.
Mrs. Bradford's? I didn't know she had one.
Yes, Charles. I bought it for her myself 3 weeks ago. Said she wanted one for protection, so I humored her.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know where I can find Miss Darrell?
Oh, yes. She went downstairs just before you came out, sir. I saw her going toward the library.
Thanks, Charles. And, Judge Madison.
Yes?
Inspector Blanton says no one is to leave the house just yet. If you'll excuse me now, please.
Look, Nick, it's not my fault if she doesn't die. I didn't do the shooting. What? Well, if she lives, you'll just have to give me more time. I can't raise $30,000 like an umbrella. All right, do anything you like about it.
I didn't intend to eavesdrop, Miss Bradford.
I didn't call Nick, Mr. Barnes. He called me to hound me about the money. I told him what had happened, and Oh, all right, believe what you like.
I'm on my way to New York. I merely stopped to give you the doctor's verdict. Your aunt will live. Good night, Miss Bradford. Morning, Barnes. You don't look very happy. Just mixed up, I guess, Morley. No trace of the missing chauffeur yet. Not yet. What about the pistol? There are no fingerprints on it. I can't understand anybody leaving it behind the bed in the first place. When you got to her so fast, I don't see how they had time to escape. Well, they didn't use the window. That's a cinch. You suspect anyone in particular yet?
Well, look, Morley, it's easy to suspect nearly everybody out there. Most all of them have acted funny about one thing or another. The nurse about the stationery, the secretary about the type, Darrell Bradford about $30,000. And they all stood to gain by Mrs. Bradford's death. Yes?
Here's the laboratory report on the extortion letter, Mr. Barnes.
Good. What's the verdict, Barnes?
That's very interesting. The extortion note was typed on the secretary's machine.
Yeah?
And the only fingerprints on the letter are his. Oh, wait a minute. Here's something else. Also found on the stationery were microscopic traces of purple suede fuzz.
Uh-oh.
As if it had been handled by someone wearing purple suede gloves. I'll take it. Barnes speaking. Oh, hello, Doctor. Yes? Yes, I see. I'll be there. Thank you very much. That's Mrs. Bradford's doctor. He wants to keep her quiet for the rest of the day, but says she should be able to talk to me by tonight.
Good.
In the meantime, I'm going to do a little checking on Nick today. And if you get any word on the chauffeur, call me at the Bradford house tonight.
Right.
Special Agent Barnes spent the rest of the day investigating the movements of the gambler Nick and his men during the past 24 hours, but could uncover nothing involving them with the shooting or the extortion letter. Shortly after dark, Barnes forged his car through a rain and windstorm sweeping Long Island up to the Bradford house. Letty Bradford could talk, but claimed she could remember nothing that happened. Barnes then assembled the others in the library.
Charles.
Yes?
The extortion letter was typed on your machine.
But, Mr. Barnes, I tell
and
you
your
that...
fingerprints were also found on the letter.
Of course they were. I read the letter to Mrs. Bradford. I had to handle it to read it, didn't I?
And, Miss Smith, your fingerprints were not found on the stationery used, but there were traces of fuzz from purple suede gloves.
I never owned a pair of purple gloves in my life.
And Mrs. Bradford was shot with a pistol which you say you bought for her, Judge Madison.
Good Lord, Barnes, you don't think
I'm not accusing you or anybody else here of anything, Judge. I'm merely setting down some facts, and I...
Excuse me for butting in, Barnes.
Morley, I thought you were in New York.
Well, I thought I'd better bring him out instead of phoning. The police found our man.
All right. Come on in.
Parker.
I don't get the idea of all this.
Are you Mrs. Bradford's chauffeur?
Mrs. Bradford's ex-chauffeur.
Oh, you're just the man I've been waiting to have a talk with. Will you come into the other room with me, please?
"30 minutes later, Special Agent Barnes emerged from his talk with the chauffeur, whispered something to Janet Smith, the nurse, who immediately set off upstairs. Then Barnes called Judge Madison to one side.
Well, Barnes?
I think I have it all cleared up now, Judge.
Parker, the chauffeur?
No, but he was very helpful.
He knew something?
Yes, something that completely clears Miss Darrell, the nurse, and Charles.
Oh?
I was finding it awfully hard to suspect any of them anyway.
Why so?
Well, Miss Smith wouldn't have been so obvious as to use her own stationery. For the same reason Charles wouldn't have typed the letter on his own machine.
And Miss Darrell?
Oh, she needed $30,000 all right, but she's too intelligent to have demanded a sum which everybody, including Mrs. Bradford, knew she owed to Nick the gambler.
Well, that sounds reasonable, but... Oh.
I think I found what you want, Mr. Barnes.
Yes. I'm afraid you have, Miss Smith. Judge, I think you'd better come upstairs with me.
All right.
Don't stand out there and knock.
Mrs. Bradford?
Well, what are you and Tom Madison up to?
When you fired Floyd Parker 3 days ago, you gave him a handsome sum of money to soothe his feelings.
Oh, what if I did? It's my money.
You also gave him a letter to mail. A letter addressed to yourself.
What are you trying to say,
Are these
young
your
man?
purple suede gloves?
Well, Oh, certainly they're mine. What are you doing with them?
The person who wrote the extortion letter used Miss Smith's stationery, Charles's typewriter, the amount of Miss Darrell's gambling debt,
and wrote it while wearing purple suede gloves.
Well, what did they do?
And furthermore, she sought to escape an uncomfortable death from disease. At the same time, put the suspicion of murder on the beneficiaries of her will, whom she holds in contempt, by attempted suicide with a gun registered in Judge Madison's name. Well, Mrs. Bradford?
All right. All right. I did it. It's all true. And I have only one regret. It didn't work.
As a public servant charged with protecting the lives, property, and general welfare of all citizens, the FBI is just as diligent in establishing the innocence as well as the guilt of persons involved in a crime. In the case of Letty Bradford, there were 5 persons on whom the shadow of guilt fell. But Special Agent Barnes was not willing to arrest any one of them for the crime because of lack of sufficient incriminating evidence. Instead, his investigation was directed at removing from over them what shadow of suspicion was there. And in doing so, he discovered the person who was guilty.
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a moment. But now, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to the American industry which employs more men than any other except farming? An industry which is most typical of democracy and free enterprise because it is made up of many thousands of little businesses. A salute to the architects, engineers, lumbermen, the contractors, plumbers, electricians, masons, and carpenters who constitute America's great building construction industry. During the war, these were the men who built army camps and vitally needed factories almost overnight. During the post-war years ahead, this is the industry which will be the wheel horse of our national prosperity. Authorities estimate that the building construction industry will erect 1 million homes a year for the next 10 years and will give employment to 4 to 5 million men. Today, the need for more manpower is acute in this industry, and it can be counted on to provide large numbers of jobs for ex-war workers and returning servicemen. For many years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States has been closely associated with the building construction industry. Equitable Society funds have made possible the construction of countless homes, factories, and business buildings. Every time a member of the Equitable Society pays a life insurance premium, he knows that his money is helping to make jobs for millions of his fellow Americans. For just as Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars in wartime, so at all times they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
Because of her physical ailments and extreme old age, no formal charges were filed against Letty Bradford.
Next week on the Equitable Society's presentation of This Is Your FBI, be sure to hear the adaptation of the forthcoming 20th Century Fox motion picture, The House on 92nd Street, relating the counter-espionage work of the FBI in protecting the secret of the atomic bomb. Featured on this broadcast will be the original stars of the picture, William Ive, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's broadcast was directed by William M. Sweets. The music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
Want to sit in on a thrilling court case? Well, then join the audience of famous jury trials, which follows now over most of these stations. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, as a departure, we bring you the preview of a sensational motion picture, The House on 92nd Street, produced by 20th Century Fox, with the actual cooperation of the FBI. It reveals the most daring espionage plot of World War II. This dramatic screenplay stars William Ith, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso, and we have them here in person for our preview. This is Your FBI presents The House on 92nd Street.
Back in 1939, the mechanized legions of Adolf Hitler were overrunning the face of Europe, crowding civilization into a dark corner. The ever-increasing number of Nazi Bunds in this country, the growing network of German spies, clearly indicated that Hitler would not stop at the borders of Europe. And so the FBI, always on the alert to protect the safety of the nation, went to work. Every known suspect was watched, their every move recorded for the files. The FBI could not declare open war against the treacherous Germans in this country, but it could and did keep a 24-hour watch on them, so that when the time came, those Nazis could do nothing to help Hitler make good his threat of yesterday Germany, today Europe, tomorrow the world. As our story opens on an afternoon in the spring of 1939, William Dietrich, a good-looking, husky young man, is standing near a pole vaulting pit on a college athletic field. He's in track uniform, and as he flexes his muscles before making his first jump, he is approached by two men.
Pardon me. Are you William Dietrich?
That's right.
We would like to talk to you.
What about?
My name is William Gross.
How do you do?
And this is August Kaufman. How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Kaufman.
Dietrich, we came here to talk to you about, well, joining our society.
What society is that?
The German-American Society.
Oh?
You are a good German. Your parents came from Stuttgart. You should join us.
Well,
Dietrich, you are going to graduate in June?
Yes, at least I think so.
Well, would you like to take a trip back to Germany after you graduate?
No, I couldn't afford it. I have to go to work when I leave here.
Oh, the trip would cost you nothing. You would be paid, in fact.
Paid? Well, what would I have to do?
Oh, go to school in Germany for 3 months.
What kind of school?
A place where you will learn how to help the fatherland.
Oh.
And when you're finished there, you come back here to work. For Germany.
William Dietrich was a first-generation American, and like most first-generation Americans of German descent, he was a loyal citizen of this country, not a loyal Nazi. He asked the representatives of the German-American Society to wait for his answer, because he had a plan. With that plan in mind, he telephoned the FBI in Washington. The next morning at FBI headquarters, William Dietrich was seated across the desk from Inspector George A. Briggs.
Well, that's just about the whole story, Mr. Briggs.
I see. I've had you checked since you called.
You have?
Yes. I find you can be trusted.
And it's all set? I can really go?
Oh, no, wait. Not so fast. Before you do anything, I have to tell you what you'd be up against.
Well?
If the Nazis should find out that you're working with us, they wouldn't think any more of killing you than of striking a match. And they only kill people they like with bullets.
Yeah, I know that.
And furthermore, the FBI doesn't command anyone to take his life in his hands.
Well, that's why I called you, Mr. Briggs.
I understand. When did your friends, when did you tell them that you'd let them know?
Wednesday night.
Well, you've got almost a full week to make up your mind. After you give them an answer, call and let me know what that answer is.
Mr. Briggs, I think I can save you a phone call. I know what I'm going to tell them.
Then let's go to work.
After his graduation, William Dietrich left for Germany. Arriving at Hamburg, he went to the famous Nazi school in that city, the school for spies and saboteurs. When he had learned his lessons well, he was ready to return to the United States. He was given counterfeit identification papers and some genuine credentials with which to introduce himself to the Nazi contact in New York. While he was still on the high seas, en route back to New York from Lisbon, Inspector Briggs and a special agent named Walker were busy at the FBI headquarters in Washington.
Here's a report you should see, Walker.
Oh? What's it about?
A man was hit by a cab in New York 3 days ago. Some papers were found on him that looked suspicious, so they sent them down to us.
Mm-hmm.
He was carrying a forged passport, but his fingerprints show that he was Captain Franz von Wert.
Well, he's one of their top men.
He was. He died on the way to the hospital.
I see. Anything come out of his papers?
Yes, we sent one of the letters he was carrying to the laboratory. They found some numbers written between the lines in disappearing ink. Cryptanalysis just broke it down.
And?
It said, concentrate on process 97.
Well, that means nothing to me.
It didn't to me either. So I called a meeting this morning of Army and Navy intelligence. I read them the message.
Any response?
Oh, plenty. Process 97 is our new secret weapon.
Oh.
Nobody was even supposed to know that we were working on it.
What's our move?
First, we've got to find out how much the Nazis know about it. And second, how they found out.
Well, young Dietrich ought to be able to help us out on that one.
Maybe, yes.
His German credentials came in on Clipper this morning. I have them here.
Oh, read them to me, will you?
They're in German, and translated they say, William Dietrich is specifically authorized to receive all reports for transmission direct. And that's the first paragraph.
Uh-huh. Leave that one as it is.
Right. Paragraph 2 says you're instructed to look to him for all payments.
Well, that's fine. That means that they've got to come to him. Leave that one alone, too.
Okay. The last paragraph says it is forbidden for him to have any contact with agents known to you.
I don't like that. Now, let's see now. Have it changed to read, he is authorized to contact all agents known to you.
Right.
And after that, pack your bags. We're going to New York.
A few days later, a Portuguese freighter came into New York Harbor. William Dietrich, one of the passengers, brought his luggage down onto the pier, where it was checked by a customs inspector. The customs man was FBI Inspector George A. Briggs. As Briggs went through the bags, he quietly slipped Dietrich the new credentials. The forged credentials, which would give Nazi spy and counter-espionage agent William Dietrich more freedom. When he left the pier, Dietrich took a cab to the house on 92nd Street. There he rang the bell and was admitted into the ground floor dress shop, a dress shop run by Elsa Gebhardt.
You're Elsa Gebhardt?
That's right.
Well, they didn't tell me you were so pretty.
Who are they?
Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. My name is Bill Dietrich.
Oh,
I've been expecting you.
Good. Here's a message for you from Colonel Strassen in Hamburg.
Who's that, Elsa?
This is William Dietrich.
Ah. Is he the new one?
Yes, Max. He brought this message from Felix. He is William Dietrich. He's authorized to receive all reports for transmission direct. He's authorized to pay our fee. He's authorized to contact all agents known to me.
That's what Colonel Strassen said.
But I don't understand. He never sent anybody else with orders like that. I'm going to check these credentials.
Oh.
I'll write to a friend of mine in Argentina. He'll get a message through to Hamburg.
Okay, but meanwhile, I've got to go to work.
What do you want?
Enough parts to build a radio transmitter. Here's a list of what I need.
Why don't you buy them yourself?
I can't afford to be caught buying radio parts.
He's right, Max. Here's the list. Get them.
Okay.
That will be all for now, Mr. Dietrich.
Very well.
Don't go out through the front door.
How then?
Use this back door. And then walk out through the alley into 93rd Street.
Okay. Goodbye, Miss Gebhardt.
Goodbye. Max.
Yeah?
Follow him.
William Dietrich got his radio parts and set up a transmitter in a secluded house on Long Island. He never transmitted to Hamburg, though. Every message he sent was picked up by a nearby receiver. A receiver operated by the FBI. After all harmful portions of the message had been removed, the FBI then shortwaved the rest in proper code to Germany. One day at this radio shack, Dietrich received an urgent summons from Elsa Gebhardt. She had to see him immediately. An hour later, he was in the house on 92nd Street.
Dietrich.
Yeah?
I have something that must be sent as quickly as possible.
Where is it?
Here, in this envelope.
Okay.
If we hadn't done anything else in all the years we've been working, this information would make the whole thing worthwhile.
But these are almost all numbers. They don't make sense.
They'll make enough sense in Hamburg. Okay. I must have them back here by tomorrow night.
Well, that's a tough assignment.
Why? What makes it so tough?
I have to put all this in the code before I send it. That takes time.
These are my orders.
Well, why can't I just burn them when I'm finished?
Because sometimes radio messages are garbled. When you're finished, I'll mail them to our drop in Argentina. It must get through.
Can I come in?
Yes, come ahead, Walker.
Anything on those papers Dietrich sent in?
Yes. I spoke to Dr. Appleton. He's head of the laboratory. Those papers are definitely on Process 97. What's more, he said the experiments took place just 2 days ago.
What do we do now?
Dr. Appleton is going to work on the papers. He says if you change one number, it can throw the Germans off for a month.
You know, I don't get this whole setup. I thought nobody working on the process was allowed to leave the plant.
Nobody but a few of the scientists. They can leave a couple of nights a week. But they're thoroughly searched before they go.
Look, can you tell me what Process 97 is?
Well, I'll give it to you the way it was given to me. From what our scientists already know about its properties, it would devastate any city it was used against.
Sounds like a death ray.
I made the same guess.
Is it right?
No. Process 97 is an atomic bomb.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the house on 92nd Street. We will return to this case in just a moment. You know the old saying, there's safety in numbers. Well, that's exactly the kind of safety enjoyed by members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Each member of this society has 3.25 million fellow members. From the premium dollars of this vast number of men and women has been built a gigantic protective fund. In managing this fund, the Equitable Society never forgets the principle of safety in numbers. So equitable dollars are put to work in a large number of different ways. In fact, it's difficult to mention a basic American industry in which equitable dollars do not play an important part. They are invested in farming and shipbuilding, in mining and railroading, in public utilities and steel mills, and hundreds of other worthwhile enterprises. Remember, complex as all these activities may be, the management of the Equitable Society has two simple objectives. First, to make it easy for those who become equitable members to gain security for themselves and their families. Second, to make sure that equitable funds are a force for good, always used to promote the industrial and financial health of this country. Thus, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the FBI file on The House on 92nd Street, starring William Ith, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso.
On December 11th, 1941, Adolf Hitler declared that a state of war now existed between the United States and Germany. The FBI immediately arrested most of the known enemy agents. But Elsa Gebhardt and Max Kohlberg were allowed to continue their work because the FBI had to know. The very fate of the war we were fighting depended upon locating the leak through which Nazi Germany was getting the benefits of our experiments on the atomic bomb. Inspector Briggs in the FBI office in New York was trying to locate that leak.
Briggs speaking.
Inspector, this is Simmons.
Yes?
One of the scientists working on Process 97 is named Charles Ogden Roper.
That's right.
Well, he went out last night for a walk, and he went into town.
Here in Manhattan?
Yes, to Broadway and 123rd Street. He visited a girl named Louise Vaja.
Who was Louise Vaja?
He used to be a courier for the Nazis. Shall I pick up Roper? This looks like the goods.
No. Don't pick up Roper, but arrest Louise Vaja. Miss Vaja, we've just been wasting our time.
But I've been telling you the truth.
Listen. You once worked as a hairdresser on the North German Lloyd liner Europa, correct?
Yes.
You used to bring over letters and mail them when you got ashore.
Well, I never knew what was in them.
They were letters of instructions to German agents in this country. And you were working as a courier for the German Secret Service.
No.
We also know that you became an American citizen, and that, Miss Vaja, makes you a traitor.
Well, I have done nothing since the war began. I swear
You have a friend who's a scientist. He's working for the government now. What's his name?
I have no friend.
He was at your home last night. His name is Charles Ogden Roper. Now, let's have your story. Briggs speaking.
This is Bill Dietrich.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Something new has been added, Mr. Briggs.
What do you mean?
I got a message from Hamburg to give to Elsa Gebhardt.
What is it?
It's about a man I never heard of before. The message says, remove the memory expert at the completion of his mission.
Memory expert?
Sorry?
If that means what I think it does, Bill, this is the break we've been waiting for.
Inspector Briggs was almost certain that Charles Ogden Roper was the memory expert, but he had to be sure. He checked Roper's birthplace, his college, his friends. Learning that years before he'd been in show business, he contacted many theatrical booking agents. In the office of one agent, a picture of Roper was found. A picture captioned, Charles Roper, Memory Wizard. That was the name of the act, and that was all Inspector Briggs needed. That afternoon at Dr. Appleton's laboratory.
Dr. Appleton, why have I been brought here?
This gentleman is from the FBI, Mr. Roper.
The FBI?
Mr. Roper, see if you recognize these photostats.
Why, they're photostats of the formula we worked on last week.
I understand that you're one of the scientists privileged to leave the plant.
A few evenings each week, yes, sir.
A week ago tonight, you went out, didn't you?
A week ago tonight?
Yes.
Last Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. I did go out. I visited a friend's house.
What for?
To play chess.
What's your friend's name?
I don't remember.
Oh, come now. The great memory experts, Charles Ogden Roper. You can't remember your friend's name?
It's Louise. Louise Vaja.
How long have you known him?
3 years.
A week ago, Mr. Roper, $5,000 was paid into your bank account. Why?
I sold some securities. Dr. Appleton, why does he ask me all these questions?
This gentleman thinks you memorized parts of the formula before you left here.
That's not true.
And when you got to your friend's house, you set them down.
No.
We know all about you, Roper. We've traced you back to the day you were born. We even know the approximate date that you're scheduled to die.
Die?
Listen to this. It's an intercepted message direct from Germany. It says, remove the memory expert at the completion of his mission.
Oh. What do you want to know?
When did you make your last delivery?
This morning, on my way back to work.
Where did you make it?
At a bookshop.
Which one? Come on now, Roper. Talk up. Talk fast.
Lang's bookshop, 59th Street. I put the material in a book, Spencer's First Principles.
What did you give him? What was it, Roper?
It was the latest data on the final experiments.
After Roper's confession that he was in league with a Nazi spy ring, the FBI went to Lang's bookstore on East 59th Street. Mr. Lang did not know anyone named Roper. He had never heard of anyone named Louise Vaja. His shop contained no copy of a book called Spencer's First Principles. It was gone.
Is that you, Max?
Yeah.
Did you get the book?
Uh-huh. Do you want me to take it to Dietrich?
No.
Why not?
I received a letter from Argentine this morning about Dietrich. His credentials were forged.
What?
He's on his way here. I expect him any minute.
Then I go to work on him, eh?
No.
Why not?
He must be made to talk.
I can make him talk.
You'd kill him. That would serve no purpose. I have a much better plan.
What?
This hypodermic needle contains scopolamine. It drugs part of the brain.
Yeah?
After 3 injections, he'll be answering questions.
Ah.
I'll allow you to put him in proper condition to receive the first injection.
Thanks.
See who it is.
It's Dietrich. He's coming back to this room.
Good. Let him in, Max.
Hello.
Come in, Dietrich.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Max. Now let's go to work.
Talk, you swine. Talk.
Stop it, Max. Give the medicine a chance to work. You see? He's coming out of it. Now he should talk. Dietrich, what is your real name? What is your real name?
William. He's lying.
Wait. Dietrich, you didn't send our messages to Hamburg, did you? Did you?
No.
You see, Max, it's working. Where did you send them?
30 miles. Boy, that's...
Max. Dietrich, who did you send our messages to? Who were you working with? Answer me. Who were...
The house phone. Someone's in the shop.
I'll take it. Yes?
Miss Gephardt?
Who is this?
I'm an FBI agent. Your house is surrounded.
What's the matter?
It's the FBI. They have the house surrounded.
What?
Quick. Take all the papers. Throw them into the fireplace.
What about him?
Do as I say. We've got to get out of here.
No, Now, what'll we do?
Get your gun. Keep them out, Mac. Keep them out, Mac.
All right. You take care of those two, Simons.
Right.
Bill.
How is he?
Well, he's passed out. He's evidently drugged. Look, you'd better get a doctor, Walker. I'll stay here.
Okay.
When he comes to, I want to be around to tell him that Process 97 still belongs to us.
Thanks to the courageous work of the FBI, Process 97 remained in the possession of this country. Ultimately, it was used as the atomic bomb. Before and during this war, the FBI was able to protect this secret. But someday an enemy may discover the formula of atomic power in his own laboratories. If he does, and he decides to go to war, then World War III will be over in 15 minutes. The discovery of the atomic bomb places a tremendous responsibility on the people of the entire globe. It was true when the late Wendell Willkie said, "This is one world." Now in this atomic age, the countries of the earth must get along together, because now it will be one world or none at all.
You'll hear the disposition of this case in just a moment. Tonight, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to an industry which will play a key role in building the better world of tomorrow? A salute to the scientists and workers in America's chemical industry. The outstanding wartime achievements of this industry are too numerous to mention. So let's take only one, the atomic bomb. The chemical industry made a major contribution toward unleashing the enormous power of the atomic bomb. Right now, this industry enters into your daily life in 1,000 different ways. Consider the food you eat. Its growth was aided by chemical fertilizers and insecticides. The clothes on your back, the shoes on your feet, the ink in your fountain pen, the paint on your walls. To all these and scores of other articles of everyday use, chemicals and chemical research make vital contributions. And it is to the chemical industry that thousands of other industries look for expert aid in developing the improved post-war products that will make life happier and easier for all of us. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be proud to learn that their premium dollars have helped finance this great industry, and that over the years, Equitable Society funds have been invested in many of the great chemical plants that did so much to help win the war and will do even more to win the peace. Just as Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars in wartime, so at all times they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
Elsa Gebhardt and her Confederate Max Coburg, upon trial and conviction, joined their fellow Nazi agents in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the 20th Century Fox exciting drama, The House on 92nd Street, soon to be seen in all the nation's motion picture theaters, starring William Hyatt, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso. This breathtaking story was adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Leith Stevens. The radio adaptation was by Jerry Lewis, and your narrator was Reed Hadley. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Dick Joy speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for This is Your FBI. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the marriage racket. In the years that have just finished their parade into the history books, the people of the world became accustomed to the cruel reality of having the earth fertilized with the blood of millions of soldiers. Sudden violent death became the normal thing. The pages of every newspaper carried their mournful honor rolls. But that was war. That was a crime all of civilization was guilty of having committed. That was a crime the FBI could neither prevent nor solve. But now we've come upon a period of peace. A period when the FBI can and does prevent crimes. Above all others, it's most important that the FBI and all law enforcement agencies prevent one certain crime. Because once that crime has been committed, all that remains is catching and punishing the criminal. The victim is beyond saving. This crime is murder. Our story tonight takes us to a pleasant farming community in Iowa. Chris Newton, who owns 200 acres of the best land in the county, has just returned home from the city with a new wife. This is their first day together at home.
Della?
I'm in the kitchen, honey.
Oh. Well, something smells good.
Chicken.
With dumplings?
With dumplings.
Golly.
You just get over there and wash up. Everything's just about ready.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I got something for you. Kind of like a surprise.
For me?
Mm-hmm. Here.
Chris.
Go on. Open it.
Sure. Chris.
It ain't much.
Why, it's the most beautiful set of feathers I ever seen in my life.
The man says you can wear them on your head or around your neck. It don't make no difference which.
Oh, they're just beautiful. Chris, you're so awful good to me.
Well, I just feel lucky I got you.
Even in spite of what folks in town will say?
What do you mean?
Well, I know they're thinking you ought to have picked your wife from around here instead of marrying a stranger.
Della, a man's got a right to marry whoever he wants to, if he can get her. I wanted you, and I got you.
You mean I got you?
Then we're even.
Oh, Chris. Now you go over and get cleaned up, and I'll set... Who's that?
Must be Jeff Holmes. I asked him to drop by. Come in.
Hiya, Della.
George.
Who's he?
George, it's my brother. Come in, George. Come in.
Okay.
For heaven's sakes, how'd you get here?
Hitchhike.
Chris, this is my brother George. George, this is my husband Chris.
Hello, George.
Well, this is a surprise.
It is to me, too, Della. I didn't know you had a brother.
Well, she probably forgot. I ain't seen her in a couple of years.
You been in the Army?
No, working in war plants up and down the coast.
How'd you find out where I was?
Well, Uncle Ben told me. I hear you two have just been married.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
George, you look very peaked. Have you been sick?
No, just tired. I need a little rest and some fresh air. That's why I came here.
Well, bless you, George. I'm glad you did.
You think you'd like some company for a while?
Oh, of course. We'd love to have you, wouldn't we, Chris?
Sure,
You're just in time for something to eat.
Let me have your coat, George.
I'll keep it on.
Which room do I use?
You take the one at the end of the hall on the left.
Can I give you a hand with your suitcase?
No, thanks. I'll go change my clothes, sis.
Della,
Yeah, Chris?
you don't suppose your brother's in some kind of trouble, do you?
Trouble? What do you mean?
Well, you saw how he acted when I offered to take his coat.
Yeah?
You notice that bulge in his coat up near the shoulder?
No, why?
Della, your brother's packing a gun.
The smallest clue may lead to solving the biggest crime. And so the FBI is always careful to check every lead supplied them by alert local police forces. The day that Della's brother George came to visit his sister, the police in Des Moines picked up an abandoned car bearing an Oregon license plate. Checking, they found that the car had been stolen the week before in Portland. The Des Moines office of the FBI was notified, and within a matter of minutes, Special Agents Adams and Kendall were on the scene, going over the car with a fine-tooth comb.
I say whoever abandoned the car intended staying in the vicinity a while. What do you think, Bob?
Uh-huh.
You find anything in the back?
Oh, just a couple of newspapers so far.
Well, while you're looking around, I'll start getting a few fingerprints. Ought to get some clear ones off the doors anyway.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What'd you find?
Marry Me.
What?
Yeah, it's a magazine slipped behind the seat.
Marry Me?
One of those, Lonely Heart things published in Chicago.
I can't imagine a car thief having a magazine like that.
Here's the name of a woman subscriber stenciled on it.
Now, who is she?
Well, it was originally addressed to Adela Williams in Chicago, but it was forwarded to, Mrs. Henry Lewis, Portland, Oregon.
A Lonely Heart must have found a mate.
But it wasn't the owner of this car. His name's Hancock. You know, we'd just better take this magazine along with us.
Okay. Help me get a few fingerprints, Bob. We'll get them off to Washington.
Where did your husband go, Della?
Outside to look after the stock.
Oh. Then it's time we did a little talking.
Oh, but he may come back any minute, George. And he's already very suspicious of you.
What do you mean?
He knows you're carrying a gun.
How?
You gave it away acting like you did about your coat.
I'll fix that. You think you got a good sucker this time?
Chris is such a wonderful man, George.
I don't mean that, stupid. How's the dough department?
Oh, they say he's worth more than any farmer in the county.
Oh, good. Then we'll go right to work. I don't want to stay around here any longer than I have to.
But it's very nice here, George. I like it.
Shut up and listen, will you?
Okay.
I ran into a drug deal the day that's out of this world. Now, you do what I tell you to do when I tell you to do it, and everything will be...
Oh, everything all right out back, Chris?
Yeah, just fine, Della.
Oh, say, Chris.
Yes?
I brought a little present for you.
So? What's that?
A gun I used on a night watching job out west.
A gun? Oh.
It might be useful to you around here.
Well, thanks, George, but I don't think I need it.
At least you know why George was carrying it now, don't you, Chris?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll be getting on to bed. Coming, Della?
Right away, Chris.
Night, George.
Night. Well, that took care of that. And tomorrow, honey, we break in the new drug.
Sorry I took so long for lunch, Bob. Anything from Washington on those fingerprints?
No, not yet. But I just finished talking to Portland about Della Williams.
Oh? What'd you get?
She married a man named Henry Lewis 3 months ago. He died suddenly 1 month ago. She collected $3,500 insurance and left Portland right away.
Anything strange about the death?
Mm-hmm. Overdose of sleeping tablets. They let it go as a suicide.
But what's that got to do with the stolen car?
Della Williams met Lewis through that Lonely Heart magazine.
Yeah?
And Della has a brother who lived with him for a time.
What's his name?
They didn't know.
You think maybe the brother stole the car because we found his sister's magazine in it.
Certainly seems plausible.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's Washington's report on those fingerprints.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
Well, what's the verdict?
You hit the jackpot, Bob.
How?
The man who stole the car is George Williams. Served 2 years for robbery. Last lived with Sister Della Williams in Chicago. He's 35, 5'10", and... Bob.
Yeah?
Maybe Lewis didn't commit suicide after all. Listen to this. Williams and Sister suspected of murder in connection with death of her 4 former husbands, but not enough evidence was ever found to warrant their indictment.
Marry and murder for profit.
Yes. And if that's their business, they've probably already started on the next victim. And since Williams abandoned his stolen car in Des Moines, their next victim must be somewhere in this area.
Right.
If we want to save somebody's life, Bob, let's get busy. What a supper.
Oh, Chris.
I mean it. George, your sister's about the finest cook that ever hit these parts.
Yeah, she does okay.
Oh, now stop that talk, both of you. How about some more coffee?
Yeah, just fill it right up, Della.
Okay. You want some, George?
No, thanks. I had enough.
I think I'll take another biscuit if you got some more handy.
Why, sure.
They're the best doggone.
Oh, Chris.
Oh. What's the matter, Chris?
Oh, my heart. I can't.
Can I do anything?
Get Dr. Matthews.
He's out.
Shall I call the doctor?
Sure, why not? This has got to be a very legitimate murder.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the marriage racket. We will return to this case in just a moment. One of the best things about being in the life insurance business is that you get to know a lot of different people. For instance, in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, our circle of friends is a very wide circle indeed. It consists of 3.25 million individuals. That's the number of men and women who have become members of our society. And since the Equitable Society is a society in fact, as well as in name, and is entirely owned by its policyholders, our members never hesitate to speak up when they have something on their minds. They tell it to our agents or write personal letters to President Parkinson. Farmers give us their ideas on our farm insurance programs. Heads of great industrial enterprises volunteer their opinions on our group insurance plans. Fathers of families tell us their special needs in regard to home protection, the education of the children, or retirement income for themselves. Here in the Equitable Society, we consider it a great advantage to have our fingers constantly on the public's pulse. Thanks to these contacts, we are able to modernize and liberalize our life insurance policies and annuity contracts. We have streamlined them to give our members protection and security exactly suited to their needs. That is why the Equitable Life Assurance Society's many services are always up to date, planned with an eye to the future. On the same principle, in investing Equitable Society dollars, our management always keeps in mind the future economic health and prosperity of the entire nation. And so, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on the marriage racket.
George Williams, with that sublime ego which drives all criminals to the belief that they're too smart for the police, had stolen a car and driven it across a state line. That was a mistake. A serious mistake. because it invited the FBI to take a hand in stopping his career. This was not the ordinary chase after a criminal. This was not a race between Williams and the FBI. This was a race between the FBI and death. On the Newton farm, Dr. Matthews has been treating his patient, and now he emerges from the bedroom.
Doctor, how is he?
Is he going to pull out of it, Doc?
Well, I have relieved his pain. His pulse seems to be a little more regular.
Then he's going to be all right.
I think he'll get over this attack. But he must have quiet and rest for a few days.
Oh, we'll see that he gets it, Doc. My sister will take good care of him.
Of course. Chris is such a wonderful man.
There's not a finer man in the whole community, Mrs. Newton. And I'm doubly sorry that this should happen so soon after your marriage.
I can't understand it. Chris is as strong as an ox. He told me himself he'd never been sick a day in his life.
Well, he's worked mighty hard all his life. I guess the strain is beginning to tell.
Anything especially you want us to do, Doc?
No, just keep him quiet. I'll drop by to see him tomorrow.
Oh, thank you for coming, Doctor.
Well, I'm glad you could reach me. Good night, Mrs. Newton.
Good night.
Doc.
Yes?
Suppose he has another attack and we can't reach you. What do we do?
Well, there's not much you'd be able to do except hope for the best.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good night.
Good night, Doc. Well, honey, we just have to give the sucker one more dose.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah?
Any police reports on that alarm we put out on Williams yet?
No, and time is ticking away fast.
Yeah, I know.
If Marion murder is their game, we're racing against the death of their next victim. If we haven't already lost the race. Well, we're not getting anywhere waiting for reports.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Why haven't we thought of it before?
What?
That Lonely Heart magazine. If they contacted their other victims through the magazine... Give me the phone.
Calling Chicago?
Yeah. I'll get the editor to give me a list of all the men in this area who've been trying to find a bride through the magazine. Hello, operator. Get me the editor of a magazine published...
How's he doing, sis?
Chris is sleeping, George.
That's good. We want a little time for the news to get around that he had a heart attack, so nobody will be surprised when another one kicks him off.
I know.
Ah, that's beautiful stuff in those little capsules.
What's in them?
It's a drug we should have been using all the time. A little bit kicks the pump around and too much stops it for keeps. And it's scientifically impossible to find a trace of it in the body.
George.
Yeah?
Chris is such a wonderful man.
Okay, you said that before. So what?
Would you be awful mad if I asked you to do something for me?
Like what?
Well, Chris is such a
wonderful man. All right. You said that.
He's been so good and kind to me. I wish you'd let him alone.
Nothing doing.
Please, George, I want to stay married this time.
I said nothing doing.
But, George,
Look,
you
Della, you got a crush on a couple of your other husbands, too, but you got over it.
Yeah, I know. But Chris is different.
You said the same thing about that guy, Brown.
Well, they both touched the mother in me, I guess.
And that last guy, Lewis. You had a big thing for him, too.
I couldn't help it. He was such a gentleman.
Look, honey, this is strictly business, see? Chris has got a lot of rocks salted away. And we can sell the farm for another pile.
George, please.
No dice. We gotta go through with this, Della. But I'll tell you what. I promise you, the next guy you like, you can keep. Okay?
You mean it, George?
It's guaranteed.
Oh, you're the sweetest brother a girl ever had.
Well, here we are, Bob. The names of 4 marriage prospects in this area scattered all over the state.
Well, let's get on them right away.
And we better try telephoning.
And ask them what? If they found a mate?
We won't be that blunt about it. Let's take them right on down the line. Reeves, Johnson, Mason, and Newton.
George? George?
Yeah?
The telephone's ringing. What'll I do?
Leave it alone. No, wait. I'd better answer it. You stay here. Hello?
Is this the Newton residence?
Yeah?
I'm sorry to bother you this time of night, but...
Who is this?
Are you Mr. Newton?
No. Mr. Newton's sick. Very sick. In bed.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Good night.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you? Hey. Hello. Hello.
All right. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
Hello.
If you want Dr. Matthews, he's not here.
Then maybe you can help me.
I'm not a doctor. I'm just the housekeeper.
Well, we're very sorry to disturb you, but we're special agents of the FBI.
The FBI? But gracious, what's the matter?
We want to ask you about a patient of Dr. Matthews, Mr. Newton.
Oh. Well, the doctor went out there about supper time.
The station agent said Mr. Newton had a heart attack.
Maybe so. The doctor don't discuss his patients with me. You'll have to wait till he gets back.
When will that be?
No telling. He drove 50 miles out in the country to deliver Mrs. Weaver's baby.
Could we reach the doctor by telephone?
You could, if the Weavers had a telephone.
Do you know if Mr. Newton got married recently?
I said the doctor don't discuss his patients with me. You'll just have to wait for him.
You got his tray ready, sis?
All I have to do is pour his coffee.
Wait a minute. Let's sweeten the cup a little bit.
Oh, George, I hate to do this.
Yeah, I know. Now, pour in the coffee.
Okay.
This one's going to last him a long time. Come on.
Okay. Chris, honey, I got something to eat for you.
Thanks, Stella. I'm real hungry, too.
How you feeling, Chris?
Fit as a fiddle. I don't see why I have to stay in this bed.
Well, it's the doctor's orders, pal, and you're going to stay there if we have to stand over you with a shotgun.
That's nice of you, George, to want to do what's right about me.
Now, look, Chris, look. Della's a happy dame, and I want to see her stay that way.
Here's your tray, Chris.
Thanks. Now, who's that?
Oh, probably a neighbor.
Well, Chris ain't supposed to have company. I'll get rid of him. Go on, eat, Chris. I'll take care of him. Okay. I'm coming.
Hello. Are you Mr. Newton?
Mr. Newton's sick and can't have company.
I don't think it'll be necessary for us to see him.
Then what do you want?
I think we want you, Mr. Williams.
Huh? We're special agents of the FBI. Where's your sister?
I don't know what you're talking about. No, you drop that gun.
George, who are these men?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Huh?
You and your brother are under arrest.
Oh, dear.
Where are you going?
I've got to throw out some coffee.
Murder in any form is offensive to the civilized mind. We are incensed by the killing committed in a fit of passion, by the bank robber's killing of an innocent teller, by the brutal murder committed by the mental or moral degenerate. But there are no words to describe our revulsion for the persons who commit deliberate cold-blooded murder for profit. Investigation into the deaths of the former husband of Della Williams proved conclusively that murder had been committed in each case. Thanks to the speed with which the FBI worked, the life of Chris Newton was saved. And George Williams and his sister were tried by local authorities and convicted of murder in the first degree. In the long roster of criminals, they were fairly unimportant people. But the file on their case proves once again that crime is not a profitable profession and can never become profitable so long as lawbreakers are being fought relentlessly by the FBI.
You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment. Tonight, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to America's dairy industry, to the farmers, milk companies, and their tens of thousands of employees? Above all, a special salute to the boys and girls of the dairy farms. During the war, while a father or elder brother was at the front, these patriotic kids got up at dawn to feed the cows and gave up their playtime hours to get the milk through to the milk processing plants. Thanks to tireless efforts of both youngsters and old-timers on the dairy farms, it was never necessary to point ration the milk that means so much to the nation's health. In fact, per capita consumption of milk went up 25% during the war, and wherever it was humanly possible, milk and milk products were regular parts of the Army ration. Milk and ice cream were symbols of home, the things our boys wanted most. Now that peace is here, America's dairy industry is looking forward to making greater contributions to our country's nutrition and health than ever before. In the future also, there will be an increasing number of appetizing new food products, even wearing apparel, all made from milk. Over a long period of time, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have played an important part in dairying. Hundreds of dairy farmers in all parts of the country have taken advantage of the Equitable Society's many plans for the business of farming. In addition, the premium dollars of Equitable members are invested in a number of the leading dairy companies. Just as Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars in wartime, so at all times, they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
Next week's colorful and exciting story will be based on the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the serviceman's swindle.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Leith Stevens. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Reed Hadley, who appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Dick Joy speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. Friends, for your unfaltering courage during the war years, you've won and you deserve your country's highest citation. Through the days of conflict, your contributions were limitless and your victory decisive. But the only complete victory is victory with responsibility, and to that end our work continues. Every individual in America has a stake in the job of converting to peacetime economy as smoothly and as quickly as possible. Soon, price controls may no longer be necessary to our economic well-being, but until that time, go on doing your level best. Spend sensibly, and avoid buying goods which are still in short supply. Cooperate with the remaining price and rationing controls. And if a question arises over any point of cost, refer it immediately to your Office of Price Administration. America's war against inflation is still raging. Remember, the most important single contribution we can make to world prosperity and peace is a stable economy here at home.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security. and to the Equitable Society for Financial Security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the Serviceman's Fraud.
The war is over and the fighting men are coming home. But for the FBI, the fight against fascism is not over. In a sense, it still goes on, because the fight against democracy still goes on. Not only overseas, but right here in this country. In a Midwestern state, for example, where a thin, white-haired man named Martin Bessemer was trying to form an organization called the United Brotherhood of America. Bessemer made his speeches in a large hall, and in his audiences were many veterans of our war against fascism. Directly behind this hall, he had his offices, a large outer reception room and a small inner office used only by Bessemer, by his red-haired secretary, and by his business manager, a hard, quiet-faced man called Frank Kingston.
Wheeler, you finished typing that letter?
It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
When's Bessemer going to sign it?
As soon as he finishes rousing the rabble. Oh, you know, baby, 1 million copies of this ought to open a few thousand vets with plenty of separation pay.
They could all hear him talk. You know something funny, Frank?
Hmm?
I listened to him the other day.
And you almost believed him.
Almost? If I'd had my purse, I would have handed over the membership fee and joined up.
The more suckers who feel that way, the more money in the bank for us.
For us?
Yeah. We're in it together, baby.
Frank.
Huh?
When are you going to get him to sign that check?
I told you that
when the time comes.
Yeah.
And I told you I'm not going to sit around here waiting for dollar bills to start...
Hello, Mr. Bessemer.
Hello, Frank. Hello, Lila, my dear.
Hello, Mr. Bessemer.
You've been working hard today, haven't you?
Pretty hard.
Well, I'll take your dinner tonight and make sure you're getting enough to eat.
Oh, here's the letter we drew up, Mr. Bessemer.
Thank you. The United Brotherhood of America has a particular appeal for our veterans. I realize their plight and promise to give every honorably discharged man who joins the Brotherhood a battle bonus amounting to... I've never promised anything of the kind, Frank.
Well, there are a couple of million vets waiting for somebody to lead them someplace, Mr. Bessemer. You know, vets with dough. You want to get them to join, don't you?
Well, naturally.
Then sign here.
Oh, now, look.
You hired me to boost your membership. Sign here.
Kingston, nobody tells me what to do. Nobody.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bessemer. I didn't mean to sound as though I were giving orders. I was just thinking that if we can pull in the vets, the organization ought to get big enough to swing your election at the state legislature. Or maybe even Congress.
Well, in that case, let me have your pen, Frank.
Okay. Here.
Thanks. There we are. I'll pick you up about 6, Lila.
Okay.
Goodbye, my dear.
Bye.
Goodbye, Frank.
Goodbye now.
He'll pick me up at 6.
So what?
So we'll have dinner and he'll slobber over me again.
All right.
All right, nothing. What kind of a guy are you to let someone else take your
You
girl?
won't be bothered much longer.
No?
No. Our friend just signed his last will and testament.
This letter?
Yeah. It's going to mean a killing for us and the finish for him.
How?
Well, it's going to hook a lot of poor fish, baby. But it's also going to make somebody start an investigation.
For instance?
I don't know. But when they come around, we're going to be gone. And Mr. Martin Bessemer is going to be left holding the bag.
It's easy to get a mailing list of veterans, and it's easy to stir up some of those veterans. The end of the war doesn't mean peace for the country. It means a period of transition, reconversion, change. Many fighting men who have come home want that period to be swift and sure and ripe. So when they read a letter like Martin Bessemer's, many veterans get excited. Some want to join his organization. And some react the way a boy like Eddie Butler did. Eddie is calling on his girl.
Sorry I kept you waiting, Eddie. Like my new dress?
Huh?
I asked you if you liked my new dress.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, new, isn't it?
Eddie, when we get married, my clothes
That
won't...
bird ought to have his head handed to him.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, honey. A letter came this afternoon. I didn't get a chance to read it.
You read it now. Put it away.
But look at it.
I don't want to.
It's from a gent named Martin Bessemer. He's the head of an outfit called...
The United Brotherhood of American Wars, I know.
How do you know?
My brother Bobby got one this morning.
What'd he say?
Oh, I don't know. Said he wants to join.
Join this?
Yes.
Well, he can read, can't he? Listen to this. The United Brotherhood is an organization restricted to members of the Caucasian race. That's a fancy way of saying Aryans.
All right, Eddie.
And this juicy little warning that we veterans have to rise up and throw the foreigners...
All right, Eddie.
But, Nora, don't you see...
Give me that letter.
Nora!
I'm sorry.
I don't get it, honey.
I don't get you.
Me?
Eddie, sit down. No, here by me.
Okay.
Darling, I know it was pretty bad overseas, and you went through a lot. But you're home now, darling, and the war's over.
The fighting's over, you mean?
What?
As long as there are weasels like this Martin Bessemer around, it's not over. Look, honey, I get mad, but don't try to chalk it up to combat fatigue or anything like that. I get mad because I see that maybe there's a chance all that fighting was for nothing.
Eddie, that's silly.
Silly, yeah, and your kid brother joins a peachy little group restricted to members of the Caucasian race.
He's a kid, and it's a small, unimportant organization.
There are a couple of million kids and plenty of these small, unimportant organizations for them to join.
Eddie.
No, I am mad. I don't like it, Nora. I don't like that it's going on and we let it go on.
What can we do?
I know what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to join Mr. Bessemer's little restricted bunch.
What?
It'll get me into one of his meetings so I can find out what he's up to. If he's up to what I think he is, Mr. Martin Bessemer better watch out.
Martin Bessemer did not know that the FBI had been checking on his activities. But he'd been smart enough to stop just short of a violation for which he could be arrested. And now one of his letters come to the FBI's attention.
Martin Bessemer. Yeah. According to the files, Dan, he's been spreading his poison since 1937. He was mixed up with a bun, but he went into hiding as soon as we invaded North Africa.
Smart boy.
Uh-huh. But now he's out again. We've never been able to get anything on him. Even this new organization he's trying to get started has a bona fide setup legally.
Well, maybe this letter is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is. As a matter of fact, I think he's bitten off more than he can chew in this one sentence right here. Look.
He promises to give every honorably discharged man a battle bonus.
Yeah. Probably sucked in a lot of members that way. But if he can't pay off...
we can put him out of business.
Right. Beats me how a rat like that can keep going anyway. It's a wonder that someone doesn't get so mad at him that... Well, let's get moving. We'd better take a good look at Mr. Martin Bessemer's books.
Well, it's about time you showed up.
I've had my hands full, Lila.
Who was she?
Oh, stop being cute. I just had a big session with some vet named Eddie Butler. He's out to knock Bessemer's block off.
I know. He was here before. But we've got a bigger problem.
What do you mean?
I had a visitor. A gentleman named Sherman.
Sherman?
From the FBI.
What do you want?
To look at the books.
You didn't let him?
No. But he said he'd be back at 3.
It's almost that now.
I know. What are we going to do, Frank?
Oh, it's going to be all right, baby.
It says here.
I tell you, it's going to be all right. All this means is that we clear out a little ahead of schedule.
Without the money.
With the money.
Well, he hasn't signed that check yet.
You will.
Hello, Lila, my dear.
Hello,
Frank.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Mr. Bessemer.
Anything wrong?
Well, yes, we've gotten some disturbing news.
What?
Well, the FBI was here to look at our books.
The FBI? Why?
Well, I guess it's because of that last letter you sent out. One where you promised the boys a battle bonus. You see, if they look at our books and find that you can't pay that bonus, they could send you up for fraud.
Go on.
Well, I've got a check here already for your signature, Mr. Bessemer. It's for the money in our account.
Well, what do you plan to do with it?
We can take the money and run.
Take it and run?
Yeah.
You cheap jinx!
Don't be so easy with your hands, Mr. Bessemer.
You've got everything ready, haven't you? You knew this was coming and you planned for it.
So what?
You cheap little racketeer.
Easy, Bessemer.
Uneducated scum that'll do anything for money.
I warned you.
You are scum. You're from the slums, and your parents were...
Now, maybe you'll keep your hands to yourself.
He's dead, Frank.
I don't care.
What are you going to do?
What are we going to do, you mean?
What?
We're in it together, baby. Remember? And we're good.
Shh.
What's the matter?
Somebody's in the outer office.
Huh?
I heard him.
We'll see who it is. Just open that door a crack.
Oh, Frank.
Go on.
It's that boy.
What boy?
That veteran, Eddie Butler. The one who wanted to knock Bessemer's head.
We're both thinking the same thing, baby.
Oh, Frank.
It'll work. Come on. Help me lift Bessemer's body behind the desk.
Oh. Why?
You don't want the kid to see him when he walks in.
No.
Now, where's that check?
It's here. What are you going to do?
Get out the back door into the bank before it closes.
Oh, the check's not signed.
That's okay. I know his signature.
Frank.
Stop worrying, baby. I'll get in touch with you and let you know where I am.
You won't forget.
We're in it together, aren't we?
Yeah. We're in it together, all right.
Okay. Here.
What?
Take my gun. You know what to do with it, don't you?
Yeah.
So long, baby.
Mr. Butler?
Yeah?
Come in, won't you?
Thanks.
You're waiting to see Mr. Bessemer?
Yeah, I saw him come in here, and then... Say, did I hear a couple of shots?
Shots? Why, no. Not from here. Oh, what you must have heard was...
What's the matter?
Look behind the desk.
Huh? Holy... It's Bessemer.
And isn't this yours?
What?
This gun. Here, take it. But it's yours, isn't it?
No.
Oh, yes, it is. Come in. Oh, Mr. Sherman, I'm so glad you're here. This man just shot Mr. Bessemer.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the Serviceman's Fraud. We will return to this case in just a moment. There's something about the name of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States that seems to arouse quite a lot of interest. Again and again, people say to us, by the way, why is the Equitable Society called a society? Well, that question is easily answered. The Equitable Life Assurance Society is called a society because it is a society, in every sense of the word. It is an association of men and women who share the conviction that contentment and security depend on practicing the basic American virtues of thrift and self-reliance and cooperation. We who are members of the great Equitable Society family know that it isn't enough to work for ourselves alone. We know that we do better when we lend each other a helping hand. And that is why we have joined forces in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. We have combined our dollars into a common protective fund, which gives each of us far more security than he could attain by his own unaided efforts. The fact that 3.25 million Americans think this way and have become Equitable Society members gives our organization tremendous stability and safety. At the same time, the fact that this is a society means that we individual members receive personal consideration and warm, friendly attention in all our dealings with the management. Finally, we have the satisfaction of knowing that our premium dollars are constantly invested in ways that benefit the entire nation. For, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the serviceman's fraud.
A murder is committed. A murder that's buried in the back pages because the victim is seemingly unimportant. The killer seems to be unimportant, too. Seems to be a boy named Eddie Butler. A boy with a motive. With a gun marked with his fingerprints. A boy who was actually seen by an eyewitness. The case seems open and shut, seems to be as simple as ABC. Nevertheless, the FBI, working with local police, investigates. And investigates thoroughly.
You say Butler was here earlier, miss?
Oh, yes. He was raving about getting hold of Mr. Bessemer and knocking his head off.
But you got rid of him.
Well, I thought I did. But then he came back about an hour ago. He just stormed in here and made a wild speech, and then he took out his gun and fired.
That was a few minutes before 3.
Yeah. Well, I feel sorry for the kid, but that happens.
What happens?
Well, you know. Those boys are trained to kill. They go overseas and do a lot of killing, and it just gets in their blood. They come home, see something they don't like, so they kill.
Is that what Mr. Bessemer thought?
Why?
It sounds like something he might have said. I guess you liked Mr. Bessemer.
No. But it was a job, Mr. Sherman.
You didn't mind working for a man like that?
Well,
I'm sorry. It's really none of my business. If there's anything else we want, I'll let you know.
A murder is committed. But it was a letter which brought the FBI to this case. A letter involving a plan to defraud veterans. And so the books of the organization called the United Brotherhood of America are turned over to a special agent, while the agent in charge aids the local police to follow up the murder. Follow it up by sending the gun in the case to the FBI laboratory in Washington. Follow it up by interviewing Eddie Butler in his cell.
Doesn't make any sense, Mr. Sherman.
The murder?
None of it. You know, I was thinking, suppose I really had shot Bessemer. He was a fascist. In the Army, they taught us what a fascist is, and overseas we saw him and killed some of them. Bessemer wasn't any different, Mr. Sherman. Except maybe he was born here.
Don't try to make any sense out of that, Eddie. It'll go out of your head.
You think I'm going out of my head anyway. Mr. Sherman, I didn't kill Bessemer, but I'm glad he was killed. And even if it hangs me, I'll keep saying that. So maybe I am out of my head.
Eddie, you're sure there wasn't anybody else in that office when you walked in?
Just a girl.
What about earlier?
I thought I saw that guy go in, but I don't know.
What guy?
Some gent who'd been trying to get rid of me.
What was his name?
I don't know.
What did he look like?
Oh, pretty solid. A little taller than me. Kind of a thin, hard face. Dark hair. That's all I remember.
And you don't know who he was?
Well, he said he was Bessemer's business manager.
Business manager?
Yeah.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks very much. What'd you get out of the books, Dan?
Oh, pretty much what we figured. Bessemer couldn't have paid off that battle bonus if he stood on his head. Not that he had any intention to.
Of course not.
Matter of fact, all the money was drawn out of the bank.
When?
About 1 minute before 3. The teller remembered because he was ready to close up.
Well, Bessemer was dead by then.
Sure. But I don't know who the man was who cashed the check.
Probably countersigned with a phony.
Yeah, that's what I figured. The check's on its way to the lab.
Good.
I got a description of him, though. Slightly over medium height, dark hair, thin face.
Say, that sounds like the same man Butler described.
Really?
Yeah. This is beginning to make sense, Dan. There's somebody else in this.
Somebody who was possibly double-crossing Bessemer. Somebody who possibly murdered Bessemer or helped the girl murder. Hello? Sherman speaking. Yeah. Yeah. Where? Thanks.
What was that?
Report just came in on the gun. Serial number was filed off, but the lab got it anyway.
Could they trace it?
Well, the last place they traced it to was a pawn shop over on the south side. Now, look, we don't want to arrest you for selling the gun. We just want to know who you sold it to.
I told you. I don't know his name.
What did he look like?
He was, a little shorter than you. Dark. Kind of a... Wait.
What?
I just remembered. His name was Frank. That's what she called him. Frank.
That's what who called him?
The girl who was with him. A very pretty girl with red hair.
Here's a report on the check, Dan.
Was it a forgery?
Sure. Same guy who countersigned it forged it.
What's his name?
Kingston. Frank Kingston. We have a lead on where he's hiding. Williams traced a call the girl made him last night.
Well, let's get him then.
Yeah, there's a catch.
What?
We can probably hold him on fraud, forgery, larceny,
but how do we get him on murder?
Yeah. As long as that girl sticks to her story, we're...
You know, if there were only some way of getting one of them to double-cross the other...
Say, I have an idea.
What's that?
The old bellboy trick. It might work. They've never seen you. So if we can get that girl over to Frank Kingston's apartment tonight...
Isn't there anybody to run this elevator? Hey, isn't there anybody...
Take it easy, lady.
Who are you?
Bellboy, clerk, elevator boy, what do you have?
Now, since this is an elevator, what did you think?
Sorry you had to wait. We had a lot of checkouts today.
Dump like this, I'm not surprised.
What floor?
5.
5?
Yeah, do you mind?
No, I don't mind. Only I don't think there's anybody up there.
What?
Well, there was only 2 people. 503, she checked out this morning. And 514, he checked out a few minutes ago.
514 couldn't have. I just spoke to him on the phone.
Yeah, I know.
How do you know?
Also worked the switchboard. Lady calls, and 2 minutes later, 514 calls to say he's checking out.
I don't believe you.
Well, see for yourself. It's right over here.
Well, he checked out.
No, it's open.
Frank.
See? What did I tell you?
So he's gone.
Sure.
Oh, that's great. That's just dandy. Little Frankie's gone for a walk with his pockets stuffed with money. That's beautiful.
Something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Where's your phone?
What are you going to do?
Call the police. That man who checked out murdered Martin Bessemer. I saw him do it.
I don't think you'll get very far, miss.
Mr. Sherman.
He's still downstairs waiting for you.
Downstairs?
Sure. This is 614, Lila.
6? But this elevator, boy...
Also house detective and FBI.
So that's the way it is.
Yeah. What do you think Frank is going to say when he hears the news?
I think I know. He'll say we're in it together, baby.
Frank Kingston and his female accomplice were tried and convicted by local authorities on the charge of first-degree murder. Kingston's death reminds us that there are men in this land who say they are Americans, who perhaps think that they are Americans and yet speak openly and loudly against the principles of freedom and equality, the principles of democracy. There's little difference between such men and the enemies across the seas whom we have conquered. There's little difference between such men and the criminals they so often employ, for they are criminals themselves. In the end, they will be caught, because their crimes are crimes against the people, against the government, against the FBI.
about next week's case in just a moment. Tonight, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to an industry which shares the responsibility of passing on the wisdom of the world from one generation to another? An industry which makes possible the great system of free education for everyone, which is one of the foundations of our American democracy. Yes, a salute of gratitude to the book publishing industry of the United States. During the war, the publishers rose to the emergency and supplied over 90 million specially manufactured paper-bound books to the armed forces, almost 800 titles, about 8 books for every serviceman or woman. Now that peace is here, we will look to the book publishers for more than 10,000 new titles each year. These will range from the scientific works, which carry forward the torch of progress, to the fiction, which relaxes you in your hours of leisure. For many years, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have been invested in the book publishing industry. In fact, Equitable Society funds have been a consistent factor in the growth and development of most of the great industries on which America depends for full employment and continued prosperity. Just as Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars in wartime, so at all times they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The file on the Desert Dictator.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Leith Stevens. The author was Arthur Lawrence. Your narrator was Reed Hadley, who appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Dick Joy speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. Folks, the Equitable Society reminds you that tomorrow is Navy Day. We'd like to take this moment to say thanks, Navy, for a job well done. The U.S. Navy played a tremendous part in beating the Japanese. It was the tiny Pacific Fleet that stopped the enemy offensive at Midway. Navy ships turned the tide of the war in the furious night battles off the Solomons. Halsey's powerful Third Fleet crushed the Jap Navy in the battles of the Philippine Sea, making it possible for American warships and planes to blast enemy cities at will. Throughout the war, the Navy has spearheaded victory. Men of the Navy deserve the gratitude of their countrymen. One of the best ways Americans can show their appreciation is by guarding the goals for which these men fought, by maintaining a strong, peacetime Navy.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. tonight's file, The Desert Dictator. There is an ancient proverb which says, "The sword of the wicked shall break against the wisdom of the righteous." History bears witness to the inexorable truth of that proverb. And likewise does tonight's case from the files of your FBI, in which a ruthless criminal, a killer, is defeated by it. On a desert in Arizona, two elderly men and a girl are seated before a campfire, watching the red sun poise for a moment over the peak of a distant mountain. Gradually, the red turns to pink, then to purple, then indigo. Now it is night.
Doc? If I freshen up that fire, you could see a little better.
See better?
Yeah.
He didn't hear a word you said, Mesa.
No?
Now, Larry.
Uncle Harold, you know that when you're making notes, you get so engrossed you could do it in the dark.
You exaggerate my talent.
You got company.
Wolf.
Yeah.
Well, he won't bother us. I don't imagine wolves are particularly interested in archaeology.
Oh.
Doc?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you something.
Go ahead.
I like you, and I like your niece here. You're paying me good money to guide you around the desert.
Well?
Just what satisfaction do you get out of digging stuff out the ground that's been there for hundreds, thousands of years?
Well, now, that's a fair question.
Let me answer it, Uncle Harold.
Sure.
You see, Mesa, the past can be a guide to the present. It's important to know what made one period of civilization die in order that this one shall survive.
In other words, Mason, what Larry means is, if Hitler had used archaeology instead of mythology, he would have known better.
Well, that makes sense, all right.
Now, we came out here, Mesa, to compile data on the three ancient Indian cultures that followed each other in this country. The first period was called Basket Maker Number 1. See, at that point, the Indians were nomads, hunters. Then Basket Maker Number 2...
What's wrong?
It's just the horses, Larry.
That wolf may be flirting around with them. I better take a look. What's the matter with you critters? What you got your noses in the wind about? Settle down now, settle down.
They all right, Mesa?
They are now, Miss Larry.
Has that wolf upset them?
I don't know, but something has.
What do you mean?
I got a feeling that we ain't by ourselves out here.
What?
What's that?
I think I'll just get the old carbine ready.
Drop that gun, mister. You hear me? I said drop it. Now, look, I'm in the dark and you're in the light. That makes you a real easy target.
I ain't dropping no gun.
I'll leave it lay there. The next one slams into you.
Are you all right, Mesa?
Yes, ma'am.
You Wild West boys ain't the only ones that can shoot, you know.
Who are you?
This company?
Well, you're not exactly welcome.
That ain't what I'm after.
His arm is bleeding,
It's
Uncle.
been bleeding all day. Does it worry you?
No.
Thanks. What's the setup here? Well, speak up, one of you. Talk.
I'm an archaeologist. If you know what that means.
I know what it means. Mummies.
Well, that would be the common Egyptologist.
Never mind that.
But...
Where do you fit in the picture, sweetheart?
Me?
Yeah. This old Guy your husband?
He is my uncle.
That you couldn't help. Who's Buffalo Bill here?
Our guide.
I thought maybe you dug him out of the ground.
Now, just a minute.
Shut up. Got any bandage, sweetheart?
Bandage.
For my arm. Go get it.
When I'm fixed up, I'll tell all of you what you gotta do to be able to see the next sunrise. Okay?
A few minutes before closing time that afternoon, a lone bandit had held up the Canyon National Bank in Flagstaff, Arizona, and escaped with $20,000 after a running gun battle. The FBI office in Phoenix was notified, and shortly after sundown, Special Agent Blake drove into Flagstaff, where he conferred at once with Sheriff Hickman.
Two of my boys, Mr. Blake, saw the bandit when he dashed out of the bank and jumped into his car.
And they opened fire on him?
Well, they yelled at him to stop first, but he had his car started by then when turned off.
I see.
Boys fired a couple of shots, commandeered the car, and took after him.
How did he make his getaway, Sheriff?
Well, he managed to shoot out a tire.
Was he hit at all, do you know?
The boys weren't sure about that. But once after they fired, they saw his car swerve a little.
Well, which way was he heading?
He went east on the road leading through the Painted Desert.
Sheriff, did you get a description of him at all?
Yes, I got it written down here for you.
Thanks.
I've already phoned all sheriffs between here and New Mexico.
Oh, good.
He was driving a black Buick sedan. Here's the license number. California.
No, probably stolen. Well, we'll put out a 3-state alarm right away. And after we check with California, we'll start fanning out men all over the state.
All right. But if he gets off in that desert country, it's going to be hard to find.
Well, he can't stay in there forever. Sheriff, hand me the phone, will you? We'll get that alarm out.
Well, there you are.
Thanks, sweetheart. Yeah, it's a real good bandage. You put it on with love and care.
I put it on because I had to.
Stop being a female.
He's evidently evolved a theory, Larry, that you're really fascinated with.
Never mind the book talk, Doc. Let me give you the real fill-in on me.
Please do.
I suppose you've all guessed by now that I didn't get shot cleaning a pistol. I, borrowed the $20,000 that's in this bag from a bank today. I'm gonna have to borrow your car to get it out of this country.
Our car?
That's right. I didn't waltz 2 miles across this desert to your campfire just to get a little first aid. My car burned out of bearing. I traded in for yours, except that I pushed it over a cliff. What's so funny?
You're in a bad way, unless you can use a horse.
What do you mean?
We haven't got a car.
You're lying. You got a car around this camp somewhere.
You're at liberty to look for yourself.
Of course, if you care to wait until tomorrow...
Larry.
What did you start to say about tomorrow?
I, was going to say the sheriff or whoever's after you would probably be here by then and be very glad to give you a lift.
You were talking about something else or he wouldn't have stopped you. What was it?
I just told you.
What was it, sweetheart?
My arm.
Come on, tell me.
Let it be. Wait, mister. I'll tell him.
Okay. There's somebody else in your party, right?
There's not anybody else in our party.
Okay. But somebody's going to be here with a car tomorrow.
Yes. We're expecting supplies.
I'm sorry, Uncle Harold.
Don't be sorry, sweetheart. That helped. I was beginning to figure I was in a pretty bad spot.
Well, since you think you see your way out of this now, perhaps you won't mind if we all retire.
Sure, go ahead. But you'll have to hit the ground right here by the fire.
Oh, yes, of course.
And, Doc.
Yes?
In case you think you got an edge because you went to college, I just got out of San Quentin University last week.
Apparently it didn't teach you much.
I taught myself, Doc. I taught myself how to stay up 3 days and nights without sleeping.
Oh?
Yeah. So go ahead with the sleeping act. But don't count on me passing out. I'll be sitting right here waiting to say good morning to all of you. And a very special good morning to whoever's coming with that car.
Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Blake.
Sheriff, this is Special Agent Tanner.
Hello, Sheriff. How you doing, Mr. Tanner? I just talked on the phone to the Los Angeles police. That black Buick sedan the bandits used was stolen there 3 days ago.
We know who the bandit is now, Sheriff.
Oh, yes?
Tanner here checked your description of him with our Washington office.
His name is Matt Ricker. He just got out of San Quentin last week. Well, gone back to work again already, huh?
Here's his full description. 5 feet 10, 165 pounds, black hair, dark skin, has a knife scar on his right cheek.
You want me to put that out?
We've already sent it out as a follow-up on your first alarm.
Sheriff, have you had any reports from any of your men?
No, sir. But by now, they're pretty well spread out over this part of the state.
Oh, good. Tanner and I are just getting ready to take a run across the Painted Desert Road to Gallup. Now, if you get anything, communicate with the sheriff there.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch with him. Then we'll double back here to Flagstaff.
All right.
Good. Come on, Tanner. Let's get started.
Well, how did everybody sleep?
How do you think?
You should have knocked it off real good, knowing somebody was standing by, watching over you.
That was very comforting.
Thanks. Hey, Pop, pour me another cup of that... Now, what are you doing there?
Just fixing the fire. Why?
You're lying. You're doing tricks with the smoke, trying to make a signal. Get away from there before I slam lead in you. And pour me a cup of that Java.
I ain't waiting on you.
I said pour me a cup of that Java.
I'll get it for
Pop's
you.
gonna get it for me.
I ain't getting you nothing.
Okay, Pop, you asked
No,
for
don't.
it. Wait a minute. Listen. Oh. This is what I've been waiting for. All right, just stay put. If anybody lets out a crack before I get that guy under control, there'll be some blood on his sand.
Well, howdy, folks. Howdy.
Morning, Marshal.
How's everything going?
Just fine, Mr. Marshal.
I got a good mess of supplies for you.
Is that so?
Yeah. Well, looks like you took on a new member since I was out here last, Doctor.
That's right.
Who is he?
He just joined us last night.
Oh, that's funny.
What's funny?
You look quite a bit like a man I heard about yesterday. A man they're looking for back in Flagstaff. And if I'm not mistaken, his name is Matt Ricker.
Well, that's it.
It didn't help you, Ricker.
What do you mean?
Look at the car.
Huh?
Your bullet pierced the gas tank. Instead of shooting your way to freedom, you've destroyed your only avenue of escape.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the Desert Dictator. We will return to this case in just a moment. Tonight, I'd like to tell you a tale of 2 cities and 12 letters. One city is New York, where the home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is located. The other city we'll call Your Town, a prosperous manufacturing community somewhere in the United States. Now, on a certain day, 12 letters were exchanged between Your Town and the Equitable Society. 9 came from Equitable members living in Your Town, enclosing payments on their Equitable life insurance policies. On the same day, 3 letters from the Equitable Society, also enclosing checks, arrived in Your Town. One check was for a very large sum of money, an investment of Equitable Society funds in Your Town's most important industry. A second check went to a respected doctor who was retired under the Equitable Old Age Security Plan. The third check went to a young man in your state university, a payment on the educational insurance his father provided for him years ago. Well, that's one way that life insurance works. Money comes from Your Town to the Equitable Society. Money goes back to Your Town from the Equitable Society. Now, in place of Your Town, substitute any town, city, or village in the United States in which some of the Equitable Society's 3.25 million members live. And then multiply those 12 letters into several million a year. And it becomes very clear why we say that by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the Desert Dictator.
The cynical irony of quicksand is that the more desperately one struggles to escape from it, the deeper one sinks into it. Matt Ricker feels the grim touch of this same irony as he watches the gasoline flow from a bullet hole in the tank of the automobile in which he had hoped to escape from the desert and the vicinity of his crime of bank robbery.
All right, so I blew that chance for getting out of here. Don't waste any breath laughing at me, because I'm not worried a bit.
We'd hardly laugh with the body of an innocent man lying there.
You've got a lot more to answer for now, mister.
You don't think I'm going to sit here and wait for the law to come and get me, do you?
Ricker, I wasn't very interested in you before, but now I am.
What do you mean?
Up to this point, you've just been a petty annoyance, which we've been helpless to remove.
From where I stand, you're still helpless, Doug.
That remains to be seen.
What do you think you're going to do?
That depends entirely on what you do.
No matter what I do, the odds are all in my favor as far as you're concerned.
They're all in favor of the rabbit, too. But he didn't win the race.
Look, Doc, I got 2 more days and nights before I even have to think about sleeping. Well, let's get moving.
Any particular direction?
I'm going to put that up to Buffalo Bill here.
Put what up to me?
You know this country like the Doc knows a book.
What if I do?
You're going to take us out of this desert to a good hideout over in the mountains somewhere. We'll figure out the rest when we get there.
I ain't taking you nowhere.
Mesa, his time is running out. I'd like for us to be there when it does.
Whatever you say, Doctor.
We'll pack up and let's get moving. Oh, maybe this will get a word out of you, sweetheart.
Well?
I'll have to ride double with somebody. Guess who I've picked?
Thanks. That way I won't have to look at you.
Stop playing hard to get. Okay, let's get out of here.
Failing to pick up any trace of Ricker on their run to Gallup across the desert, Special Agents Blake and Tanner of the FBI started back to Flagstaff. And late that afternoon, as they drove along the desert road, Blake saw something to the left of the road where ground broke sharply off into a shallow canyon.
Uh-oh. What's that?
What do you see, Bob?
I didn't notice that when we passed you this morning.
What?
Yeah. Look back there where the ground drops off.
Well, looks like car tracks.
Yeah. Come on, let's take a look.
The car turned off the road here, all right.
And the tire marks go right out to the edge there, too.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, look down below.
It's Ricker's car, all right.
Let's get down there.
Oh, wait a minute. Ricker won't be in it. See? These heavy footprints in the middle of the tire tracks. He must have pushed it over the side himself.
Yeah. I guess it either broke down or he decided it was time to make other arrangements.
Look, these footprints go across the road toward the desert.
Yeah. Yeah, there they go.
If I'm not mistaken, Ricker was wounded. Look. See those little dark spots here? There's some more here. Hey, I just happened to think. You remember that archaeologist we met in town a couple of weeks ago?
Dr. Endicott?
Yeah, that's him. Well, from what he told us, I believe his camp is right out in this direction.
Hey, that's right.
And if Ricker were here last night, he probably saw Endicott's campfire and made for it. He could have seen the fire for miles.
We better get out to that camp.
Where's that trail start?
A few miles up the road. Come on. Isn't that Tom Marshall's car there?
Yes. Endicott seems to have broken camp.
There's something wrong about this, Bob. What do you...
Hold it. It's Marshall.
This must be Ricker's work. He's evidently taken Endicott's party with him. There are no supplies here.
Well, then he's trying to get somewhere to hide for a while. Come on, it's getting dark fast. Look around for any sign of what direction they took.
Here are some hoof prints. A lot of them. Leading north.
Well, there's nothing but open country to the north. Well, maybe the trail turns later and... Hey, wait.
Find something?
Yeah, give me a flashlight.
Here you are.
Now, look at that.
Looks like somebody's been drawing pictures in the sand.
Well, those are Indian symbols.
Well, that's your dish, Bob. What do you make of it?
Well, I'd say Dr. Endicott left him. That first sign is a snake.
Ricker.
Yeah. The stair-step pyramid represents a mountain. The sun going down behind it means west.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but what's that twisting line across the mountain?
Well, that's the symbol for a trail or a road.
Oh.
Come on, let's get Marshall's body back to the trading post and call Flagstaff. I want to get a map of this region.
Oh. I get it, Doc. Very funny. How about you, sweetheart? Don't that moon kind of hit you?
I have to agree with my uncle.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute, Pop. I told you not to fool around with that fire.
I'm just putting on some more wood.
Well, none of that signal stuff.
I said I'm just putting on wood.
Okay. You know something? These mountains really get me. The guy I knew in San Quentin used to make big talk about country like this. He'd talk about a row of trees like they were beautiful follies dames or something. Now I know what he means.
How did he feel about killing people?
What do you mean?
How did he feel about shooting someone in cold blood as you did today?
That's why he was in San Quentin.
Let's turn in, Larry.
Hold it. You guys can turn in. She's going to stay up.
What?
I want someone to help me look at that moon. Come on, sweetheart. Let's take a little walk.
With you?
Yeah. You're going to be sorry you done that. All of you are going to be sorry. I'm just about fed up with all this fooling around.
The car.
Car? A car way up here?
I forgot to tell you there's a road runs 50 feet west of here.
Put out that fire.
You're a little too late, Mr. Ricker.
Oh, no, I ain't.
Give me that gun. You...
Let go of me.
All right, Ricker. Drop that gun. Drop it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. I gather you found the symbols. Yes, Dr. Endicott. There's one you neglected to draw, sir. The electric chair.
Matt Ricker was tried and convicted on the charge of first-degree murder. He was put to death in the state penitentiary. The career of crime is a losing game, and neither the criminal's wit nor his cunning nor his guns can overcome it. For they are no match for the thing which inevitably defeats him: the collective skill and intelligence of those who enforce the law. He is but one. They are many. He is fallible. They are sure-footed. He is wrong. They are right. And as the ancient proverb says, the sword of the wicked shall break against the wisdom of the righteous.
You'll hear about next week's case in just a minute. This week, at the Equitable Society, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the society, showed me a letter he'd received from an American mother who was mighty proud of her son. He's just been released from the Army Air Corps, holds 2 decorations, and is a veteran of 47 bombing missions. In her letter to President Parkinson, this mother said, "I think the members of the Equitable Society can be proud of my son, too, because the Equitable Society helped his father and me plan his education. The Equitable Society helped me keep my home after his father died, and bring my son up as his father wanted me to." Well, you can imagine how happy that letter made us all. For no matter how often it happens, we're always glad to see what a warm, friendly feeling Equitable members have for their society. Also, that letter reminded us that years ago, when that mother's son was still a baby, the Equitable Society's management was just as alert to the needs of the future as the Equitable management is today. It made us happy to know that as we work hard today to keep the Equitable Society progressive and forward-looking, we're following a great tradition. Yes, this week and every week for over 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bogus Bankruptcy.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, The Bogus Bankruptcy. The honest merchant who files a petition of bankruptcy does so to protect both himself and his creditors against total loss. But there are criminals who have made a major racket of fraudulent bankruptcy in this country, who establish a legitimate business then conceal their assets and resort to bankruptcy for the purpose of robbing their creditors. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is a recent page from the record of its constant war against this federal crime. After a hard day in the office of the Davis Wholesale Fur Company, where he is credit manager, George Russell has just finished dinner and stretched out on the divan in the living room to read the evening paper.
Oh, that phone would ring just as I get settled down.
Oh, don't get up, George. I'll answer it.
Thanks, Helen.
Hello?
Good evening, Mrs. Russell. This is Mr. Davis.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Davis.
Is your husband there?
Yes, he's right here. George.
Oh, what does he want with me, I wonder?
Well, he didn't say, honey.
Oh, heavens, I hope nothing's wrong.
Here you are, dear.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Russell, I'd like you to come down to the office right away, if you will.
Yes, sir, of course. Is there anything wrong?
No, nothing that I'm sure you can't explain all right.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I've just been going over your books, Russell, and I find several...
The books?
Well, I'll just wait till you get here. You'll come right away, of course.
Why, yes, sir, right away.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, dear.
George, what's the matter?
I don't know, Helen, but I've got to go down to the office.
Oh, George, something's wrong. What is it?
I didn't know anything was, but...
Well, what is it, darling?
Well, something about my books, he said.
The books?
Oh, where's my coat and hat?
But what about the books, George? What does he mean?
I have no earthly idea, Helen. But don't worry now. I'll get it all straightened out and be back home soon.
But you're worried, George, and I can't...
I've got to hurry now. Bye, honey. I'll see you in a little while.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
Pardon me, mister.
Oh. Yes?
Are you George Russell?
That's right. Why?
I got something here for you. Okay, Red. Let's throw him in a car.
Sit down, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
I was just ready to go out to lunch.
I'm sorry, Judge Forrester, but this is an urgent matter.
Oh? What's the trouble?
Well, it was just about a year ago that as my attorney, you helped me set up my wholesale fur business westward.
Yes?
Now you're going to have to help me take it apart.
What?
I want you to file a petition in bankruptcy for me.
Bankruptcy?
Yes, and I want you to file it today. My credit manager, George Russell, has left me no other choice, Judge.
Well, what's he got to do with it?
I found a few things wrong with his books last night and called him to come down to the office after dinner, but he never arrived.
What happened?
I don't know. He's just disappeared. I think you'll find the whole answer in these papers here.
I see.
I spent all night and this morning checking up. Through a system of false invoices and other juggling, Russell has gotten away with over $100,000 in furs.
100,000? Why, it's incredible.
Payments to my creditors are due, and I can't possibly meet them, Judge. I've got to take bankruptcy immediately.
You reported Russell to the police, of course.
Well, I thought I'd better consult you first.
But Mrs. Russell, she must have reported it.
No, I asked her to let me handle it.
I see.
Now, here are all the personal facts about Russell, and I made up a statement here of my true assets and liabilities.
Yeah?
And a record as nearly accurate as I could make of Russell's jugglings. Everything's here.
I see. And you really want the petition filed today?
Well, it's much better for my record for me to take action before my creditors do, Judge.
Yes, of course.
Well, shall I call the police now?
No, just leave everything to me, Davis. I'll check with you as quickly as I can.
Good. I'll either be at my home or at my office.
Very well.
Good day, Judge.
Good day. Miss Myers.
Yes, sir?
Get me the FBI.
I'm glad you were cautious enough to call the FBI first, Judge Forrester.
Well, it's like I said, Mr. Wells. The facts may be exactly as Davis presents them, but...
How long have you been his attorney, Judge?
Since he established his business a year ago. But I've served him in only a couple of minor matters in all that time.
And you suspect there might be something wrong with this case?
I have no basis in fact for any suspicion, Mr. Wells, except that it all happened so quickly. Russell disappears last night. And this afternoon, Davis has statements all prepared and asked for a petition in bankruptcy.
I see.
And I certainly have no desire to be a party to any proceedings involving a possible fraud.
Well, of course not. Judge, I want you to know that you must use your own judgment on Davis's request to file a petition in bankruptcy.
I understand that.
I'd like to have access to Davis's books as soon as possible.
I can have them ready for you this afternoon.
Good. I'm going to go out and have a talk with Russell's wife. Mrs. Russell, the FBI works as hard to prove a man is innocent as it does to prove a man guilty. But we do have to find your husband.
Oh, I know, and I want you to find him.
What time did Mr. Davis call him last night?
Right after dinner, about 8 o'clock.
And Mr. Russell left for the office right away?
Oh, yes, he wouldn't keep Mr. Davis waiting.
When did you learn that your husband hadn't reached the office?
When Mr. Davis called again to see what was detaining him.
When was that?
About 10 o'clock.
How long would it have taken him to have gotten to the office from here?
Oh, not more than 20 minutes.
Seems strange that Mr. Davis would have waited 2 hours before calling.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Russell. We'll keep in touch with you on any developments.
It is shortly after dusk now, and to anyone looking at it from the outside, the ramshackle building down in the now deserted warehouse section of the city would have appeared empty and unoccupied. But behind the padlocked loading doors stood a motor truck, and at a table sat two men playing gin rummy.
Come on, pick a card, will you, Red?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm adding something.
You need under 10 to knock.
Yeah. 3 on top of 6, 8 on 5. I knock.
How many?
10.
Well, lay him down, will you?
Yeah.
You got 14 points, stupid.
How?
3 and 6 is 9, and 5 is 14.
Since when?
Look, Red, how many times you...
Davis.
Yeah. I get it. That's you, Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Well, how's things going uptown, huh?
Right now, Mac, I'm more concerned with matters here.
Everything's okay here.
Red.
Yes, sir.
Did you call my apartment this morning?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, to tell you everything was okay.
I don't want either one of you to call me unless there's an emergency. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
How's our friend, Mr. Russell?
Sleeping like a baby.
No trouble with him?
Not since we slugged him. We tried to make a break for it a while ago.
That's why he's sleeping like a baby.
Does he know why he's here?
No, sir.
You haven't mentioned my name.
No, sir.
What have you done with the first?
Took him off the truck. Got him hid under that bunch of empty crates and boxes over there in the corner.
Yeah, I see.
It looks just like a pile of empty crates and boxes.
I gather that, Red.
Look, Mr. Davis, you got any idea when we'll be pulling out? Huh?
I just stopped by the lawyer's office to leave the books. He's filing the petition sometime tomorrow.
Oh, you ought to get action pretty quick then, huh?
That's right. Well, I have to be getting along. You boys just lay low here and everything will be all right.
Right.
Okay.
And, by the way, Mac.
Yes, sir?
I'll be back a little later on tonight to take care of Mr. Russell.
What have you got there, Bob? I stopped by Judge Forrester's office to pick up Davis's books. Here they are.
Good.
I also checked Russell's bank account.
And?
He hadn't bothered to draw anything out of savings or checking.
With $100,000 worth of furs, he wouldn't need to.
Probably not.
It really looks like he's our boy.
Why, what have you got?
A clean report on Davis from his bank and from the Credit Association.
Which doesn't prove anything.
But Davis didn't take a run out, and Russell did.
Maybe Russell did, maybe not.
What do you mean?
I want to go to work on these books first. And in the meantime, let's get out an 8-state alarm on Russell.
What do we say he's wanted for?
We can't say he's wanted for anything yet. All we know for sure right now is that Russell is a missing person.
Yeah? Okay. Well, I didn't think you'd be back tonight, Mr. Davis.
I told you I would. Where's Russell?
In that room there. Red's with him.
I want to see him.
Okay, come on.
Is he conscious?
Yeah. You want he shouldn't be?
No. It doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Russell.
Oh, Mr. Davis. Oh, Mr. Davis, I'm so glad to see you. These men, they've been holding me here, holding me a prisoner.
Yeah, I know.
I don't understand it. I've tried to tell them that they've made a mistake. They've got the wrong person.
They've made no mistake, Mr. Russell.
What do you mean?
I ordered them to bring you here.
What?
Sorry, but this is how it had to be done.
I don't understand.
It has to do with our books, Mr. Russell.
Books?
They show a deficit, a shortage of over $100,000.
That's not true.
Shut up and listen. Oh. As I was saying, there's a serious shortage. So serious, in fact, that I'm forced to go into bankruptcy.
I had nothing to do with any shortage.
But you must have. Otherwise, why would you have disappeared? Now do you see why you're here, Mr. Russell?
Yes. I believe I do.
Unfortunately, keeping you out of sight until the bankruptcy case is over isn't enough. Your return even then would be very embarrassing.
But you can't keep me here forever.
That's right. So the next best thing, Russell, is to get rid of you. Get rid of you now.
What are you saying?
Red?
Okay, Mr. Davis.
Oh, wait. Please, Mr. Davis.
No shooting, Red.
I'm not.
Oh, no. Keep away. Keep away.
That helps us balance the books.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the bogus bankruptcy. We will return to this case in just a moment.
They say that a man has a young mind as long as he keeps his eyes fixed on the future, as long as he doesn't dwell in the past. Well, if that is true, then the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, in spite of being 86 years old, is one of the youngest-minded organizations in the country. You see, the future is our business. For example, during the past few days, we signed several contracts which will not be paid up until after the year 2000. We provided for the college education of some boys and girls who will graduate in the class of 1966. Took steps to protect the old age of men and women who have not yet turned 30. With the investment of Equitable Society funds, the same principle holds good. When we put the premium dollars of Equitable Society members to work, we're not thinking merely of 1947 or 1950. We're thinking of 1965 and 1975, of the future of the entire nation. And that is why Equitable Society funds are invested in ways that promote the long-range prosperity of our country, in farms and home ownership, in basic industries like steel, oil, textiles, aluminum, railroads, and many others. Yes, by serving the future of 3.25 million members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to our file on the bogus bankruptcy.
A criminal can plot only his own operations and the actions of his victims and confederates. The discoveries and movements of his law enforcement opponents he has no control over whatsoever. And in this handicap most always lies his nemesis. At this point, however, things seem to be all in the bogus bankrupt's favor. And they still were when he entered his lawyer's office the following day.
How's everything going, Judge?
Oh, fine, Mr. Davis.
That's good. Have you filed our bankruptcy petition?
To tell you the truth, I haven't.
What? Why not?
I didn't finish checking your statements and figures in time.
They were all checked before I gave them to you.
I know, but I wanted to recheck them to make doubly sure no error would appear in the petition.
You don't think I might have made some mistake on purpose?
Oh, of course not. It's just normal procedure on the part of any attorney to make sure that his client...
Judge, I want that petition filed today.
It's being drawn up now.
And you'll file it today?
If the papers are finished in time, yes.
Look, I'm paying you a good fee. I expect to get action.
I'm doing the best I can.
You wouldn't be stalling me, would you?
What do you mean?
I don't like the way you're handling this.
This is all routine procedure.
Where are my books?
They're not here.
Where are they?
They're being re-audited.
Why?
For your protection against any possible error.
I'm getting a little too much protection here, Judge. If you're not going to file today, I want my books and my statements back.
As you wish.
I think I'll take my case to someone who'll give his client what he asked for. I'll be back here for my books at 5 o'clock.
Can I come in, Dick?
Sure, Bob. What have you got?
I just had a call from Judge Forrester.
Yeah?
Davis was in to see him. Kicked up quite a fuss about not getting any action.
Uh-huh.
Said he wanted his books back. In fact, he wants them no later than 5 o'clock today.
I wonder what that's all about.
I don't know, but I don't like it. That only gives us a couple of more hours. Let's take a look at those books again.
Okay. Bob.
Hmm?
If Davis is the bad boy in the case, where does Russell and his disappearance fit in?
If Davis is the bad boy, then he caused Russell's disappearance. That's another reason we've got to move fast and get the facts. If there's something to get on, Davis... Hey, wait.
What is it?
Why hadn't I noticed that before?
Noticed what?
Look at the figures on that sheet.
Yeah?
Those with the check marks by them are the false entry figures. The others are on the level. Notice any difference?
Sure. Sure, they're not made alike.
Exactly.
2 different people worked on the books.
And Russell was supposed to have done all the work. I'm going to run over to Davis's bank.
What for?
I want to pick up some of his canceled personal checks. And if Davis makes figures like any of these false ones here...
Get going, Bob.
Okay. Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Davis, Mac.
What do you want? Thought I told you never come here.
This is important.
Well?
We got trouble, Mr. Davis.
What's wrong?
Red kind of messed things up.
How?
Getting rid of that Russell guy's body.
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, he took the stiff out to dump it late last night, just like you tell him.
Yes?
He gets down by the docks. There were so many people around, a troop ship come in or something, that he keeps the body in a car and he just keeps riding around. See?
Very smart. Very. Then what?
Well, when it gets to be daylight, he gets a little panicky. He finally throws the body in an alley.
That's great. That's fine. Probably be found in the next 5 minutes.
It's already been found, Mr. Davis.
How do you know?
Red come back and told me what he's done. I went over to see if I could pick the stiff up again. There's cops all around the place. It was just a little while ago.
Oh, that's stupid. If the body'd been weighted and thrown in the river, it would have stayed there for months.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there's only one thing to do now.
What's that?
Go back to the warehouse. You and Red start putting the cases of furs on the truck right away.
Okay.
We're moving out tonight.
Dick, I just checked with the bank.
Yeah?
I think Mr. Davis is our man. The figures on his personal checks and the false entry figures in the books were made by the same person. I just confirmed it with the lab.
I think I have even better confirmation on Davis.
What's that?
I just had a call from police headquarters. Russell's body was found.
What?
Picked up in an alley just a half hour ago.
Well, are they sure it's Russell?
His wife just identified the body.
But that doesn't tie the murder to Davis.
Not 100%.
How was he killed? Did they find any weapon?
No. But he was slugged with a heavy instrument.
Of course, if Davis is our man, the murder makes sense. First, he has Russell snatched to make it look like a runout. Then he comes up with the book juggling charges and says $100,000 in furs are missing.
Yeah.
Then he kills Russell to keep him from ever telling the truth.
He should have done a better job of getting rid of the body.
Dick, we've got to find those furs. And if we can prove Davis stole them, then we'll have him for murder, too.
Where are we going to look?
The first step is to get over to Judge Forrester's office and deliver Davis's books in person. It's 5:30 now. I don't think Mr. Davis is going to keep his appointment with you, Judge.
No.
Have you his home address?
Yes, I'll get it for you.
Dick, I think you'd better get over there.
Okay.
I'll wait here. Hello?
Bob?
Yes, Dick?
I just had the superintendent let me into Davis's apartment. Everything's been cleaned out. He's gone.
I figured that. You'd better meet me back at our office. It's quite obvious that Davis has taken a run out.
Yes.
If we only knew where he's hidden those furs. Wait a minute. I seem to remember a certain item in his books.
What?
If I'm right, it might lead us to Mr. Davis.
Shortly after 11 o'clock now, and down in the warehouse section of the city, a car with its lights off rolls quietly into an alleyway and stops. A man steps out and walks to a side door of one of the buildings. He knocks, pauses, then knocks again.
That's funny. Red. Mac. Where are you? Mac. Why, the dirty double-crossing. Took the furs and ran out.
Wait a minute, Davis.
Huh?
Your boys haven't run out on you. We have them in the office waiting for you.
Who are you?
Maybe I'd better flash this light on my credentials.
The FBI.
That's right. And thanks for that entry in your books covering the rental of this warehouse. Otherwise, the search for you might have taken longer.
What do you mean?
We have an interest in furs, too, Mr. Davis. Right now, we're concentrating on skunks.
On the basis of subsequent evidence, Davis and his two Confederates were tried and convicted for the murder of George Russell. It is an ironical paradox that in many instances, a law designed to protect the interests of the honest citizen can be turned by the criminal to his own profit. Such a law is that provision of the Federal Bankruptcy Act which permits a merchant to take voluntary bankruptcy. It is a just law, as has been proved in thousands of cases involving honest American merchants. But criminals have seized the opportunity it affords for cheating and robbing, and have made a fraudulent bankruptcy a major racket with total potential profits running into millions of dollars. But, as in the case of the criminal Davis, they inevitably run against the FBI and ultimately lose. You remember the old expression, cheaters never win? The FBI is determined to preserve its truth. You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment.
This week, at the Equitable Society, I had one of the finest experiences of my life. After lunch, I happened to drop in at the Department of Policy Claims. That's where payments are made to Equitable Society members whose policies have matured. Well, just as I walked into the office, an Equitable Society executive was handing a check to a lovely gray-haired lady. She'd been a teacher for 40 years until 2 weeks ago. Now she was retiring and receiving the first of a long series of checks
which the Equitable Society will mail to her every month as long as she lives. Her eyes were shining when she took the check, and she said, "You know, if I had my life to live over again, I'd still be a teacher. But if I couldn't be a teacher, I'd want to work for the Equitable Society. Because life insurance people, just like teachers, can look around them and see the results of their life work in happy, contented, responsible men and women. Yes, you see, the Equitable Society is the guardian not just of paper dollars and silver coins, but the guardian of human happiness, of the plans parents make for their children, of the ambitions of young married couples to own their own homes, and of the hopes of older people to live their declining years in peace and contentment. So we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States believe that our job is a good job, one that repays all the hard work we put into it. And so we're proud to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Allotment Swindle. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is your narrator, Dean Carlton, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, The Allotment Swindle. The war has now been over officially for 13 weeks, and all through the land, castles that crumbled 2 and 3 years ago are being rebuilt. Being rebuilt because our servicemen are coming home. From torrid China, from freezing Alaska, from hungry Europe, from all over the world, men are returning to this, their native land. In every man's life, there are moments of sheer exultation that tighten the muscles in his throat, that make speaking impossible. Such a moment is being enjoyed by men this very day. Being enjoyed as they sail into New York Harbor. Sail in past the lovely lady who still holds high the flaming torch. The torch they helped keep lit. Our story this evening opens in a small, unattractively furnished apartment on the west side of New York. Julia Parker, a sleazy blonde of 28, is half asleep in the second-hand Morris chair near the window. She is daydreaming, thinking of some of the men she could have married, and of some of the men she did.
Okay. Yeah?
Julia?
Yeah?
Open up. It's me, honey. Bobby.
Bobby who?
Your husband.
My
Julie, baby. Oh, gee.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, honey, it's so good to see you. Gosh.
Come on in.
Oh, sure. Just let me grab hold of this bag. There. Oh, gosh, baby. This is what I've been waiting for.
When'd you get in?
Yesterday. What a time I had trying to find you. This is the 5th address I tried.
I moved.
Gee, you look swell. You know, I used to dream about this. When I'd be laying in a lousy hole filled with mud, I'd think about you.
You getting out of the Army?
Yeah, I got a 30-day furlough. Then I go back to camp, guy gives me a paper, and I'm a civilian.
Oh.
Glad to see me, baby?
Sure, it's wonderful.
Let me hold you again. Gee. You know something?
What?
I almost feel, embarrassed about this.
What do you mean?
You know, like we were strangers or something.
Strangers?
We only knew one another a couple of days before we got married. Then me going right overseas. Well, we'll get over that. From now on, we're going to be together for a long, long time. Right, baby?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, got a couple of things for you in the bag.
Present?
Yeah.
What kind of present?
Oh, helmet, Nazi flag, pictures.
Oh.
You want to see them?
Not right now.
Oh, I can get them.
No, wait, let them go till after, huh?
Okay.
I gotta go out for a minute first.
What for?
Well, you must be hungry, and I haven't got anything in the house to eat.
Oh, but...
Look, you get all cleaned up or something, huh? I'll be right back, honest.
But, Julie...
Just make yourself at home. I'll see you later. Hello, Max.
Hiya, Julie.
Still around?
Yeah, he's down the end of the bar.
Phil.
Oh, hiya, baby.
I gotta talk to you.
Okay.
No, not here. This is important.
All right, come on back to the office.
Okay.
What's the matter? You got trouble?
Yeah.
What is it?
I'll tell you inside.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
What's wrong, kid?
Bobby's home.
Bobby who?
My husband.
Which one?
The blonde one. Bobby Chase, I think his name is.
The Marine or the sailor?
The soldier.
Oh.
What am I going to do, Phil?
How'd he find you?
I don't know. He says he went to 5 addresses.
Tough giver-upper.
Well, after all, it was important to him. I'm his wife.
It says here.
Look, this is real serious, Phil. What am I going to do?
What does he want to do?
He wants me to live with him, naturally.
That wouldn't be fair to the other guys.
It wouldn't be fair to you. Besides, what good is he now?
What do you mean?
He's getting out of the Army. No more allotment checks.
Oh, that's different. Where is he now?
At the apartment, waiting for me to come back. I told him I was going shopping. I got to get back, Phil.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Ain't you going to do something?
Well, look, give me some time, will you? I'll have to figure an angle on this guy. I'll get in touch with you tomorrow.
Back in the early days of the war, Bill and Julia hit upon the racket of having Julia marry servicemen who were about to be shipped out of the country. They repeated the process 3 times, and with the aid of 2 forged birth certificates, Julia was able to get $100 a month in dependency allotments. $100 a month for each of her husbands. It was a pretty good racket for Phil and Julia, because all they had to do to collect their $300 a month was to wait for the postman to ring 3 times. Yes, it was a very good racket, and no one knows how long it would have gone on if the war hadn't suddenly ended. With the return of large numbers of servicemen to this country, allotment discrepancies began to turn up in such alarming numbers that the Federal Bureau of Investigation was called in. That morning in the New York offices of the FBI...
Oh, come on in, Lee.
Okay. What's up?
I've just been going over this list here.
Well, tell me all of those people are wanted.
No, I guess maybe most of them are here by mistake. At least let's hope so.
Well, what is the list?
Suspicious allotments being paid by the Army's Office of Dependency Benefits. All of these names are in the New York area only.
Well, it'll take the whole Bureau to investigate that mob.
I don't care if it does. Neither does Mr. Hoover. If they're all guilty, we'll bring them all in, even if they have to build 12 new jails to hold them.
How are you going to go about it?
Well, first I thought we'd make a spot check on the whole list and get a percentage.
Good idea.
Then we'll know approximately how many of the whole mob we'll have to deal with. We'll make a 5% check.
Well, sounds like enough. Suppose I take the list and have a new one made with 5% of the names.
Go ahead.
Now, how do you want me to pick the 5%? At random?
Just have Miss Jenkins list every 20th name. Then break that new list down by neighborhoods.
Right.
When they're ready, we'll go to work.
Mac, is Phil back in his office?
Yeah.
Thanks. Excuse me, please.
Hiya, Julie. Come on in. I was just thinking about you.
Well, that's very nice of you. I thought you were going to get in touch with me.
I didn't have anything to tell you.
Well, I got plenty to tell you.
What's the beef now?
The guy is driving me nuts. All day I got to sit around and look at souvenirs. And what he said to the captain and what the captain said to him.
Okay.
And that ain't all. Remember that extra dough he sent home for me to save for him? That $2,800?
Yeah?
Well, he wants it. He wants it right away.
What'd you tell him?
Well, I couldn't say I gave it to you. I said it was in the bank.
Well, that ought to hold him for a while.
Phil, he wants the dough right away. Gonna buy a lunchroom or something. And another thing.
Yeah?
He wants me to go meet his folks.
Where?
Boston.
When's he want to leave?
On the midnight train tonight. Look, Phil, you gotta...
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
Well?
Tell him you'd love to meet his folks. Tell him you're going with him. Only you don't take the train.
You want I should walk?
Listen. Go back and tell him your brother will drive you both up.
My brother?
Yeah. Me.
Phil, he can't meet you.
Why not?
Well, if he was to know about us...
Look, all he has to know is I'm your brother. I'll take care of the rest.
What's the idea?
You'll see. This guy is good for one more touch, baby. A big one.
Bill, would you like me to drive for a while?
No, I'm okay.
Phil likes to drive.
With a road like this, I don't blame him.
How was the driving on the other side, Bobby?
Oh, not so good. Even when we found a good road, it was full of shell holes.
Guess you had kind of a rough deal, huh?
Yeah, it was rugged sometimes.
Bobby don't like to talk about it much, Phil.
Getting out next month, I want to forget about the Army.
Sure. I can't envy you, though. Must have been a great experience. I tried to enlist myself.
I know, Phil.
Bobby, tell me something.
What?
Did you guys ever think about dying?
Phil!
I'm just asking a question.
We thought about it plenty of times.
Well, you have insurance, don't you?
Oh, sure. GI insurance. I got $10,000 worth. That don't help much if you stop a bullet, of course, but at least I know Julie'd be okay.
That was very sweet of you, Bobby.
Well, can you keep that insurance up?
Yeah, sure. I'm keeping mine.
Just for me, Bobby?
Just for you.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, that left rear tire feels a little flat. Wait till I take a look at it.
Oh.
You need a light?
No, I got a flash right here. Yeah, it's going flat. Guess I'll have to change it.
Can I give you a hand?
Yeah, okay. Get the jack and the lug wrench from the back there, will you?
Sure.
It's open. Just lift it up and reach in.
Right.
Can I help, Phil?
No, just stay put.
Here they are. You want to set that jack under there? Yeah, sure. How about here?
That's fine.
Phil, what happened?
What do you think?
Oh. Now I'm an heiress.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the FBI file on the allotment swindle. We will return to this case in just a moment.
One of the most meaningful words in the English language is security. According to the dictionary, it means freedom from fear, anxiety, or care. Freedom from doubt or uncertainty. To one man, security calls up a picture of a little house which he owns free and clear, so that no one can ever take it away from him. Another man thinks of protection against the hazards of illness and accident. A third sees himself receiving a regular monthly check during his old age. A fourth wants to be sure that no matter what happens to him, his children will get a good education and his wife will never be dependent on charity. For 86 years, men and women have been bringing these and scores of other security problems to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Now, please take particular note of that word society in the Equitable's name. Society means that the Equitable Society is entirely owned by its members, that is to say, by its policyholders. In other words, all the officers and employees of the Equitable Society, from President Parkinson down, are working for the members and are always ready to give problems their personal attention. So, no matter what kind of financial security a member may seek, he can be sure that the Equitable Society will do its utmost to help him attain that freedom from fear, anxiety, or care which makes him a happier man and a better citizen. Yes, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the allotment swindle.
The basic ingredient in the character of a criminal is greed. The unhealthy desire to acquire what belongs to someone else without doing any work. Phil and Julia, being well supplied with greed, had evolved a novel racket. A racket particularly well suited to the times. Julia's 3 illegal marriages to servicemen about to be shipped overseas, so she and Phil could defraud the government out of the allotments, was a serious enough crime. But now, with their greed out of control, they had compounded the felony. They had committed murder. Bobby's body was found the next morning, and quickly identified as the body of Private Robert Chase. It was removed to the local morgue, and the death was marked down as having been committed by a hit-and-run driver. The next afternoon, in the New York office of the FBI...
Can I come in, Nick?
Come ahead, Lee. How have you been doing?
I think I may have something.
Really?
Yeah, I paid a call a couple of hours ago on one of the names on our list, a Mrs. Robert Chase.
Yes?
Well, before I could even identify myself, she gave me a very teary greeting and went into a long spiel about her husband's insurance.
Oh?
It seems he was killed last night in a hit-and-run accident up in Massachusetts.
I see.
She evidently thought I was the insurance man.
When I told her who I really was, she seemed quite startled. What's her background? According to the allotment records, she's been getting money for herself and 2 children. You check on that? Yes, I talked to several of her neighbors. They've never seen any youngsters. Where was the husband killed? Near a town called Highland, Mass. Lee, I think this one's worth a thorough investigation.
Special Agent Price telephoned the morgue at Highland, Massachusetts, and learned that the Army was claiming the body the next day to take it for burial with military honors in the Chase family plot. Because of his suspicions, Price ordered the body held for further examination. And that night, he and Special Agent Adams left for Highland. The next morning at the morgue...
Here's the body, gentlemen. Poor devil. Yes. Was there anything on his uniform, Doctor? Any marks?
Yes, there were some tire marks where the car had apparently run over him.
Well, what do you mean, apparently? Wasn't he run over?
Yes, he was, but...
But what, Doctor?
Well, that isn't what killed him. He was killed by a blow at the base of the skull.
How do you know that?
Well, there was blood there, and it was clotted. If he had been killed in the accident with the car, and then sustained the injury to his skull, the whole appearance would have been different.
Can I join you, Doc?
Oh, yes, Joe. I want you to meet Mr. Price, Mr. Adams. They're from the FBI. This is Joe Benton. He's with our local police.
How do you do? I heard you were coming, gentlemen, so I got this stuff ready.
What is it?
It's a set of plaster casts of some tire tracks.
Oh, how'd you get them? Isn't the road paved?
Yes, but these were off the road. They're real good ones. It rained the night before.
Tell me, did the tracks show that the car backed up about 15 feet? And then when it started forward, it went back onto the road?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be much doubt from what Dr. Jones says that Private Chase was murdered.
Well, how do you figure that?
Well, let's assume that he was murdered by the people in this car that ran over him. They want the murder to look like a hit-and-run accident.
Yeah?
So they drag the body out onto the road and back up and run over it.
Yes.
So thanks for having the foresight to get these casts of the tire prints made, Benton.
Oh, glad to be of any help.
Now, Dr. Jones.
Yes?
One more thing. Can you tell me what instrument was used on Chase's skull?
Well, I'd say it was straight, like an iron bar.
I see. Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, that's
all.
okay.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Should I call New York now and have him pick me up, Mrs. Chase? No. I don't think so.
Why?
Not yet.
Don't you think she did it?
I think she was in on it, but she's not smart enough to be working alone.
You want to put a watch on her?
Yes. She should lead us where we want to go.
Just a minute. Who is it?
Me, Phil.
Oh, okay. You got my message, huh?
Yeah.
Gee, I thought you'd never get here. I got so scared, Phil. I didn't know what to do. I was going
How do you know
around.
the guy was from the FBI?
He showed me a badge or something.
What did he want?
Well, nothing really.
Talk sense, will you? He must have wanted something.
Well, he said he was looking for some guy broke out of jail.
Why'd he come here?
He said they were looking all through the building.
Now, that was a phony. Did he ask about your husband?
No, he didn't seem to care about that.
Uh-huh.
Not even when I told him he'd been killed.
Well, how'd you come to tell him that?
I thought he was the insurance man.
Oh, you stupid.
Well, how was I to know?
We ain't seeing any insurance man.
Why not?
We got a bump steer on that 10 G's.
How do you mean?
You don't get it no lump. I checked up today. You get a measly $36 a month for life.
Oh, that's awful.
Well, that's the deal, sweetheart. And you may not even get that.
Why?
FBI came here for some reason, and I guarantee you it's not the one they gave you.
How would they know anything was wrong?
That happens to be the business they're in.
Oh. What do we do?
You gotta blow town.
Oh, Phil.
And fast, baby. You're getting out tonight. I can put you up at Chuck's place for a couple of months.
In the country?
Yep.
With all them trees?
Baby, it's better to look at trees than be hanging from them. Meet me at my garage at 12 o'clock tonight.
Say, Nick, I've got the report on the Chase children's birth certificates.
Fakes?
Like a $3 bill.
I thought so.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, one thing we've got to do is to see whether our candidate has a car.
Well, who's our candidate? I wasn't here when he was nominated.
A fellow named Phil Taylor.
How does he fit into the picture?
Well, he endorsed every one of Mrs. Chase's allotment checks.
Well, who is he, a check cashier?
No, he's just a petty larceny crook. Done time a couple of times, but all small stuff.
Well, if he's mixed up in this, he graduated to the big leagues.
Yes, if this is the man we want.
What else have we got on?
He paid a call on Mrs. Chase this afternoon.
Well, why don't we grab Taylor?
We can't prove anything against him yet. It's not against the law to cash government checks, you know.
You don't look as unhappy as you should.
I'm gambling on a hunch. I'm having a check now.
Anything else come in from the Massachusetts police?
No, not a thing, but they did enough. Price talking. Yes? Yes. Yeah, let me write down those dates. That's fine, thank you. That was Johnson down at City Hall, Lee.
Yes?
When Robert Chase was married, his bride gave her maiden name as Julia Prescott. That was a mistake.
Why?
Because 2 years before that, on September 11th, 1940, this same Julia Prescott was married to our suspect, Phil Taylor.
Phil, I don't like this one bit.
Country air will do you good.
Oh, sure. Why don't you come along?
Because I happen to have a business to take care of.
Well, I ain't staying up there any 2 months. You can bet dough on that.
Look, baby, if the law nails you, 2 months will seem like a real short time.
I got a good mind to go back to one of my other husbands.
Stop your beefing.
It's open.
Hmm?
You don't need no keys. The garage door's open.
That's funny. Come on. Wait a minute, I'll put on a line.
Okay.
Just stay where you are, both of you.
Who are you guys?
Mrs. Chase should remember.
He's from the FBI.
That's right.
What do you want?
We've been comparing this plaster cast with your left rear tire. It matches perfectly.
Phil!
This lug wrench is important evidence, too.
Well, you get your way, Julie. You ain't going to the country.
On the strength of the evidence uncovered by the special agents of the FBI, Phil and Julia Taylor were tried and convicted for the murder of Robert Chase. The racket broken up by the FBI tonight was a wartime racket. But do not labor under the misapprehension that the underworld will not find peacetime rackets. They will. The FBI will continue to stamp out as many rackets and as many racketeers as possible. The FBI can help, but only you can really put a blockade on the underworld. Only you, by a concerted effort, can starve them out of their positions and force them to seek other means of livelihood. The servicemen now coming home after years of privation are returning to a country they have been dreaming about. They deserve to have you do your part to make their dreams come true. You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment.
This week at the Equitable Society, I happened to go up in the elevator with the secretary of the society. You know, he said to me, I'm a very determined man. About a month ago, my wife started talking about buying a dog, a Scottie. I said, no, dogs bark, I said. Dogs chew up rugs. Dogs have to be walked. We're not going to have a dog, and that's that. Well, he continued, that little Scottie and I are great pals already. He's the friendliest little pup you ever saw. Sure, my face is red, but I'll bet a lot of Equitable Society members know just how I feel. I'm thinking of all the people who say they don't want any life insurance, don't need any life insurance. And then one day you hear them bragging about how smart they were to buy it, especially from the Equitable Society. Yes, it's a great business we're in, this Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Think of how many happy people there are in this world because an Equitable Society agent kept on trying. Think of all the old folks that are enjoying security and independence. Think of all the kids who are getting good educations because someone from the Equitable Society didn't get discouraged, didn't quit. And that's why it's so important for every one of us in the Equitable organization to keep plugging, not to be disheartened by the perfectly natural human instinct to say no. Yes, for only by keeping our organization alert and progressive are we able to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bobby Sox Bandits. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is your narrator, Dean Carlton, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI. An official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the Bobby Sox Bandits.
"17. That's an important and exciting age in the life of a boy or a girl. Some of you girls listening tonight are just 17, finishing high school or starting your first real job, or having your first real honest-to-goodness date, going hiking or wiener roasting with the gang, or sitting in the middle of the floor with your Vic and a stack of records, doing most anything except making it possible for this voice to say, as it reluctantly says now, tonight's case from the files of your FBI is the crime story of two girls, age 17. It's just about sundown, and on a highway out of Pittsburgh, Two girls with one suitcase between them stand by the side of the road.
This ain't good.
Huh?
We picked the wrong road. There ain't been a car pass here for 15 minutes.
What, Bonnie?
We ain't grabbing no lift.
Oh, that's okay. I'm catching up on what I should know.
About what?
About Hollywood. Oh, this is a wonderful magazine. The whole thing is about Barry Brooks. Bonnie, you just ought to read movie magazines.
Already have.
But you just ain't read about Barry Brooks. He's so wonderful.
Brooks, Smooks, we gotta get a lift.
Bonnie, when we get to Hollywood, I'm not going to eat or sleep until I see him.
Uh-huh.
Look at this picture.
What did you write on there with your lipstick?
Never mind.
Let me see it. Love Me Forever, co-starring Barry Brooks and Phyllis Tyler. Oh, Phyllis.
Laugh if you want to. But I'll star in a picture with him someday.
Yeah.
I never had any real feeling about my destiny until I saw Barry Brooks in his first picture. I saw it 6 times. And right from the very first, I just knew that my destiny was in his hands.
Wait a minute. Here comes the only destiny I'm interested in.
Huh? Oh, I hope he stops for us.
Yeah. Look, he's going to.
Can I give you young ladies a lift?
Oh, sure. We've been waiting for you for an hour, mister.
Then hop right into the back seat.
Okay. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Okay.
All right back there?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't make a practice of doing this kind of thing, but it was coming on night, and I didn't like the idea of you young girls being on the road by yourself.
That's awful nice of you.
I'm going on to Cleveland. How far are you going?
Oh, we're going all the way
We're going to my sister's in Detroit.
Detroit? But Bonnie...
Certainly Detroit. What's the matter with you?
Well, I didn't mean to be inquisitive. I was just thinking about you having to travel this way. I've got a daughter about your age, and I know her mother and I would have a fit.
Oh, wait a minute, mister. Could you stop the car?
What's the trouble?
I think I dropped something back there when we got in.
Drop what, Bonnie?
My bracelet.
Bracelet?
Well, I'll just back up. Is the road clear behind?
Yeah, it's clear, all right.
Good, then we'll just...
Bonnie.
No use thumbing rides when we can have a car of our own.
Daly speaking.
Police headquarters, Mr. Daly. Looks like we got one for you FBI boys.
Okay.
A couple of girls slugged a man, stole his car just a little ways out of town a while ago. Looks like interstate stuff.
You got the details?
Well, a man's here at headquarters getting his head fixed up. You want to come over?
Well, give me a description of the car and the girls first, and I'll get out an alarm right away.
Okay, here's a car. Black Plymouth sedan, 1941, Pennsylvania license number.
Wonder what town this is, Bonnie.
I don't know. But it's in Ohio anyway.
Wonder how long it'll take us to get to Hollywood.
Now, how would I know?
Wonder if that nice man is still lying in the ditch where we left him.
Will you stop wondering so much, Phyllis?
I'm sorry.
Look, you just sit there and dream about Barry Brooks holding you in his arms, and I'll...
Bonnie! Bonnie! That sounds like we've got a flat tire.
Don't you think I've got ears, Phyllis?
Oh, now what'll we do?
What do you think? We'll just borrow another car.
Good morning, Roland.
No, good. You're just in time, Daly.
What's up?
Teletype from the Cleveland office just came in.
Oh?
That black Plymouth sedan was found abandoned early this morning in a street in Niles, Ohio, with a flat tire.
Any sign of the girls?
No, they must have switched cars.
How's that?
Well, a man in Niles reported his Ford sedan stolen during the night, and the Plymouth was left about a block from his house.
Cleveland put out an alarm on the Ford sedan?
Yeah.
Well, let's start traveling.
Where?
Niles, Ohio first. See if there are any clues in that Plymouth.
Bonnie. Huh? I'm worried.
Now what?
I don't think we ought to be doing things like this to get to Hollywood. Hitting people over the head and stealing cars.
Why not?
Well, suppose they should find out sometime.
Who?
My public.
What are you talking about?
Well, suppose after I get started in the movies and I'm on the way to the top. Suppose it gets out that I got to Hollywood by stealing automobiles.
Oh, stop.
I'll be ruined, Bonnie. That'll be the end of my career right there.
Don't be stupid. It'll be good publicity. And besides, all of this will make you a much better actress.
I don't see how you figure that.
Aren't the best actresses the ones who live their parts?
Yeah.
And what are the best girl parts in movies? It's girls who work in gambling houses, who are spies or mixed up with gangs. Girls who live dangerously.
Yes, you're right, but do we have to all the time steal cars?
No. I got another idea as soon as we get into Cleveland.
What?
We're going to ride in style on trains from now on.
Where are we going to get the money?
Somebody in Cleveland has money, and we're going to take it away from them.
Here's that Plymouth, Mr. Daly. Just like we found her.
Uh-huh.
We towed her up here to headquarters. Never touched anything inside the car at all.
Oh, that's fine. Now, if you'll give me a hand, officer, maybe we can get some clear fingerprints.
Sure, all right.
Wait, this may be something right here.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, it's a movie magazine. Not hard to tell who their favorite movie star is. Favorite one of them, anyway.
How's that?
This picture of Barry Brooks has red lip prints all over it.
I guess you'll want to save some samples of the lipstick for your laboratory, huh?
This may be more important than the lip prints, this lipstick writing on the page.
Huh? What's it say?
Phyllis loves Barry. Love me forever. Co-starring Barry Brooks and Phyllis Tyler.
That must be one of the girls' names.
Yes.
But what's that business about co-starring?
Well, I'd say the kid already imagines herself in a picture with Barry Brooks.
Say, that sounds like the girls are headed for Hollywood.
Yes.
Daly?
Yeah.
Just got a call from Pittsburgh.
Oh, what's up, Roland?
The girls have been identified.
Is one of them named Phyllis Tyler?
Yes. How'd you know?
She left her name on this magazine.
The other one's Bonnie Lawton. They're from Baltimore. Been missing 4 days.
I see.
And that Ford sedan they stole here in Niles has just been found abandoned in Cleveland.
Well, I'd say that's our next stop.
Later that night, somewhere in the area of Cleveland's ore docks on the Lake Erie waterfront, Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler sat in a booth in the corner of a juke joint sipping drinks.
Look, Bonnie, the sailor's looking over here again.
He hasn't looked at anybody else but you since we've been in here. Oh, this'll be easy.
He's darling.
Never mind that.
Look, he's getting up. I think he's coming over.
Well, I'll get out of here. Do like I told you, Phyllis. Remember?
He's got the cutest smile.
All right, but don't let it take your mind off business.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me. Hiya, Goldilocks. Do you mind if I sit down?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, now, look, don't play hard to get. You've been giving me the offers all night.
Couldn't help but look at you. You very much resemble Barry Brooks.
The movie guy?
Yeah.
Hey, that ain't bad. Is your girlfriend coming back?
She just went down the street for a minute.
Oh, that's fine. Got any ideas about us?
Well, we don't have to stay here.
Well, then let's get going. Come on.
Okay.
We'll go to a joint where there's some dancing and stuff. Would you like that?
Oh, sure.
Right this way, honey. Which way did the girlfriend go?
Down that way.
Then let's go the other way.
Silly.
Say, what's your name, baby?
Phyllis.
Phyllis. That's very cute. You live around here?
Well, not really.
I just got in town
All
myself.
right, put him up, sailor.
Huh?
This is a stick-up.
Are you kidding?
I said put him up. Get his money, Phyllis.
Okay.
Well,
Shut up.
Oh, look, sweetheart. Give me that gun.
Sure. I'll give it to you.
Oh.
Now we travel first class.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the FBI file on the Bobby Sox Bandits. We will return to this case in just a moment. 324 years ago, the Pilgrim Fathers of Plymouth enjoyed their first Thanksgiving dinner on this continent and played host to 90 Indian braves of a nearby tribe. Apparently, the Pilgrims were unable to bag any wild turkeys, for the menu mentions only venison, roast duck, roast goose, clams and other shellfish, eels, plums, and wild grape wine. Among the 3.25 million members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, some are bearers of names which indicate that their ancestors may have attended that banquet. Other Equitable Society members have names that indicate an origin in a more recent wave of immigration. But whether their names go back to the Mayflower or a boat that landed half a dozen years ago, Equitable Society members have proved that they believe in the time-honored American virtues of thrift and self-reliance. Their life insurance policies with the Equitable Society are good evidence that they believe in saving for safety, believe in taking care of themselves by putting dollars aside for future security. And just as our forefathers banded together for mutual protection, so Equitable Society members have joined forces in a great mutual organization created for the common good of all. Self-reliance plus cooperation. That's the spirit on which this country was founded. It's the spirit which makes men and women better citizens and better Americans, which is a good reason for this organization to be thankful that by serving its members for 86 years, the Equitable Society has served America. And now back to the file on the Bobby Sox Bandits.
Do you know where your own 17-year-old son or daughter is tonight? And what he or she is doing? You probably do because you care. But hundreds of thousands of American parents don't know and don't care, and haven't known and haven't cared for so long that last year boys and girls under 21, and most of them only 17, committed over a third of all the robberies in the United States, over half of all the burglaries, nearly 2/3 of all the automobile thefts. The parents of Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler didn't care enough, and that's why we find them now in a cheap rooming house on Chicago's west side, after leaving a trail of crime halfway across the country.
380, 390, 395, 96, 97, 98. Gee, look, Phyllis, we're doing swell.
You mean we've got $398?
More than that. Here's another 5. $403.
Why did we stop here? That's enough to take us to Hollywood, isn't it?
You don't want to get there broke, do you?
But, Bonnie...
And if you're going to get in the movies, you got to have some swell clothes, don't you?
Yeah, but...
And suppose you do manage to meet Barry Brooks.
I'm going to.
So what are you going to meet him in? A pair of dirty slacks, scuffies, and a sweater?
Golly, I hadn't thought about that.
Then let's go get us a couple of good-looking outfits.
And then what?
With those, we can step out in the better spots and take somebody for a lot of money.
Oh, all right. But there's something else I want to buy, too.
What?
I read all about it. Barry Brooks collects all kinds of cigarette lighters.
Oh.
I'm going to get him one and send it to him from here.
Okay, come on. Let's go shopping.
That same morning, back in Cleveland, Special Agent Daly is just entering the field office of the FBI.
What'd you find out, Daly?
Well, the two girls who robbed that sailor last night were Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler.
You sure?
The sailor positively identified them by these pictures.
Well, that's good, but that didn't put us any nearer to catching them.
No, but something else I found out does.
What's that?
They took a midnight train for Chicago.
How do you know?
I dug up the night ticket agent who sold them the space.
Well, we better phone there and have them cover trains going west.
Well, they might be smart enough to stop off in Chicago and hide out a while.
Yeah, but I'll phone anyway.
Okay, and then we'll catch the next plane for the Windy City ourselves.
Here you are, girls. Is this the lighter you saw in the window?
Yeah, that's it. Isn't it darling, Bonnie?
It's okay.
Do you think Barry Brooks will like it?
Did you say Barry Brooks?
Yeah, the movie star. I'm going to send this to him.
Oh, I see.
How much is it?
Well, it's probably more than you want to pay.
How do you know? How much is it?
Well, including tax, it's $15.
Oh, that's easy. Here.
Say, where'd you girls get all that money?
None of your business.
That's a pretty big bankroll.
Do you want to sell us the lighter or don't you?
Bonnie, let's get out of here.
Okay. Keep your lighter, mister.
Just a minute, girl.
Come on, Bonnie, hurry.
Well, welcome to Chicago, boys.
Thanks, Bob.
I'm afraid I haven't got any good news for you.
Oh, no trace of the girls, huh, Turner?
We covered all buses and railroads right after you called, but nothing has turned up yet.
Well, they could have taken a bus or a train before we called.
No, all ticket agents have been checked, and they don't recall any girls answering the descriptions. Come in.
Here's something just came in from the police, Mr. Turner.
Oh, thanks. Well, they're in Chicago, all right, fellas. They tried to buy a lighter about noon in a little shop on Randolph for Barry Brooks.
Yeah?
The clerk got suspicious when they showed so much money, and the girls ran off.
You sure it's the same girls?
Well, their descriptions checked, and one of the girls called the other one Bonnie.
Well, if they'll just stay here long enough, I think I've got a way to catch them.
Phyllis, come on, wake up. Anybody think you were a movie star already the way you sleep all morning? Come on, wake up.
Oh, hello, Bonnie. Have you been out already?
Yeah, I went to the store.
Did you get a paper?
Yeah, here.
Thanks.
Want some coffee?
Sure. Now, let's see. What page is the funnies on?
I figure we can break in our outfits tonight, Phyllis, and make it pay off. I got a plan.
Bonnie!
What's the matter?
Bonnie, listen to this. Barry Brooks.
What'd he do, get married?
No, he's here. Here in Chicago. Oh, Bonnie, think of it. Barry Brooks, right here in Chicago.
Well, don't tie yourself in a pretzel about it. What does it say?
Barry Brooks is believed to have slipped in Chicago last night, and according to reports, is staying at the State Hotel. And, Bonnie, we're going over there.
Wait a minute, Phyllis.
Oh, it's destiny, Bonnie, don't you see? Barry Brooks and I in Chicago at the same time. Come on.
You can't get in to see him.
Of course we can. He's good about giving his autograph, and that's what we'll say we want. Come on, Bonnie, let's hurry.
Well, aren't you going to bother to dress first?
Oh, sure. But it'll only take me a minute, and I can wear my new outfit. Oh, just think of it. I'm going to see Barry Brooks.
Girls, I'm the manager of this hotel, and I say you must go away.
We're going to stay in front of his room until he comes out. Oh, Barry, come out.
Oh, girls, please. I tell you for the 100th time, Mr. Brooks is not in the room.
Oh, yes, he is. You wouldn't be trying to get us away.
He is not.
He is.
He's not.
He is.
I tell you, he is not.
Oh, yes, he is. We want want Barry Brooks. We want
Oh,
Barry
girl,
Brooks.
stop.
Come on, move over. Let us through the door, please.
What makes you young ladies think you can get in?
We have an appointment with Mr. Brooks.
You have an appointment.
Well, just knock at the door and you'll find out. Go ahead, knock.
I'm not Barry. Miss Lawton, Miss Tyler, will you come in, please?
Goodbye, girls. Better luck next time. Pardon us.
Where is Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, where is he?
Well, I'm sorry to tell you the report in the paper about Mr. Brooks being in the city was not correct, girls.
What? But we called up the room.
Well, I'm responsible for the story being in the papers. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Bonnie, this is a pinch, huh?
You're under arrest. Yes.
Gee,
I certainly had a very short career.
Because of their extreme youth, Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler were put in a reformatory, where every effort will be made to guide them to a better future. But far more serious than the sentence passed on the two girls was Bonnie Lawton's indirect charge against her own parents. In court, she said, "I've had to learn everything else the hard way, so I guess I couldn't very well skip this one." The rising tide of juvenile delinquency in America amplifies that charge into a tumultuous indictment of the tragically large number of American parents who don't care enough for their children. America's homes are the birthplace and training ground of her citizens. What, then, is the hope for America's future? The answer is in the hands of you, the mothers and fathers of America. The FBI can protect only the lives and property and laws of America. You must protect its future through your children.
You'll hear something about next week's case in just a moment. This week, at the Equitable Society, a group insurance serviceman suggested I take a trip with him. So the two of us jumped into his car, and after an hour's ride, we parked at a large factory that has just taken out group insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. First, we got the president of the company's angle on the new insurance program. Among other things, he said, "You know, since I started this business 25 years ago, I can't think of anything I've done that's given me more satisfaction than group insurance with the Equitable Society. I consider it a big step forward in our relations with our employees." A little later, we heard the same story in different words from a veteran worker. "This group insurance is swell stuff," he told us. "It gives me a real lift to know that I've not only got extra life insurance, but also hospital and surgical benefits in case anything goes wrong with me." Yes, there's no question about it. Group insurance is something on which labor and management see eye to eye and stand shoulder to shoulder. And that's why we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States take such pride in the fact that group insurance is an equitable first. This plan is one of scores of examples of the Equitable Society's leadership and progressiveness. One of the many reasons why we say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Big Breakout.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI. You know, it's kind of fun to plan what you're going to buy in future years with the bonds you're buying now. Maybe the woman of the house has her heart set on a new washing machine. Dad can see that new radio and television set. And the youngsters have super deluxe, extra special bikes and toys in mind. But buying time isn't here. New, low-priced goods aren't on the market yet. More important than that, we still have a debt to pay before we go on a spending tear. A debt to the veterans who fought in the war and their families. Many veterans will require hospitalization. Others will want loans and educations. We have a debt in the war contracts that were canceled with the coming of the peace. And that's why the government is asking us to buy bonds now, during the victory loan. This will be the last bond drive. It won't be long before we can go back to a facsimile of living as usual. But until then, let's put over this victory loan by buying that bond.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the big breakout.
All criminals suffer from the same organic disorder, enlargement of the ego, and sooner or later it proves fatal to their career of crime. For as an ancient thinker once said, he is most vulnerable who believes himself invincible. For some criminals, one heavy prison sentence is enough to deflate their ego. But in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, Earl Dixon accepted his first set of prison bars not as a defeat, but as a great opportunity to prove himself smarter than the law. In a Midwestern penitentiary, Dixon, serving a term for hijacking, and two fellow inmates are seated in their cell after the evening meal.
Cigarette, gentlemen? Rock?
Thanks, Dixie.
Louis?
If that's the best you can do, Dixie. Of course, I'm used to lighting a Corona after a pheasant
You're
dinner,
used to talking too much, Louis.
Somebody's got to keep the art of chatter alive in our little home.
Rock is a man of action rather than words, Louis.
Well, you ain't exactly the gabby type yourself, Dixie.
I've been interested in only one subject since matriculating here.
But you ain't talking about it, huh?
I never talk on a subject until I'm qualified by research.
When'll that be?
No.
Oh, yeah? Then what's the title of your subject?
Escape.
Escape? Shut up, Louis.
Are you gentlemen interested?
Gee, Dixie, I don't know. I only got 3 more years here.
Just the weekend, huh, Louis?
No, it's not that, but guys can get shot trying something like that.
I wonder what your girl is doing tonight, Louis.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Just curious.
Well, I know what she better not be doing. What's that got to do with it?
3 years is a long time to sit and wonder. Maybe it'll be too late after that. What about you, Rob?
Count me in, Dixie.
Good. We'll make it a twosome then.
I don't know. Wait a minute.
Yes, Louis.
What did you really mean about my dame?
I told you. 3 years is a long time.
Oh, she better not pull no double deal on me. I'm in.
Splendid.
What's the gimmick, Dixie?
Well, the doctor is on duty in the hospital until 11 o'clock.
Yeah?
He lives outside, drives home when his relief comes.
Yeah?
Lights out in here at 9. The turnkey makes a round of inspection at 10.
Uh-huh.
Tonight, when he comes around, you...
Hospital ward, Dr. Wilson. Oh, hello, Evelyn. Yes, honey, I'll be on my way home in about 10 minutes. As soon as Dr. Blaney comes in to relieve me. Huh? Oh, sure, I'll bring some. Okay. Bye, sugar. What are you doing in here?
Keep a watch of that door, Louis.
Okay.
Doctor's about your size, Rock. His jacket should fit you rather neatly.
Just so it helps me drive us through the gate okay.
Here you are. You do it quickly now.
Yeah.
I'll take a look outside. Everything's all right, boys. Come on. Quietly, please.
Right.
This is his car. Take the wheel, Rock. Louis and I'll crouch on the floor right behind you.
Okay.
All right. Make for the gate. Keep your head down, Louis.
Don't worry. I want to keep it.
Okay, Doc. I'll open the gate. Leaving kind of early to... Hey, wait a minute. You're not the doc.
Rock's head out that wheel. Pull Rock over. Okay. You make it?
Yes.
Hey, Rock's hit bad, Dixie.
Really?
What can we do for him?
Throw him out.
Huh?
I said throw him out.
But he's still alive.
Do as I say.
Okay. Sorry, Rock. Gee, I hated to do that.
Consider yourself fortunate. It could easily have been you.
What do you mean?
I had anticipated that whoever drove the car would get killed.
After the jailbreak had been accomplished and the convicts had made a successful getaway, the penitentiary warden immediately contacted the nearest office of the FBI just across the state line, where Special Agent Connor took the call.
Gray Pontiac two-door sedan. License number? 754. All right, I've got it. Which direction was it going when it left the penitentiary? Thanks, Warden. We'll get on it right away.
Jailbreak, Fred?
Yes, 3 made the break, but 1 got killed.
Who are the other 2?
Take their names.
Uh-huh.
Earl Dixon and Louis Muncie.
Louis Muncie. I've got him.
While I'm getting out an alarm, you contact Washington and ask them to teletype all information they have on Dixon and Muncie.
In Dayton, Ohio, a few hours after the prison break, Two men walked quietly along a fog-shrouded street. They stopped in front of a modest apartment building. A minute later, a young girl occupying a ground-floor apartment was aroused by the insistent sound of the door buzzer.
Just a minute. Oh. I'm coming. Who is it?
Open the door.
Earl.
Hello, sis.
Earl,
Go in, Louis. Okay.
What are you...
Be quiet. Lower that window shade, please, Louis. Right.
Earl, what are you doing here?
Okay, Louis?
Yeah, all right. What are you doing here? How did you get out of prison?
Quite cleverly. I escaped.
Oh.
With a very monotonous life, I needed to change. Well, you don't seem very happy to see me.
I'm not.
Now, I ask you, Louis, isn't that a shocking admission for one's own sister? Yeah. Oh, by the way, Annette, allow me to present my fellow Houdini, Louis Munsey. Pleased to know you.
Why did you come here?
Seemed the natural thing to do.
Earl, you can't stay.
Now, Annette.
I mean it. You've got to leave here at once.
Hey, what is this? I thought she was okay. She will be.
Earl, listen to me. In the past, I've always weakened and tried to help you. Always thinking maybe you'd straighten out. But this time it's different. I'm not harboring any criminals.
I'm staying, Annette.
Oh, no, you're not.
Where are you going?
I'm calling the police.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Hold it, Louis. What are you going to tell them, Annette? That you're turning your brother in? That you want him sent back to prison?
Yes.
Then I'd better acquaint you with just what that would mean. A man was killed when we escaped.
Oh.
Now, my dear, could you make us some coffee?
Is that teletype from Washington, Fred?
Yes, with the dope on Dixon and Muncie.
What does it say?
It looks like Dixon was the brains behind the break.
Yes?
College education and always boasting how much smarter he is than the law.
What was he in for?
Hijacking. He was sentenced in federal court. Suspected of a killing, too, but there wasn't enough evidence to pin it on him.
What about Muncie?
They're just finishing up on him now. Here we are. Muncie seems to be a kind of a stooge in a gang that was mixed up in hijacking, too.
He'd probably stick with Dixon, then, for guidance.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Any reports on the fugitives while I was out?
No.
They could be clear out of the state by this time.
Yes, that makes them our game more than ever.
Any leads on Dixon and that stuff from Washington?
I was just looking it over. It says Dixon lived with his sister in Cincinnati just before he was sent up. You know, he might make for there again.
Wouldn't that be an obvious move?
Well, since Dixon considers himself smarter than the law, he might think the obvious thing to do would be least expected.
Let's get Cincinnati on the phone. We'll tell him not to wait until daylight to check up, but go out right now and keep a watch on her address.
Right.
Remember this piece, Annette? How I used to slave to learn it? As I recall, it was Mother's favorite...
Stop, Earl, please.
What's the matter?
The difference between then and now, I don't want to think of it.
Dear Annette, always the sentimentalist.
Earl.
Yes?
How long is this going to go on?
What?
This staying here.
Oh. Oddly enough, I was just thinking about that.
Police are bound to come here sometime. You saw the morning paper. They're combing 3 states looking for you.
I know.
Oh, please, won't you give yourself up?
Oh, stop being childish.
What else can you do?
I have a very definite plan in mind. You're right about their eventually coming here, but when they arrive, we'll be gone.
What do you mean?
We still have that little houseboat on the Ohio River.
Yes.
Then I think we should use it.
We?
Yes. You and I.
Oh, no, please.
I'll aid you, Annette. You'll have to drive.
Oh, why can't you leave me alone?
Very pleasant, like a vacation.
Vacation with 2 murderers.
Oh, I forgot to mention, my good companion, Mr. Muncie, who sleeps so peacefully in your bedroom, will not be with us.
Do you intend to leave him here?
Not exactly.
I don't understand.
Well, he has already served his purpose.
Folks?
Oh. Greetings, Louis. Well, I was just talking about you.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I was telling my sister that we are going to take a little trip.
Oh, blowing out of here?
Yes.
Where are we going?
Well, unfortunately, Louis, you're not really coming along.
What do you mean?
I needed you for the getaway just as I needed Rock, but now your usefulness is ended.
Oh, wait a minute.
Sorry, Louis. Darling, he'll be with us in spirit.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the FBI file on the big breakout. We will return to this case in just a moment. Let's look at America through the eyes of a GI just back from the Pacific. He's flying cross-continent to his home in the East. And perhaps he's wondering what sort of job he'll land when he takes off his uniform. Well, no matter what route his Army transport plane follows, at some time in almost every hour of the flight, he's looking down on places where Equitable Society investments are helping to provide jobs for ex-servicemen. Whether his plane soars over the cattle-studded plains of Texas or the waving wheatlands of Minnesota, over the cornfields of Iowa or the tobacco plantations of Kentucky, Equitable Society dollars are right there, soundly invested with progressive American farmers to promote farm prosperity. Or take practically any industrial center in which his plane might land. Take Chicago or Detroit, Cleveland or Pittsburgh. These also are centers for the investment of Equitable Society funds in steel mills and mines, in railroads and shipyards, in textile mills and industrial plants of all kinds. Yes, with Equitable Society dollars at work in every section of the country, and with the Equitable Society's 3.25 million members living in every state in the Union, this great mutual organization is well named the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. For since 1859, Equitable Society dollars have helped make the whole United States the land of opportunity. Yes, by serving its members for 86 years, the Equitable Society has served America. And now back to the file on the big breakout.
FBI agents make no pretense of infallibility. And although highly trained in their profession of criminal investigation, things happen so fast at times that human judgment is bound to err in one step or another in their investigative procedure. But this they have never failed to do. Readjust. The long hours of the day have dragged past, and now darkness is falling. Earl Dixon sits with his sister in the living room of her apartment.
Who's that?
How do I know?
See who it is. I'll stand just behind the door, and don't let anyone in. Understand?
Very well.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You're Miss Annette Dixon, are you not?
Yes.
I'm Special Agent Connor of the FBI.
The FBI?
Yes. We just learned that you had moved here from Cincinnati.
But why are you interested in where I live?
The automobile in which your brother escaped from prison last night was found early today abandoned just outside of town. May I come in?
But my brother isn't here.
Then there's no reason why I shouldn't come in, is there?
No, that is
Thank you.
I have a gun here, Mr. Connor. I've often wanted to match wits with the FBI. Don't reach for yours.
I wouldn't have any wits left for you to match if I did.
I was sure they trained you to be practical.
Yes. That's one of the reasons we usually win, Dixon.
Have you always won until now?
I wouldn't say that now is exactly over.
You fellows travel in pairs. Is your partner outside in the car?
No. I came here alone.
Where is your partner?
I'm afraid you'll have to proceed without that knowledge.
He and your office must have known you came here.
You think so?
Yes. In that event, I think you'd better come along with us.
Where to?
My sister and I are taking a little trip. You'd be a very welcome companion.
Really?
Yes. With an FBI agent driving us in an FBI car, we should find it rather a safe journey.
At your service, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, you wouldn't mind transporting a corpse, too, would you? It would be rather awkward leaving him here.
Louis Muncie?
That's right.
Bring him along. I'd be very glad to have his body as evidence of murder against you.
What makes you think you'll be able to produce this evidence?
This was to be a match of wits, remember?
When Special Agent Connor did not return to Dayton Police Headquarters within the designated time to rejoin his partner, Special Agent Whitman, Whitman and a police officer drove to Miss Dixon's address. Whitman is now returning to the car.
There's something funny about this, Sergeant.
I saw you go inside after you got no answer.
I found this on the floor in the living room.
What is it?
Connor's wallet.
What?
And dresser drawers had been pulled open like somebody had packed and left in a hurry.
Well.
I'd say Connor ran into Dixon, all right. And possibly Muncie, too.
And he dropped his wallet to let you know he'd been here and something was wrong.
Yes. With his car gone, that means only one thing. Let's put out an alarm on that car.
Oh, this is such a pleasure. The rolling fields, the green trees. You know, I've looked at penitentiary walls so long I'd forgotten this even existed. Isn't it lovely, Annette?
Please don't talk to me.
My sister doesn't approve of me, Mr. Connor.
I'd say she has excellent taste.
Poor Louis. Poor Louis would have enjoyed this so. Which reminds me, I've decided not to dispose of his body anywhere along the way.
Really?
The river will be a much better place.
Bodies have a disconcerting way of rising to the surface.
Not when they're properly weighted, Mr. Connor.
Oh.
And that should offer a cue to your own fate.
Thank you.
Too bad you won't be able to enjoy a weekend on our little houseboat. You'd like to have his company, wouldn't you, Annette?
Please, Earl.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Car trouble.
Accidental, of course.
What other kind is there?
That sounds like a flooded carburetor. What have you done to it?
The car stalled. Would you like to get out and diagnose the trouble yourself?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? You go ahead and fix it, and I'm warning you. If you take too long...
I won't, I assure you.
Why don't we get some word, Sergeant?
Well, we've done everything we can, Mr. Whitman. Something should come in.
Well, that's the toughest thing about this business. The waiting.
I know.
They must have taken Connor along as cover. If they did, Connor's driving the car.
We put all that on the alarm. Is there any more background on the Dixon family? Any place he'd be likely to go to?
I'm having that checked now. Meantime, the clock is running out. Running out fast.
I'll get it. Police headquarters, Sergeant Gillen speaking. Yes? Yes? Where was this? Just a minute, Mr. Whitman.
Yes.
This is state police. They got something on Connor.
Let me talk to them, please.
Sure, here you are.
Hello? This is Special Agent Whitman speaking. What have you got? I see. Will you read it, please? Yes? Thank you very much. Goodbye. Come on, Sergeant. We've got a definite lead on Connor. I just hope we're not too late.
Where did my sister go, Connor?
Into the houseboat.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you've got Muncie's body weighted sufficiently now.
Enough to keep it from drifting. That'll make it easier for us to locate.
Us?
Mm-hmm.
I admire your optimism. Now, if you will just drag the body out onto the deck. There, that will do nicely. And now I'll ask you to hoist it over the side.
You're really running up a big score, Dixon.
Just remember this gun. Go ahead, Connor.
Okay.
And now I suggest that we return to the cabin. Go ahead. After you, Mr. Connor.
Thanks.
Annette. Annette, will you stop that crying?
Leave her alone.
Well, Sir Galahad. Will you have a drink?
No, thanks.
Then I guess we'd better pass on to the next item on the program. That turns out to be you, Mr. Connor.
Earl, you can't.
Hold it, miss. Dixon.
Yes?
You said this was to be a match of wits.
That's right. And it's been rather unbalanced in my favor, wouldn't you say?
No, I wouldn't.
What do you mean?
You had that pistol on me all evening. But it didn't keep me from working.
Working?
You didn't see me drop my wallet on the floor of your sister's apartment back in Dayton, did you?
Now, don't pull that.
I saw it.
What? Annette, why didn't you...
I left it there because I knew my partner would find it very shortly and know something was wrong.
Look, Connor.
I'm just trying to get my wits on the record.
Very well.
And you were right in suspecting I caused the car trouble back on the highway.
All you gained was time, if you did.
No. I left a note under a tool when I was under the car. It must have been picked up by now.
And what did the note say?
That we were coming here.
Well, that makes you almost even.
I'd say that puts me a little bit ahead.
Annette, I think we're getting out of here.
I hate to keep piling up points, Dixon, but the keys to the car are in the river with Muncie's body.
Why,
Now, don't be a bad loser, Dixon.
I haven't lost.
Oh, no? Look at that car coming along the riverbank.
Where?
Oh, thank heaven. Is it the police?
It isn't even a car. That was an old trick, Miss Dixon. But I won the match.
Earl Dixon was returned to the penitentiary and subsequently tried and convicted for the murder of his fellow convict. Like all criminals, Dixon had an inflated estimation of his own ability to beat the law. And this was one of the most effective contributing factors to his inevitable downfall. No one is smarter than the law. Sooner or later, this inescapable fact is known to all criminals.
You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment. This week, at the Equitable Society, I was shown 3 checks that were ready to go out in the afternoon mail. One was the biggest check I've ever seen in my life. A 6, followed by 6 zeros. A $6 million investment of Equitable Society funds in a great industrial concern which will employ several thousand men, many of them returning servicemen. The second check was for $16,000, a loan to a farmer in Iowa who came to his Equitable Society so that he could buy a piece of land he's had his eye on for many years. The third check was for $6,000, and it was going to help an ex-sergeant of the Marines buy that little house he dreamed about while he lay in a hospital recovering from wounds received on Guadalcanal. Now he's going to own that little home with the aid of the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. And there you have 3 of the principal ways in which Equitable Society dollars are put to work. In promoting home ownership, in lending farmers a helping hand, in keeping the wheels of industry turning. And that's why we think this life insurance business we're in is a good business. We collect premium dollars from our members for their good and then invest them in ways that are good for the entire nation. Yes, this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next Friday, December 7th, is the 4th anniversary of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Our program that evening will present a thrilling and factual account of the FBI's work on that momentous day.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight we bring you a special FBI presentation commemorating the 4th anniversary of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
Stretching tonight from the quiet meadows of France, the hillsides of Italy, and across the sands of North Africa to the jungle islands of the Pacific, are gardens of little white crosses, where almost 275,000 American boys lie in eternal condemnation of that day 4 years ago, which will live forever in infamy. Sunday, December 7th, 1941. The day that Japan stabbed America in the back at Pearl Harbor. But long before Pearl Harbor plunged us into global war with them, the Axis nations, through their agents in this country, were plotting and working against the internal security of America, protected against the interference by those same principles of freedom they sought to destroy. Then, on September 3rd, 1939, Hitler began the murder of Poland, the first flame of world conflagration. America had to prepare her defenses and take aggressive steps to safeguard them. 3 days after that ruthless invasion, Director J. Edgar Hoover of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, your FBI, assembled his staff in extraordinary session.
Gentlemen, I have here a directive from the President of the United States.
The Attorney General has been requested by me to instruct the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Justice, to take charge of investigative work in matters relating to espionage, sabotage, and violations of the neutrality regulations. This task must be conducted in a comprehensive and effective manner on a national basis, and all information must be carefully sifted out and correlated in order to avoid confusion and irresponsibility. To this end, I request all police officers, sheriffs, and all other law enforcement officers in the United States promptly to turn over to the nearest representative of the Federal Bureau of Investigation any information obtained by them relating to espionage, counter-espionage, sabotage, subversive activities, and violations of the neutrality laws. Well, I know the Bureau is fully prepared for this undertaking, gentlemen, so we shall proceed to put it into action at once. That's all.
Your FBI was ready, but it was nevertheless a mammoth undertaking. For on the day that the President's directive was put into force,
over 1,200,000 persons born in Germany were living in the United States.
Nearly 85,000 foreign-born Japanese were living in the United States and Hawaii.
Nearly every major city in America had large quotas of foreign-born Italians living among the American-born Italian populations.
And thousands of special agents of the three Axis nations were actively at work throughout continental United States and all American territories.
Ever since the rise of the pompous political criminal Benito Mussolini to the throne of dictator, Italian fascist societies had been at work in America, seeking, first by propaganda, and when that failed, by brutal force, to convert American-born Italians to the service of Il Duce. And they didn't stop with threats. In a large eastern city one night, an elderly, gray-haired foe of fascism was preparing to leave his office when...
All right, just stay put, Baroni.
Huh? Who are you men, and what do you want here?
You've been warned 3 times to stop talking against Il Duce.
Oh. So you have come to warn me again?
No. This time we come to make you stop.
What I have said about Mussolini and fascismo is the truth.
I said we come to make you stop.
What Mussolini and fascismo do in Italy, I cannot fight against. But I am an American citizen, and I can fight against what they are trying to do in my country. And I shall continue to fight against it.
More insidious and of greater danger to the security of America than the work of fascist agents had been the operations of the foreign-born Japanese. Executed with oriental cunning and fanatical worship of their sacred Son of Heaven, and behind a false face of friendship. For how often did we read or hear such words as,
Japan has always considered America her greatest friend, and it is the supreme desire of the government and the people of Japan to perpetuate peaceful relations between our two countries.
But throughout the country and in Hawaii,
Japanese Buddhist and Shinto priests preached the doctrine of absolute loyalty to the homeland.
Japanese children learned that it was glorious to die for the emperor.
Japanese consulates spread literature defending Japan's actions in China.
Crews on Japanese fishing boats sounded harbor depths and photographed defense installations.
Japanese admirals and army officers posing as civilians gathered vital information on America's military strength and production capacity.
behind the locked doors of a ceremonial hall, the secret society known as the Rising Sun Order met quite often for this purpose.
The candidates for membership will come forward. You will kneel before the sacred shrine. You will repeat the pledge now. I swear allegiance unto death to His Imperial Majesty, Son of Heaven and Emperor of Japan, and declare that through unity of purpose and complete cooperation, we intend to show our friendship to our comrades at war, and to express the great spirit to build up the Japanese Empire.
As for Germany's part in the picture which now confronted your FBI, the Nazi Party had been active in America as far back as 1926, 8 years before Hitler at last became the Fuhrer. And through the ensuing years, it spread its tentacles until they reached into every stratum of American life.
Nazi agents tried to work their way into all branches of American military and naval service and into the merchant marine.
They were workers and even executives in our vital industries. They were editors, authors, and lecturers.
They were landowners at strategic points along our Atlantic and Gulf Coast lines.
They were merchants and bankers and lawyers and doctors. They were social leaders.
And Nazi sympathizers taught in our schools,
preached in our churches, and got elected to public offices low and high as servants of the American people.
And more than that, thousands of Nazi youth in America and their elders put on gray shirts and uniforms. And by day and by night, secluded valleys echoed with the goose-stepping of these fanatical legions. Then they boldly came out into the open, held public rallies, and one night 20,000 Bundes jammed New York's Madison Square Garden.
A day is speeding toward you when you will be called upon to contribute your part in building this new world. A world of order. A world rid of these corrupt peoples who have been a cancer on the advancement of civilization. I say that day is near at hand. Be prepared. Be strong. Be resolute. Be ready to smash the enemy. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
That was the picture that confronted your FBI on September 6, 1939. The day the President said, take defensive action. Director Hoover said, we are ready. And to his staff, go into action at once.
Operator?
Get me the Chicago field office.
Operator?
Get me the Boston field office.
Operator?
I want the Dallas field office. Denver. San Francisco. Honolulu.
Within the space of a few minutes after Director Hoover had read the presidential directive to his staff, the nerve center of your FBI in Washington had transmitted the impulse for action along every thread of contact in the vast web of its organization. And soon, special agents were
surveying America's defense plans and taking precautionary measures against sabotage.
Setting up protection for America's transportation and communication systems. Watching the movements of Axis diplomatic officials using their immunity to carry on hostile operations. And embarking on the widest spread spy hunt in the nation's history.
But the biggest task of all was that of checking on all suspected Axis aliens and compiling dossiers on those who might become active enemy aliens. Day and night, from Seattle to Miami, from San Diego to Bangor, this work went on. In an Italian bar and grill.
Don't talk so loud.
What do I care? When Mussolini gets in the war, it'll be all over in Europe. He'll come over here.
I beg your pardon. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
FBI?
You an American citizen?
Sure, I'm an American.
You have an alien registration card?
Well,
I think you'd better come with me.
In a rowboat one night in the murky waters lapping the pilings of a Jap fishing village on the west coast.
If I'm not mistaken, that secret radio receiver's in that shack over there.
We can't raid the place.
No. We can't tell them that's what we're looking for. All we need's a reaction.
In a plane factory, turning out medium bombers for the British.
Just a minute there. What is your name?
Carl Wilson.
Think again. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
My name is Carl Wilson.
Our records say that you were born in Germany, entered this country illegally, and your name is Carl Schmidt. Come with me.
24 hours around the clock, 7 days a week. The checkup went on throughout the 48 states and territories of the United States. The checkup and all other parts of the vast program of defensive action, with the result that FBI agents were able to report
2,300 defense plants surveyed and protected against sabotage.
Railroads, airlines, harbors, bus lines, and vital inland waterways protected against sabotage.
Coordination of all local and state law enforcement agencies with the FBI into one internal defense unit ready for any national emergency.
All potentially dangerous Axis aliens catalogued and whereabouts known at all times.
Complete record of activities of all Axis diplomatic officials in the United States.
And all 42 members of 2 German spy rings taken into custody.
Yes, by the summer of 1941, the President's directives had been carried out in full. America's internal security was protected. There remained only the important job of keeping a constant vigil. And this your FBI did during the remainder of the summer, through the fall, and this it was still doing when it was another Sunday in America. Christmas was hardly more than 2 weeks away, but still the people were following their usual Sunday habits. In some parts it was time to go to church. Elsewhere it was Sunday dinner time. Some were playing golf, driving in the countryside, visiting friends, seeing movies, or dozing in a big chair at home. In the telephone switchboard room of the FBI in Washington, the operators on duty took care of routine calls. Then a yellow light glowed on panel number 6.
Washington.
This is the agent in charge in Honolulu. I want to speak to Mr. Hoover.
Right away, sir.
Yes?
Honolulu calling, Mr. Hoover.
Put them on.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Honolulu.
Mr. Hoover? Yes. Japanese planes are bombing Pearl Harbor. What? Listen. You can hear the bombs exploding.
We will return to our FBI file in just a moment. Meanwhile, look over our shoulders while we open some of the mail that arrives at the Equitable Society every day from your neighbors and, who knows, maybe from yourself. It's a very good thing for a man to be happy in his work, to feel that his job benefits others as well as himself. Well, that's the way we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel about our jobs. You see, Equitable Society members think of this society as a friend, for they know that the Equitable Society is a society, not only in name but in fact, and that they, the members, are the sole owners of this society, which is run for their benefit and theirs alone. Consequently, every day in the Equitable mailbox there are letters from our members, the kind of letters a person writes to a good friend. Here's a letter from a widow, telling us how her Equitable Society policy stepped in to save her family from disaster. Here's one from a farmer, asking our advice in financing the purchase of a piece of land. And here's one from the officer of a large corporation with a suggestion about our group insurance plan. Yes, in every mail we get pats on the back and friendly criticisms, problems to solve and suggestions to consider. And we firmly believe that these close contacts with our members are important in keeping the Equitable Society alert, progressive, future-minded, with life insurance policies exactly suited to present-day needs
and with forward-looking investments that promote the prosperity of the entire country. Yes, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to This Is Your FBI.
Through the telephone transmitter which the Honolulu agent held out of the office window, Director Hoover listened to the exploding bombs which were taking a terrific toll of lives, leaving Honolulu and Pearl Harbor an inferno of smoke and flame, and turning battleships of the Pacific Fleet into a mass of twisted steel at the bottom of the bay. Then the agent came back on the line.
Mr. Hoover, have you any special instructions?
Put our emergency plans into operation at once. We'll receive further instructions shortly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Operator, this is Mr. Hoover. Have a staff call issued immediately and have all members of the Bureau not on duty report for duty at once.
Here's Mr. Hoover.
I'd like a status report, gentlemen.
Well, all employees here at Bureau headquarters have reported for duty.
I see.
Special agents and employees of all field offices are now on duty and standing by.
Well, from now on, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is on a 24-hour basis. You'll put our general plan of action into operation at once. And here are some further steps to take immediately. Give these priority over all other messages sent by teletype. That's all.
All special agents in charge, contact all commercial airlines your district immediately. Request no Japanese, civilian or diplomatic be permitted to travel by air. Hoover.
Arrange immediately with all transportation companies your district to stop all travel by Japanese individuals on train, bus, or vessel. Hoover.
Arrange immediately with all telephone and telegraph companies your district to discontinue all telephonic and telegraphic communications by Japanese to points outside the United States. Hoover.
Advise all press associations immediately suspend all service to Japan and occupied China. Hoover.
Contact all defense plants, transportation and communications companies, your district, and request them take prescribed steps to prevent sabotage. Hoover.
Barely more than 2 hours after the first Japanese bombs rained down on Pearl Harbor, your FBI was fully mobilized, operating on a 24-hour basis, and with its prepared plan of action moving at top speed. Special agents had located and had under close surveillance those who, they had reason to believe, would try to sabotage the United States. Then there came chattering over the teletypes into every field office in the United States and Hawaii this climactic order, which every agent was waiting for and eager to execute.
Immediately arrest all Japanese individuals on A, B, and C lists. Also all other Japanese aliens on whom you have information indicating arrests necessary for best interest internal security of this country.
These are very urgent instructions we are receiving.
How much longer do you think it will be safe to stay here?
We are cleverly concealed. We will never be found. What's it?
Grab that radio, Tom.
Right. What is meaning of this outrage?
We're special agents of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
Yours, Saito Fuji?
Yes? Are you interested in Oriental antique?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. You're under arrest. We'll take your suitcase full of dynamite along, too.
In cities up and down the West Coast and all the way across the country to New York. And all through the night, the arrests went on. And they were still going on next day when Congress, in special session, formally declared war against Japan. This was quickly followed by other declarations against Germany and Italy. And the FBI was being rewarded for its years of preparations. at a railroad station in Dallas, Texas.
All aboard!
Just a minute, you.
But the train is about to leave.
It'll have to leave without you, Lockman. We're from the FBI.
The back room of a bar in Cincinnati, Ohio.
All right, stay where you are, everybody.
What's the idea?
We're agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
In a cabin overlooking the Jersey coast.
Drink to the Führer.
Stay where you are, all of you. The house is around us. We're special agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
The roundup continued, and by nightfall of December 8th, scarcely 30 hours after Japan's sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, nearly 2,000 enemy aliens on the highly dangerous list had been arrested. And the war against espionage and sabotage was to continue, along with every other phase of the FBI's internal defense program until VE Day and VJ Day brought total victory to America and her allies. And when the end had come, Director J. Edgar Hoover said this.
My co-workers throughout the Federal Bureau of Investigation and I are proud to be able to report that during the 4 long years of war, not one single act of enemy-directed sabotage was successfully carried out in this country. But the credit is not alone the FBI's. It belongs also to those local and state law enforcement officers of yours who worked faithfully and around the clock with us, and to the alertness and cooperation of you, the American citizen.
Is there not something highly significant in that? By working side by side together in common cause, each forgetting self, the American people have won a great victory in war. Is not a victory in peace dependent on that same unity of mind and heart and purpose? Before you answer, think a while of those 275,000 sons and husbands and brothers and sweethearts of yours, lying under those little white crosses.
And now, before we tell you about next week's thrilling case from the files of the FBI, here's an important message about an unusual classroom in which adults are back at school. This week at the Equitable Society, I sat down in a classroom where grown-up men were going to school. The students in this class were ex-servicemen. In rank, they ranged from first-class privates and naval petty officers to colonels and commanders. One was a fighter pilot with a distinguished record. Another was a Marine, a veteran of many hard-fought landings on the islands of the Pacific. Before going into the service, all of them had been agents or field representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now they're taking what you might call a refresher course to bring them up to date on recent developments. You see, life insurance is one business that never stands still. Here in the Equitable Society, we are constantly finding ways to improve the many protective services we render to our 3.25 million members. And this means that every Equitable Society representative must be well trained, qualified on the subject of life insurance. Life insurance is their profession. And they must at all times be prepared to offer professional advice and assistance to Equitable Society members, present and future. We of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States take particular pride in the men and women who have been chosen to represent us. It is due in a great measure to their conscientious efforts that we are able to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Highway Hijackers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated. All other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI. An official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, The Highway Hijackers.
With opportunities for black market operations rapidly vanishing, the professional criminals who won distinction on that field of dishonor during the war are now carrying out their own programs of reconversion, which is one of the reasons for the increase in robberies and hijackings over the country. The ink is barely dry on tonight's case, telling of your FBI's encounter with two criminals who discovered recently that a certain road in the Southwest offered rich profits for highway robbery. A few miles inside New Mexico from the Arizona border, Marty Jennings and her husband, George, operate a tourist camp. But Marty does most of the operating because of her husband's ill health. It is shortly after dark now, and Marty enters the bedroom with a tray of supper.
Here you are, darling. I want you to eat every bite of it, too.
Thanks, Marty.
Did you take your medicine, honey?
Yeah, sure. Whatever good that does.
Does plenty. You start on your soup while it's hot.
Marty, don't you ever get tired waiting on me?
I said start on that soup, young man.
Fine husband I turned out to be, huh?
Are you going to be stubborn about it, are you?
Thought you were marrying a he-man, didn't you? Who could take care of you. But
George.
His health goes on a blink, and he has to bring you way off out here in the desert. You have to do all the work. He lies up in bed most of the time, and... Marty, why did you do it? Why don't you go back east where you were doing okay until
George, I'm here because I want to be here. I love you more than anything in the world. And I'll never leave you.
Thanks.
Sounds like new business in the office. You eat your supper. I'll be back after a while.
All right.
Good evening.
Hello, Marty.
You remember Mac here?
How are you, Marty?
Nick, what are you doing here?
We come to see you.
How did you know where I was?
Well, after you'd done that run out, we did a little checking up. Heard you'd married yourself a sucker and come out here.
Yeah. What's the matter? Ain't you glad to see us, Marty?
Why did you come here and what do you want?
We figure you owe us a little favor and we come here to collect.
Nick, I don't want any more of that life I was mixed up in, and you know it.
But Marty, Nick don't want
I'll
you
do the talking, Nick.
There won't be any more talking, Nick. The only good break I ever got was a chance to play it straight with a guy like I'm married to. And nothing's going to get a chance to mess it up.
They tell me he's got bad lungs.
But he's going to get well out here.
They also tell me that worry is the worst thing in the world for people with bad lungs.
What are you getting at?
Mac and I are out here on business, and all we want is one of your cabins for headquarters.
Now, look, Nick, I just got through telling
And
you
I
that...
just got through telling you that worry is bad for that husband of yours. Now, either we get the cabin or he gets the whole story on you. Well?
Marty, can I help you?
George, you get right back...
Just a minute, lady. Did you say you had a cabin for us? Or not?
Yes. We'll take care of you.
It was nearing noon next day when a trailer caravan winding through the Arizona uplands began to approach the New Mexico border. A caravan of some of those families who, a few years ago, had trekked to California in search of relief from their wretched poverty. Okies, they were called. Today, thanks to years of good wages in war plants, they're rolling homeward in droves, for the first time in their lives adequately fed and clothed, and carrying a few $1,000s in savings, which at last to buy their dream, a piece of good land all their own. Most of them travel in caravans for mutual protection. But as this particular little caravan rolls along, Sarah Barlow doesn't feel too secure.
I tell you, John, I just don't like traveling across country with all this money hid under the seat.
Now, don't fret about it, Sarah. That's why everybody going home travels together like this, 'cause it's safe that way.
Well, maybe I wouldn't feel so skittish about it if we wasn't the last in line.
Oh, somebody's got to be last.
Yeah, I suppose so, but just the same, I
Now,
wish...
stop your worrying about it. Just think we're going to be home in about 3 or 4 days. Home, Sarah. Kind of does something to you when you think about it, don't it?
Yes.
Yes, sir, those old green hills are going to look good to us this time, Mother. Because instead of scratching around on top of them and going hungry, we're going to have a piece of rich land down in the valley and a good house. Then we can look up at them and see how pretty they are.
Oh, it'll be wonderful, John. Just wonderful.
Look at that car speeding around that curve, Sarah.
Why, that looks like the same one as passed a while back.
Yeah. Look at them cutting over in front of us.
But, John, they're waving to us to stop.
Must be something wrong up ahead.
They're getting out.
Yeah. What's wrong up ahead, mister? I say, what's the trouble?
Look, John, they got pistols.
Huh?
All right, you, this is a stick-up.
Oh, no.
Give me your dough and make it fast.
Oh, John.
Be quiet,
And don't
Sarah.
try any stalling.
Now, listen,
I
mister.
said don't stall.
I'm not stalling. Sure, we got money, but let me tell you something.
Shut up and hand it over.
No, I won't, and I'm not telling you where it is either.
All right, pal, you asked for it.
No, wait, please don't. I'll tell you where the money is.
Sarah. Mister, we worked years to save that money so we could buy it.
Oh, no, John.
Shut up, lady. You get the same thing. Hurry it up, operator.
Hello?
Hello, FBI?
Yes, Special Agent Yeager speaking.
This is Sheriff Williams, Lordsburg, New Mexico.
What's the trouble, Sheriff?
2 men in a black sedan robbed a man and his wife a few hours ago just over the Arizona line and disappeared back across the line with $10,000.
10,000.
Yeah. They were the tail-end car in one of those Okie caravans. Money they'd been saving for years.
Well, I've been wondering when this would start. There's been a lot in the papers about those caravans.
One of the bandits knocked a man out with a gun, but the doctor here in Lordsburg patched him up all right.
Well, where's the man now?
The caravan's stopping here the rest of the day and night. The man and his wife are camping with him just outside of town.
Good. We'll get over right away.
That you, George?
Yeah.
How was the sunset?
Huh?
You went out to look at the sunset, George.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was beautiful. Marty.
Yeah.
Those two men who rented a cabin here last night.
What about them?
Who are they?
Well, how would I know? Their names are on the register over there.
Well, what I meant was, did you talk with them at all?
No, not much. They said they were from the east. They're looking over ranch properties, I think.
Well, did they tell you that?
Why, what's the matter?
Well, rancher stopped by a little while ago on his way back from Lordsburg.
Yeah?
He said two bandits robbed a couple in an Okie caravan today just over the line in Arizona. They got away with over $10,000.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, George, you don't think...
All I'm thinking right now is that the two men in that cabin back there sure drove back here in an awful hurry this afternoon.
Mr. and Miss Barlow, these are Special Agents Yeager and Hickman of the FBI.
How do you do? Mr. Barlow, the sheriff tells me neither of you was able to give much of a description of the bandits.
Well, what little I might have remembered, Mr. Yeager, I'm afraid the blow on my head knocked it out of me.
And I was too upset to remember how they looked, what with John hurt and all.
Oh, yes, of course, but maybe one of you might recall how they talked.
Well, they just talked tough, son.
Did they have a Western drawl, or...
If you ask me, they sounded just like gangsters in a movie.
That should help.
Well, what good's that do you?
That means they're outsiders who've moved in here for the express purpose of robbing the caravans.
Then they must have a hideout somewhere in these parts.
Exactly. And they're not running out after just one strike, Sheriff.
But they might move on after the second.
Yes. Meantime, we'll try to find that hideout.
Marty?
George, I thought you'd gone to bed.
Honey, my hunch about those men was right.
What?
I had to find out, and I did.
What have you done?
Well, I slipped around outside their cabin a minute ago, and I heard them talking about plans for holding up a caravan.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to call the sheriff at Lord's...
No, George, wait.
What for?
You mustn't call the sheriff, George.
Well, honey, those men are dangerous criminals.
You can't call.
Well, why not?
There's something you don't understand.
What?
George, it's about them and me.
Marty, what do you mean?
I know those men, George. I know them from, well, the days before I met you.
Oh.
That's why they came here.
Marty, you mean you're mixed up with them in this thing they're doing?
No.
Well, then I don't get it, Marty.
Look, darling, I told you there were some things in my past that weren't very pleasant, that I could never talk about.
Yeah, I know.
Well, those men were part of that past.
Marty, this is the present. You're shielding those men, and I've got to know why.
Okay. I used to go around with a man named Crandall. Don't ask me why. He was mixed up with these two out there.
Yeah.
A few months before I met you, Crandall was killed. They killed him. I have no proof, but I know they killed him. They tried to pin the crime on me.
Well, how?
They planted my fingerprints on a gun.
The police arrested you?
No, nobody was arrested. They just held that over me in case they were ever picked up for the crime.
And they're holding it over you now?
They threatened to tell you. They knew that you were sick and that I didn't want to upset you.
Oh, baby.
I didn't know what to do.
Darling, look, I love you. I don't care about whatever happened in the past.
Are you sure?
Sure. Now can I call the sheriff?
I'll call him.
Hang up that phone, Marty.
What?
Mac thought he saw this husband of yours snooping around, so I thought I'd better find out why.
So you did?
Yeah. Marty, I said for you to hang up that phone.
Honey, let me have that phone.
You keep out of this.
Let me have it.
Okay, pump.
Operator.
You asked for
Operator.
it.
No!
Now we'll hang up the phone.
You've just heard the first half of the FBI file on the highway hijackers. As you know, the action took place in New Mexico and Arizona, states renowned for starlit nights. But other stars, imaginary stars on maps, hold special interest for members of the Equitable Society. Let me tell you about them. Suppose you were to take a big map of the United States and start putting stars on every spot where funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society are invested. Before long, every section of that map would be so covered with stars that you wouldn't be able to see the state boundaries or the names of cities and towns. Thousands of stars would point out farms, ranches, or plantations where Equitable Society dollars are helping to promote American agriculture. Thousands of other stars would indicate homes that are being purchased through the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. More stars would mark industrial plants, large and small, in which Equitable Society funds are now invested. There would be stars on steel mills and power plants, on railroads and textile mills, on coal mines and refineries. Yes, every single state would be covered with stars showing places that Equitable Society dollars are at work, which goes to prove that the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States has every right to use the last 4 words in its name, of the United States. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the highway hijackers.
When there are no clear-cut clues to a criminal's identity, such as fingerprints, physical description, or even microscopic evidence that may be developed in a laboratory, the FBI agent is forced to improvise his own methods of ferreting out his quarry as he goes along. After interviewing the robbery victims at the caravan camp, Special Agents Yeager and Hickman are driving Sheriff Williams back to his office in Lordsburg.
Well, what's your next move, Mr. Yeager?
We'll start looking for the bandits' hideout.
This is pretty big country.
Well, since we're convinced that our men are Easterners, that'll narrow the search down some.
How do you mean?
Well, they wouldn't be likely to go in for roughing it in caves or hills if more homey comforts were available.
Oh, I get you.
Sheriff,
Mm-hmm.
what's the tourist camp situation around here?
Well, Mr. Hickman, there's 3 or 4 between here and the Arizona line, and a few more from there on to Sunset that I know of.
That'll do for a start.
You really think they mean to strike again?
I hardly believe they'd come all the way across the country for just one job. Otherwise, they'd have figured out a way of robbing a whole caravan at once for a big haul, instead of just taking the tail-end car.
That sounds reasonable. Mr. Yeager, here's my office right here.
Oh, okay.
What time you aiming to start checking on the tourists?
Right now.
Oh, tonight, huh?
Well, every minute counts. We want to locate that hideout if we can before they strike again.
What can I do to help?
Well, right now, just stay where we can reach you. We may need a lot of help in a hurry.
I'll be ready.
George, darling, try to drink this.
Ain't that sweet?
Please, Nick, leave us alone.
Look, the guy is going to be okay. I give him a very light treatment.
That's right, darling.
It's like what you might call a sample, Next time he don't get off that easy.
There'll be no next time.
Now, look here, Marty.
Hey, Nick, somebody's here.
Somebody's where?
Just drove up outside, 2 guys.
You stay in here, Mac.
Okay, Nick.
Marty, you go in the front office.
What for?
You run the joint, don't you? Things have got to look normal.
Suppose it's the police.
You gotta get rid of them without telling them anything, you understand?
And if I don't?
I get this gun, baby. And if it has to go, well, George takes it first. Now get in there and play it straight.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. I hope you're not looking for a cabin.
Well, that's all right. We didn't want a cabin.
No?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh.
Did you hear anything about the highway robbery just over the line today?
Yes, I did. A rancher stopped by and told us.
Us?
My husband.
Oh. We're looking for 2 men who drove a black sedan. Have you rented a cabin today or yesterday or any time recently?
No, I haven't.
Perhaps your husband has, or maybe he's seen them. May I ask him?
Well, I'd rather you didn't disturb him now. You see, he's in bed.
Well, I can understand, but it is rather important.
Well, my husband is ill. He's quite ill.
No.
He's in bed most of the time, and I handle all of the business.
I see. Well, I'm very sorry. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
Oh, that's all right.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Nice going, Marty.
You know who I was doing it for. Don't you worry, Nick. You're going to get yours soon enough.
Maybe, but not out here.
What do you mean?
The way things had turned out, I decided to pull one more job tomorrow and head back east.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Mr. Yeager. What luck?
None, I'm afraid.
I stayed on here all night hoping you'd call for help.
I'm sorry, but Hickman and I covered every tourist camp and ranch house between here and Sunset, Arizona.
I had every sheriff between here and Phoenix on the lookout. They haven't turned up anything yet.
I still think they're hiding out around here somewhere.
But how are we going to smoke them out before they make another strike? Which they're just as apt to do today as not, if they figure things are getting too hot around here for them.
Wait a minute.
What you thinking?
What I should have been thinking before.
What's that?
I think I've got the answer, Sheriff. But we're going to have to do some fast traveling to make it work.
Well, I'm ready to go.
Then I'll get Hickman and we'll get started.
Marty. I'm right here dying.
Oh, my head.
Darling, don't try to move.
What happened? That man.
He's still here.
Oh. Marty, what about the sheriff?
I never got the chance to call.
Well, look, we've got to get him tonight.
Darling, it's no longer night.
Huh? Hey, I really passed out.
That's right, you did.
What time is it?
Almost noon.
Well, how's the patient?
Keep out of here, please.
Sorry, I got some business to attend to. Come on in, Mac.
Okay.
You heard my wife say to keep out of here?
Look, mister, I don't want to have no more trouble with you. Take care of him first, Mac.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Now, don't get excited. We're just tying the guy up.
You keep away from me.
Take it easy.
Keep away.
You leave him alone.
Hold it, Marty. You're next.
No, let him go.
You're getting a lucky break. You just tie you both up and get out of here.
Caravan's coming about 2 miles back down the road, Nick.
How many cars?
14. Most of them got trailers.
What's bringing up the rear?
A car with a trailer. And the driver's the only one in the front seat.
How many in the trailer?
I couldn't see.
All right. Move over, Mac. Let me take the wheel.
Okay.
We swing the car around the curve a little further and head it this way. Then when the caravan starts coming around, we'll count off 13 and move in.
That's number 12, Nick.
Yep. And here comes 13th.
Next one's our baby, Nick.
Better move the car across the road and block it.
I know. Here comes 14.
Hey there, what's the idea?
All right, you. This is a stick-up.
A stick up? Why, you dirty low
Shut up. Around back and open that trailer door, Mac.
We'll save you the trouble.
What?
Drop those guns, both of you.
What the...
Cover that man there, Bob.
What's going on here?
Well, you might call this a double stick-up, mister. Only our part of it is legal. The man at the wheel is a sheriff at Lordsburg.
Sheriff?
And we're special agents of the FBI. Come along with us.
The roundup of the hijacking gang resulted in their ultimate trial and conviction. They were sentenced to serve 10 years in a federal penitentiary. With the end of gasoline rationing, and with auto travelers once more streaming over the highways of America, criminals have taken to the road again. But your FBI and your local and state law enforcement officers are determined to wage war against them day and night, until the only ones for whom auto travel will be unsafe will be those who seek to make it unsafe for others.
Before hearing about next week's thrilling case from FBI files, imagine for a moment that you're a kid again. It'll help you to understand a message from the Equitable Society. This week at the Equitable Society, I heard a young veteran talking about cellar doors. He was holding a picture of a white colonial house in his hand, and he said, "You see that cellar door? Well, I used to slide down one like it when I was a kid. And now my kids are going to slide down one, too. You see, I lived in a house like that until I was 10 years old, and I've always thought it was a swell old place. Well, after I got back from France last month, I looked around and was fortunate enough to find a new house very much like it. Of course, I had to have a mortgage, and I guess it was my lucky day, because on that same day, I heard about the Equitable Society's home ownership plan. Well, I signed up right away for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Loan. So next week, you'll see me teaching my little girl how to slide down a cellar door. Well, you know, no matter how often we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States hear stories like that, we never grow tired of listening to them. After all, that's our business in the Equitable Society, helping to make dreams come true, helping ambitious men and women reach their goals, starting young married couples on the road to an assured future, helping fathers and mothers send their boys and girls to college, bringing peace and contentment to old age. Yes, this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Sorrowful Swindler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.